Chapter 1. The Choice That Alters Destiny. In the stillness of the early morning, within an aging apartment building, only the lights on the 7th floor remain illuminated. In an ordinary room, a young man, not yet 20 and of unremarkable appearance, gazes at his computer screen, releasing a deep sigh as a flicker of melancholy flashes in his eyes. Ling Fong, at the tender age of 19, lost his parents to an unfortunate accident during his early childhood. Since then, he has faced the harsh realities of life alone, struggling to navigate this world. After graduating high school, he enrolled in a local university, opting for a life of seclusion at home. It was not due to a lack of desire to pursue further education, but rather the disheartening truth of his poor academic performance, which rendered continuation meaningless. With no work experience or respectable qualifications, after numerous setbacks, he ultimately resigned himself to the life of a seasoned recluse. Why can't my life be like Dragon Ball? Ling Fong mused, reminiscing about Dragon Ball GT, particularly the moment when Son Goku departed with the Eternal Dragon. A profound yearning and a touch of resignation for reality filled his gaze. This world is not one for ordinary folk like him to thrive in. As a quintessential commoner, his only option seemed to be to languish in existence, utterly powerless to alter the societal dynamics around him. 1% of the population enjoys 99% of the resources, while the remaining 99% scramble for the meager 1% that remains. Such is the nature of this society, this world. It seems there's been yet another earthquake or tsunami somewhere. This planet has long been gravely polluted by humanity. Who knows when the apocalypse might truly arrive? Ling Fong remarked, indulging in self-deprecation. Just as Ling Fong prepared to shut down his computer and retreat into slumber, a jarring message flickered across the screen. Student Ling Fong, there exists an opportunity to alter your destiny. Will you accept? Yes or no? Divine Angel Beast? Ling Fong exclaimed instinctively, only to realize his phone had died. This was not the digital adventure he had envisioned, rather. It was a journey fraught with uncertainty. Should he choose to accept, there would be no turning back. He needed to choose wisely. Seemingly aware of Ling Fong's misunderstanding, the text on the screen flickered once more. But I've been a recluse for 2 years now. I'm no longer a student, Ling Fong silently criticized, lost in thought. After a moment of bewilderment, realizing this was not a mere dream, a faint smile crept across his lips as he murmured, whether it be a dream or reality, I am thoroughly tired of this life. I must change. He moved his mouse without hesitation, clicking yes. Your dream adventure begins now. Good luck. A gentle female voice whispered in his ear. In an instant, the computer screen erupted in brilliance, illuminating the entire room. When the light dissipated, Ling Fong had vanished, consumed by the radiance. Ling Fong awoke in a daze, finding himself in a space resembling a school office, standing before a male teacher, clad in a black school uniform. Ling Fong was momentarily bewildered. Was this a dream? Suddenly, an arcane piece of information surged into his mind. Within less than a second, he comprehended the situation, his expression shifting erratically. He had been chosen by something called the Dragon Ball system, which bestowed upon him 2 primary tasks. First, to collect the 7 dark Dragon Balls scattered across various dimensions. Second, to eliminate the negative energy released in his current realm due to the dark Dragon Balls. All right, class is about to begin. Let me take you to your classroom. The teacher, oblivious to Ling Fong's confusion, beckoned before exiting the staff room, prompting Ling Fong to follow suit. As he walked, he mentally recited Dragon Ball system, causing a semi-transparent interface to materialize before him. Dragon Ball system. Host, Ling Fong. Age, 19. Gender, male. Combat power evaluation, weak. Energy points, 500. Below were 3 small icons, a fist, a clock, and a blood droplet. The fist represented all martial arts techniques within the Dragon Ball universe, which could be exchanged for energy points. The clock symbolized the hyperbolic time chamber, requiring 1,000 energy points for 1 day's time. The blood droplet indicated the ability to enhance bloodline rank through energy points, though he currently possessed no bloodline. The current realm, School Apocalypse. Identity, a transfer student at Fujimi Academy. Task 1, Obtain the Dark Dragon Balls lost in this realm. Reward. 1. Basic bloodline of choice from the Dragon Ball universe. Bloodlines are categorized into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Task 2. Eradicate more than half of the negative energy in this realm. Reward. 1 basic space gem capable of storing living beings, which requires a drop of blood to attune to its host. Destroying negative energy grants corresponding energy points. The stronger the negative energy, the more points earned. Task duration, 1 year. Failure to complete the tasks within the time limit results in obliteration. As Ling Fong absorbed this data, a faint smile graced his lips, his eyes ignited with fervor, a fierce beast roaring within him. The monotonous days he had endured were finally at an end. He would grow stronger. He would become a force to be reckoned with. Ling Fong clenched his fists, his face calm, while his heart raged with determination. With an initial 500 energy points, he accessed the system and clicked the fist icon, searching for something within his budget. He quickly discovered a crucial skill he needed: the ability to sense and utilize his internal energy, requiring 500 points for exchange. Without hesitation, Ling Fong selected this option. It was a foundational skill he must acquire, and those 500 points were clearly intended for this purpose. Upon confirming the exchange, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, gradually circulating within him. His previously average physical condition now felt significantly enhanced, his limbs imbued with newfound strength. Excellent, this was quite a bargain. Ling Fong silently nodded in approval as he approached the doorway of Class 2B. The teacher opened the classroom door, leading Ling Fong inside. The previously noisy students quieted upon the teacher's entrance, their curious gazes settling on Ling Fong. Ahem, I have some good news to share today. We have a new transfer student in our class. Let him introduce himself, the teacher announced after clearing his throat, gesturing for Ling Fong to step forward. Ling Fong approached the podium, surveying the students before him. Miyamoto Rika, Takashirosa, Inoue Hiroyuki, and a military enthusiast whose name he had forgotten. Only the protagonist, Komuro Takashi, was absent, as the plot was just beginning. My name is Ling Fong. I look forward to your guidance, he simply stated, offering no further elaboration. Ahem, very well. Ling Fong, please take a seat at the back, the teacher instructed, pointing to the last empty desk. Ling Fong made his way over, finding himself next to Miyamoto Rika, whose books were already neatly arranged on the table. All right, class, please open your textbooks. The teacher commenced the lesson, and the students redirected their attention from Ling Fong to their books. Ling Fong feigned engagement with his textbook, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his next moves. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the classroom door was violently kicked open by a boy. Komuro Takashi. Komuro Takashi, you may skip class, but must you disturb your classmates? This is outrageous. The teacher fumed, raising his textbook in reprimand as the other students looked on, eager for the spectacle. Unfazed by the teacher's ire, Komuro Takashi rushed to Miyamoto Rika, seizing her and, much like in the anime, slapped her before dragging her out, with Inoue Hiroyuki following suit. Ling Fong, under the teacher's furious gaze, stepped out without hesitation. Though he did not join Komuro and the others, they were strangers to him, and he had no reason to follow. He intended to find the infirmary, believing that having a team would be advantageous in his early days of limited strength. This way, he could focus on combat while delegating logistical matters to others, thus conserving valuable energy. Though unaware of the infirmary's location, fortune favored him when he encountered a boy exiting the restroom. After a quick inquiry, he hastened his steps and soon arrived at the infirmary, where he found Jukawa Shizuka napping with her head resting on the desk, truly a sight to behold, resembling a plush pillow. Ling Fong internally scoffed at the sight of her ample bosom, but swiftly closed the infirmary door behind him. Upon hearing the commotion, Ju Chuan Jing Xiang stirred awake, stifling a yawn, and gazed at Ling Fong with a somewhat dazed expression as she inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I have a stomachache. The teacher asked me to come here to rest. I am Ling Fong from Class 2B, and I just transferred today," Ling Fong replied. "Oh, then you should rest on the bed over there," Ju Chuan Jingxiang said without a hint of skepticism, pointing to a small white bed nearby, before drifting back into a slumber. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed through the school. "Attention, students! An emergency situation has arisen within the academy. Do not." The broadcast was soon pierced by chilling screams and the guttural roars of what sounded like beasts. Before long, the air was filled with the panicked screams of students, plunging the environment into chaos. "What is happening?" Zhu Chuan Jing Xiang asked innocently, still bewildered. "It seems there has been some sort of horrific attack. We should exercise caution," Ling Fong replied, moving toward the metal stand that held saline bottles. He removed 2 of the bottles, grasped the stand in his hands, and gave it a few shakes, improvising a weapon. Ling Fong opened the infirmary door to survey the scene outside, only to find utter pandemonium. Aware of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's obliviousness, he wasted no time and pulled her to the doorway to witness the grim spectacle outside. As they beheld the gruesome and bloody scene, even Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, despite her usual naivete, recognized the gravity of the situation. "Oh dear, I need to grab the medical supplies," she exclaimed, swaying her ample, soft form towards the cabinet to gather the necessary items. At that moment, several zombies staggered into view, shambling closer. Ling Fong tightened his grip on the stand and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the first zombie. Bam! Thanks to the initial enhancement of his body, Ling Fong's strength was significantly greater than that of an average person. With a full-force strike, he created a gaping hole in the zombie's skull, blood spraying everywhere as its head exploded. The creature collapsed instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Fong glanced at the system. His energy points, previously at 0, had now increased to 1. After dispatching another zombie, it rose to 2 points. Thus, the ratio was established. 1 zombie equated to 1 energy point. Ling Fong's gaze turned fervent as he surveyed the nearby zombies, gripping the metal stand tightly and charging forward to vigorously eliminate one after another. Each of these creatures represented potential energy points. "Quickly! If there are too many, I won't be able to handle them," Ling Fong shouted, kicking a zombie away and glancing back at Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, who was still retrieving medical supplies in the infirmary. At that moment, a figure dashed around the corner, wielding a wooden sword. With swift, decisive strikes, she felled several zombies in her path. "Is there anyone else in the infirmary?" Poison Island Saeko asked, pausing as she spotted a second-year student standing at the infirmary's entrance with a saline stand, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the numerous fallen zombies. "Ms. Zhu Chuan is still inside gathering medicine," Ling Fong explained, recognizing her as Poison Island Saeko, a strikingly beautiful and graceful individual, her strength far surpassing that of the average person. Aside from his physical prowess, Ling Fong felt overshadowed in all other aspects. Poison Island Saeko joined Ling Fong in defending the infirmary's entrance, and together they managed to hold off the relentless tide of zombies. "All right, let us hasten our departure." Zhu Chuan Jingxiang finally emerged, lugging a large canvas bag filled with various vials and medical supplies. With Ling Fong and Poison Island Saeko leading the way, they set off towards the faculty office, where Zhu Chuan Jingxiang mentioned car keys could be found. However, the school had transformed into a veritable hellscape, and traversing through the horde of zombies to reach the faculty office proved to be no simple task. Thus, they proceeded cautiously, eliminating the zombies in the hallway one by one. After battling for over an hour, they had only covered half the distance and paused at a staircase corner to catch their breath and regain their strength. "You have quite the skill for a second year. May I know your name?" "I am Poison Island Saeko from Class 3A, she said, leaning against the wall as she gazed at Ling Fong, realizing they had yet to introduce themselves amid the chaos. "I am Ling Fong from Class 2B. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Poison Island Senpai. I've heard you won the National Kendo Championship last year. Truly impressive," Ling Fong replied with a smile. Poison Island Saeko was one of the individuals he had earmarked as a potential team member, as having reliable companions could prove invaluable in the early stages when his strength was still developing. "Ling Fong, a student of remarkable depth, possesses an extraordinary strength. You are quite formidable," said Poison Island Saeko with a faint smile, though internally she was taken aback, having not anticipated the presence of such a hidden talent within the academy. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Fong had only recently transferred to their school. Had she been aware, it would have been quite peculiar. "Both of you are impressive," Ju Chuan Shizuka remarked, catching her breath as she sat on the ground. The two exchanged a subtle smile, their bond noticeably strengthened. Seizing a moment of respite, Ling Fong checked the Dragon Ball system and discovered that he had accumulated 113 energy points, indicating that he had dispatched a total of 113 zombies. This outcome was commendable, particularly as it stemmed from his deliberate competition with Poison Island Saeko for kills. Otherwise, the tally would not have been so high. Ling Fong, however, was oblivious to the fact that his actions were misconstrued by Saeko as protective gestures towards the two women, inadvertently enhancing his standing in her eyes. If he had known her thoughts, he would certainly have chuckled. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the corridor below, accompanied by the clattering sound of objects being struck. The trio exchanged glances and promptly ascended the staircase, swiftly dispatching a few wandering zombies along the way before arriving at the classroom from which the scream emanated. There, they found several students cornered by an enormous zombie, its towering figure rendering their makeshift weapons, brooms and chairs, ineffectual against its powerful strikes, leaving them pale with fear at a mutated zombie. Ling Fong thought, his expression growing serious as he realized that this creature was not merely taller than the rest, but emanated a palpable aura of danger that ordinary zombies lacked. The moment they stepped into the classroom, the mutated zombie sensed their presence, ceasing its assault and turning to reveal a grotesquely pale face, its mouth smeared with blood and flesh. The students took this opportunity to scramble over desks and flee through the classroom door in a panic. Enraged, the mutated zombie redirected its focus towards Ling Fong and his companions, barreling through furniture with alarming speed, only slightly slower than a human. "Run!" Saeko's face paled as she urgently grabbed Shizuka's arm and fled. Instinctively recognizing the formidable strength of the colossal zombie, Ling Fong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed suit. Had he been at full strength, he would have engaged, but with his energy only partially restored. He deemed it unwise to confront such a formidable foe. The trio sprinted with all their might, traversing 2 flights of stairs before entering the empty archery club room, which was devoid of any students. The training wooden rifles had been nearly stripped bare, but Ling Fong managed to find a short one, only about a meter in length, which he tucked into the back of his trousers. That zombie felt distinctly different. It exuded an aura of danger, Saeko said, catching her breath as she sat on a smooth wooden bench. "It's truly terrifying," Shizuka added, nervously patting her ample chest. "If we encounter more of those zombies, it would be a significant nuisance. Just by its build, it's evident that its strength far exceeds that of regular zombies. Facing it head-on would likely prove challenging, even for both of us combined." Ling Fong remarked gravely, contemplating how to eliminate the mutated zombie to secure energy points that would undoubtedly surpass those from ordinary zombies. Moreover, if they failed to neutralize it now, it might evolve, leading to even greater trouble in the future. "Yes, if we see it again, we should avoid confrontation. Fortunately, our speed is still superior," Saeko agreed, nodding in affirmation. "If I were armed with a real blade rather than a wooden one, I would feel confident in a fight. For now, evasion is our best strategy." The 3 sat quietly in the spacious archery club room, recuperating their strength, choosing not to rush to the aid of others despite the distant screams. Each aware of their limitations, after about 10 minutes, they felt sufficiently restored and exited the archery room, heading towards the staff office, perhaps due to the looming threat of the mutated zombie. Ling Fong felt an increasing sense of pressure and took it upon himself to eliminate more zombies along the way, a tactic that puzzled Saeko, who observed his energy expenditure with curiosity. Their journey involved a series of stops and starts as they gradually eradicated zombies, taking considerable time until they were close to the staff office. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air, halting them in their tracks. "It's not far from here. Let us investigate," Saeko suggested, hastening towards the source. Ling Fong, eager for more kills, followed closely behind. Upon rounding the corner where the scream originated, they were met with the familiar sight of the towering mutated zombie, now attacking Hirano Kuda, who wielded a nail gun, with Takagi Saya, seemingly frozen in fear, nearby. "Help! My attacks are ineffective," Kuda cried, retreating from the monstrous creature while desperately firing nails that barely embedded into the zombie's scalp. Failing to penetrate its skull and hinder its movements, to Ling Feng's dismay, the creature appeared even faster than before. "Deko," he urged, charging forward, with Saeko swiftly following suit. Ling Fong abruptly halted, swinging his steel support pole with force against the side of the mutated zombie's head. The impact reverberated through his arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip, while the zombie staggered, nearly toppling over as a distinct dent formed on its skull. Saeko seized the opportunity to strike, swinging her wooden sword at the creature's head, but her strength fell short, merely causing it to sway. Enraged by the assault, the mutated zombie abandoned its pursuit of Kuda, turning instead to grasp at Saeko. Anticipating the attack, Saeko nimbly leaped back, dodging the creature's claws, and swiftly delivered 2 strikes to its arm, yet the wooden sword proved insufficient, just as Ling Fong and Saeko prepared to wear down this clumsy behemoth. The zombie's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and it suddenly surged forward, its speed matching that of an average human, leaving Ling Fong stunned and unable to evade its charge, which knocked him to the ground. Shizuka couldn't help but scream at the sight that I'm not dead yet. Pinned beneath the overwhelming weight of the mutated zombie, Ling Fong struggled to utter a few words, his metallic brace desperately resisting the creature's drooling maw. Yet, the opposing force exhibited an uncanny strength, bending the not-so-thick metal support with alarming rapidity. In a moment of desperation, Ling Fong hastily retrieved a compact firearm he had brought from the shooting club as a precaution. With every ounce of strength, he braced against the relentless assault. In truth, this transpired within mere seconds, and it was then that Poison Island Saeko sprang into action, rushing forward to wield her wooden sword with ferocity, targeting the zombie's neck rather than its notoriously tough skull. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3. Though she managed to sever some flesh, the results were ultimately unsatisfactory, and Ling Fong found himself on the brink of collapse. At this critical juncture, Ling Feng's gaze inadvertently drifted to the chaotic ground, where a chainsaw caught his eye. Summoning every last bit of strength, he tightened the muscles in his arms, creating enough space to grasp the chainsaw. With a roar, he activated it and swung it down upon the mutated zombie's head. The chainsaw whirred violently, its teeth grinding against the skull with a cacophonous screech, as repulsive blood sprayed forth, forcing Ling Fong to shut his eyes. Under the chainsaw's might, the zombie's head was soon reduced to a mushy pulp, utterly lifeless. Exhausted, Ling Fong discarded the now useless chainsaw and gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood. Presenting a ghastly sight. At that moment, 2 more footsteps echoed, as Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei finally arrived, staring in shock at the massive corpse sprawled on the ground. Well done, Ling Fong-kun, Poison Island Saeko remarked, disregarding the blood that coated him as she pulled him to his feet, her tone laced with admiration. Ling Fong could only manage a wry smile, reflecting on how close he had come to disaster. The raw power exhibited by the zombie, devoid of any automatic defensive capabilities, was overwhelming even for him. It was likely a strength-focused zombie, possessing astonishing might. This time, luck had favored him. Upon entering the staff office, Ling Fong proceeded to wash away the blood from his face and body under the faucet, splashing water on his head to regain his composure. Once calm, he remembered he had yet to check how many energy points he had acquired from slaying the mutated zombie. He promptly accessed the system, discovering he had accumulated 450 points. Before defeating the mutated zombie, he had amassed over 300 points by combating as many zombies as possible, though the exact number eluded him. Considering the speed boost the mutated zombie seemed to possess, it could be inferred that 1 mutated zombie was roughly equivalent to 100 ordinary zombies, a value that, while potentially imprecise, was likely close. Ling Fong calculated the trade-off between earnings and risks. If he possessed a suitable weapon, slaying mutated zombies would be more advantageous. However, with subpar weaponry, it would be wiser to tread carefully. Regrettably, the chainsaw had been plugged into a wall outlet, rendering it useless once disconnected. Had it not been for this, he would have taken it with him, curious about what martial arts techniques he could exchange for his current 450 energy points. Ling Fong examined the options, only to find he still fell short. The simplest small-scale energy wave technique required 800 points. The void dance technique demanded 2,000 points. The whole blast 3,000 points. The solar fist 3,500 points. And the Kamehameha required a staggering 5,000 points. Each subsequent technique was increasingly expensive, leading him to dismiss the latter options. In summary, he realized he needed to exert more effort to progress. What are you pondering? Everything all right? Poison Island Saeko inquired, having approached him unnoticed, observing Ling Feng's momentary daze. Snapping back to reality, he dismissed the system and shook his head. Nothing much. The group then introduced themselves to one another, establishing a semblance of familiarity. Shortly thereafter, the television broadcasted news of nationwide chaos, even showing reporters being attacked by zombies during live coverage. The entire nation had descended into turmoil, with the collective mood plummeting. Only Ling Fong and Poison Island Saeko managed to maintain their composure. "Sister, what are your plans?" Ling Fong asked. "We must form a team to survive. Relying solely on individual strength is too precarious," Poison Island Saeko stated decisively, garnering immediate consensus from the others. "Then let us set forth. We should strive to rescue as many people as possible," she declared, and the group proceeded to leave the staff office, heading toward the parking lot where their vehicle awaited. The quickest route was through the main entrance, necessitating a bold breakthrough. "Fatty, refrain from using your nail gun. Conserve your ammunition. The majority of the zombies will be handled by myself, sister, and Komuro Takashi. Miyamoto Rei, you are responsible for support with your staff," Ling Fong instructed as they exited the staff office. Hirano Kuda appeared momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement. Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei hesitated but ultimately acquiesced, while Takagi Saya voiced her displeasure, questioning, "Why should we listen to you? My proposal is the most reasonable. You, being intelligent, should understand," Ling Fong replied coolly, casting a glance at the obstinate woman. Due to her father's affiliation with the far right, she seemed to harbor an unconscious bias against him, though he remained unfazed. "Humph," Takagi Saya scoffed, but did not outright deny his suggestion. This minor discord was merely a fleeting episode, failing to hinder the group's resolve. Once combat roles were assigned, they began their escape, with Ling Fong leading the charge, wielding his steel brace and firearm in tandem, dispatching the most zombies. Poison Island Saeko and Komuro Takashi primarily focused on clearing the undead from his flanks, while any stragglers were dealt with by Miyamoto Rei, whose marksmanship was commendable and her movements nimble. Through their coordinated efforts, they efficiently reached the entrance, rescuing a few students along the way. Approximately 30 zombies. "The numbers seem rather excessive," Poison Island Saeko remarked, frowning as they observed a horde milling about near the main doors from the staircase. Ling Fong had appeared quite formidable earlier, but that was due to the zombies approaching one at a time. The geographical layout and density of zombies here rendered a gradual approach unfeasible. Should they surge as a pack, it would spell doom for everyone. Zombies lack sight. As long as we keep our voices down, we can simply walk past them, Takagi Saya suggested after a moment's hesitation. "That remains theoretical. It's too perilous. If the zombies were to suddenly act while we were in their midst, we would be in dire straits," Ling Fong countered, aware that the narrative had already shifted due to his actions. It was prudent to remain cautious. "You." Takagi Saya glared at him with discontent, though she wisely kept her voice low. "Fatty, this is your moment. I previously asked you to conserve your nail gun. The saved ammunition should be utilized here. If you can eliminate half of their numbers, we can break through," Ling Fong said with a slight smile. Turning to Hirano Kuda, who stood in the back. "How could I have forgotten? We can also clear some zombies from a distance first," Poison Island Saeko noted, offering praise. "All right, now is my time to shine." Hee. Hirano Kuda declared confidently as he raised his nail gun, firing shot after shot at the wandering zombies below. After a barrage of over 10 shots, he managed to take down nearly half of them. "Charge," Ling Fong whispered, leading the way as he lunged forward, his metal brace smashing into a zombie's head, prompting a cacophony of shrieks from the surrounding creatures. After a grueling struggle, the group finally burst through, reaching the parking lot where they quickly located the school bus. Kiranuma Shizuka unlocked the door with her keys, and they rushed inside. Just as they were about to start the bus and depart, an unwelcome presence approached, accompanied by a throng of students. "Wait, let us board," a group of students hurriedly called out, led by none other than the detestable Koichi Shido, much to Miyamoto Rei's chagrin. "Drive? Ignore them," Miyamoto Rei shouted anxiously upon recognizing the newcomers, her expression betraying her discomfort. "What are you saying, Rei? We should wait a moment." Komuro Takashi voiced his discontent. "We absolutely cannot save him. Never. You will regret it," Miyamoto Rei asserted with utmost conviction, yet Komuro Takashi remained unfazed, reiterating the necessity of saving lives. Ling Fong refrained from voicing his opinion, even finding himself in agreement, for within his script, the antagonist Fujit Ichi was an indispensable character, and initially aligning with the narrative seemed advantageous. Soon enough, Fujit Ichi and the other students boarded the vehicle, prompting a resigned sigh from Miyamoto Rei, who cast a reproachful glance at Komuro Takashi. Juchuan Shizuka immediately pressed the accelerator, and the school bus surged forward, violently crashing through the zombies that obstructed its path, rudely breaking through the gates of the academy, filled with the undead. Once stabilized, Ling Fong began to assess his energy points, totaling 530. "We are saved. Is the leader that student Dekujima?" After a brief period of calm, the troublesome Fujit Keiichi began to stir, approaching Dakujima Siko with inquiries. There is no so-called leader among us. We merely assist one another, Dakujima Siko replied coolly as she wiped the blood from her wooden sword. This is unacceptable. If we are to survive, leadership is essential. Fujit Keiichi remarked gravely, adjusting his glasses. Ling Fong watched silently, a cold smile forming within. There were merely a handful of individuals on this bus. What nonsense about leadership, this fool. Regardless of the absurdities spewed by this imbecile. Ling Fong chose to ignore him, closing his eyes to rest as the day gradually waned outside. That I've had enough? Ling Fong was abruptly awakened by a raucous voice belonging to a scruffy-haired student. Why should we follow you all into the city? This must be your own decision. We could just stay in the school, the scruffy-haired student protested loudly. Out there are nothing but damned monsters. And you lot presume to take us away from the safety of the school? Ridiculous. I never agreed to this. The scruffy-haired student continued to rant, as if Ling Fong and the others owed him something. Indeed, staying at school might be safer, and there is certainly food in the cafeteria, others chimed in. Stirred by the scruffy-haired student's complaints, even those who had been rescued by Ling Feng's group began to waver. And I've never liked that guy anyway. What's with his attitude? The scruffy-haired student suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Fong. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's lips curled into an inscrutable, icy smile. He had initially intended to remain silent. Yet it appeared some individuals were deliberately seeking confrontation. Oh, you have an issue with me, do you? Ling Fong stood up, addressing the scruffy-haired student with a calm demeanor. Absolutely, I can't stand the sight of you. And that other guy too, the scruffy-haired student retorted defiantly, gesturing towards Komuro Takashi. What did you say? Komuro Takashi's temper flared. Ling Fong chuckled softly and approached the scruffy-haired student. Ling Fong, are you contemplating violence? Japan is a land of freedom. We enjoy the liberty of speech, Fujit Keiichi remarked darkly, as others turned their gazes towards them. Indeed, I am contemplating violence, Ling Fong replied coolly, disregarding the bewildered Fujit Keiichi. In a swift motion, he seized the scruffy-haired student's head and twisted it violently, crack. To the astonishment of onlookers, the scruffy-haired student's neck was broken. After a brief silence, he has killed someone. Several girls shrieked in terror. But under Ling Feng's piercing glare, they quickly fell silent. Juchuan-sensei, please halt the vehicle. I need to dispose of some refuse, Ling Fong said to the driver, Juchuan Shizuka, once the vehicle came to a stop. Ling Fong, dismissive of the pallid expression on Fujit Keiichi's face, opened the door and unceremoniously discarded the scruffy-haired corpse outside before shutting the door and resuming their journey, in the wake of Ling Feng's violent act. The atmosphere within the bus turned palpably tense, clearly dividing the passengers into two factions, one side aligned with Ling Fong, the other led by Fujit Keiichi. Ling Fong awaited Fujit Keiichi to incite further conflict, which would allow him to justifiably expel them all from the vehicle or disembark himself, forming an elite group. However, perhaps due to the recent death of the instigator, Fujit Keiichi's faction seemed hesitant to voice their dissent. Catching Ling Fong off guard, it appeared these individuals were, at their core, rather spineless. Juchuan-sensei, let us find a place to park. If we cannot locate shelter in the city soon. The overwhelming number of zombies nearby makes even sleeping in the vehicle an unsettling prospect. Ling Fong decisively stated, glancing at the darkening sky. Perhaps influenced by Ling Feng's previous actions and formidable strength, the others unconsciously followed suit. Juchuan Shizuka, too, instinctively reduced the speed of the vehicle, spotting a nearby park. She slowly navigated the bus onto the grassy area and brought it to a halt. It's unsafe to enter the city at night. Let us make do for now and sleep in the bus. Being together should provide some security, Ling Fong reiterated, addressing the confused expressions of the students. His suggestion resonated with the students, who voiced no objections. However, we need to procure some food, after battling all afternoon. We've only had a sip of water from the staff room, Komuro Takashi lamented, patting his stomach in resignation, truly hungry. Guru the group's gaze shifted to Hirano Keita, whose face flushed slightly as he bashfully scratched his head. I usually eat on time. Ugh, that glutton is such a hassle. Can't you hold out a bit longer? Takagi Saya scoffed, only for her stomach to grumble in response, leaving her red-faced. What should we do? Ling Fong, if we go hungry, it won't bode well for us. As the leader, do you have any plans? At that moment, Fujit Keiichi approached, casting a sly look at Ling Fong, who had never claimed to be any sort of leader. Ling Fong regarded him with a knowing smile and replied, there's no food on the bus. If you want to eat, it's simple. Go outside and find some dough. So as the leader, You intend to forage for food for everyone. I appreciate it in advance, Ling Fong, Fujit Keiichi said with a sinister grin. If you wish to eat, then you should go find it yourself. No one will cater to scum like you. Miyamoto Ray suddenly exploded, glaring fiercely at Fujit Keiichi. Miyamoto-san, I am a teacher. Do you not think you are being rather rude? Fujit Keiichi feigned innocence, adjusting his glasses as a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. Nonsense. If you utter another word, I'll end you. I have tolerated you for far too long, Miyamoto Ray shrieked, brandishing her stick menacingly at Fujit Keiichi. Fujit Keiichi's face darkened, his expression grim as he glared at Miyamoto Ray. I'd like to remind you, we are currently in a stationary vehicle. Speaking too loudly may lead to unfortunate consequences. Have you forgotten? Takujima Saeko interjected, placing her hand on her forehead in exasperation. Miyamoto Ray immediately realized her misstep, offering a somewhat apologetic nod before returning to her seat while still casting daggers at Fujit Keiichi. Those who wish to eat, come with me to search. Let me be clear, we will not share the food we gather equally, not even a crumb, Ling Fong declared, surveying the group. I'll go. Komuro Takashi was the first to respond, eager to stave off hunger. ILL joined too. Takujima Saeko stood up, followed by Miyamoto Ray, Takagi Saya, and Hirano Keita, all expressing their willingness to seek food. Juchuan-sensei, don't forget to remove the car keys, lest some individuals seize the opportunity to drive off. That would be problematic. Ling Fong tossed the keys to Juchuan Shizuka, A.S. Ling Fong, and the others exited the bus. Fujit Keiichi's expression soured to an extreme, contemplating how he would have unhesitatingly driven the vehicle into these ruffians if he had the keys. I remember this area. I once bought clothes at a large shopping mall nearby, and there is bound to be plenty of food there. Ling Feng and his companion strolled leisurely out of the park. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang glanced around, pondering for a moment before speaking. It is now evening. If possible, let's try not to make too much noise. If we can avoid the zombies, we should refrain from engaging them in combat, said Dozudo Saeko, casting an almost lingering gaze at Ling Feng. With Zhu Chuan Jingxiang leading the way and their knowledge that zombies lacked vision, the group cautiously made their way along the edge of the street. Circumventing the horde of zombies in the center, along the way, they each procured a bicycle and rode to the entrance of a large shopping mall. I have a question, Takajo Saya whispered. Aren't there some snack shops nearby? Why are we heading into the mall? It is preferable to acquire food with a long shelf life, such as compressed biscuits and canned goods. Since we are already out, we should gather as much as we can for future considerations. Additionally, we can look for items related to outdoor survival. There are certainly many practical items within the mall, Ling Feng softly explained. Initially, he wouldn't have considered such a strategy. A direct assault would have sufficed. However, since the emergence of mutated zombies, he felt compelled to prepare more thoroughly. Takajo Saya reflected on this and found some merit in his reasoning, choosing not to argue further, as she was not inclined to incite conflict at that moment. Due to the abundance of zombies at the mall's entrance, it took them some time to carefully slip inside. After a brief discussion, they decided to split up. Ling Feng, Dozudo Saeko, and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang formed one group, while Kamishiro Takashi and Miyamoto Ray paired up, and Takajo Saya teamed with Hiranakota, agreeing to regroup at the entrance on the first floor at a designated time. I still feel it's rather dangerous. There are far too many zombies here. Let us gather what we need and return swiftly, Dozudo Saeko remarked, moving cautiously between the shelves, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the surrounding zombies. I feel the same way, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang admitted, a hint of fear in her voice. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. The three of them then swiftly collected high-calorie foods, such as chocolate and fruit candies, alongside their main objective, plenty of compressed biscuits and canned goods, all placed into a small basket. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the mall, reverberating ominously. The three exchanged glances. It was Takajo Saya's voice. The sound ignited a frenzy among the zombies, causing them to roar in unison as if scalded by boiling water. Run, Ling Feng commanded, clutching the basket in one hand while the other wielded a short firearm, shattering a zombie's skull with a decisive shot. The trio dashed out from between the shelves, racing towards the first floor. As they reached the ground level, they spotted Takajo Saya and the hefty figure of the fat man hurriedly descending from the elevator, pursued by a slender, shadowy figure that rushed down, exuding a chilling aura. The fat man, sensing impending doom, pivoted and fired a nail gun, but the shadowy figure deflected it with its claws, momentarily slowing its advance. Only then did Ling Feng discern the creature's true form, his heart sinking. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, its emaciated frame was accentuated by two sharp claws extending from its arms, radiating a palpable threat that far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Clearly, this was a mutated zombie. And given its previous ghostly speed, it was evident that it belonged to the agile category of the undead. There was no time to flee. They must fight. Retreating further would only allow it to outpace them in the expansive area beyond the mall. In an instant, Ling Fong resolved to confront the creature, releasing the basket and gripping his broken short gun tightly as he charged forward. As Ling Fong approached, the mutated zombie unleashed a furious roar, its eyes filled with a savage intensity. Resembling a wild beast as it lunged at him, its claws poised to slash through Ling Fong's firearm. With a single swipe, the sharp claws severed part of Ling Fong's weapon, yet they did not lose momentum. Viciously aiming for his head. As the claws drew nearer, Ling Fong's pupils constricted, a wave of deathly dread washing over him, compelling him to roll aside just in time to evade the attack, without a moment's hesitation. The life-and-death threat sharpened his focus, and as he dodged the strike, his body instinctively twisted, his legs coiling tightly before unleashing a powerful kick that connected with the mutated zombie's frail body. With a resounding thud, the speedster zombie's defenses proved inadequate, and it was propelled backward, crashing into a glass display case, shattering it into a cascade of shards. Without pausing, Ling Fong raced toward the zombie, which was just regaining its footing. He hurled the broken short gun with all his might, striking the creature's head and causing it to tilt back, affording Ling Fong a precious moment. Die! Ling Fong shouted. Propelled by desperation, he lunged forward, channeling every ounce of strength into a single thunderous punch that connected with the mutated zombie's skull. In an explosive moment, the frail head of the zombie shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere, covering Ling Fong in a grotesque mess. Yet, the exertion left him feeling utterly drained. Teetering on the brink of collapse against the remnants of the shattered display, a quick bite of his tongue jolted him back to awareness. Run! Saeko beckoned urgently, retreating while continuing to fend off the zombies. Their numbers overwhelming. Takashi and Rei are still upstairs. Takajo Saya exclaimed anxiously. We can't wait. We need to go now. Saeko insisted, forcibly pulling Takajo Saya along as the fat man scuttled ahead. His bulk bouncing as he fled, Ling Fong found himself unable to run. Jingxiang rushed to his side, shouting, "You need to move." Though defeating the speedster zombie had seemed swift and simple, it was fraught with peril. Ling Fong had exhausted every last bit of his strength, leaving him struggling to escape as the zombies closed in, their growls echoing ominously. "You all go ahead." Seeing Ling Fong's fatigue, Saeko, who was at the front, acted without hesitation, releasing Takajo Saya's arm and leaping back. With swift precision, Saeko dispatched two oncoming zombies with her wooden blade, bending down to lift Ling Fong onto her back. In that instant, Ling Fong inhaled a faint, fragrant breeze, unable to resist taking a deep breath. The warmth of his breath brushed against Saeko's neck, causing her to shiver slightly, her cheeks flushing faintly. "Hold on tight," Saeko instructed softly, regaining her composure as she deftly dispatched another zombie approaching from the side. Taking a deep breath, she began to sprint alongside Jingxiang. Though a few zombies obstructed their path, the fat man provided crucial backup, dispatching several zombies with his nail gun and creating a narrow opening through which they could escape the mall's entrance. However, upon exiting, despair washed over them, for they were met with a sea of zombies drawn by the commotion, encircling them in relentless waves. A cursory glance revealed at least 100. A grim reminder of the bustling commercial street that had once thrived with life. This way, fortunately, Takajo Saya spotted an area nearby where bicycles were parked, shielded by a half-meter-high iron railing that limited the number of zombies to just a few. The group hastily darted toward the relative safety of that area. The zombies, unable to scale the barrier, tumbled to the ground in disarray, granting Ling Fong and his companions a much-needed moment to catch their breath. "We need to find a shop to hide in," Ling Fong gasped, noting the abundance of small stores nearby, mobile shops, snack shops, and model stores. Ultimately, Saeko chose a gaming store with a sturdy iron shutter and dashed inside, with everyone following closely. Once within, she released Ling Fong, grasping her wooden blade and rushing out again, dispatching several more zombies with swift strikes. Grabbing a discarded mop from the ground, she spun around and hurled it with force, sending it crashing against a metal trash bin across the street. Bang! The collision between the mop and the metal trash can produce an intense clatter, instantly attracting the nearby zombies. Breathing heavily, Poison Island Saeko swiftly turned and dashed back into the game store, while Shizuka and the rotund boy cautiously and quickly pulled down the roller shutter, simultaneously securing the inner door. Fortunately, although the game store was somewhat chaotic, it was devoid of any zombies. Shizuka, despite her urgent escape, had managed to retain the small basket filled with provisions, brimming with canned beef, high-calorie candies, and chocolate, sufficient sustenance for their group for some time. Well done. Observing the food. Poison Island Saeko felt considerably relieved. She seized a can, twisting it open, and began to devour the beef voraciously. Having not eaten and following a fierce battle, she needed to replenish her energy swiftly. It's not that I want to discard the food we risked so much to acquire. Ling Fong, you should eat some as well. You seem to have exhausted quite a bit of energy. Juchuan Shizuka softly remarked, handing a can of beef to Ling Fong. I'll wash my hands first. You can take your time eating. With his right hand smeared with the repulsive brain matter. He certainly couldn't eat just yet. Thankfully, the game store's proprietor seemed to reside there, as it was equipped with a restroom. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome, after rinsing the brain matter and blood from his hands. Ling Fong splashed water on his face, exhaling deeply. He fell into a brief silence, mentally invoking the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points, 770 points. This speed zombie had been discovered in the shopping mall. And in such places, humans were certainly not scarce. It was evident he had consumed a substantial amount of flesh. Thus, its level was undoubtedly significantly higher than the strength-type zombie he had encountered at school. He had barely defeated it through a combination of terrain advantage, luck, weaponry, and a moment of explosive force. Otherwise, he would have perished, just 30 points short. Ling Fong clenched his fist, murmuring to himself. Once he reached 800 energy points, he could exchange them for the key wave technique. He had contemplated comprehending it himself, but it was evidently not as simple as the exchanges depicted in the animations between Gohan and Videl. He needed to make the exchange. Emerging from the restroom, Ling Fong picked up the can of beef from the floor, tearing it open and eating heartily, his hunger overwhelming. Juchuan Shizuka, Takajo Saya, and the rotund boy also began to consume their food. However, Takajo Saya appeared somewhat dejected, her eyes slightly red, clearly worried about Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto. It's all your fault. After a brief period of eating, Takajo Saya suddenly set down her biscuit, glaring at Ling Fong with resentment. If it weren't for your insistence on searching for food in the mall, Takashi and Ray wouldn't be in this predicament. She trailed off, unable to continue. As survival in a mall swarming with zombies was indeed a daunting challenge for the two of them. With Takajo Saya as words, Poison Island Saeko and the others also set down their food, their gazes inevitably shifting towards Ling Fong. Yet, Ling Fong said nothing, silently consuming his canned beef. You still have the audacity to eat. Takajo Saya exclaimed loudly, extending her hand to slap him. Ling Fong caught her arm, lowering his can, and replied coldly, I'm hungry and need to eat. It has nothing to do with you. Takajo-san. Perhaps you should lower your voice. Juchuan Shizuka gently reminded her. There are still zombies outside. Being too loud might attract them. Humph. I know. Takajo Saya scoffed, her gaze fiercely fixed on Ling Fong. Don't even think about shirking responsibility. And so, Ling Fong retorted icily, his eyes narrowing slightly as they pierced into Takajo Saya's. Feeling as though she were being scrutinized by a predator, Takajo Saya suddenly felt a discomfort wash over her, the atmosphere growing heavy. Ling Fong, don't take it personally. I believe Takajo is merely overly concerned about Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Ray, remarked Poison Island Saeko, breaking the oppressive silence with a gentle tone. She adeptly alleviated the tension, surprised at the cold intensity in Ling Fong's gaze, realizing he had begun to accumulate a murderous aura after their journey. Entering the shopping mall was a decision unanimously accepted by everyone, and the emergence of mutated zombies was certainly not my intention. I'll say no more on this matter, Ling Fong murmured, lowering his head as he picked up the can, his tone indifferent as he resumed eating. I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Ray are quite capable. Tomorrow, we can devise a plan to confirm their situation, suggested Hirano Kuda cautiously, observing Takajo Saya's expression. With so many zombies, do you think they're superheroes? Fatty piped up, knowing nothing and speaking out of turn. Based on my genius intellect, the chances of their survival are quite slim. Takajo Saya shot him a disdainful glance, her tone somewhat heated. All right, let us not dwell on this, Hirano suggested. We'll check it out tomorrow morning. Poison Island Saeko interjected, shaking her head. Perhaps due to his considerable exertion, Ling Fong alone consumed 3 cans of beef, 2 large blocks of compressed biscuits, and a high-calorie chocolate bar. He was the one who ate the most. Apologies, I may have overeaten a bit. I'll make sure to repay you tomorrow, Ling Fong said, a hint of embarrassment in his gaze as he looked at Juchuan Shizuka. He had previously mentioned that whoever obtained the food would eat it alone, though others had partaken as well. He felt it necessary to clarify. Juchuan Shizuka shook her head, smiling. If it weren't for you defeating that fast-moving zombie, we would surely be doomed. Speaking of that mutated zombie, this is already the second one we've encountered. The previous one was a strength type, and this time it's a speed type. I wonder how many types of zombies there are. And if there are other variations, Poison Island Saeko mused, slightly furrowing her brow. Based on my analysis, the ratio of these mutated zombies to ordinary ones is likely in the hundreds to one or even thousands to one. We traveled swiftly by vehicle, so we can't be certain if we encountered any mutated zombies on our route. This ratio is merely my rough estimation, but it's likely accurate. Takajo Saya adjusted her glasses. Speaking coldly, since there are strength and speed types, it wouldn't be surprising to encounter other varieties of zombies in the future. We should be mentally prepared for that, Ling Fong stated, shaking his head. I think our luck has finally turned. The rotund boy suddenly dashed behind the counter, his face brimming with excitement as he reached beneath to retrieve two luxurious long swords, each measuring over 3 feet in length. Ling Fong and Poison Island Saeko exchanged glances, approaching to each take a sword, drawing the blades to reveal 2 flashes of cold light. Just by observing the faint gleam emanating from the blades, it was evident that these were indeed genuine weapons. Drawing the blades fully, they measured slightly over 3 feet, just over a meter in length, a perfect size for combat. Poison Island Saeko stepped aside to practice a few swings, a smile gracing her face as she nodded. Although not exceedingly rare, it is indeed a fine sword. The length is just right for me. Small sword? Is there really a distinction in size? Aren't they all just swords? Juchuan Shizuka inquired curiously. Blades shorter than 3 feet are generally classified as small swords. This one is just slightly over that length, so it falls into that category. Only blades longer than 5 feet are considered large swords. Ling Fong explained, his delight evident as he wielded the sword. With his strength complemented by such a sharp blade, his lethality would undoubtedly increase significantly. He had been troubled by his lack of weapons. So this stroke of fortune was indeed welcome. Oh, I didn't realize you had such knowledge, Ling Fong-kun. Even some Japanese people are unaware of this now, Poison Island Saeko remarked, somewhat surprised as she smiled. I am just a bit of a recluse, spending time online, and with the abundance of Japanese animations, I occasionally come across various other topics. Ling Fong replied with a slight smile. But why would there be swords behind the counter? Doesn't the proprietor know to use them for self-defense against zombies? Juchuan Shizuka asked innocently. Who knows? Those who can remain calm enough to retrieve a weapon in a chaotic situation are few and far between. Perhaps the proprietor has already become one of the wandering zombies outside. He chuckled. Ling Fong cracked a cold joke, yet laughter eluded him. Regardless of the inappropriateness of such remarks, it could be said that they were fortunate at this moment. Possessing these 2 exquisite swords had significantly enhanced their team's strength. Tomorrow, their endeavor to seek out Kotakashi and Miyamoto Rei would undoubtedly be less burdensome. Saeko Tokisaki sheathed her sword and regarded Ling Fong with a faint smile, suggesting, "Then let us rest well now," Shizuka Jikawa added. Being in a gaming store, they could hardly expect the luxury of blankets. Only a few throws were available for makeshift comfort. However, at that moment, external conditions mattered little. Having satisfied their hunger, fatigue soon claimed them, and they each settled down to sleep. Saeko, I have a suggestion. It should be just you and me heading over tomorrow, Ling Fong suddenly remarked, reaching out to tap Saeko Tokisaki as the others began to drift into slumber. That sounds reasonable. Perhaps our odds will be better, Saeko responded thoughtfully, recognizing Ling Feng's intention. Among their group, the 2 of them possessed the greatest combat prowess, while Shizuka, Sayaka Takachi, and the heavier-set member were ill-suited for navigating the densely infested mall. Are you mocking my lack of combat ability? Sayaka Takachi retorted indignantly, sitting up in protest. Yet, before she could finish, Ling Fong interrupted her. Your intellect offers little advantage amidst a horde of zombies. There's no need for further discussion. It's settled. With that, he turned aside to resume his slumber. You. Sayaka's irritation flared up, but Shizuka quickly restrained her, preventing her from charging at Ling Fong in a fit of rage. Actually, upon further consideration, I find Ling Feng's argument rather sensible. We shouldn't become a hindrance, the heavier-set member hesitantly admitted. Shizuka echoed this sentiment, and ultimately, Sayaka, resigned, had no choice but to acquiesce, her sense of helplessness deepening as dawn broke. Ling Fong and the others awoke early. After a brief wash-up and a light meal, they prepared to set out. Upon opening the store door, the heavier-set member crouched to pull up the shutter, inhaling deeply before addressing Ling Fong and the others. Are we ready? Ling Fong and Saeko nodded, gripping the hilts of their swords tightly, their gazes fixed on the shutter. With a mighty effort, the heavier-set member hoisted the shutter, allowing the sunlight to flood in. However, the unmistakable noise attracted the attention of a nearby horde of zombies, who turned their heads and, after a brief pause, began to approach with menacing growls. Go, Ling Fong whispered, and he and Saeko dashed out of the gaming store. The heavier-set member and the others quickly pulled down the shutter and secured the door, leaving the confrontation to Ling Fong and Saeko. Chapter 9. 2 Mutant Zombies. Ling Fong led the charge, closing in on a zombie before suddenly drawing the sword strapped to his back and delivering a fierce downward strike. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the zombie's rigid, pallid neck, a spray of foul blood accompanying the severed head that soared through the air, the headless body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Excellent. It feels remarkably smooth, Ling Fong thought, elated by the ease of the cut, finding it far less taxing than employing other weapons. Saeko, too, had transitioned from her wooden sword to showcase her exceptional swordsmanship. Her movements far more precise and efficient than Ling Feng's brute strength. They did not linger. After dispatching the zombies blocking their path, they hastened toward the mall, swiftly dealing with a few more zombies at the entrance before rushing inside. Inside the mall, the number of zombies was indeed overwhelming. Were it not for the two of them wielding sharp swords, they would have likely retreated midway. Ko Takashi. Miyamoto Rei. If you're alive, respond, Ling Fong shouted as he approached the stalled elevator. Dispatching another zombie and passing that he hadn't expected a reply, thinking he might have to leave if there was none. To his surprise, shortly after his call, a voice responded. I asked that you, Ling Fong. We're in the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. There are many zombies at the entrance. Takashi's arm is twisted. We can't get out. Miyamoto Rei's voice faintly reached him from the 3rd floor. Hang on, Ling Fong shouted, exchanging a glance with Saeko, and they leapt to the 2nd floor. Racing toward the 3rd floor elevator, after decapitating another zombie, Ling Fong paused for a moment, panting slightly as he chuckled. To be honest, I didn't believe they could still be alive. I intended to shout a few times just to placate Saeko. I find it surprising that you would think that, Saeko replied, deftly avoiding a zombie's attack and countering with a swift strike. That I need a team. Relying solely on myself is somewhat challenging. Although Saeko can be rather proud, I must admit her intellect is sharp. The heavier-set member is a military enthusiast, and if we acquire firearms, he will prove invaluable. Shizuka, being a doctor, is indispensable as well, and you, Saeko, require no further praise, Ling Fong articulated in one breath, executing a roll to evade several zombies' assaults. As he quickly got back to his feet, Ling Fong continued, however, if we don't confirm their safety soon, this team may struggle to hold together. I feel quite helpless about it. You expressing your thoughts so candidly is quite astonishing, but I must say, I do not dislike your unfiltered nature, Saeko replied, having dispatched 2 zombies and already reached the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Indeed, I find myself somewhat surprised as well that I merely wish to converse with you. My sole desire is to survive better, albeit I enjoy the straightforwardness of it, Ling Fong responded, quickening his pace to catch up with Saeko. Upon hearing this, Saeko paused, a knowing smile forming at the corners of her mouth. After we rescue them, let's find a moment to converse properly, she suggested, contemplating the prospect of finding a confidant in Ling Fong. Without further ado, the two hastened up the elevator to the 3rd floor. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, a towering figure loomed before them, its muscular claws striking down with ferocity. Startled, they both leapt aside just in time to evade the lethal swipe, their expressions turning grave as they recognized it was a powerful mutant zombie. Unlike the one encountered at school, this one's hands had transformed into sharp claws, clearly indicating a higher level of danger. Indeed, the mall posed significant threats, and the likelihood of encountering such creatures had greatly increased. You go ahead. I'll handle this, Ling Fong declared, gripping his sword tightly as he addressed Saeko. Understood. Take care, Saeko replied, moving swiftly past the mutant zombie, while Ling Fong launched a fierce strike at the creature's abdomen, severing a large chunk of flesh. Yet, the zombie, oblivious to pain, lunged at Ling Fong, its claws swinging menacingly toward his head. Damn, its speed is nearly that of a normal human. Ling Feng's heart sank as he watched the creature's agility. He quickly rolled to the side to dodge the attack, then swiftly dispatched 2 approaching zombies before retreating a few steps, planning to circle behind the mutant for a strike. However, perhaps due to its heightened level, The mutant zombie seemed to possess some rudimentary intelligence. It adjusted its position, keeping its front facing Ling Fong, its massive claws relentlessly swiping at him. Ling Fong hesitated momentarily, then gripped his sword tightly, aligning the blade toward the creature. With a powerful leap, he swung with all his might, colliding with the mutant's claws. In the fleeting moment when the katana met the claws, the icy, razor-sharp blade plunged deep into the rigid flesh, while an immense force surged from the blade, rapidly cascading into Ling Feng's arm. The katana trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp, and Ling Feng could not suppress a muffled groan as he staggered backward 5 or 6 steps, almost succumbing to the overwhelming strength of his adversary. Damn it, what tremendous force! Ling Feng gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate, as it seemed the blade had become ensnared, caught within the crevices of the creature's bones. The mutated zombie, devoid of any sensation of pain, swiftly raised its other claw, aiming for Ling Feng's throat. In a hurry, Ling Feng dropped to his knees, the claw grazing his hair and severing several strands with all his might. He twisted the blade, slicing through flesh and bone, severing one claw cleanly. Just as Ling Feng prepared to press his advantage, an acute sense of danger surged from above, prompting his body to react instinctively. Rolling to the side. A moment later, a live figure landed precisely where Ling Feng had just been. Upon seeing the newcomer, his heart sank with a sense of foreboding. It was a speed-type zombie. What terrible luck, he thought. Encountering a speed-type zombie was far more daunting than dealing with a strength type, especially with other wandering zombies nearby. This battle was destined to be arduous. Before Ling Feng could collect his thoughts, 2 mutated zombies charged at him, one after the other. The speed type was incredibly swift. In an instant, it was upon him, its sharp claws slashing through the air. Ling Feng steadied himself and swung the blade in a counterattack. If only he could cleave the creature in two. Alas, reality was far more complex. The speed-type zombie leaped aside, evading his strike, while the strength-type closed in, its bloodied maw snapping ferociously at him. Get lost. Ling Feng sidestepped, delivering a blow that sheared off a significant chunk of flesh and teeth from the creature's jaw. The sound of slicing wind rushed past him as the claws of the speed-type zombie approached from behind. With no other option, Ling Feng crouched and rolled awkwardly to escape its onslaught. He swiftly dispatched a wandering zombie nearby, kicking the headless corpse toward the strength-type zombie, then swung his katana with all his might. Yet the speed-type zombie evaded once more. This was untenable. That creature possessed intelligence. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, frustration mounting as he narrowly avoided another claw strike. Time and again, he found his attacks thwarted by the speed-type zombie. And it dawned on him that its level far exceeded that of the strength type. It had recognized the threat posed by his katana and was instinctively dodging. As he retreated once more, Ling Feng narrowly avoided a claw swipe, but his clothing was torn, nearly grazing his skin, causing a cold sweat to break out. If he were caught, infection would be inevitable. Damn it, I must devise a strategy. I can't remain on the defensive. I can't wait for Saeko to arrive, Ling Feng thought urgently. Suddenly, he extended his other hand, retrieving the katana sheath strapped to his back, and hurled it toward the speed-type zombie, buying himself a precious moment before turning to flee. 1, 2, 3. With a solemn expression, he silently counted to 3, then crouched low. Twisting his body, he gripped the hilt tightly and executed a powerful reverse slash without looking back. The charging speed-type zombie was unable to evade in time, crashing directly into the razor-sharp blade and was cleaved in two from the abdomen. The noxious, foul blood splattered over Ling Feng, and he felt a surge of cold sweat on his back. Had he miscalculated by even a second, he would have met his demise. Ignoring the now bisected zombie that continued to howl on the ground, Ling Feng leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the claws of the strength-type zombie. Swiftly regaining his footing with his katana in hand, the strength-type zombie showed no sign of hesitation, pivoting to charge at him again, its single massive claw swinging menacingly. You're the only one left. I'm not afraid of you, Ling Feng sneered, boldly advancing towards the crippled creature. Just as Saeko, Yoshiko, and Miyamoto arrived, they witnessed Ling Feng, drenched in the vile blood, leap into action and sever the strength zombie's head in a single stroke. Let's go, he shouted, picking up the sheath from the ground as he dashed towards the elevator, not forgetting to slice off the head of the speed-type zombie dragging itself along the floor. The four of them rushed down to the first floor, and before exiting the mall, Ling Feng also remembered to grab the small basket left at the entrance, which still contained a fair amount of food. Open the door. We're back, he exclaimed as they reached the game store, and in the next instant, the rolling shutter and main door swung open, The stout man welcomed them inside, quickly securing the entrance. And Saeko didn't forget to toss some items in the distance to divert the zombies. Inside the game store. Phew. I'm exhausted. Ling Fong set down the small basket and katana, collapsing onto the floor as he gasped for breath, simultaneously shedding his blood-soaked school uniform, which had become unwearable. Fortunately, he still had a white shirt underneath, sparing him from being bare. Saeko and the others were in similar straits, their energy significantly drained. After a moment of respite, I truly appreciate your efforts. Had you not come, we would have been forced to break through ourselves, Yoshiko said with a wry smile, awkwardly rotating his right arm, which had been twisted in the previous battle. Let's eat something first, Shizuka said, handing some food and water to Yoshiko and Miyamoto. They wasted no time in devouring the provisions, having not eaten since the previous afternoon. I need to wash my face. I'm covered in blood, Ling Fong declared as he headed to the restroom. After splashing water on his face and regaining clarity, he dried himself with a towel, inhaling deeply as he mentally assessed his energy points, which now stood at 1397. Having dispatched 2 mutated zombies, along with several ordinary ones, his energy points had surged, finally allowing him to exchange for the energy wave technique, wondering if the exchange would cause any commotion. He decided to close the restroom door just in case. With his decision to exchange already made, he hesitated no longer, promptly tapping the fist icon, locating the energy wave technique exchange, and clicking to redeem it. In an instant, his 1397 energy points dwindled to 597. And he felt a sudden influx of information flood his mind. He closed his eyes briefly to absorb it, and moments later, reopened them, taking a deep breath. Ling Fong extended his palm, expertly channeling the warm energy within him, gradually gathering it at his fingertips. Tiny golden glimmers coalesced, ultimately forming a small, radiant golden sphere, emanating a soft glow. Although diminutive, Ling Fong could sense the significant power contained within it. A faint smile gracing his lips, he had finally acquired a means of ranged attack. As the strength of the zombies continued to escalate, with an ever-increasing variety, relying solely on close combat was insufficient. The energy wave technique was the perfect solution to bolster his ranged capabilities. It had come just in time. Suddenly, a knock at the restroom door startled him from his thoughts. Ling Fong, I need to use the restroom. Are you done? Saeko's gentle voice called from outside, needing to wash off the blood that had splattered on her as well. Ling Fong dispelled the energy sphere and opened the restroom door to step out. We should have a proper chat when we have the chance. Saeko smiled as she passed by him. That would be my pleasure. After all, Saeko-senpai is the dream girl of countless boys at school. He mused inwardly. Ling Fong smiled faintly and remarked that if something were truly to occur with Poison Island Saeko, he would certainly not object, for she was indeed an exceptionally rare and admirable woman, a fact of which he was well aware. Although he was eager to test the power of the chi wave technique, he discerned that the moment was not yet ripe. Ling Fong found it unwise to seek a reason for solitary action. Thus he set the matter aside for the time being, knowing that opportunities would present themselves in the future. For now, his priority was to engage in as many battles as possible to fortify his physique. The stronger his physical condition, the more abundant the chi within him, and consequently, the greater his inherent strength, which would enhance the potency of the chi wave technique. After Koizumi Takashi and Miyamoto Rei had their fill and rested for a while, Ling Fong and the others prepared to return to the school bus. As they drew back the roll-up curtain, a horde of zombies surged forward with guttural roars. Ling Fong quickly grasped his katana and charged ahead, the cold, sharp blade glinting ominously under the sunlight. How could this be? At noon, when Ling Fong and his companions returned to the park where the school bus was parked, they were met with the sight of the bus overturned. Surrounded by shards of glass and pools of blood. A shared glance among them made it evident that something had occurred in their absence. Let us investigate, Ling Fong stated. As they cautiously approached, they discovered several deep claw marks on the side of the bus, which had nearly penetrated the metal skin. In the interior was a chaotic scene of bloodshed, devoid of any living souls. Could it be that we've encountered mutated zombies? Miyamoto Rei speculated, unable to contain her concern. It is quite possible. Such deep scratches could not have been made by ordinary zombies. They must belong to a strength-type zombie. A speed type would not possess such power, Ling Fong conjectured after examining the marks on the bust. No. I fear we may be facing something far more troublesome. Takaguchi Saya adjusted her glasses, her expression grim as she pointed to a pool of blood not far from the bus. The group moved closer for a better look, their faces darkening in unison, including Ling Fong, as they spotted 2 paw prints resembling those of a feline, each approximately the size of an adult man's fist. I also found some hair near the tire. Takaguchi-sa indicated a blood-stained wheel, her face paling. Upon closer inspection, they could see white hairs stuck to it, which were definitely not characteristics of a zombie. No, it can't be. The overweight boy exclaimed, his eyes darting nervously around. Damn it, Koizumi Takashi muttered through clenched teeth. Despite their reluctance to admit it, the truth was becoming increasingly apparent. Poison Island Saeko spoke calmly. Her brow slightly furrowed. The bus is in no condition for use. We should swiftly seek out another vehicle, Jikawa Shizuka said, glancing helplessly at the keys in her hand. Clearly, lingering near the site of an unknown creature's attack was unwise. So Ling Fong and his companions promptly left the park, treading softly along the road while discussing their next course of action. Let us head over to the Zhuangzhou Bridge. My friend's house is nearby. And I have the key. She has a vehicle similar to a truck. Jikawa Shizuka proposed. Isn't that your boyfriend? Hee. The overweight boy remarked lecherously. Jikawa Shizuka's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Ling Fong understood that the location was indeed suitable and was the first to express his agreement. If they could reach that place, they would acquire firearms, which he deemed quite useful in the early stages. The others had no objections, as their homes were mostly in the vicinity, and their original intention was to check on them, making the timing fortuitous. Speaking of family, Ling Fong, aren't your family abroad? I've never heard you mention them. Poison Island Saeko casually inquired. They passed away long ago, Ling Fong replied, his tone flat. Poison Island Saeko momentarily froze before saying, I'm sorry. Ling Fong shook his head. It's nothing to as they wandered the streets. The group was in search of a suitable vehicle. Relying solely on their feet would be unwise. After over an hour of searching, they still found no suitable car, just as Ling Fong and his companions began to feel frustrated. The distant sound of an engine and the sharp crack of gunfire reached their ears. From the sound, it was clear that the assailants were wielding standard police handguns. The Japanese police commonly use the M37 revolver. Known for its compactness and ease of carry, though its range is somewhat limited, the overweight boy, a military enthusiast, brightened at the sound of gunfire and began to explain. The approaching vehicle was moving swiftly. And before Ling Fong and the others could find a place to hide and assess the situation, a black military jeep adorned with police insignia careened around the corner, skidding to a halt before them. The zombies lining the path were ruthlessly swept aside, crushed under the vehicle's weight, leaving a trail of blood and remnants in its wake. Seeing this, Ling Fong and his companions quickly stepped aside to allow the vehicle to pass, only for it to come to a sudden stop right in front of them. Ling Fong and Poison Island Saeko exchanged glances and nodded to one another, firmly gripping the hilts of their katanas. Although the vehicle was a police car, it did not guarantee the presence of actual police officers inside. In this chaotic world, human intentions were unpredictable and caution was paramount. They were merely a group of young individuals, possessing food, weapons, and attractive companions, which made them particularly enticing targets. It was wise to harbor no ill intentions, but to remain vigilant against potential threats. Chapter 12. Decisive and ruthless, on the tumultuous and bloody streets. A military jeep came to a stop before Ling Fong and his companions, the atmosphere thickening with tension. As they watched, the driver's side window slid down, revealing a small, scruffy man with beady eyes who leered at Ling Fong and his friends. Especially the girls. His eyes sparkled with greed as he exclaimed to his companion in the passenger seat, Boss, they have food. Lots of food. And look at those beauties with their katanas. They appear to be the real deal. This is troublesome. Upon hearing the lecherous man's words and seeing the avarice in his gaze, Ling Fong and his companions immediately grew wary, tightening their grips on their weapons as the tension escalated. The opposite door swung open, and a burly man in a green jacket stepped out, striding over to Ling Feng's group with a black revolver in hand. His muscular arms were covered in tattoos of black dragons, and his fierce demeanor clearly marked him as a dangerous individual. More individuals emerged from the vehicle, totaling 4 aside from the small driver. The other 3 were all robust men, each adorned with black dragon tattoos, suggesting they were affiliated with a notorious gang, the Black Dragon Society. Takaguchi-saya frowned, seemingly recognizing their affiliation. The bald leader of the group raised an eyebrow at her remark, but as zombies began to shuffle closer, he wasted no time, brandishing his revolver threateningly. Hand over your food and katanas, then get lost. While the allure of the girls was undeniable, the leader knew better than to voice any demands for women at this moment. They possessed katanas, and resistance would likely complicate matters. He had no desire to waste bullets. Following his lead, the other two muscular men raised their handguns, aiming them at Ling Feng's group, their eyes filled with malicious intent. "Boss, look at the girls. They're all stunning, especially these student types," the small man leered, his gaze shamelessly roving over the girls, particularly fixating on Jikawa Shizuka, practically drooling at the sight. "Idiot, don't you see the monsters approaching? These people managed to survive from that school. They are not to be trifled with. That we only want food and weapons, so hurry up," the bald leader barked, displaying a degree of rationality despite his apparent lust for Poison Island Saeko. "Not a chance. You're the ones who need to leave," Koizumi Takashi shouted furiously, his voice ringing with indignation. "Do you wish to die?" The bald man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he aimed his gun directly at Koizumi Takashi's head. Snarling, "Don't move, both of you," the two burly men shouted as they noticed the subtle movements of Ling Fong and Poison Island Saeko, their guns aimed threateningly. "Damn it, stop wasting time. Drop your katana and food," the bald leader shouted anxiously, directing his gun towards Ling Fong. At this moment, the zombies on both sides of the street were drawing ever closer. If they did not get into the vehicle soon, they might be completely surrounded, making any escape impossible. Ling Fong suddenly chuckled, his voice calm, yet chilling. "You can either leave, or we will all be surrounded by zombies and devoured until nothing remains. Make your choice swiftly. You think I want to pull the trigger, bastard?" The bald man roared in fury, his gun aimed menacingly at Ling Feng's forehead. "You can give it a shot. Let us see whose bullet is faster. Yours or my blade?" Ling Fong crouched slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. It was evident he was not jesting. "You've got guts, kid. Don't let me see you again." The bald man, realizing Ling Fong was serious from his icy gaze, gritted his teeth and cast a reluctant glance at Zhu Chuanjingxiang and the food in the fat man's hands before swiftly turning to leave. If he did not escape soon, he would truly be surrounded by zombies. At that very moment, as the bald man pivoted to flee, Poison Island Saeko and the others prepared to sprint away. However, Ling Fong suddenly leaped forward with a swift stride, and with a flash, his blade was unsheathed. A spray of blood erupted as the bald man's head was severed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Blood gushing like a fountain from his severed neck. Except for Poison Island Saeko, the other girls screamed in horror, while the bald man's accomplices stood frozen in shock. The lecherous little man gazed at Ling Fong in terror, his eyes fixated on the bloody blade. "Boss." The two burly men immediately reacted, preparing to pull the trigger, but Poison Island Saeko was quicker, her eyes glinting with determination as she struck, with two swift flashes of silver. She severed the arms of the gunmen, who screamed in agony while clutching their stumps. In a swift motion, Ling Fong beheaded the lecherous man who attempted to flee, disregarding the blood splattered on him, and shouted at Zhu Chuanjingxiang, "Get the car started, everyone inside." He opened the car door and climbed in, as the front passenger seat was blocked by zombies, forcing him to enter through the rear door and then slide into the front. Zhu Chuanjingxiang and the others quickly reacted, hastily getting into the vehicle. Once the doors were closed, Zhu Chuanjingxiang slammed on the gas, the car roaring as it crashed through the crowd of zombies, leaving the scene behind. The zombies, however, shrieked and lunged toward the fallen bodies of their comrades and the two disarmed men, a cacophony of screams and cries echoing through the streets. The military jeep sped along the road, the atmosphere inside the vehicle tinged with a sense of gloom. Ling Fong, seated in the passenger seat, silently wiped the blood off his katana, while Poison Island Saeko in the back seat mirrored his actions. Both wearing expressions of stoic calm. In a certain sense, they seemed remarkably alike. Is this really alright? I mean, killing them. Komuro Takashi finally broke the silence, hesitating slightly. You think we should have handed over the food and weapons to them? Doing so would be tantamount to relinquishing half of our lives. You need to learn to accept the reality of the situation. Frankly, I don't believe Ling Fong did anything wrong, given the circumstances. It was the quickest solution, Poison Island Saeko replied, turning her head to gaze at Komuro Takashi with a detached expression. Yet, the depth of her gaze was such that it made him unable to meet her eyes. That's not what I meant. I know what you're saying. I just find it hard to accept the act of killing. I'm truly sorry. Perhaps I'm just too useless. Komuro Takashi hastily shook his head in explanation. Seeing Ling Feng's indifferent demeanor, a bitter smile crept onto his face, his heart growing ever more complex. One enjoys taking a life, myself included. Just know that. Ling Fong said softly as he sheathed his katana. Enough of that I just picked up those handguns from the dead, Hirano Guda suddenly exclaimed, pulling out 3 revolvers from his jacket. Not bad at all, fat man. You still had time to scavenge while running for your life. You've got some guts, Takagi Saya remarked with surprise. The fat man grinned widely, clearly pleased with himself. There are more handguns here, along with plenty of ammunition. It seems those guys took down quite a few policemen. Ling Fong said, opening the small drawer in the front passenger seat and discovering 2 more handguns and several boxes of bullets within. That makes 5 guns in total, but there are 7 of us. We're still short by 2. Miyamoto Rei expressed her disappointment. I need one. We can discuss it later if the opportunity arises. Ling Fong replied nonchalantly, knowing they would soon acquire more powerful firearms. Thus not caring. I don't need one either. I can manage with my katana just like Ling Fong-kun. Cold weapons may suit us better, Poison Island Saeko concurred. Thus, the 5 handguns and some ammunition were distributed among Juchuan Jingxiang and the others. Haha, this is fantastic. Having a handgun feels so secure. It's my time to shine, the fat man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he admired the loaded revolver. Don't crowd me, you fatso. Don't you know there's limited space in the car? Takagi Saya scolded, tapping him disapprovingly. Though it was a military jeep with a relatively spacious backseat, 5 people cramped together still felt a bit tight. Sorry. I was just too excited. With these handguns, our safety has greatly improved. The fat man quickly apologized, his face eager to please. That's true. If we encounter a situation like before, it won't be nearly as dangerous. Juchuan Jingxiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without Ling Fong and Poison Island Saeko's sharp blades, the outcome could have been dire. Let us head towards the Lord S Bridge and avoid the highway as much as possible. It's likely blocked. I'm unfamiliar with the terrain here. I'll rely on you, Jingxiang, Ling Fong remarked, observing the swiftly passing scenery outside the window. Leave it to me. Juchuan Jingxiang responded enthusiastically, her form swaying enticingly beside him, causing Ling Fong to steal a few extra glances. She truly was impressive. As the vehicle sped along, they finally reached the vicinity of Lord S Bridge by late afternoon. Because Ling Fong insisted on avoiding the highway, they took a detour through a narrow path. However, even this secluded route was not free from traffic jams. From the sounds of commotion outside, it was evident that the checkpoint at Lord S Bridge was under strict military control, prohibiting vehicles and pedestrians from passing. Reports indicated that this had led to significant conflict, resulting in numerous casualties. It seems we'll have to wait a bit. Although my friend's house doesn't require crossing the bridge, we still need to get through this intersection, Juchuan Jingxiang said, glancing helplessly at the situation ahead. There's little we can do. The vehicle is stuck here, with no chance of turning back or changing lanes. Fortunately, there aren't many zombies around. Ling Fong observed the outside situation. At that moment, everyone's stomach growled, prompting them to take out food and water to eat. Compared to the chaos outside, their current situation was quite favorable. Just as they had begun their meal, a commotion erupted ahead, with many people abandoning their vehicles and fleeing in a panic. Run. Countless individuals discarded their cars, frantically retreating as if pursued by some monstrous flood. A cacophony of screams and cries echoing in the air. Stop eating. It seems something is happening up ahead. Ling Fong frowned, glancing at the tumultuous scene before him. He opened the car door and climbed atop the vehicle, peering into the distance. Since he had developed an influx of energy within him, his senses had sharpened considerably, and his once myopic vision had improved significantly. Squinting to get a better view, he quickly discerned the unfolding chaos ahead, his expression shifting to alarm as he leaped down from the car, urging, "Get out, it's an army of rats." Ling Feng beheld a vast, dark horde of mice. Each rodent was as large as a calf, their sharp teeth glistening, and their blood-red eyes glaring with ferocity. Upon the sight of humans, they surged forward, capable of devouring a person in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but stark white bones. Abandoned and ignored by all, who, in the face of such a terrifying scenario, would dare to remain calmly seated in their vehicle. Naturally, chaos ensued. Damn this plot. Ling Feng cursed inwardly, realizing that their plans were now thrown into disarray. Saeko Jima and her companions hastily exited the car, their faces paling upon glimpsing the unfolding calamity ahead. Without uttering a word, they all turned and fled. If they lingered, they would not only be consumed by the mice but likely trampled by the panicked crowd as well. However, the narrowness of the path, congested with vehicles, hindered their retreat, and soon the anguished screams from behind grew louder and closer. Squeak! A few of the foremost mice charged forward, pouncing upon several men and women who had fallen behind due to exhaustion. Ah, help! Someone save me! A young woman cried out in terror, her hand grasping desperately at the pant leg of a middle-aged man ahead of her. "Get away, you filthy wretch!" The man, taken aback, kicked her fiercely in the face, attempting to dislodge her grip. Yet, she clung tightly to his trousers, and ultimately, both were engulfed by the oncoming tide of mice, their screams piercing the air. Such horrific scenes unfolded incessantly at this small intersection, with a menacing army of mice, accompanied by blood and cries of despair, rendered the atmosphere hellish. On the streets, people fled in abject terror, too frightened to glance back at the horrifying wave of rodents. Despair clouded the eyes of many. The once timid mice, easily grasped in the palm of a hand, had morphed into monstrous fiends, relentlessly pursuing humanity through the narrow streets. Once captured, they would consume their prey in mere moments, leaving only bones behind. Amidst the chaos, there were still those who sought to exploit the situation. A glint of cold steel flashed, and a man's arm was severed in a swift stroke, causing him to collapse in agony. Ling Fong merely cast a cold glance his way, resolute in his determination to show no mercy to anyone attempting to seize their provisions amidst the turmoil. "Everyone, take heed. We possess ample supplies. Do not allow yourselves to be targeted. Many have already succumbed to madness and will resort to any means necessary," Saeko cautioned. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare, as individuals pushed and trampled one another in a frenzied bid to reach the front, their faces reflecting a deranged fervor. More mice ahead. A terrified scream erupted from the forefront of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Ling Fong and his companions exchanged alarmed glances. Ling Fong leapt atop a vehicle to survey the scene, discovering a small contingent of mice lying in ambush, ready to attack those attempting to escape the intersection. "What shall we do?" Saeko inquired, knitting her brow as she looked to Ling Fong. "We fight," Ling Fong declared decisively after a brief moment of contemplation. Retreat was not an option. They had no choice but to engage in battle. Unavoidably, his abilities would soon be revealed, for the sheer number of these rodents was overwhelming. As he charged forward, Ling Fong felt a twinge of regret. Ideally, he would prefer not to unveil his unique powers in front of so many. But if the situation became dire, he had no choice but to expose his strength. Hiding it in such perilous circumstances would be tantamount to seeking death. Seemingly brimming with confidence, it was clear that he concealed considerable strength. Saeko perceptively noted the change in Ling Feng's expression. His face bore no trace of fear, only resignation. Soon, they reached the corner of the intersection, where 6 grotesque mice bared their teeth and charged at them, their speed far outpacing that of sluggish zombies, their eyes filled with a savage crimson glow. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out. 3 mice had their heads blown apart. 2 were severely injured, and 1 continued its relentless advance toward Miyamoto-Rei. Saeko swung her blade, cleaving through the mouse's skull, while Ling Fong swiftly dispatched the 2 injured rodents. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Yet the mice, undeterred, encircled them in staggering numbers, an estimated 30 or more. "Kill. We have no retreat," Ling Fong bellowed, brandishing his katana high and charging into the fray, his weapon slicing through the air with ferocity. One strike. The sharp blade shimmered with a chilling aura as it severed the bodies of 3 mutated mice in an instant. Though Saeko was not as frenzied as Ling Fong, her technique was both agile and lethal, swift, precise, and ruthless, each strike resulting in the demise of a mutated mouse. The girls, while somewhat flustered, managed to maintain some semblance of composure with their ranged firearms. Albeit in a more precarious situation, the rotund man displayed exceptional marksmanship, almost every shot landing a fatal blow, his rate of kills second only to Ling Feng's. However, Komuro Takashi found himself in a dire predicament. Having slightly injured his right arm earlier in a mall incident, it severely affected his shooting accuracy. Despite firing several rounds, he failed to deliver a single kill, merely wounding the mice, which only incited their feral instincts further, as they targeted him with bared teeth, revealing a modicum of cunning intelligence among these beasts. "Hand it over, kid." A burly man suddenly charged from the side, swiftly snatching the gun from Komuro Takashi's grasp and brutally shoving him aside with the shoulder. Distracted, Takashi fell to the ground as several mice lunged at him, while the brute, grinning maliciously, aimed the weapon at the rotund man, pulling the trigger without hesitation. "If someone dies, those damned mice will feast. And I can make my escape. That fat bastard has the most meat. He'll keep the mice busy for a while," the man thought wildly. Ding, bang, Ling Feng sensed the shift in circumstances, and with little time to ponder, he swiftly retaliated, hurling the scabbard of his sword with great force, striking the handgun just as the bullet was fired, diverting its trajectory. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang cried out, collapsing to the ground as a visible wound appeared on her left thigh. Blood gushing forth from the unfortunate ricochet. Help me! Takashi's screams echoed as a mouse violently tore away a large chunk of flesh from his calf, devouring it within moments. Takashi. Miyamoto Rei and Takaguchi Saya's faces drained of color as they rushed forward, firing at the nearby mice, blasting their heads apart. You bastard! You've brought this upon yourself. Ling Feng seethed with rage, slicing through two mutated mice with all his might before charging toward the man responsible for this chaos. The sharp blade gleamed ominously as it pierced through the air. No. The man recoiled in terror, hastily bending down to retrieve the gun from the ground and aiming it at Ling Feng. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. The blade had pierced him cleanly through. Gah! The man coughed up a mouthful of blood as Ling Feng, roaring with fury, yanked the weapon free. Blood splattered, taking with it a significant portion of flesh and intestines. Seizing the man's lifeless body, Ling Feng hurled it aside, diverting the attention of several mice as they rushed to consume the corpse. With Takashi and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang incapacitated by their injuries, the encroaching mice continued to advance. Leaving Ling Feng no choice but to act swiftly. He disregarded the potential exposure of his abilities and began to gather golden orbs of light. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Accompanied by a resounding meow, all the mutated mice abruptly ceased their movements, and a distinct flicker of deep-seated fear flashed within their crimson eyes. Ling Fong was momentarily taken aback at this sight. Swiftly dissipating his energy waves, intending to assess the situation further, in the next moment, a colossal white shadow leapt down from a nearby rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was jolted with shock. It was a white cat the size of an adult water buffalo. The large feline fixed its yellow eyes on the multitude of mice before it, a glimmer of amusement dancing in its gaze. With a loud yowl, it lunged forward, swiftly capturing the nearest mouse, sinking its teeth into it with a crunch, and proceeded to voraciously devour it. The mouse, akin to the size of a small calf, was consumed at an astonishing pace. Upon seeing the giant cat, the mice scattered in terror, disregarding Ling Fong and his companions entirely. Quickly, Ling Fong urged, hastening to Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's side, lifting her onto his back without hesitation, and beckoning the others to follow as he sprinted towards the riverbank. The plump one, along with Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya, coordinated to assist Keio's escape, while Doku Island Saeko took the lead to clear the path for them. Although Ling Feng's speed diminished considerably while carrying Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, fortunately, the nearby mice refrained from attacking them, scattering in all directions. They only needed to contend with a few stray zombies. Meow. The sound of a cat's call echoed from behind. Ling Fong instinctively knew that the infernal giant cat had set its sights on them. Bang! The plump one turned around and fired a shot, but perhaps due to the haste of their escape and the cat's keen speed and perception, the bullet merely grazed the cat's fur, failing to inflict any harm. Instead, it provoked the creature, which let out a furious cry and accelerated towards them. Given the plump one's shooting skills, the others were even more reluctant to turn and fire. For failing to dispatch the foe would spell their doom. Into the water. Sensing the giant cat drawing ever closer, Ling Fong, glancing at the river ahead, clenched his teeth and shouted, channeling the flow of energy within him. He quickened his pace, grasping Zhu Chuan Jingxiang tightly, and made a tremendous leap, plunging into the river with a loud splash. Although mutated, the instincts of animals should remain somewhat intact, just as the mutated mice feared the mutated cat. Cats would not readily enter the water, as wet fur is exceedingly uncomfortable for them. Ling Fong was taking a gamble. He wagered that the mutated cat would not plunge into the water for the sake of a few humans. While he was confident in his ability to defeat it in direct combat, the cat's speed was too formidable. Should it attack others, he would be powerless to intervene. Hence, retreating for now seemed the wisest course. After Ling Fong and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang plunged into the water, Doku Island Saeko and the others followed suit, splashing into the river and swimming with all their might to distance themselves from the shore. Once they had swum a considerable distance from the bank, Ling Fong turned to check, only to see the giant cat pacing at the water's edge, its sharp gaze fixed upon them, seemingly hesitating. Damn cat, the plump one gasped heavily, glaring across the river at the giant feline. His expression hardened as he raised his handgun and fired twice in quick succession. Bang! Bang! The cat seemed to sense the threat of the bullets. The moment the plump one fired, it leaped aside, deftly evading both shots, letting out a roar as it cast a deep glance at the group before swiftly retreating. "Are you all right, Ko?" Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya exclaimed in panic, gazing at the pale-faced Ko. "Listen, if I turn into a zombie, just give me a quick stab." Ko, struggling to speak, looked towards Ling Fong and Doku Island Saeko. "That won't happen. Ko will be fine. It's just a few bites from the mice." "He is not infected." "Absolutely not." Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya immediately began to sob. "That we need to find a place to rest quickly," Ling Fong said, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Not only was Ko injured, but Jiuchuan Jingxiang's thigh was also bleeding profusely. Remaining submerged in the water was perilous, for who knew if it had been contaminated by zombies. The group hastily swam to the opposite bank, disregarding their drenched clothing, and hurriedly assisted the injured as they sought a suitable temporary shelter to stabilize their condition. However, after a few minutes of running, Ko suddenly cried out in pain, forcefully pushing away Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya, who were supporting him. Collapsing to the ground and violently vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, his face took on a ghastly pallor reminiscent of a zombie, and suppressed growls echoed from his throat. The plump one, witnessing this, immediately recoiled in fright. While Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya stared in shock at Ko's transformation, despair flickering in their eyes, Ling Fong and Doku Island Saeko exchanged glances, both filled with resignation. It appeared that being scratched or bitten by mutated creatures would gradually lead to becoming a zombie. "Kill me, quickly, please," Ko pleaded, clutching his throat in agony, his features twisted with despair and suffering, as he coughed up more blood. "No, that won't happen," Miyamoto Rei screamed, rushing forward, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Ko. "I really feel so terrible." "Wah." Ko knelt on the ground, tearing at his clothing, his teeth clenched in pain, his face growing increasingly pale, a faint aura of death swirling around him. "He is beyond saving," Ling Fong thought, feeling a pang of regret. If he hadn't been present, Ko might still be alive. Fate had dealt a cruel hand. "Let me do it." Doku Island Saeko glanced at Ling Fong and then stepped in front of Ko, raising her katana. "No. What are you planning to do?" Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya quickly stepped in front of Doku Island Saeko, glaring at her in protest. "He has already been infected. You both know this. Allowing him to become that way is a far more merciful release, preserving his final shred of dignity," Doku Island Saeko stated, her gaze unwavering as she faced the two women, just as they hesitated. Ko suddenly ceased his movements. Ling Feng's heart sank. Indeed, the next moment, Ko lifted his head, now resembling a zombie, and lunged at the two women before him with a horrific scream. "I possess a small fruit knife within my bag, which I casually took from the staff office." Lying on the ground, Jiuchuan Jingxiang said with some difficulty, and as she spoke, she reached into her bag and swiftly retrieved a compact folding knife. Alongside it were several vials of medication, including some for hemostasis and pain relief. Although she had to abandon food earlier in her desperate flight to lighten her load, she had retained the most essential medications, which now proved fortuitously useful. Despite her lack of experience, the bullet had to be extracted. If the pain became unbearable, she would simply have to endure it. Poison Island Saeko applied some anesthetic to Jiuchuan Jingxiang's wound, urging Ling Fong to quickly prepare a fire. Once the fire was lit, she placed the small knife over it to sterilize it as best as she could. Without hesitation, Poison Island Saeko deftly plunged the heated blade into Jiuchuan Jingxiang's wound, causing her to cry out in agony, tears streaming down her face. Unfortunately, the anesthetic provided by the academy was rather ineffective. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing, as the pain would have likely been far worse without it. Given that the injury was not a penetrating one, enlarging the wound was necessary to remove the bullet. The sensation of flesh being sliced open nearly caused Jiuchuan Jingxiang to faint. Yet she gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her cries to avoid attracting the wandering zombies outside. "How are you holding up?" Poison Island Saeko inquired with concern after several cuts. Jiuchuan Jingxiang weakly nodded, her teeth clenched tightly, signaling that she could still endure. "Relax a bit. If you're too tense, your muscles will tighten, making it harder to extract the bullet," Ling Fong said gently, moving over to lightly press down on Jiuchuan Jingxiang's thigh. Jiuchuan Jingxiang vigorously nodded, taking a deep breath to stabilize herself. Poison Island Saeko exchanged a nod with Ling Fong and continued swiftly cutting, widening the wound while removing some necrotic tissue. Observing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's tearful and pitiful expression, Ling Fong was suddenly struck with inspiration. He discreetly glanced at the focused Poison Island Saeko, steadied his breathing, and gently circulated warm energy within his body. Directing it to his palm in an attempt to transfer it through Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's skin pores, he was aware that this might be somewhat reckless, so he used only a minuscule amount of energy, ensuring that even if it failed, it would not harm Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. To his surprise, he discovered that the energy from within him did indeed reach Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's body, although it dissipated almost immediately due to its feeble strength. Ling Fong gradually increased the flow of energy, and upon noticing a slight improvement in Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's expression, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated that his energy could have such an effect. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that it made sense. In the anime set on Namek, Dandan had utilized healing techniques, which were also a special application of energy. It appeared he needed to delve deeper into understanding energy. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang faintly sensed warmth in her thigh, and the pain seemed to ease slightly as she felt the source of warmth. Her gaze drifted towards Ling Fong, who was entirely focused, leaving her inwardly astonished. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, after considerable time, despite the complicated process, they finally managed to extract the bullet lodged in Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's thigh muscle and applied pain relief and hemostatic ointments. With a swift motion, Ling Fong seized the women's bra that the hefty man had handed him, tearing it apart forcefully to fashion the softest part into a makeshift bandage for Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Subsequently, they found a wooden board beside the fire to change out of their damp clothes. Fortunately, this small warehouse appeared to be a stockroom for clothing, sparing them a minor inconvenience. For the sake of practicality in battle, Ling Fong chose a simple black shirt paired with jeans, while the others did the same. Only the hefty man took some time to find clothing that fit his size. Once they had changed, they gathered around the fire to warm themselves. Chapter 17. Communication with Poison Island Saeko. I feel desolate, Miyamoto Rei murmured, hugging her knees as she stared into the flickering flames. She felt a sense of despair. Takashiro was in a similarly dire state. Their feelings for Komuro Takashi were well known among the group, and witnessing his demise before them was a heavy blow, though they managed to hold themselves together without breaking down completely. Zhu Chuan-sensei is currently unfit for action. We need to remain here for a few days. However, we lost all our food earlier and must venture out to find some more. Ideally, we should also replace the chain on the iron door that I severed, as it is a metal gate and should deter most zombies from breaching it. Poison Island Saeko pondered aloud. How about you and I go out to search for food in a new lock? As it would be difficult for me to carry everything alone, and someone needs to keep an eye on Saeko here, Ling Fong suggested, looking at the hefty man. The hefty man hesitated, glancing at Takashiro before resolutely nodding. I am a man too. I'll accompany you. You lead the way, and I'll provide support. The two prepared to set out, but before they could leave, Poison Island Saeko called out to Ling Fong. Please wait a moment. I would like to discuss something with you privately, she said, leading him to a corner of the warehouse. There's something I should be aware of. Saeko, Ling Fong inquired. Poison Island Saeko regarded him with a complex gaze before hesitating and finally speaking. I witnessed your actions just before the mutated cat appeared. Ling Feng's expression changed instantly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he replied softly, I apologize. I did not intend to conceal my abilities. But, Ling Fong found himself at a loss for words. Had he unleashed his full strength at that moment, employing the energy wave technique, he could have created a small opening, potentially preventing Komuro Takashi from being bitten by the mutated rat and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang from being struck by a stray bullet. Their food might not have been lost had he not hesitated. This was not a virtual world but a harsh reality, and his indecision had cost Komuro Takashi his life. His emotions were complicated. Yet he felt that if given another chance, he might still choose to conceal his abilities. This realization led him to a self-deprecating thought. After all, he was merely a hypocritical individual seeking to maintain a facade of righteousness. Do you have any regrets? Poison Island Saeko asked, her gaze fixed intently on him, her tone unperturbed. If it were you or Zhu Chuan Jingxiang who had perished, I would undoubtedly regret it. Ling Fong responded without a moment's hesitation. Although Komuro Takashi's death was unfortunate, resulting in the loss of a combatant, Ling Fong would feel profound remorse if anything happened to Poison Island Saeko.as for Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, while their interactions were fewer. It would be disingenuous to say he harbored no thoughts regarding her beauty and exceptional figure. Ultimately, he was only a mortal. If possible, he wished for the beautiful women around him to survive. The loss of a man would be regrettable, but not as deeply felt. "You are quite candid," Poison Island Saeko remarked, her expression slightly flushed as Ling Feng's words were unmistakable that I in this apocalyptic world. There was little point in deceit. Ling Fong shook his head, not wishing to continue evading her questions. Even if it led to her disliking him, he would accept it. "You need not misunderstand. I am not blaming you. Extraordinary power can indeed incite fear in most people. Your choice to conceal your strength for self-preservation is something I cannot criticize. Encountering mutated creatures so soon must have caught you off guard. Komuro Takashi's demise was merely an unfortunate accident. I will keep your secret." Saiko's unexpected tolerance and understanding brought a great sense of relief to Ling Fong. "However, Ling Fong, your ambitions seem rather grand. Don't they? Teacher Zhu Chuan has quite an impressive figure, I presume." Saiko's expression suddenly shifted, and with a hint of playful mischief, she leaned closer and spoke, her breath fragrant like orchids. "Indeed, she is quite remarkable." Ling Fong replied, somewhat awkwardly. Observing Ling Feng's bashful demeanor, Saeko chuckled softly and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "If you wish to enter the Crystal Palace, it won't be as simple as you think." With that, she cast him a knowing glance. Ling Fong forced a wry smile. Indeed, the Crystal Palace was not a straightforward endeavor. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat relieved having expressed his thoughts to Saeko. Whether he could enjoy the blessings of companionship in the future would have to be left to fate. After exchanging a few more words, Ling Fong signaled to Fatty to leave the warehouse, needing to act swiftly before nightfall, for after dark, the world would belong to zombies and mutated creatures. "What were you two discussing?" As soon as Saeko took a seat, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang curiously inquired. "Some rather personal topics," Saeko replied vaguely. Although she could rationally understand certain matters, she was well aware that not everyone would share her willingness to comprehend. For the stability of the team, she knew precisely what should be said and what absolutely should not, at least not at this moment. "Saeko, it seems you and Ling Fong have quite a good relationship. Haven't you two started dating?" Zhu Chuan Jingxiang suddenly remarked her words. Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Sayao exchanged surprised glances with Saeko, but soon relaxed. Their strengths had always made them the most formidable duo in the team. And having developed feelings for one another after fighting side by side was only natural, especially in the apocalypse where matters of the heart had simplified considerably. There was no point in dragging things out. Not at the moment, but as for what the future holds, it remains uncertain. Saeko responded with poise, openly acknowledging the burgeoning connection with Ling Fong. Without a hint of embarrassment, "I think Ling Fong is quite wonderful. You two are well matched. You should seize the opportunity, lest I decide to compete for him," Zhu Chuan Jingxiang said with a somewhat endearing squint and smile, leaving her sincerity ambiguous. "Is that so? Then I imagine he must be quite eager." Saeko replied, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Zhu Chuan Jingxiang as she offered a faint smile. At a small grocery store near the bridge, Ling Fong swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single stroke of his knife, sending the headless corpse sprawling aside before urging Fatty to hurry. Fatty immediately grabbed various food items from the shelves and stuffed them into his oversized bag, while Ling Fong also pocketed some high-calorie candies. Remaining vigilant of their surroundings, suddenly, two rats appeared seemingly from nowhere, charging toward them. Upon spotting Ling Fong and Fatty in the grocery store, Ling Fong dashed out, swinging his knife to sever one rat's head, while the other narrowly evaded, only to leave a deep gash on its face as it squeaked and lunged at him. With a swift motion, Ling Fong dispatched the mutated rat, then recalled he had forgotten to check its energy points. Activating the Dragon Ball system, he discovered he had accumulated 856 points. By this calculation, a single mutated rat was more valuable than a regular zombie, yet still inferior to a mutated zombie, while he could fend off 2 or 3 on his own. A larger number combined with their speed could pose a serious threat if he were bitten. Returning to the grocery store, he remarked to Fatty, "I suspect there might be a grain storage nearby, which explains the abundance of mutated rats. We must hurry back." "Understood," Fatty responded, hastily collecting more food until his bag was brimming. Just as they exited the grocery store, the air was suddenly filled with the sounds of intense gunfire and explosions not far away, the frequency suggesting a significant force was engaged in combat. "It's the military." Ling Fong and Fatty exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. There was no other explanation. However, rather than joining the fray, they opted to return quickly. The presence of the military indicated that conditions nearby were dire, and it would be wise to avoid lingering. As they made their way back, the gunfire attracted several zombies. Complicating their path, they navigated cautiously through the throngs of undead and finally returned to the warehouse just as dusk began to settle, after knocking on the door and calling out a couple of times. Saeko swiftly opened the iron door to let them in. "Put this on first. I found it in the grocery store." Ling Fong produced a coiled chain with a small lock and key from his pocket. Though somewhat small, it would suffice. Saeko quickly affixed the chain to the iron door, significantly enhancing the warehouse's defenses. As they ate, the group began discussing the earlier commotion of gunfire. There was a large grain storage facility near the bridge, and the military would have no reason to overlook it. Based on the intensity of the gunfire, it was evident they were contending with a staggering number of mutated rats. These creatures were agile, and once they closed in, even well-trained soldiers would struggle without adequate weaponry, necessitating overwhelming firepower to suppress them. Takashiro Saya analyzed the situation calmly, a flicker of loathing crossing her features at the mention of the mutated rats. The outside world is becoming increasingly perilous. Even the animals have mutated. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang lamented. Do we truly have any hope of survival? Miyamoto Rei murmured despondently. Absolutely. As long as we unite, we will prevail. Ling Fong reassured them, though his own conviction wavered. If a horde of mutated rats attacked, he doubted his ability to withstand them. How about we head over to the military? They would have numerous soldiers to protect us. Fatty suggested, his inclination toward safety growing stronger since the death of Komuro Takashi. Foolish, Takashiro Saya scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Fatty. Do you think we would receive favorable treatment if we joined the military? They would demand we surrender our weapons and food, especially in these trying times when resources must be consolidated. Would you still wish to go? Ling Fong added, aware that even without venturing there, such outcomes were evident. Forget it. No way I'm giving up my handgun. Fatty protested vehemently, shaking his head. I need my gun to face any situation with confidence. My friend's house isn't far from here. Once my leg heals a bit, we should head there. Staying in a place like this is merely temporary, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang suggested quietly. After satisfying their hunger, dusk had fully descended, and soon it would be dark. What do you intend to do out there now that we have enough food? Takashiro Saya questioned, puzzled by Ling Feng's intention to leave. It's nothing significant. I merely wish to check the situation with the nearby zombies. I won't stray far, so don't worry, Ling Fong explained, opening the warehouse door to step outside. Just a few steps out, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Saeko approaching, looking somewhat exasperated. Could you please accompany me outside? The warehouse door was quite sturdy, and with their firearms, they were unlikely to encounter danger. However, she questioned his need to venture out now, expressing her skepticism about his intent to merely scout the zombies. I can't help but feel you're hiding something from us, she said softly. Ling Fong turned away, taking a moment to sigh before responding. I apologize, Saeko, but there are matters I cannot disclose to you at this time. Not until you reach a point where we are bound by life and death. I see. I understand now. I may have overstepped, Saeko acknowledged. Saeko Suji let out a soft sigh and, after a brief pause, turned to Ling Feng and said, I am not the kind of person who would abandon my companions. You can trust me with your back. I know, Saeko, you are a good woman. If you wish to follow me, then by all means do so. Before nightfall, there are some matters I wish to attend to, and it would not be inappropriate to show you, especially since you have already noticed it, Ling Feng replied with a gentle smile, turning away and walking briskly ahead. Saeko Suji smiled brightly and quickly followed suit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden-red light upon the earth, the zombies wandered aimlessly through the streets. Ling Feng and Saeko Suji concealed themselves at the edge of the alley, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, Saeko pointed at a hulking mutated zombie staggering from the opposite side of the street and whispered, Look, indeed. Ling Feng nodded. Under Saeko's curious gaze, he slowly extended his palm, gathering a glimmer of golden light that swiftly coalesced into a sphere of energy the size of a tennis ball. Is this the energy you speak of? I never imagined such supernatural powers existed in this world. It is truly astonishing, Saeko remarked, her eyes sparkling with envy as she gazed at the shimmering golden orb in Ling Feng's hand. Actually, I only recently discovered this ability myself. I am unsure of its full power. I suppose I shall find out, Ling Fong said with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the approaching strength-type zombie. With a slight tremor of his hand, the energy sphere was launched forth. The golden orb traced a brilliant arc and struck the strength-type zombie squarely on the head, exploding with a force akin to that of a grenade, obliterating the creature's skull in an instant. Ling Fong was taken aback by the sheer power of his initial, rudimentary technique. Its might was comparable to that of a hand grenade. However, upon assessing the energy consumption within his body, he realized that, given his current strength, he could only execute this technique 5 or 6 times at most. How many times can you use it? Its power is astonishing, Saeko exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Ling Fong offered a wry smile and explained. Do not be disheartened. 5 or 6 times at full power is quite commendable. Such techniques should be reserved for critical moments, Saeko replied with a light laugh, considering it rather impressive. After all, such supernatural abilities were beyond the imagination of most people. At the same time, Saeko felt a wave of emotion. Although she had discovered this ability herself, Ling Feng's willingness to demonstrate it to her was a testament to the trust he placed in her. The zombies are approaching. We should eliminate them first, Ling Fong said as the sound of the explosion drew other zombies toward them. Recognizing them as mere sources of energy points, he charged forward. Saeko, with a gentle smile, firmly gripped her katana and followed. As twilight descended, Ling Fong and Saeko prepared to return, not wishing to worry Juchuan Shizuka and the others by returning too late. However, midway through their journey, a massive shadow lunged towards Saeko from a dimly lit alley without warning. Fortunately, despite their fatigue, both Ling Fong and Saeko remained alert. In an instant, they leaped aside to evade the shadow's attack. Once the shadow landed, they recognized its identity, and their expressions turned grave. It was a mutated wild dog the size of a water buffalo. The creature, bloodied and ravenous, glared hungrily at them, saliva dripping from its jaws. Attack! Without hesitation, Ling Fong charged forward, gripping his katana tightly and delivering a fierce slash. The sound of air being sliced echoed through the alley. The mutated wild dog, displaying a degree of intelligence, deftly leaped back to avoid the strike, simultaneously causing Saeko's attack to miss. Regaining distance, Ling Fong prepared to unleash his energy wave technique, but the mutated wild dog surprised him with a startling move. With a low growl, it spat out a viscous saliva, its claws shimmering with a metallic sheen. With a powerful leap, it lunged at Ling Fong, its sharp claws exuding an intimidating aura and moving with incredible speed. Ling Fong gripped his katana tightly and swung with all his might, the blade connecting with the claws, yet instead of the expected carnage, only a resounding metallic clash resonated. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from the dog's claws, overwhelming Ling Fong and forcing him to retreat several steps. Seeing this, Saeko immediately advanced, striking the mutated wild dog in the abdomen. Her sharp blade carved a deep gash, causing the creature to recoil in pain and glare at her with fury. This creature possesses special abilities. Be cautious, Ling Fong warned, flexing his sore arm while preparing to engage. I will create an opportunity for you. Use your energy wave, Saeko commanded, not allowing Ling Fong to protest, and charged forward. The mutated wild dog roared as it swung its claws at her. What are you trying to prove? Ling Fong exclaimed, quickly channeling his energy and racing ahead to position himself before Saeko, clashing his blade against the creature's claws. This time, unlike before, he unleashed his full power, and with a single strike, he knocked the mutated wild dog backward, leaving a deep wound on its claws. Despite its special abilities, it was still flesh and blood. Facing Ling Feng's full-force katana, it was naturally at a disadvantage. Licking the blood from its injured claws, the mutated wild dog regarded Ling Fong with a newfound wariness, recognizing the threat posed by the duo. After a moment's hesitation, it appeared ready to flee. Not a chance. Ling Fong would not allow it to escape. He understood the danger of leaving such a creature alive. He discarded his katana, swiftly extending his palms and channeling his energy. 2 golden energy waves rapidly coalesced and shot toward the fleeing wild dog. Boom! Boom! The twin explosions echoed through the streets as the mutated wild dog was struck, letting out a howl as its body was violently torn apart by the raging energy. Blood splattering across the pavement. Having dispatched the mutated wild dog, Ling Fong immediately focused on the system to check his energy points, which now stood at 1360 points. The value of a single mutated wild dog was approximately 400 points. High risk, high reward. Without the energy wave, It would have been exceedingly difficult to contend with the creature. Should it have attempted to flee, he would have struggled to stop it. After the encounter, Ling Fong resolved to save at least 1 or 2 energy waves for emergencies in the future. He should avoid using them against ordinary zombies, as his current strength was inadequate to sustain continuous energy flow. The energy consumed by one wave required considerable time to recover. After merely a few seconds spent checking his energy points, Ling Fong stowed the system and approached Saeko, picking up his katana with a resigned expression. There was no need for you to charge in like that. In situations like these, I should be the one taking the lead. You need not put yourself at risk for my sake. Ling Fong expressed his discontent. Did you not consider that if you were to be caught or bitten, it would spell disaster? He added, breathing heavily. A hint of anger in his tone. Is it because I am a woman? Or do you believe yourself to be inherently stronger, that you feel I should remain behind you? Saeko countered softly. Stepping closer to Ling Fong. I simply did not want to see you in harm's way. That if anything were to happen, I would regret it for the rest of my life, he confessed. Ling Fong organized his thoughts and spoke. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he simply did not wish for the woman he admired to rush ahead of him. It was as straightforward as that. No further justification was necessary. Perhaps it could be seen as a touch of male chauvinism. But Ling Fong was entirely unconcerned. Some matters indeed required a hint of masculinity. Thank you. Saeko seemed to grasp Ling Feng's sentiment. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke softly, then adopted a serious demeanor. Although I am a woman, during battle, I wish to be your ally, not a burden. Please trust me. I am not so weak. When I charge forward, it is because I am confident that, even if the situation turns dire, I possess the ability to evade danger. I am not an impulsive woman. You seem to be a bit too anxious. Upon hearing Saeko's words, Ling Fong was taken aback, reflecting on it. He realized she was indeed not the type to act recklessly. It was he who had been overly concerned, perhaps as Saeko suggested, underestimating her capabilities. I'm sorry, Saeko. Before Ling Fong could finish his apology, a delicate jade hand gently covered his mouth. Saeko softly reassured him. I know, Ling Fong is a very good man. Feeling the faint scent of her youthful fragrance, Ling Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively grasped Saeko's arm. Pulling her into his embrace, her face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at Ling Fong. With a hint of nervousness, he leaned in, their lips almost brushing against each other. When suddenly the sounds of zombies' howls filled the air, Saeko promptly pushed Ling Fong away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and with a playful smile at his disappointed expression, she said, "Let us hurry back." Okay. Ling Fong nodded, taking Saeko's small hand and quickening his pace into a light jog. She made no objections, allowing him to lead her, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. By the time Ling Fong and Saeko returned to the riverside warehouse, the sky had grown dark. After knocking and calling out twice, they soon heard movement from within, and Miyamoto Rei came to open the door for them. Upon entering, Saya could no longer contain her irritation. What were you two doing? What time is it? We thought you had been taken out by zombies. Don't mention it. We encountered a mutated wild dog on the way back. Almost got us. Ling Fong replied, shaking his head. Saeko and little Fong-chan, have you two started dating? That was quick. You said you weren't. Kurokawa Shizuka suddenly noticed the two, still holding hands, and couldn't help but smile. A hint of envy flickering in her eyes. More or less. Ling Fong scratched his face, feeling a bit shy. In contrast, Saeko appeared completely at ease, linking her arm with Ling Feng's and smiling. Now, Ling Fong is already my boyfriend. You're a step behind. Kurokawa-sensei. As she spoke, there was an indescribable glint in her eyes. What are you saying, Saeko? We're just joking around. Kurokawa Shizuka quickly waved her hands. Her face flushed. Humph, it's just love. What's so impressive about it? Saya scoffed, though she too felt a twinge of envy. In this apocalyptic world, having someone to cherish by one's side was a profoundly comforting thought. If only Hiroshi had not perished. If Takakin doesn't mind, I could be an option too, the chubby boy said, leaning in with a somewhat lewd expression. However, Saya completely ignored him. Ling Fong paid no heed to their banter, instead focusing on the soft sensation against his arm. Below, his own body's response was instinctive. Had he not turned slightly, he might have found himself in an embarrassing situation. Indeed, Saeko was quite endowed. Ling Fong thought mischievously. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Surely it's not anything good, Saeko teased, her gaze subtly drifting downwards, deliberately blowing warm breath towards him, igniting a restless yearning within Ling Fong. Had it not been for Miyamoto, Ray, and the others being present, he might have succumbed to the temptation of thoroughly teasing Saeko. All right, enough of that. What did you say about a mutated wild dog? Takajo-saya interjected, unable to bear the rapid development between the two. Ling Feng's expression turned serious as he recounted the encounter with the mutated wild dog, causing the faces of the four to change dramatically. This is truly troublesome. This is beyond what science can explain. It is far too unsafe around here. Once Kurukawa-sensei's injuries improve, we must leave immediately for a more secure location. The defenses of this warehouse have significantly weakened, Takajo-saya said solemnly, her eyes filled with concern. If zombies and animals continued to evolve, humanity's hope would dwindle even further. After discussing among themselves, they dispersed, laying out clothes on the ground to sleep for the night. However, none could foresee the impending danger that silently crept closer. Chapter 21. The Night Assault by the Big Cat. During the night, Ling Fong had initially planned to exercise, but Dudao Saeko stopped him. As she put it, if he exhausted his strength and encountered an unexpected event, they would lose a vital combat asset. Ling Fong agreed. Although he yearned to grow stronger quickly, he decided it would be best to wait until they reached Kurukawa Shizuka's friend's house, where he could train in peace. In the dead of night, the group had mostly succumbed to deep slumber, the dark warehouse filled with the sound of steady breathing, but if nothing unusual occurred, they would likely sleep until dawn. Bang! Meow! A loud crash accompanied by a piercing cat's scream abruptly jolted everyone awake. What is happening? The chubby boy exclaimed in panic as he got up. Prepare for battle. Ling Fong sprang to his feet, grabbing his katana, his gaze alert as he eyed the distorted iron door, which bore a distinct claw mark that continued to expand. Meow! Outside the warehouse, the shrill cries of a cat echoed, presumably that mutated cat from earlier in the day, which had tracked them down. Truly malicious. Kurukawa Shizuka and the others hurriedly grabbed their handguns, aiming at the warping iron door, ready to fire the moment the creature entered. Bang! 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 The mutated cat's claws relentlessly battered the iron door, the immense force causing it to contort rapidly. The sound of its claws scraping against the door was excruciatingly loud in the night, growing louder and drawing the zombies wandering near Ohashi's estate into a frenzy. Their collective roars heralding terror anew. Damn beast! We can't wait for it to enter before attacking. We must leave this place quickly. Ling Feng's complexion shifted as he heard the zombies' roars outside, cursing under his breath. He dashed forward, gripping the katana tightly and thrusting it through a gap in the warped iron door. With a single strike, Ling Fong felt nothing but emptiness, realizing that the creature had sensed his attack and dodged away. Suddenly, a surge of instinctive danger washed over Ling Fong. But before he could retract his katana, a flicker of blue light burst forth from beyond the door that a visible current of blue energy extended from the blade and enveloped Ling Fong. Crackling ominously, Ling Fong couldn't help but cry out in pain, his arm trembling as he nearly dropped the katana. Ling Fong, little Fong-chan, Dudao Saeko, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Don't come near. That beast can discharge electricity. It's deliberately luring us to attack at the door. The bastard, Ling Fong shouted urgently, realizing the peril they faced if they too were ensnared by the electric current. That wretched cat's intelligence was undoubtedly superior to that of the previous dog. Ling Fong inwardly cursed. However, he was determined not to be bested by a mere beast. Though momentarily paralyzed by the electricity, he quickly circulated the warm energy within his body, diminishing the numbing sensation significantly. To his astonishment, he even discovered that the cat's electric discharge, to some degree, could refine his physical form. After the warm currents within his body were paralyzed by the electric shock, it was only natural for them to retaliate, gradually devouring the electric energy coursing through him. This instinctive response inadvertently aided Ling Fong in his enhancement. Once he completely neutralized the surge of electricity, the currents flowing within him expanded significantly. Feeling the surge of newfound strength, Ling Fong smirked as he raised his left fist, tensing the muscles in his arm, and with a thunderous punch, he obliterated the already warped iron door, twisting it into a grotesque shape. The sudden cacophony startled the mutated big cat, causing it to instinctively leap back a distance. Warily observing Ling Fong as he emerged from the shattered door, the flicker of confusion crossed its feline eyes. Perhaps puzzled as to why its formidable attack had proven ineffective. It had indeed been effective at first, but within mere seconds, it had lost its potency. "You are doomed today, beast," Ling Fong declared, his face a mask of frost. Enraged at having nearly been outwitted by a mere cat, gripping his katana tightly, he charged forward. In that moment, Ling Feng's speed had increased beyond his previous capabilities, and he lunged towards the big cat, roaring fiercely as he executed a powerful slash, reminiscent of the legendary splitting Mount Hua. Meow! The big cat let out a primal roar, raising its sharp claws to strike. The two forces collided, each staggering slightly and retreating a couple of steps. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. Noticing the faint trickle of blood seeping from its claws, the big cat cast a wary glance at Ling Feng's katana. In the next instant, it darted to Ling Feng's side, issuing a strange cry as blue electricity flickered across its whiskers, releasing a slender arc of blue lightning that struck Ling Feng's katana, coursing through to his body. Ling Fong gritted his teeth, determined to persevere as he advanced step by step towards the big cat, while the currents within him rapidly circulated to dissipate the electrical damage and simultaneously fortify his physique. He could not afford to miss such a golden opportunity. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out as bullets struck the big cat's abdomen and legs. Had it not been for its swift retreat to evade Ling Feng's attack, its head would likely have been hit. "Don't forget about us," exclaimed Miyamoto Rika, Takashiro Saya, and the hefty man, each wielding a firearm, while Poison Island Saeko carried the incapacitated Zhu Chuan Jingxiang on her back. In truth, Ling Fong wished to tell them to stay back. But reconsidering, he held his tongue, knowing that explanations would be futile. The existence of a team brought benefits, yet it also came with certain drawbacks. Meow! The big cat, feeling the pain coursing through it, unleashed a fierce roar and lunged at the group with all its might. Although all the bullets struck true, the thickness of the big cat's fur, coupled with the generally limited power of standard police handguns, meant the actual damage was minimal, instead awakening the beastly instinct within it. Intent on tearing apart these wretched foes, what? Miyamoto Rika and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the big cat could maintain such speed even after being shot. In that instant, they were caught off guard, with even Poison Island Saeko unable to assist due to carrying Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. "Beast!" Ling Fong exclaimed in shock, his fury igniting as the currents within him surged rapidly, flowing into his blade. Almost instinctively, he swung his katana with tremendous force. In a heartbeat, a golden crescent-shaped blade of energy whistled through the air, slicing through the airborne form of the big cat. Under the chilling moonlight, the golden crescent swept across the night sky, and before the big cat could emit a cry of anguish, it was cleaved in twain, its blood and entrails splattering onto the ground. A pungent scent of iron filling the air, Ling Fong stared in astonishment at the katana in his hand, sensing the depletion of energy within him, feeling a rush of elation as he realized that energy could be released through his weapon. This newfound ability granted him an additional sharp means of attack. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Aside from Poison Island Saeko, the others gaped at Ling Fong in disbelief, clearly shaken by his display of power. "We mustn't linger. We need to leave this place, or we will be surrounded by zombies." Ling Feng's keen gaze scanned the area, noting the approaching undead. He urged the stunned group forward. He quickly made his way to Poison Island Saeko, transferring Zhu Chuan Jingxiang to his back. Even after battling the big cat, he still possessed greater stamina than Saeko. As they observed the horde of zombies shambling toward them, Miyamoto Rika and the others finally snapped out of their daze, burying Ling Feng's extraordinary abilities deep in their minds as they swiftly sought a path with fewer zombies. Had Ling Fong been burdened by a person on his back earlier, his combat effectiveness would have undoubtedly diminished. Yet, thanks to the recent fortification of his physique and the enhancement of his internal energy, he had gained considerable strength, allowing him to wield his katana with a speed that rivaled even Poison Island Saeko's. Despite carrying Zhu Chuan Jingxiang roar, just as the group breached the road above the river, a powerful zombie charged at them, followed by a throng of ordinary zombies, completely blocking their path. Retreat was impossible, as a horde of zombies pursued from behind, trapping them in a dire predicament. "Do not use firearms. Leave this to me," Ling Fong declared, unwilling to let the opportunity to confront the powerful zombie slip away. After all, they had already witnessed his abilities. The muscular zombie charged with a ferocious roar, Ling Fong secured Zhu Chuan Jingxiang on his back with one hand, while gripping his katana with the other. He recalled the flow of energy during his previous attack, channeling his internal energy swiftly along his arm and into the blade. This time, Ling Fong utilized a third of his energy. A faint golden glow enveloped the sharp blade, and a golden aura extended about an inch from the tip. Sensing it was time, Ling Fong swung his katana with force, targeting the muscular zombie's neck. The golden brilliance erupted forth, and as the blade met the zombie's neck, it was effortlessly severed, the head rolling to the ground. Moreover, the power of the golden wave did not dissipate. It surged forth, cleaving through the heads of the surrounding zombies, creating a scene of chaos as heads flew in all directions. In a single strike, Ling Fong had dispatched over 20 zombies, tearing through the blockade that had impeded their escape. Despite having previously witnessed Ling Feng's extraordinary abilities, this display left them even more astonished. Even Poison Island Saeko could not help but silently marvel at the rapid growth of his strength. Xiao Fengchan is truly impressive, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she clung tighter to Ling Feng's neck. As she spoke, she instinctively tightened her grip, pressing her ample softness against his back. An overwhelming sensation of comfort washing over him. The fragrance emanating from her caused Ling Feng's cheeks to flush slightly. An embarrassing reaction stirring below. Fortunately, the darkness concealed his shame from the others. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly humiliated. Stop dawdling. Let's hurry, Ling Fong shouted loudly, instantly rousing the others from their stupor. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, wielding his katana with precision, dispatching one or two stray zombies in quick succession. Following closely behind him were Saeko Busujima and the others, swiftly breaking through the gaps in the horde of zombies. Now that they had ventured out, they might as well make a beeline for my friend's house, the address of which was mentioned just as Ling Fong and his companions stood on the road. Uncertain of their next move, when Jukawa Shizuka spoke up, there was no time for idle chatter. They had no other options at this point. Heeding Jukawa Shizuka's directions, they commenced their nocturnal escape. Do not be misled by Ling Feng's earlier display of prowess. While undeniably formidable, it was not without its limitations. Faced with a horde of zombies so numerous they could drown them, compounded by the uncertainty of encountering a mutated creature in the darkness, their situation remained perilously precarious. They needed to find a secure refuge without delay. Over an hour later, they finally arrived at the residence Jukawa Shizuka had mentioned. A quaint two-story villa. In the garage stood a modified Hummer, resembling a war machine. Ling Fong exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed fortune favored them, as the vehicle had not yet been taken by others. After clearing a few zombies lurking near the villa, Saeko Busujima retrieved the keys from Jukawa Shizuka, unlocked the outer iron gate, and secured the main door behind them. Once inside the villa, everyone finally relaxed, collapsing onto the carpet or sofa, utterly spent, with their eyelids drooping in a battle against sleep. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for. Ling Fong, that you're truly amazing, Jukawa Shizuka said, leaning against the sofa while clasping Ling Feng's arm, a smile illuminating her face. The softness of her embrace pressed against his arm was intoxicating, causing his breath to quicken. He thought to himself that Jukawa Shizuka had quite the allure, even more so than Saeko. However, he refrained from voicing this, as Saeko was currently his legitimate girlfriend, and they had only just established their relationship. He needed to maintain his composure in front of Saeko. Matters of the heart should be approached with care, lest he provoke unnecessary complications. Seeing Jukawa Shizuka entwined closely with Ling Fong, Saeko Busujima's lips curled slightly. And without a change in demeanor, she approached, gently separating the two and seating herself between them. She tenderly wiped the sweat from Ling Feng's brow and spoke in a soft, soothing tone. You've exerted quite a bit of energy. It would be wise to rest soon. Yes, Ling Fong nodded, feeling the remnants of his energy ebbing away. That it would indeed be prudent to rest to avoid exhaustion the following day. Shouldn't you share something with us? At that moment, Takeshiro Saya strode over, hands on her hips, her expression somewhat displeased as she regarded Ling Fong. Miyamoto Rei and the portly fellow shared similar sentiments, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and concern as they looked at Ling Fong. Let's postpone any discussions until tomorrow. I'm sure there are plenty of rooms here. We should all get some sleep first, Ling Fong suggested, glancing at the clock on the wall, ignoring the expressions of Miyamoto Rei and the others. He stood up and left the living room. He understood their desire to inquire, but he was utterly fatigued. Further conversation would only invite a headache. Everything could wait until the morrow, as Ling Fong had stated. Regardless of any pressing matters, it was quite late, and they could address them come morning. Saeko Busujima intervened, halting the impending outburst from Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya, her tone gentle yet firm. Whatever is to be said must be clarified tomorrow. Takashiro Saya huffed, turning on her heel to seek out a room, with Miyamoto Rei and the portly fellow following suit. Saeko Busujima sighed in resignation, leading the somewhat disabled Jukawa Shizuka to find accommodations. Thus, the tumultuous night came to a tranquil close at dawn. Ling Fong rose comfortably from his bed, stretching his limbs and assessing his internal energy. After a restful night, he felt nearly revitalized, reflecting on the battles of the previous night and their hasty retreat thereafter. He had yet to ascertain the exact amount of energy points he had garnered from slaying the mutated cat and the subsequent zombies that it was time to check. Focusing on his system, Ling Fong reviewed his current energy points, discovering a total of 2119. After a rough calculation, it seemed he had accumulated a substantial amount, predominantly from the mutated cat and the strength-type zombies, along with the additional zombies he had dispatched. With just over 2,000 energy points, he could finally exchange for the ability to fly. The thought of soaring through the skies filled him with excitement. Once he could fly, he would no longer have to fear being encircled by zombies. Such liberation held immense benefits. However, Ling Fong refrained from hastily making the exchange. First, he would grab breakfast and handle a few matters before contemplating the exchange. After all, the energy points would remain with him, with a buoyant spirit. Ling Fong opened his door and stepped out into the corridor, only to be greeted by a delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. Following the scent, he found Saeko Busujima preparing breakfast. Hearing his approach, Saeko turned her head, offering a slight smile. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. You can wait in the living room for a bit. The others are still asleep." "Saeko, you're truly impressive," Ling Fong said, moving behind her and gently wrapping his arms around her waist. Chuckling softly, Saeko's body stiffened slightly at his touch, her movements momentarily pausing as her cheeks flushed. "Come on, stop teasing. I'm still cooking." Yet, despite her words, she showed no signs of discomfort, her face adorned with a sweet smile. As a man, Ling Fong felt a strong reaction to their closeness. The subtle fragrance emanating from Saeko was intoxicating, stirring a sense of desire within him. His hands, now a bit bolder, began to wander lightly across her soft abdomen, igniting a fiery passion within him. Responding to Ling Feng's gentle caresses, Saeko's face turned crimson, a soft gasp escaping her lips as her breath quickened. Their gazes locked, a palpable heat enveloping them in that moment. Overwhelmed by the beauty in his arms, Ling Fong could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly pulled Saeko into a tight embrace, as though he wished to merge their very beings. Lowering his head, he pressed his lips fiercely against hers, their connection igniting an electric sensation that surged through them both, drawing them deeper into a blissful reverie. Minutes later, the faint smell of slightly burnt food wafted from the stove, jolting Saeko back to reality. She gently pushed Ling Fong away, taking deep breaths as her cheeks remained flushed. "Let me finish making breakfast." With a swift turn, he began to handle things. Ling Fong chuckled softly, made an effort to calm himself, and leaned in to gently kiss Saeko's smooth cheek before turning away and exiting the kitchen. Cooking was not his forte, and he preferred not to burden Saeko further. He would rather wait for the meal. Settling into the living room, Ling Fong reminisced about the intimate moments shared with Saeko, marveling at the unpredictability of life. He had once been just an ordinary young man. Yet here he was in a world teeming with zombies, mutated creatures, and countless unknowns. Basking in the rare affection of a beauty like Tokusaki's Saeko, it felt like a dream that I must become stronger. He thought that I am no longer alone. This damned world has become increasingly chaotic since my arrival. If I do not strengthen myself quickly, it may become difficult not only to protect Saeko, but even to ensure my own safety. Ling Fong leaned back on the sofa, murmuring to himself, reflecting on the task of acquiring the Dark Dragon Balls. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He lacked a Dragon Ball radar, and it was anyone's guess when he might find them. Furthermore, he needed to eliminate more than half of the negative energy present, and it seemed unlikely he could manage that without employing some powerful techniques. To sustain such potent moves, the energy within him must be ample. Considering all this, time was undeniably short for him. Whatever, he sighed. Pondering these matters was futile. The conditions here were decent, and for now, it would be best to remain here for a while, though. I almost forgot about the firearms. I recall they were stored in a cabinet. Ling Fong suddenly exclaimed, tapping his forehead. He stood up, scrutinized the living room, and approached an iron cabinet against the wall, tugging at it, but it was firmly shut. After straining to force it open several times, he finally succeeded, revealing a trove of firearms and ammunition, including a crossbow, most of which were illegal items. He picked up a shotgun and played around with it for a moment, but quickly lost interest. Compared to firearms, he found himself increasingly drawn to cold weapons. He had wielded a katana with remarkable ease before, and he doubted that even a gun would be as effective for him now. He laid all the firearms and ammunition on the carpet, refraining from mismatching the ammunition types due to his unfamiliarity, and decided to wait for the chubby guy to wake up. He was the expert in that area. After sitting in the living room for a bit, the others gradually arrived, their gazes widening in astonishment at the sight of the firearms and ammunition sprawled on the floor. Good heavens, an M1A rifle, a semi-automatic sniper rifle, an M37 shotgun, and even this formidable crossbow. They say it can take down bears. The previously lethargic chubby guy suddenly transformed into a wolf upon seeing the weapons, lunging forward with excitement. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Where did you get these? Miyamoto Ray asked in astonishment. Ling Fong simply gestured towards the cabinet, saying, "It seems luck is on our side. This is fantastic." Haha. The chubby guy was so exhilarated that he lost all composure. "Everyone, breakfast is ready," Tokisaki Saeko announced as she brought in the meal, her own surprise evident upon seeing the weapons. "Then I shall fetch Teacher Jukawa," Miyamoto Ray said, leaving the living room only to return shortly with Jukawa Shizuka in tow, who needed assistance to walk. Certainly a bit of a hassle. Let us eat breakfast first. Afterward, we have matters to discuss, Takaguchi Saya stated coldly as they all sat down, her gaze fixed on Ling Fong, who remained silent, accepting the chopsticks handed to him by Tokisaki Saeko and digging into the meal. Saeko, your cooking is splendid, so delicious, Jukawa Shizuka exclaimed after tasting a bit, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, Ling Fong added, giving a thumbs up, secretly feeling a bit pleased that a traditional woman like Tokisaki Saeko, who could grace the halls and excel in the kitchen while possessing beauty and a thoughtful demeanor, was a rarity in his world. He truly felt fortunate. Noticing Ling Feng's content expression, Tokisaki Saeko smiled gently, saying, "Take your time eating. The food we have stored isn't abundant, but it's sufficient for us for a while. If we run out, I can prepare more." I felt the cooking was slightly off before that it was already delicious. In this apocalypse, being able to sit together and enjoy a warm meal is a privilege many others do not have. Jukawa Shizuka remarked as she ate, reflecting on the preciousness of each bite. Even as Ling Fong appeared to eat quickly, he chewed deliberately, ensuring that he could absorb the nourishment more efficiently. After all, he was no scion, and his digestive capabilities were not as formidable. After a fulfilling breakfast, during which everyone expressed satisfaction, Saeko tidied up the plates, and they gathered on the sofa in the living room, the atmosphere turning slightly tense. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Takaguchi Saya broke the silence, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze on Ling Fong, her voice rising with agitation. "If you had revealed your abilities sooner, perhaps Takumi would still be alive." Finally, this previously avoidable topic could no longer be overlooked and required a thorough explanation. Though Ling Fong felt a mix of irritation and complexity within, he was prepared to address it. Everyone turned their attention to him, eager to see how he would respond. Even Tokisaki Saeko remained silent, not because she did not stand by him, but because she trusted Ling Fong to handle the situation without her interference. She was certain of this, even without him saying a word. "So, you want me to announce that I possess extraordinary abilities when we first formed this small team? Would you have done the same? You, of all people, should understand what I'm saying." Ling Fong took a deep breath, meeting Takaguchi Saya's gaze with unwavering intensity, his tone heavy with gravity, though he felt a twinge of guilt over Takumi's death. He did not feel responsible for it. From his perspective, he had done nothing wrong. Takumi's demise was merely a stroke of bad luck, and he was not obligated to ensure the safety of every team member. Takaguchi Saya and Miyamoto Ray exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they opened their mouths to retort but found themselves at a loss for words. Just as Ling Fong had said, would they have been willing to disclose such personal matters to others? The answer was likely no. Yet, Takumi was still dead. Miyamoto Rei murmured sadly, her hands clenched tightly, though she could understand some things. Accepting them when they happened so close to home was difficult. Indeed, you bear some responsibility for Takumi's death. Do you think you can simply absolve yourself with a few words? If so, I believe our team should disband immediately. Takaguchi Saya stood, fixing Ling Fong with a fierce glare, her demeanor exceedingly hostile. What do you want from me? Takumi is already dead. Do you wish for me to join him in the grave? Discussing this now is pointless. It is not as though I wished for his death. This is an apocalypse. No one's survival is guaranteed. Ling Fong, provoked by Takaguchi Saya's relentless accusations, felt his temper flare. He was not one to be easily subdued. What tone is that? Does Takumi's death not fill you with shame? You selfish bastard, Takaguchi Saya shouted, her voice filled with emotion. Listen here. Ling Fong suddenly pressed Takaguchi Saya back onto the sofa. Speaking coldly, if you want to die, then go ahead. You can scream out there alone. I won't lift a finger to stop you. Just lower your voice. As they entered the villa last night, they managed to clear away a considerable number of nearby zombies. Yet that merely constituted a small fraction of the undead in the vicinity. Most of the zombies in this area remained unvanquished, although the exterior of the villa was fortified with steel walls, rendering it impervious to even the strongest zombie bites. No one relished the idea of having a horde of zombies surrounding their doorstep. Indeed, Takashiro, it would be prudent for us to exercise caution in our conversations. I believe Ling Feng's actions were not intentional. The incident involving Kojiro can only be deemed an unfortunate accident. None of us wished for this outcome, so it would be best to avoid escalating tensions. Fatty remarked hesitantly. Despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, he was acutely aware of the implications that Ling Feng's formidable power, coupled with his connection to Senpai Tokita, could lead to significant trouble if matters escalated. You think that now that Kojiro is dead, you can pursue me? Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your repugnant thoughts, Takashiro Saya retorted coldly. You should take a good look in the mirror. I detest individuals like you. You insufferable fatso, spare me your incessant prattle. While she would not ordinarily speak in such a manner, her current mood was exceptionally foul, causing her tone to carry an unnatural weight that Fatty's expression soured at her words. And he lowered his head in silence. Takashiro, your words are excessive, Tokita Saeko interjected, furrowing her brow. Humph, Takashiro Saya scoffed, rising to retreat to her room, slamming the door behind her. I'm heading back as well. I need some rest, Miyamoto Rei murmured, also returning to her quarters. I'll go load some bullets, Fatty stated somewhat dejectedly, standing up and moving to the side to proficiently load ammunition onto the ground. What should have been a pleasurable task for him now held no excitement. Saya's earlier remarks had indeed stung him. Ling Feng observed Tokita Saeko and Jikawa Shizuka, shaking his head. He understood that this small team had reached its limits. Although they would not part ways just yet, it was merely a matter of time. Reflecting on his initial hopes for a cohesive team dynamic, now on the verge of disintegration, he felt a sense of melancholy and helplessness. Though he was grateful that at least Tokita would stand by his side, that if the team does break apart, I will naturally follow you, Ling Feng, so do not worry, Tokita Saeko said, keenly sensing Ling Feng's despondence. She placed her hand on his shoulder, speaking softly with unwavering determination and tenderness. Ling Feng responded with a reassuring smile. Regardless of the circumstances, he would always have a woman willing to accompany him. I feel the same way that if we do separate, I would also like to stay with you, Ling Feng. I believe that being with you and Saeko means we will be safe, Jikawa Shizuka chimed in cheerfully, inching closer to Ling Feng. If you wish to stay, I would be more than happy to have you. Right, Saeko? Ling Feng said, casting a somewhat troubled glance at Tokita. That I have no objections, Tokita Saeko replied naturally, fully aware of Ling Feng's subtle intentions. Though slightly irritated, she was not the type to lose face in front of a man. She understood the importance of maintaining decorum. By the way, this is the handgun that Kojiro used. That I had it on me at the time and completely forgot about it. Fatty suddenly stood up, retrieving a handgun from his pocket and walking over to hand it to Ling Feng. I've already reloaded the bullets, he added before returning to his task. Take it, Saeko. Consider it a precautionary measure. Ling Feng did not keep it for himself, but directly handed it to Tokita, his expression turning serious. All right. Tokita Saeko accepted it without hesitation, recognizing that refusing it would only cause Ling Feng to worry. So, Ling Feng, what are your plans now? It seems that the mutated creatures outside are becoming increasingly formidable. Jikawa Shizuka inquired. Let us stay here for a few days and reassess. For the time being, we need not concern ourselves with food and water. And the exterior walls are sturdy enough to keep zombies and mutated creatures at BAY.AS for the future. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. Ling Fong contemplated before responding. That sounds reasonable, but I regret forgetting my friend's phone number. Otherwise, I could have called her. Jikawa Shizuka lamented, leaving Ling Fong at a loss for words. Your injury on your thigh hasn't healed yet. So try not to move around too much. Saeko, please take Shizuka back to her room to rest. Come to my room later, Ling Fong stated, feeling that he had said enough. He then rose and returned to his quarters. Before long, Tokita Saeko came to find him. Knock knock. Come in. The door is unlocked. Ling Fong called from the side of the bed. Creak. Tokita Saeko opened the door and stepped inside, shutting it behind her. She walked over to Ling Fong and took a seat beside him. Gazing at his calm expression, there's something you wish to discuss? Yes, Ling Fong replied solemnly. Looking at the beautiful Saeko, he got straight to the point. In truth, I am not from this world. Seeing the astonished look on Tokita Saeko's face, Ling Fong sighed softly and began to explain, revealing everything, including the Dragon Ball system, that he knew that the system imposed no restrictions on this information, and there would be no repercussions for sharing it. He fully trusted Saeko. Upon hearing this, Tokita Saeko's expression shifted continuously. Despite her composed nature, she found it difficult to dismiss Ling Fong's claims and was naturally taken aback. Am I merely a figment of imagination? Tokita Saeko remarked bitterly, her self-deprecating tone evident. Ling Fong reached out, grasping Tokita Saeko's hand tightly, turning her to face him with unwavering resolve. I have never regarded this as an illusory world, nor have I ever considered you to be a mere figment. You are the real Tokita Saeko, the woman I admire. I hesitated for quite some time before deciding to confide in you, as I felt some things needed to be addressed eventually that I hope you do not mind. Tokita Saeko processed the revelation of Ling Fong's origins. Her initial shock subsided, and she looked at him with warmth and understanding. You can share these things with me. I am truly touched. However, it would be best to keep this matter to ourselves. Tokita Saeko understood that regardless of whether others would believe Ling Fong's story, the potential consequences of them believing it could be dire. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to disclose this to anyone but you. I will keep it secret, Ling Fong replied with a gentle smile. That I now understand why you were so eager to eliminate more zombies. It was to accumulate benefits. So, how many energy points have you amassed so far? Tokita Saeko asked, her curiosity piqued. I have accumulated a total of 2,119 energy points. That MY energy wave technique was also exchanged within the system and cost me 800 energy points. By the way, a regular zombie yields 1 energy point, while mutated zombies vary based on their strength, typically granting hundreds of points or more. Mutated creatures offer even higher energy values, Ling Fong disclosed without reservation. Can your system be used to exchange for others? Tokita Saeko inquired eagerly. Everyone yearns for superhuman strength, and she was no exception, particularly as she possessed a strong desire to excel. Unfortunately, Saeko, I had considered this long ago, but it appears that the system is solely for my use. Ling Fong lamented. He wished he could grant Saeko the ability to sense and utilize energy, but it simply wasn't feasible. That's all right. I had anticipated this outcome. You need not dwell on it. Saeko appeared noticeably disheartened. Yet she managed to force a smile as she spoke. The frustration and resentment stemming from her inability to become a true powerhouse were overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness regarding her inability to support her man, leaving her extremely uncomfortable and constrained. You need not be overly dismayed. Once the tasks in this world are completed, I estimate there is a high possibility that I will venture into other realms. At that time, I shall assist you in finding a way. There will inevitably be some cultivation manuals or the like. It is merely a matter of time, so there is no need for excessive concern. Ling Fong comforted, clearly perceiving Saeko's disappointment and dissatisfaction. When you leave, will you take me with you? This was the foremost concern occupying Saeko's mind. That I should be able to, Ling Fong replied, nodding as he elucidated the function of the basic spatial gem related to the task rewards. Saeko then let out a sigh of relief. After conversing with Ling Fong for a while, Saeko returned to her room, though prior to her departure, the two inevitably indulged in a brief moment of intimacy. However, they maintained their boundaries, as they had only recently confirmed their relationship, and it was prudent to take their time. After all, Saeko would eventually belong to him, and Ling Fong was not particularly concerned, believing it wiser to focus on his cultivation for the time being. Once Saeko had departed, Ling Fong seated himself on the bed, accessed the system, and clicked on the fist icon to meticulously explore the various exchanges available. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately opted to exchange for the void dance technique. Initially, he considered whether to accumulate more energy points and directly acquire the Kame Senin's Kamehameha technique instead. Although it had not appeared much in the later stages of the animation, he recalled the words of Master Rashi, who had stated that the immature Kamehameha could not compete with the Kamehameha. This indicated that the technique possessed considerable power and was relatively simple to execute, requiring merely a finger. However, reflecting on the formidable power of the energy blades he currently wielded with his katana, he concluded that though it was somewhat of a shortcut, the effectiveness was what truly mattered. As it stood, no mutated creature or zombie had been able to withstand his energy wave or energy blade. Thus, he had little to worry about in terms of attack power. Ultimately, he decided on the void dance technique, recognizing the immense potential it held for flight. With a clear decision made, Ling Fong chose to exchange for the void dance technique without hesitation. Instantly, his energy points plummeted from 2119 to 119, and a surge of information inexplicably flooded his mind. Ling Fong sat in contemplation, thoroughly absorbing the secrets of the void dance technique. Exhaling softly, he endeavored to relax his body as warm energy coursed rapidly within him. Gradually, his feet lifted from the ground, and he began to float, ultimately halting at approximately 1 meter above the floor. Haha, I can fly too. What a thrill! Gazing down at the ground beneath him, Ling Fong felt a swell of pride. For someone who had always walked on 2 feet, breaking free from the constraints of gravity was an indescribably enchanting sensation, a feeling of unrestrained freedom. Following this, Ling Fong began to glide around his modest room. Becoming increasingly adept at employing the void dance technique, in no time, he had shed the initial awkwardness, moving with the grace and ease reminiscent of flowing clouds and water. However, after a while, Ling Fong was compelled to come to a halt, as he realized that while the energy expenditure of the void dance technique was not excessively high, it was not negligible either, given that he had not accumulated energy for a significant duration. His internal energy reserves were still somewhat lacking. Thus, prolonged flight was impossible. He calculated that under full exertion, he could manage roughly 15 minutes of flight, and if he employed energy wave techniques, the duration would diminish to less than 10 minutes. Accompanied by a reduction in speed and altitude. Ultimately, my foundational strength is still insufficient, Ling Fong remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a hint of resignation. Fortunately, he had anticipated the energy consumption associated with the void dance technique and was merely voicing a mild complaint. He had no regrets regarding his decision to exchange for it, as it was a necessity he would eventually have to fulfill. Once he had settled himself, Ling Fong rearranged the room, moving the bed aside to create some space. Without any complex training methods, he simply commenced performing basic push-ups on the floor, recognizing that the strength and capacity of his energy corresponded to his physical fitness. As his energy grew stronger, it would also enhance his physical form, thus achieving a cyclical improvement. In time, he would be able to manipulate his energy at will, executing various techniques effortlessly, unlike now, when he required intense concentration to utilize energy waves. However, achieving instantaneous execution of energy waves would require more time. Ling Fong had intended to cultivate quietly for a while, yet he found himself consistently beset by troublesome occurrences. Chapter 27. Complete opposition. Ling Fong felt that perhaps there were certain individuals in this world who were simply destined to clash with him, as if their fates were inherently misaligned, inevitably causing him trouble. They had only spent 1 day within the villa, and Takagi-saya had already expressed her desire to leave. I want to find my father and mother. I have no time to waste here enjoying myself. Takagi-saya crossed her arms defiantly, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Fong. To her, he was merely a short-sighted individual, a waste who could only indulge in pleasures. Ling Feng's decision to remain indoors struck her as emblematic of laziness. Her words almost provoked Ling Fong into laughter. So, Saya, during this time, have you ventured out to hunt zombies? Have you devised any effective and straightforward methods for dispatching them? Have you accounted for the number and capabilities of the mutated creatures? Have you ever considered what I might be doing in this room? Ling Fong fired off several questions in rapid succession. Takagi-saya was momentarily at a loss for words. but quickly retorted with a dismissive scoff. None of that matters. We are preparing to leave now. I must return home. As she spoke, Miyamoto Rei and Hirano Kuta subtly positioned themselves near her, revealing that the three had evidently conspired in secret. Isn't it a bit too dangerous for the three of you? Without Shochan and Saeko, the outside world is perilous, especially with the mutated creatures around. If you encounter any, it could spell trouble. Perhaps it would be best to wait a while longer, Jurikawa Shizuka interjected, her expression filled with concern and a hint of self-reproach. She believed that a significant part of Ling Feng's decision to remain was due to her current inability to move freely. While I understand your desire to see your families, it would be wise to consider the situation more carefully, Saeko also cautioned. Though the team was clearly experiencing considerable discord, she was reluctant to see their journey come to an abrupt end, deeming it a great pity. Despite the good intentions of Jurikawa Shizuka and Saeko, Takagi Saya remained unappreciative, confidently picking up an automatic rifle that had been resting nearby. Hirano already taught me and Rei some basic shooting skills. With my brilliant intellect, I learned quickly, as long as we have guns, those zombies will be no match for us. 3 different types of firearms, along with a crossbow and a few arrows. How do you intend to allocate them? Ling Feng inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the weapons before him. Since the others were resolute in their decision to leave, he felt little inclination to argue further. We are 3 people, and we should have all 3 firearms. That seems reasonable, given that going out is extremely dangerous, Takagi Saya asserted in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course. Jurikawa Shizuka and Saeko exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing, while Ling Feng merely smirked. It is you who have chosen to venture out into danger. This is your voluntary decision, not a task we have delegated to you. You wish to take 3 out of the 4 weapons available. I must insist that this is absolutely unacceptable. We will be keeping the shotgun. You may take the other 2, Ling Feng declared, swiftly seizing the shotgun before Takagi Saya or her companions could react. Do not be ridiculous. The shotgun is an essential weapon for close combat. Keeping it here will serve no purpose for you, Takagi Saya retorted angrily, while Miyamoto Rei and the chubby boy regarded Ling Feng with displeasure. We will not be staying here indefinitely. We will eventually venture out, won't we? No need for further discussion. Let us proceed with this arrangement, Ling Feng stated firmly, unwilling to play the fool any longer. Certainly. High Castle Saya exclaimed angrily. Pausing for a moment before addressing Juchuan Shizuka, hand over the keys to that Hummer in the garage. Do you still intend to drive away with that vehicle? Ling Feng's tone turned frigid upon hearing this. His gaze fixated intently on the 3 individuals. Of course. How could we leave without a vehicle? Miyamoto Rei replied nonchalantly. Are you seeking death? Ling Feng's voice suddenly turned icy as he swiftly drew his katana, pointing it directly at High Castle Saya. The crowd gasped in shock, and the plump man reacted by drawing his pistol, only to have it knocked from his hand by Tokisaki Saeko, who utilized her unsheathed katana with remarkable precision. The atmosphere shifted drastically, becoming exceedingly tense, faced with the sharp tip of the blade and the unmasked murderous intent in Ling Feng's eyes. High Castle Saya felt an involuntary shiver run through her body. She screamed in terror, collapsing onto the sofa behind her. Ling Feng's energy points revealed the countless zombies he had dispatched, accumulating a significant amount of concealed killing intent. In his fury, it left the pampered High Castle Saya utterly astounded. Despite her extensive theoretical knowledge, it was merely academic understanding. Don't act impulsively, Ling Fong. Let's discuss this calmly, Miyamoto Rei urged, her face pale with fear, as the plump man watched Ling Fong anxiously, dreading that one rash move could result in Saya's demise. She had no doubt of Ling Feng's willingness to kill, as he had done so before. Xiao Fengchan, Juchuan Shizuka, too, was overwhelmed. Ling Fong gestured for silence, his cold gaze still fixed on High Castle Saya. Listen carefully. You may leave if you wish. I will not obstruct you. I can provide you with 2 firearms, but that modified Hummer is absolutely off limits. Ling Fong could compromise on other matters, but the vehicle was non-negotiable. It was a treasure far more valuable than all the firearms and ammunition combined. Without a vehicle, how do you expect us to survive? Miyamoto Rei bit her lip in frustration. That is your concern. You chose to leave the villa, Ling Fong replied without a hint of sympathy. Miyamoto Rei was not his woman. After all, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. I don't want to leave. Saya, without a vehicle, we will perish, Miyamoto Rei said, her voice choked with emotion. Ultimately, High Castle Saya conceded, and Ling Fong sheathed his katana. For the time being, the the trio of High Castle Saya had decided against leaving. Yet the discord within the group had escalated to a breaking point. Everyone was resigned to the fact that their paths had diverged. Ling Fong had initially thought that after this incident, High Castle and her companions would settle down for a while. But unexpectedly, events took a sudden turn. After the quarrel subsided, everyone dispersed. Although they shared the same roof, clear divisions had formed. High Castle Saya, Miyamoto Rei, and Hirano could have banded together, while Ling Fong, Tokasaki Saeko, and Juchuan Shizuka formed another distinct group. Even during meals, the atmosphere was cold, with minimal conversation. Had there been more tables, they would likely have dined separately. Ling Fong anticipated that this Cold War would persist for some time. However, he was mistaken, as the situation rapidly spiraled beyond his control. That night, after finishing his training, Ling Fong went to bed early. Just as he was drifting into a comfortable slumber, a scream from Juchuan Shizuka echoed through the villa, startled awake. Ling Fong immediately sensed that something was amiss and he hurriedly donned his pants, neglecting to put on a shirt, and rushed out of his room with his katana in hand. Upon entering Juchuan Shizuka's room, he found it in disarray, with her absent and the bedding thrown aside. What happened? What's going on? Tokasaki Saeko, hastily dressed, followed closely behind Ling Fong into the room. Quick, to the living room. Ling Fong suddenly realized something, his expression shifting dramatically as he turned to rush towards the living room. Along the way, both noticed that High Castle Saya and her companions' rooms were all empty, that a sense of dread settled in. When they arrived at the living room, chaos reigned. The locked cabinet containing firearms and crossbows had been pried open. All the weapons had vanished without a trace. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared from below the villa. Bastards! Ling Fong comprehended everything in an instant, his fury boiling over as he charged downstairs at full speed. Saeko trailed behind, but her speed could not match Ling Feng's. Reaching the ground floor, Ling Fong immediately spotted the garage lights ablaze, accompanied by the growl of an engine. The modified Hummer, resembling a war machine, thundered out, the doors having been opened somehow. Xiao Fengchan, help me! Juchuan Shizuka, pinned in the back seat by Miyamoto Rei, caught sight of Ling Feng's figure through the headlights, her heart leaping with joy as she struggled to call out. But Miyamoto Rei quickly restrained her. I'm sorry, Juchuan-sensei, we had no other choice. Miyamoto Rei's voice was low, firmly holding Juchuan Shizuka in place. Seeing this, Ling Feng's rage ignited. He sprinted forward, but as he took 2 steps, a strong sense of danger washed over him, prompting him to instinctively dodge. Bang! In that instant, a metal bullet struck the ground beside him. Let us go. Don't force me to shoot, the plump man shouted from the car's sunroof. Wielding a semi-automatic sniper rifle aimed at Ling Fong, High Castle Saya was at the wheel. In that brief moment of hesitation, the Hummer surged through the iron gate, crushing any zombies that roamed outside the villa. Quickly disappearing into the darkness. As he watched the Hummer retreat, Ling Feng's expression darkened to an extreme, a fierce and savage killing intent flashing across his face. You think you can escape? Damn you! You filthy bastards! Ling Feng's fury reached its peak, and with a roar, veins bulging on his forehead, a gust of wind swirled around him as the energy within him surged, propelling his body into the air. Ling Fong, Tokasaki Saeko had just rushed out of the villa, witnessing Ling Fong soaring high above. Glancing at the empty garage and the gaping door, she understood the situation without needing further explanation. Saeko, close the door and stay inside. Do not come out. I will bring Shizuka back and deal with that wretched High Castle Saya. Ling Fong commanded coldly, momentarily pausing to glance at Tokasaki Saeko before focusing on the distant night sky. Unleashing his energy in a powerful burst, Saeko sighed, observing the approaching zombies outside, and promptly locked the door. Although she worried for Ling Feng's safety, she refrained from venturing out. As for Ling Fong, this was the angriest he had been since arriving in this world. Though his energy reserves were not fully replenished, he still exhibited incredible speed in his full outburst, slicing through the dark night like a blade, directing his course towards the street that echoed with roaring engines. His face bore no sign of joy or excitement, only a chilling frost. Meanwhile, inside the Hummer, have you all lost your minds? Why are you capturing me? Xiao Fengchan will never forgive you, Juchuan Shizuka exclaimed incredulously. Her hands bound while her legs remained unrestrained, perhaps due to her existing injuries. It's precisely because of my concern for that monster Ling Feng's strength that I decided to take you with us. Juchuan-sensei, as long as you're in the vehicle, he won't dare to use his abilities against us. High Castle Saya replied with a cold laugh, a smug glint in her eyes. That damned Ling Fong. The more you resist my departure, the more determined I become to leave. Even if you sprout 2 more legs, you won't catch us, High Castle Saya thought with a smirk, recalling how she had been threatened with a blade earlier. Her anger and frustration flaring. She had her own pride, and she would never allow anyone to trample on it. Suddenly, a towering, powerful zombie emerged ahead, roaring as it charged towards them. Without waiting for Takashiro Saya to say anything, the portly man near the sunroof immediately pulled the trigger, and a bullet accurately shattered the creature's skull. The Hummer relentlessly crushed the body as it sped past. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies, in the face of the formidable Hummer, were like pebbles, being knocked aside in droves. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Even without that scoundrel Ling Fong, we are still incredibly strong. Unless he sprouts wings and flies over here, he won't stand a chance of catching us. Saya laughed triumphantly as they barreled down the street. However, in the next moment, with a flash of golden light descending, her expression abruptly froze. In the inky blackness of the night sky, a golden streak shot across, crashing onto the road in front of the Hummer, creating a small crater. Startled, Saya instinctively slammed on the brakes. A cacophony of screeching tires erupted as the Hummer came to a sudden halt, sending everyone inside tumbling. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Could it be? Impossible. Saya's face turned ashen as she gazed at the small crater before them. Before she could ponder further, a fierce gust of wind swept through the night. And amid the portly man's startled cries, a figure descended from the heavens, landing brutally atop the Hummer's hood with a sharp clang that jolted the entire vehicle. I don't have wings, yet I can still fly. Ling Fong crouched on the Hummer's hood, leaning over to sneer at Takashiro Saya in the driver's seat, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Fatty, shoot him, kill him. Hurry. Even through the thick, reinforced glass, Saya could feel the intense coldness of his killing intent, causing her body to tremble involuntarily as she screamed in fright. How dare you harm Takashiro? Though the portly man was gripped by fear, he gritted his teeth and, urged on by Saya, aimed his firearm at Ling Fong. Among the three, the most threatening was the portly man, and Ling Fong had long been wary of him. In a split second, he leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, and before the portly man could pull the trigger, he struck with lightning speed. With a swift draw of his blade, the cold gleam of steel glinted with overwhelming force. The portly man was horrified. He tried to evade but was too late, only managing to instinctively raise his semi-automatic sniper rifle to block the blow. The razor-sharp blade cleaved deeply into the weapon, and the impact numbed his hands, causing the rifle to slip from his grasp. Die, Ling Fong coldly declared as he eyed the defenseless portly man, thrusting his blade with a swift motion that offered no time for mercy. The ice-cold tip pierced through his throat, crimson blood spraying onto the roof of the vehicle. Inside, Miyamoto Rika seemed to sense something amiss and let out a horrified scream. Ling Fong paid no heed to the resentment glaring from the portly man's wide eyes. With a swift motion, he drew forth a bloody blade. The portly man, half his neck severed, collapsed helplessly inside the vehicle, blood splattering across the interior. What felt like an eternity had transpired, yet the entire ordeal had only lasted mere seconds. After slaying the portly man, Ling Fong, without a hint of hesitation, stepped through the pool of blood to the edge of the window, extending his blade threateningly towards Miyamoto Rika. Get out. Don't worry about him. Shoot. Quickly, Saya, suppressing her terror, yelled at the terrified Miyamoto Rika, simultaneously flooring the gas pedal, causing the Hummer to roar to life. Had Ling Fong not been prepared and held on tightly, he surely would have been thrown off. No, please don't kill me. Miyamoto Rika wailed in panic, her courage failing her as she faced the bloodied blade. The corpse of the portly man lay before her, and the gruesome scene rendered her incapable of meeting Ling Feng's gaze. Damn it, Saya seethed, pressing the accelerator to the floor while frantically steering the wheel, causing the Hummer to careen down the street like a drunken man, swaying dangerously and nearly tossing Ling Fong off several times. You think I can't kill you, you filthy woman? Ling Fong could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, he released the window and leapt into the driver's seat, his blade swirling as he gripped it tightly. A faint golden glow emanating from its edge. Filthy woman. Die, Ling Fong bellowed, the blade infused with golden energy, forcefully penetrating the Hummer's roof. Thea contemplated how to rid herself of the monstrous Ling Fong. She felt a sudden jolt course through her body. Her eyes widened in horror, nearly bulging from their sockets. her hands relinquishing control of the steering wheel as blood trickled slowly from her forehead, cascading down her face. The long, sharp blade pierced through the roof, brutally embedding itself in Saya's skull, ending her life in an instant. Ah! Miyamoto Rika emitted a scream of ear-splitting magnitude, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the driver's seat. While even Jikawa Shizuka, witnessing Saya's tragic fate, averted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, Ling Fong, atop the Hummer, also turned pale. The preceding rapid flight, combined with his intercepting strike against the Hummer, had nearly drained him of energy. However, with the Hummer now careening out of control, he could not afford to neglect the situation, especially with Shizuka still inside. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew his blade and entered the vehicle through the window, casting a cold glare at Miyamoto Rika before hurriedly climbing into the driver's seat and slamming on the brakes. "Saeko, open the door," Ling Fong shouted from the back seat of the Hummer, leaning out the window towards the villa. Though it was late, Saeko had been waiting on the first floor of the villa, and upon hearing the Hummer's voice, she promptly opened the iron gate, allowing the vehicle entry before shutting it behind them. The Hummer came to a stop, its door swung open, and Ling Fong forcefully pushed Miyamoto Rika out, gasping for breath as he beckoned Saeko to assist him. He was nearly out of strength. "Where are the others?" Saeko, supporting Ling Fong and Jikawa Shizuka, inquired, having already noticed the bloodstains inside the vehicle, her heart sinking with foreboding that I killed them. Ling Fong replied after a moment of silence, a hint of self-mockery flashing across his face. He had never expected to take the lives of Takashiro Saya and Hironoya Kuda with his own hands, yet he felt no regret. They had brought this upon themselves. Had they merely attempted to flee with the car keys under the cover of night, he would not have resorted to killing them. However, they had crossed an unforgivable line by taking Shizuka hostage. That was a betrayal he could not tolerate. "Sai, let us head inside for now." Saeko, already anticipating this outcome, sighed softly and glanced at the despairing Miyamoto Rika, shaking her head helplessly as the four retreated to the Villa. 30 Chapter 30, the white light of destruction that is essentially the situation. Due to the inconvenience of bringing them back, I disposed of their bodies by the roadside, and I reckon they have already been devoured by a horde of zombies. Hee. Ling Fong sat on the sofa, his voice low and somber. Saeko sighed, saying nothing, merely reflecting on how much had transpired in such a short span of a day. Meanwhile, seated nearby, Miyamoto Rika shuddered at Ling Feng's words, fear evident in her eyes as she shook her head like a rattledrum. Pleading, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I didn't mean to. Saya forced me." "Wah?" Ling Fong felt a wave of annoyance at Rika's tears. Had it not been for Jikawa Shizuka's fervent objections, he would have already put an end to her life. After some contemplation, he resolved to confine Miyamoto Rika, locking her away in a room, intending to provide her with food daily. This decision was met with Shizuka's agreement, as it was certainly preferable to killing her, although she still felt a twinge of compassion despite having been kidnapped. After securing Rika, Shizuka inquired about Ling Feng's ability to fly. Her curiosity piqued. "This is a special application of my abilities. I only recently learned how to do it. Due to the nature of his relationship with Juchuan Jingxiang, it was evident that it differed significantly from that with Saeko." Ling Fong, therefore, chose to be somewhat vague in his comments. Juchuan Jingxiang nodded in understanding, casting a glance at Saeko, but refraining from further inquiry. Once they had resolved these matters, the three of them retreated to their respective rooms for the night. As soon as Ling Feng's head hit the pillow, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted from the previous day's exertion, he slept soundly until the late afternoon of the following day. Even so, he felt a lingering fatigue in his body, leaving him somewhat resigned. His earlier performance had indeed exceeded his limits, and it seemed he would require another day of rest to recuperate. After emerging from his room and freshening up, he discovered that lunch was just being prepared. He finally decided to emerge. Upon seeing Ling Fong, Saeko and Juchuan Jingxiang both breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier that morning, they had knocked on his door, but received no response. Had he not appeared by noon, Saeko would have undoubtedly taken matters into her own hands and barged in. The two women, having listened to Ling Feng's explanation, understood the extent of his fatigue and encouraged him to take it easy for the next few days, considering the current safety of their surroundings. To put it bluntly, with the absence of Takashiro Saya and the overweight individual, their food supply had become considerably more abundant. After Saeko served some dishes to Miyamoto Rei, the three gathered at the dining table in the living room to enjoy their meal. Ling Fong, having exhausted much of his energy the previous day, devoured his food with gusto. Saeko's cooking was exquisite, and he relished the flavors. thoroughly enjoying the meal, consuming more than half of the spread all on his own. I am so full. Having Saeko around truly brings happiness, huh? Ling Fong wiped his greasy mouth, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he wrapped his arms around Saeko's waist while she was clearing the dishes. Leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth cheek, Saeko's face flushed slightly, and she cast an embarrassed glance at Zhu Chuanjingxiang before smiling softly and continuing her task. I envy you. I wish I had someone to accompany me too. Saeko, would you mind sharing Ling Fong with me a little? Zhu Chuanjingxiang looked at Saeko with a face full of envy. Well, if you wish, I suppose that's fine, Saeko replied with a light smile, lacking the anger Ling Fong had anticipated. Oh, that would be wonderful, Ling Fong, Zhu Chuanjingxiang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she opened her arms for a hug. Her ample curves swaying slightly, prompting Ling Fong to glance sideways, taken aback by their size. However, Zhu Chuanjingxiang's overture made Ling Fong feel a bit shy, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Saeko, his legitimate girlfriend who was right beside him. Who knew if Saeko was joking? To his surprise, Saeko leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, since Zhu Chuan-sensei is willing, I wouldn't mind at all. She looked at him with a beaming smile. Ling Fong hesitated for a moment but ultimately embraced Zhu Chuanjingxiang. Instantly feeling the delightful pressure of her soft curves against him, an immensely pleasurable sensation, A.S. Ling Fong held Zhu Chuanjingxiang. Saeko maintained her smile, but internally sighed. Ever since she learned about Ling Fong's circumstances, she understood that she could not monopolize him entirely. Moreover, as he would undoubtedly face various unknown challenges ahead, having trustworthy individuals by his side to assist him was beneficial. She could not be so selfish as to keep him all to herself. Born into a distinguished family, Saeko had been taught from an early age to honor her husband and adhere to traditional values. Thus, while she felt a twinge of jealousy, she also recognized that it was quite common for capable men to have multiple partners. This was an accepted norm in Japan's upper echelons of society, of which she was somewhat aware. Therefore, deep down, she bore little resentment. It was merely a youthful whimsy. Noticing Saeko's demeanor, Ling Fong felt a profound sense of relief, followed by an exhilarating joy. The fact that Saeko tacitly approved of him embracing both women and enjoying such blessings was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. The mere thought of Zhu Chuanjingxiang's soft curves made him instinctively swallow hard. A hint of wickedness flickering across his face, he was certainly in for some delightful experiences in the future, he mused with a chuckle. Are you perhaps thinking of something rather mischievous, Ling Fong? Zhu Chuanjingxiang nestled against him, teased with a playful grin, having noticed his gaze lingering on her most enticing attributes. Ahem, how could that be? Ling Fong coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. After clearing the table, the trio settled onto the couch to watch television, checking the latest news. Although many channels were no longer accessible, a few remained, all reporting on the current dire situation. After an extensive news segment, the expressions of the three grew increasingly grim. Nearly the entire world had succumbed to the reign of the undead. The broadcast mentioned mutated zombies and aberrant creatures, which were far more formidable than ordinary zombies, urgently advising survivors to flee at the first sign of such threats. As they were engrossed in the news, the television suddenly emitted a loud bang and malfunctioned, emitting smoke. Ling Fong hurriedly rushed over to unplug it. Outside the villa, a dazzling white light flickered, casting an intense glow through the windows, prompting the three to shield their eyes, squinting against the brightness. Ling Feng's heart sank. The moment he had dreaded had arrived. The destructive white light representing the pinnacle of humanity's destructive power. The world has changed, Ling Fong murmured, squinting at the brilliant light outside. It came swiftly and unexpectedly, disappearing just as quickly. What was that? Ling Fong, do you know? Zhu Chuanjingxiang inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Echoed by Saeko. A nuclear bomb, Ling Fong uttered coolly, causing both women to pale in shock. Could it be that we have been driven to the point of resorting to nuclear weapons? It seems quite close to us. Zhu Chuanjingxiang lamented, collapsing back onto the sofa, biting her lip in despair. If a nuclear bomb detonated on land, it would undoubtedly trigger an earthquake here. Since there's been no quake, it likely detonated in the air over the ocean. Even so, the impact would still be immense, Ling Fong explained, gesturing towards the now silent television. Because of the electromagnetic pulse caused by the nuclear explosion, all electronic devices have become inoperative. Power plants and similar facilities are essentially rendered useless. Only a small fraction of military bases may possess anti-electromagnetic pulse protection devices, but they are exceedingly rare. What should we do next? Saeko inquired, furrowing her brow. What else can we do? We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. Ling Fong replied, shaking his head. As long as we have strength, we can overcome anything. Otherwise, words are meaningless. Subsequently, Ling Fong took Saeko downstairs to the garage to check the Hummer, and as expected, it was still operational. Much to the relief of both Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and Saeko. Following this, Saeko returned to her room to practice her swordsmanship, leaving Ling Fong to escort Zhu Chuan Jingxiang back to her room. With a gentle embrace, Ling Fong lifted Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, smiling at her slightly embarrassed expression. That I didn't realize you were quite heavy, Jingxiang, that he thought to himself, noting that most of her weight seemed to concentrate in her ample curves. Imagining how challenging it must be for her to do, Ling Fong, I'm not heavy at all, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang playfully protested, wrapping her arms around his neck, her curves pressing against him, eliciting an involuntary reaction that brushed against her waist. Oh, Ling Fong, you're quite naughty, she giggled. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang also sensed the malevolent presence, her cheeks flushing crimson as she cast a playful glance at Ling Fong, not genuinely angered, despite her seemingly naive demeanor. She was far from foolish, acutely aware of her alluring figure and feeling a sense of pride in it. Ling Fong quickly cleared his throat, striving to regain his composure, and gently embraced Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, leading her into her room and softly laying her on the bed. However, in a sudden move, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang tugged at him, causing Ling Fong to tumble onto her, enveloped by a delicate fragrance and the soft, comforting sensation surrounding his head. Ling Fong lifted his gaze to behold Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, her face flushed and breathless, her ample curves rising and falling rhythmically, prompting him to lean down and capture her cherry lips in a kiss. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang responded with a soft murmur, eagerly reciprocating, and soon they were entangled beneath the covers, passionately exchanging kisses, their hands exploring each other's forms. After a while, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang gently pushed Ling Fong away, who reluctantly withdrew his hand from her soft curves, wickedly inhaling deeply, which made her blush profusely. Xiao Feng-chan, you're truly naughty. Has Saeko also been subjected to your mischief? Pray, tell me, to what extent have you two gone? She inquired playfully, giving him a light tap. Ling Fong grasped her small hand, planting a tender kiss on it and chuckling, I've claimed all the kisses and touches, but we haven't yet indulged in that particular endeavor. Jingxiang, are you eagerly anticipating it? I wouldn't mind at all. He then feigned and advanced towards her. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's face turned scarlet as she shyly pushed him away. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. Ling Fong, not one to rush, realized that they had already enjoyed the pleasures of the moment, and he was in no haste. She would be his in due time. Knowing that Zhu Chuan Jingxiang had chosen to follow him, he decided it was time to be candid about certain matters, lest it be deemed unfair. Thus, he recounted to her the conversation he had had with Saeko. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang was initially taken aback. Struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, it took multiple reassurances from Ling Fong before she reluctantly accepted it, though a flicker of concern crossed her mind regarding Ling Feng's mission. If he failed, what would become of them? Rest assured, whether for myself, for Saeko, or for you, I will strive to become stronger, and I will complete the mission and ensure we escape this zombie-infested world, Ling Fong stated resolutely. Feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier with the addition of another woman in his life, after leaving Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's room, Ling Fong pondered and decided to visit Saeko. He knocked on her door, and she promptly answered. Upon seeing her attire, he nearly lost composure. She was clad only in undergarments, stating that this allowed for greater agility and convenience in practicing her swordsmanship, especially with no other men around. Ling Fong hesitated before confiding in Saeko about his relationship with Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Saeko sighed softly, tenderly caressing Ling Feng's face as she spoke. I understand that you are not a man meant to be possessed by just one woman. I had prepared myself for this reality. Even before the apocalypse, such arrangements were common among the elite. I do not oppose it, as long as the other party is commendable and maintains fidelity. Saeko. Ling Fong felt a surge of guilt as he embraced her, realizing how fortunate he was to have such a remarkable woman by his side, a rarity indeed. Saeko smiled shyly, and after a moment's hesitation, she whispered something in Ling Feng's ear, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Overjoyed, Ling Fong lifted Saeko, bringing her to the bed, where they soon found themselves intimately entwined. After a passionate encounter, they lay entwined, savoring the lingering sensations. I hope you will take good care of me from now on, my dear husband, Saeko said softly, her face radiant with happiness, her heart fully bound to him. Ling Fong gently withdrew from her, wrapping his arms around her alluring figure. a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I have a tremendous surprise to share with you. Be prepared, Saeko. Don't be frightened. What surprise? Seiko's curiosity piqued at his words. Well, I was quite taken aback myself, he chuckled, revealing the unexpected changes within the system after their union. What? Seiko's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly became engulfed in excitement. Gripping Ling Feng's arm tightly, is this true? Can I also possess supernatural powers to aid you? You're not jesting, are you? Although she seemed skeptical, it was understandable given that Ling Fong had previously insisted such a thing was impossible. After Ling Fong reassured her repeatedly, she finally believed him, eager to utilize her newfound abilities. Yet, he informed her that he was short on energy points due to previously using most of them for another exchange. How disappointing. I wish to experience these supernatural powers quickly. I want to grow stronger and fight alongside you. I refuse to be a mere ornament, Saeko declared fiercely, holding traditional views that compelled her to feel inadequate if she couldn't support her man. Do not fret. It's merely a matter of time that I shall venture out to gather energy points soon. It's only a matter of 400 or so, a trivial task, Ling Fong replied with a warm glimmer in his eyes. Touched by her unwavering support, Saeko nodded, contemplating, since I am already involved, perhaps you should also pay Jiu Chuan a visit. Having another ally would undoubtedly be beneficial. Ling Fong nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, as for Shizuka, there's no need to rush. We wouldn't want to overwhelm her. Saeko immediately shot him a glance, playfully chiding, well, I could certainly handle it. You mischievous rogue. Ling Fong, feeling somewhat awkward, merely smiled without retorting. It would be rather lacking in wit to mention that it was Saeko who had taken the initiative, as if struck by inspiration. Ling Fong gently lifted the blanket, and indeed, upon the pristine white sheets, he beheld a crimson plum blossomed, an overwhelming sense of conquest surged within him. Beautiful Saeko, the senior, was finally his. Seeing this, Saeko's cheeks flushed with shyness as she nestled against Ling Fong, drawing circles with her finger and murmuring, I have entrusted everything to you, my husband. You must treat me well. Of course, my dear, Ling Fong replied tenderly, taking her small hand in his. A day later, Ling Fong had completely recovered, and to his astonishment, he discovered that after expending nearly all his energy in one go, his strength seemed to have increased. The chi within him was noticeably more abundant. It appeared that to achieve rapid progress, diligent physical training was essential, but combat played an equally vital role. Be careful and return early, Jukawa Shizuka advised, wishing she could join them were it not for her mobility issues. I understand. And keep an eye on Miyamoto Rei. Do not open the door before we return. If she attempts anything against you, it would be troublesome, Ling Fong cautioned, wishing to avoid any unpleasant incidents. Understood, Shizuka assured him, having learned from prior experiences. After enjoying breakfast, Ling Fong departed the villa with Saeko, equipped with 2 katanas, 2 handguns, a shotgun, and binoculars. They did not even drive, as neither could operate a vehicle, and it was unnecessary since they were merely hunting zombies in the vicinity. Driving would only draw more attention. Initially, Ling Fong had intended to venture out alone, as Saeko would not gain energy points from defeating zombies, but she insisted on accompanying him for mutual support. They chose not to exit through the main door, as it would have been cumbersome for Jukawa Shizuka, and thus Ling Fong carried Saeko out, allowing her to experience the sensation of soaring through the sky for the first time, which deepened her yearning for strength. Ling Fong did not fly far, soon selecting a small park to land. Observing the wandering zombies nearby, they exchanged glances and swiftly sprang into action. Ling Fong took the offensive while Saeko expertly attracted the zombies in batches. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, and within about an hour, they had eliminated a significant number of zombies surrounding the park, accumulating 321 energy points, still a bit short. This efficiency was commendable, yet their expressions grew grave as they realized a troubling issue. The zombies' speed and strength seemed to have increased. While not drastically apparent, those who had been battling zombies consistently were keenly aware of these changes. It seems we need to accelerate our pace. It's a pity we haven't encountered any mutated zombies. Otherwise, we would have nearly reached 500 energy points, Ling Fong remarked, wiping the blood from his katana as he looked at Saeko. Saeko nodded, surveying the area. This vicinity has essentially been cleared. Let us move to another location. To expedite their journey, Ling Fong lifted Saeko into the air and intended to swiftly circle around the park to the next area where zombies roamed. However, they soon encountered an unexpected problem. Did you hear that strange sound? Ling Fong asked as they departed the park. Just 10 seconds after taking to the sky, he discerned an unusual noise nearby. "Let me take a look," Saeko replied, clutching Ling Fong with one arm while retrieving the binoculars with the other. Her expression quickly turned serious as she spotted a flock of enormous, slate-gray pigeons, each roughly 10 times the size of a normal pigeon. With beaks and claws as sharp as those of a hawk, she estimated there to be about 20 of them, and the sound they heard was the noise of their wings flapping. "It's a swarm of mutated pigeons. Don't fly. Quickly descend," Saeko urged, realizing that if they remained airborne amidst so many pigeons, they would undoubtedly suffer injuries. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. The mutated pigeons possessed exceptional eyesight and quickly spotted the two living beings soaring in the sky. Screeching as they charged towards them like a volley of black arrows, their speed astonishingly swift, Ling Fong hastily descended, assessing the open terrain around them, his expression shifting as he handed Saeko the shotgun and said, "There's no suitable cover. We must take them out in one go." Ling Fong felt a wave of relief, recalling that he had not intended to bring the shotgun until Jukawa Shizuka's reminder prompted him to do so. "I understand. You must be careful," Saeko said, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The area was wide open, offering no concealment. Turning to flee would be tantamount to courting death. They had no choice but to fight. Saeko chambered around and aimed skyward. Ling Fong steadied himself, gripping the katana tightly, channeling his chi into the blade, which shimmered with a faint golden glow. "Damn these foul birds. Watch how I slice you to pieces." As the mutated pigeons approached within 100 meters, Ling Fong launched the first attack, swiftly executing a side slash that sent a 1-meter-long golden crescent-shaped chi blade hurtling towards the flock. Caught off guard by Ling Feng's unexpected offensive capabilities, the pigeons had no time to scatter, colliding directly with the chi blade, which instantly shredded them into fragments. "Ha! What a thrill!" Ling Fong exclaimed, exhilarated. In the blink of an eye, over 10 of the mutated pigeons had been eliminated, and before even a second could pass, the poised Saeko squeezed the trigger. Boom! Metallic bullets erupted from the barrel, scattering outward, and with a single shot, she dispatched another 5 or 6 pigeons. By the time the remaining pigeons reached them, there were only 5 left. However, the intelligence of the mutated pigeons seemed lacking. Undeterred by the carnage, they continued their reckless dive. Their cries filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh. "Saeko, get back," Ling Fong shouted, stepping protectively in front of her, swinging his katana fiercely. The mutated pigeons scattered, yet one failed to evade in time and was cleaved in two. Confronted with the remaining 4 pigeons, Ling Fong did not dare to underestimate them. He quickly unleashed 2 chi blades, swiftly dispatching the last 4. Phew, that was close. He sighed, relieved. The entire encounter unfolded in mere seconds. Had they been even slightly slower, becoming surrounded would have meant certain doom. To deal with a handful of wretched pigeons, I had to resort to using chi. How ridiculous, Ling Fong lamented, feeling slightly dejected at the expenditure of his energy. It can't be helped. After all, these creatures can fly. If we were to sustain injuries, no amount of strategy would save us. It's better to be decisive, Saeko remarked, surveying the pile of pigeon corpses. "It seems we must exercise caution when flying in the future." Ling Fong nodded, and with Saeko's reminder, he checked the energy points yielded by the mutated pigeons, only to feel a surge of frustration. Each one was worth a mere 2 points. The risk taken was grossly disproportionate to the reward. However, Saeko analyzed the situation and remarked, upon careful consideration, it is indeed quite similar. After all, these pigeons can merely fly. It is an innate ability of their species. The mutation has only resulted in their size increase. Without bestowing any other remarkable capabilities, their defense appears rather ordinary, so it stands to reason that they would not possess a significant amount of energy points. Ling Feng could only offer a wry smile in response, hoping to avoid any further encounters with these avian-type mutated creatures in the future, deeming them not worth the trouble. "What bad luck. Let us depart," he said with a hint of displeasure. Boom, boom. Just as the two were about to leave, the roar of an engine echoed nearby. They turned their gaze to see a clearly modified jeep racing around the corner. Skidding to a halt before them, Ling Feng exchanged a wary glance with Saeko, both on high alert. "Impressive skills," boomed a hearty male voice from within the vehicle. The passenger door swung open, revealing a robust man. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6'3", clad in military attire, who approached them with purposeful strides, His gaze filled with admiration for the pair. The other windows of the vehicle rolled down, revealing several more individuals donned in military uniforms, their expressions cold and menacing, clearly distinct from ordinary soldiers. Are they from the nearby military? Saeko inquired, her vigilance unwavering. Ling Fong shared her sentiment. Mere military attire did not guarantee anything. While they were somewhat surprised by the capability of the vehicle, their caution remained undiminished. Relax, there's no need for alarm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ichiro Sato. We are soldiers from the Zhuangzhou City military base. We are out here searching for food, and upon hearing gunfire, we decided to investigate. However, it seems our concerns were unwarranted. The officer named Ichiro Sato explained, his eyes briefly scanning the ground littered with pigeon corpses. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features. To have dispatched such a multitude of mutated pigeons in such a manner spoke volumes of the duo's formidable strength. Ichiro Sato couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. With the military base still in its infancy and in dire need of manpower, recruiting these two would be nothing short of fortuitous. Ling Fong and Saeko exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared surprise at the military's swift actions. Having developed so rapidly in just a few days, may I inquire about the situation? This is no trivial matter, Ling Fong asked, to which the officer readily divulged information, revealing nothing was being concealed as it was hardly a secret. After gaining insight into the situation, Ling Fong and Saeko began to ponder deeply. Chapter 34. The situation in the base city. Out of a desire to recruit, Ichiro Sato provided a brief overview of the conditions within the base city. Currently, prior to the nuclear explosion, the military base at Zhuangzhou City could maintain a tenuous communication line with other bases and superiors. However, after the detonation, the lack of protective electronic pulse equipment across the bases severed what little stability remained in their communications. Presently, the Zhuangzhou City base is under the control of various senior officers, each claiming authority in the absence of superior command, relying on the military's foundation to barely hold together. They have also taken in numerous refugees, most of whom have been integrated into the military to help maintain the base, and discussions regarding the next course of action are underway. While the information was limited, Ling Fong gleaned from the officer's demeanor and tone that the situation was precarious. In these chaotic times, without a leader to provide coherent command, it was evident that the various military factions were beginning to show signs of fragmentation. Overall, the base city appeared to harbor considerable complexities. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Ling Fong stated coolly, exchanging a meaningful glance with Saeko before preparing to depart. Continuing the conversation would be unwise. They were not fools. Wait a moment. I have more to say, Ichiro Sato called out as they turned to leave, reluctant to let them go. Ling Fong halted, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. He had come to amass energy points swiftly for Saeko's benefit and had no time to squander on irrelevant chatter. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. That I merely wish to extend an invitation to you both to join the base city. There will be no shortage of food in the foreseeable future, and a significant military presence ensures safety. Our expedition for food is merely to supplement our supplies. Our primary aim is to gather intelligence on zombies and mutated creatures that are in these tumultuous times. Should you choose to align yourselves with us, I may not possess great talent, but I do have some standing within the base city, Ichiro Sato asserted, directly offering his olive branch. The implication of his final words was clear. If they were to join him, their futures would be boundless. My apologies, but we have our own plans and currently do not intend to join the military. Saeko, let us go, Ling Fong replied in a neutral tone, gesturing for Saeko to follow him as he turned to leave. Observing their retreating figures, Ichiro Sato sighed, contemplating the missed opportunity. If only I could recruit those two, what grand endeavors might we not achieve? It is a pity. I wonder if fate will grant us another chance to meet. Ichiro Sato returned to the jeep, climbing into the vehicle. Captain, why go to such lengths? They appear to be quite young. How formidable could they truly be? You may be overestimating them, remarked a young soldier in the driver's seat, with several others nodding in agreement, seemingly dismissive of their captain's interest, believing his eagerness stemmed from a manpower shortage. What do you know, you young fools? Do you have any idea who that woman is? Ichiro Sato shook his head incredulously. Could she be the daughter of some high-ranking official? She is certainly strikingly beautiful. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. As long as you take me away with you, I am willing to do anything, no matter what you desire. I can be your woman. Just don't abandon me. Miyamoto Ray cried out. clinging to Ling Feng's thigh, believing that with her beauty and figure, he would surely not refuse her. However, she soon learned the true meaning of despair. Are you as beautiful as Saeko? Do you possess Saeko's grace? Do you have Saeko's strength? Do you have Shizuka's gentleness? Do you have Shizuka's charm? Do you have Shizuka's physique? Ling Fong mocked, each condition causing Miyamoto Rei's expression to darken considerably, a comparison of her shortcomings to other strengths. I do not support useless individuals. And I certainly do not favor women like you, Ling Fong said indifferently, looking at the despairing Miyamoto Rei, before turning away from her grasp and beckoning Saeko and Shizuka to leave. Adhering to his earlier promise of providing her with merely 2 days' worth of food and water, under Miyamoto Rei's gaze filled with despair and resentment, Ling Fong and the two women drove away from the villa, with Shizuka at the wheel, Ling Fong in the passenger seat, and Saeko seated in the back. I remember there are 2 convenience stores nearby. Let us go take a look. I wonder if there's any food left at this hour, Shizuka said while driving. That sounds good, but the chances are probably slim. Ling Fong nodded in agreement. Just as Ling Fong had predicted, the Hummer arrived at the entrances of both convenience stores, but they could see from outside that they had been nearly emptied. Thus, the trio quickly abandoned hopes of finding food and water in the vicinity and hastened to leave the area. As they drove through the streets, they noticed that not only were the zombies near the villa nearly absent, but the surrounding areas had also been largely cleared out, as if others had taken the initiative to eliminate them. Yet, just as the Hummer was about to enter the main road, they encountered a bit of trouble. Ahead, it appeared that a blockade had been set up. What should we do? Shizuka furrowed her brow, observing the barriers and a few rough-looking youths standing in the road. Just run them over, Ling Fong replied coldly. His vision had improved significantly, and though there was some distance, he could vaguely make out the tattoos on the arms of those ruffians, recalling Ichiro Sato's earlier words, and understood the situation immediately. All right, Shizuka, not one to be daft, tightened her grip on the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, the already swift Hummer roaring forward with even greater speed. The sound of the Hummer's engine had naturally drawn the attention of the group ahead. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, the youths were first taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. "Halt that vehicle immediately," shouted the leader, a brash youth with yellow hair, standing boldly in the middle of the road. Brandishing a black handgun aimed at the speeding Hummer, "We've got a big catch, boss, haha." The other ruffians brandished their makeshift weapons, their eyes gleaming with greed as they beheld the Hummer's approach. "Boss, wait, they don't seem to have any intention of stopping." One sharp-eyed underling quickly realized the gravity of the situation, his face paling in alarm, while the Hummer was now less than 30 meters away. "Damn it," the yellow-haired leader, both shocked and furious, his face hardening, abruptly pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, a metal bullet shot forth, striking the Hummer's windshield. Yet, the glass remained unscathed. The modified Hummer was impervious to ordinary handgun bullets. The next moment, to the yellow-haired ruffian's horror, the Hummer charged forward like a ferocious beast, mercilessly crushing everything in its path. The cacophony of bones shattering echoed, followed by a resounding crash as the Hummer smashed through the barricade. Continuing on its way, leaving behind a few fortunate individuals who had narrowly escaped being run over, staring in terror and shock at the blood and carnage strewn about, before they began to retch uncontrollably. Ling Fong, observing the chaos in the rearview mirror, scoffed, "Overconfident fools that I in the future, when faced with such blockades, just run them over." Shizuka nodded, taking several deep breaths to calm herself, as the reality of having crushed several living beings was still somewhat difficult for her to digest. After leaving the villa area, the number of zombies noticeably increased, and Ling Feng's hunting activities officially commenced, with Saeko responsible for gathering food, while Shizuka remained in the vehicle on standby. Time had passed since the apocalypse began, and Ling Fong noticed that the frequency of mutated zombies and other aberrant creatures had escalated. Previously, encountering even one mutated zombie after slaying over 100 regular zombies was uncommon, yet now he might encounter one after just 50 kills, even facing some weaker mutated creatures. What irked Ling Fong was that while the difficulty of dispatching ordinary zombies had increased, the energy points remained unchanged, still exasperatingly minimal. Nonetheless, he had to persist, for he was no longer alone. He had 2 women to care for. Let's just spend the night in the vehicle. After a day of combat, they naturally settled into the Hummer for the night. Fortunately, the interior was quite spacious, and with only 3 of them, it was more than sufficient for rest. "Let us see how much we managed to collect today," Shizuka remarked. "Indeed," Ling Fong replied as he reviewed the day's haul. totaling 1593 points, a bountiful yield that was just shy of allowing him to exchange for energy wave techniques for both Saeko and Shizuka. That's quite impressive, Shizuka said cheerfully. Linking her arm with Ling Feng's, Ling Fong smiled faintly, gently stroking Shizuka's hair, who purred contentedly like a kitten, producing soft sounds of pleasure. You needn't worry about the energy points. Our basic energy is more than sufficient. It would be better for you to save up for more powerful techniques. The energy blades produced by wielding the katana are just as formidable as the energy wave technique, Saeko replied softly, touched by Ling Feng's constant consideration for them. While utilizing the katana to unleash energy blades is practical, I worry about the wear and tear on the blade itself. After all, the destructive power of energy is quite intense. And if I were to rely on the katana for each strike, I fear it may not withstand the pressure and could eventually shatter, which would be troublesome, Ling Fong said, gently polishing his katana. Expressing his concerns, Saeko paused, glancing at her own katana. Had Ling Fong not pointed it out, she might have overlooked this aspect. Indeed, while both blades were of good quality, constant energy enhancement would undoubtedly affect them. If they were to shatter during combat, it would be a calamity. They appeared to need to prepare some spare weapons. The two exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Let us just rest for now. I am exhausted, Ling Fong said, stretching lazily. Agreed, we can discuss everything tomorrow, Shizuka concurred. Putting aside the matter of weapons for the moment, the three were too tired after a long day to contemplate anything further. Forcing themselves to ignore the occasional distant sounds of zombies outside, they gradually slipped into slumber. However, that night would not pass so peacefully for the three of them. The moonless night was thick with ominous intent. In the dead of night, Ling Fong, Saeko, and Shizuka lay together in the rear seats of the Hummer. Ling Feng's left arm wrapped around Saeko and his right around Shizuka, with his head buried in the soft curves of both women. Breathing rhythmically in comfortable slumber, suddenly, a resounding roar shattered the stillness, echoing throughout the dark sky and penetrating the confines of the Hummer, jolting the trio from their sleep. What was that noise? It sounded terrifying. Shizuka murmured, rubbing her eyes in fear. Let me check, Ling Fong said, pulling back the window to peer through a pair of binoculars. Moments later, his expression turned grave by the light of the moon. He could see a creature with wings engaged in a fierce battle with a winged humanoid zombie atop a distant high-rise building. The two combatants exchanged blows, their conflict intense and chaotic. From their distance, it was difficult to discern the details, but both seemed to possess ranged attacks, creating a cacophony of explosions that ravaged the surrounding structures. You should take a look as well. Ling Fong stepped aside to make room and handed the telescope to Saeko, who then took a glance alongside Shizuka. Their expressions varied considerably. The evolutionary pace of these mutated creatures and zombies seemed to surpass their expectations by a significant margin. However, Ling Fong was perplexed as to why the zombies would engage in combat with the mutated beings. Were they not supposed to refrain from attacking one another? Was it a matter of territorial dispute? Shizuka voiced her confusion, a sentiment echoed by Ling Fong and Saeko, who shared her bewilderment. That I'll go take a look. You two stay in the vehicle and don't wander off, he advised, observing the two figures locked in combat in the distance. Be careful, Saeko replied with a nod. If there's danger, I'll retreat. There's no need to worry. After tidying himself up slightly, Ling Fong opened the car door and stepped out, hastily making his way forward. Along the way, he encountered numerous zombies agitated by the noise, but Ling Fong preferred to conserve his strength, skillfully avoiding them. With his current pace, it took him only a few minutes to reach the high-rise building he had spotted through the telescope. However, by then, the two creatures had shifted their battleground from the rooftop to mid-air, engaging in combat, while slowly maneuvering. It was at this moment that he could clearly discern their appearances. One was a massive winged tiger, roughly the size of a small van, and even larger when accounting for its wingspan. It roared, emitting a wave of oppressive sound, while simultaneously unleashing azure wind blades to attack its opponent. Its movements were extraordinarily agile, and its physical form was far from weak, evidently a formidable mutated creature, likely having escaped from a nearby zoo. The other mutated zombie was less imposing, standing around 1.8 meters tall, sporting bat-like wings on its back. With claws that were crimson and sharp, its attack frequency was alarmingly rapid, and it moved even faster than the flying tiger. Occasionally, it gathered dark red energy orbs between its hands to launch attacks, showcasing a strength that could not be underestimated, although its defensive capabilities seemed lacking, rendering it hesitant to confront the tiger directly, leaving it at a disadvantage. Better hide for now, Ling Fong decided, concealing himself, as the most prudent approach was to let the fisher benefit from the fray. Charging in now would be unwise at that moment. Something unexpected occurred. The mutated zombie he had been observing suddenly spoke. "Damn it, this beast is too fierce, you bastard. Andal, once I deal with this creature, I'll make sure to drain your blood," the wing-mutated zombie exclaimed in frustration, displaying a look of helplessness, a noble vampire, even as a lowly baron. William felt an immense sense of pride. Before the apocalypse, he had relentlessly pursued a werewolf named Andal to Japan, only to encounter the unfortunate outbreak of zombies. Initially, he believed the world was doomed, but soon realized it was a paradise. He discovered a potent dark energy permeating the atmosphere, which, when absorbed, significantly amplified his power, particularly during an unexpected incident. He found that consuming the blood of mutated creatures not only spared him from becoming a repugnant lowly zombie, but also considerably enhanced his strength. Thus, William transitioned from a mere baron to a viscount in just over a fortnight since the apocalypse, filling him with unbridled ecstasy. However, just after his ascension, he encountered his nemesis, Andal, who, unbeknownst to William, had also experienced a surge in strength. Confidently, he had intended to eliminate Andal, but the wily werewolf managed to lure a powerful mutated tiger into the fray, setting a trap that forced William to contend with the beast while he made his escape, driving him to the brink of fury. What the hell? This creature isn't merely a mutated zombie, it's a vampire. Even these fiends have emerged. Ling Fong was taken aback upon hearing the vampire's words, heightening his vigilance, for vampires are not to be compared with the lowly, dim-witted zombies. Yet, Ling Fong had no intention of retreating. He was eager to ascertain whether defeating the vampire would yield negative energy. Moreover, despite the vampire's formidable prowess, he sensed that he too was not lacking in strength. "There's nothing to fear," he declared. Roar. The flying tiger, unable to gain the upper hand, let out a furious roar, its wing beats quickening, surrounding itself with swirling azure vortexes that transformed into whirling wind blades, sweeping towards William from all directions. "Just a mere beast. Do not get too cocky, bloodbat," as he witnessed the multitude of wind blades. A flicker of concern crossed William's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a blaze of anger. With a snort, he unleashed a surge of dark red vampire energy, sending forth a swarm of blood-red bats to charge at the wind blades, their numbers surpassing those of the wind blades. Having been dominated by a mere beast for too long, the inherently proud William was thoroughly displeased. Now, seeing his opponent unleash their ultimate move, he decided to reveal his full strength. The blood bats collided violently with the wind blades, exploding like bombs and sending plumes of dust into the air. However, before long, dozens of blood bats broke through the haze, surging towards the mutated tiger and detonating with a resounding blast. It was evident that in this clash, the vampire held the advantage. Roar. The mutated tiger howled in agony as it was struck by the blood bats, sustaining numerous wounds from which blood flowed freely, igniting a glimmer of greed in William's eyes. After expending so much effort, I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. With the mutated tiger nearing the strength of a viscount, if he were to drain its blood, even having just ascended to viscount himself, he could still significantly bolster his power. This was an opportunity he simply could not miss. Roar. Yet, the mutated tiger, wounded, only became more ferocious, its primal rage ignited as it charged toward William, its sharp claws gleaming dangerously, just a brute relying on raw strength. "Do you think I would engage you head-on?" Foolish. Faced with the tiger's onslaught, William remained cautious, swiftly utilizing his vampiric agility to evade its claws. "Foolish beast, strength is useless if you cannot land a hit." William danced around the mutated tiger's attacks, using his speed to his advantage, and seizing moments between its strikes to inflict deep gashes with his sharp claws, gradually draining the tiger's vitality. Despite the mutated tiger's imposing presence and powerful strikes, it struggled to connect with the comparatively smaller and more agile William. As time passed, the tiger became increasingly marred with scratches, its vitality waning due to excessive blood loss, causing its attacks to lose both speed and power. Eventually, it was left with little strength even to maintain flight, its body crashing to the ground while its fierce gaze fixated on the smug William, brimming with fury. "Haha, now you understand my might, you cursed beast." William laughed triumphantly. The mutated tiger suddenly roared, summoning all its remaining strength to gather a nearly 1-meter-long azure wind blade before unleashing it with a fierce flick of its head. The wind blade shot forth at tremendous speed towards William, while the tiger, utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. What? The mutated tiger's desperate strike was not to be underestimated, sensing the terrifying power within the wind blade. William's expression shifted dramatically as the wind blade approached. He hastily leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his chest, drawing a thin line of blood. The blade, with relentless force, struck a nearby cherry blossom tree trunk, severing it cleanly in half, the cut remarkably smooth. Ling Fong, who was observing from a distance, couldn't help but be astonished. Cough. Damn it, you beast. William gazed with a pallid complexion at the grievous wound etched across his chest. Were it not for his vampiric nature and the formidable vitality that accompanied it, such an attack would have undoubtedly been fatal. Blood, after all, is the quintessential source of power for a vampire. Excessive loss could, under unfortunate circumstances, precipitate a decline in his very essence, especially considering he had only recently ascended to the rank of Viscount, a state that still lacked stability. This injury, therefore, constituted a severe and vexing complication. In a moment of careless oversight, he had nearly been dispatched by a beast, and as a noble vampire Viscount, William found himself engulfed in a tempest of rage. Yet, upon beholding the feeble and weakened mutated tiger, a sinister smile crept across his face, filled with pride and malice. You wretched creature, though you have caused me some trouble, the ultimate victor remains I. Ha ha. Once I drain every last drop of your blood, not only shall I mend my wounds, but I shall also augment my power. There is no greater delight than this. With labored steps, William advanced towards the mutated tiger, his handsome visage reflecting an intense fervor, his throat convulsing in anticipation. Almost there. If the mutated tiger is slain by a vampire, my energy points will be squandered, thought Ling Fong, who lurked in the shadows. However, just as Ling Fong revealed himself, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow leapt forth from a nearby alley, swiftly closing the distance to confront William. The shadow, brandishing obsidian claws, struck at William. Startled, he hastily raised his hands in defense, yet was still hurled backward, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips as he crashed heavily to the ground. His expression one of bitterness and resentment directed at the newcomer. The figure bore the semblance of a half-orc, with a body cloaked in dark fur and robust, sharp claws, now regarding William with a glimmer of amusement. Ander, William gritted through clenched teeth, struggling to prop himself up, his eyes ablaze with a profound fury. If a gaze could slay, he would have vanquished his foe 100 times over. Taha. Thank you for occupying me for so long. Once I consume the essence of this beast, my strength shall undoubtedly surge. Ander cackled, coughing slightly. Curse you, you despicable mutt, William retorted, his face marred by hatred, fully aware that his adversary would not spare him. Upon hearing William's words, Ander's previously triumphant demeanor darkened. For werewolves, nothing was more intolerable than being referred to as mutt, especially by their most formidable nemesis, the vampires. Taha. Are you angered? Mutt, dog. William laughed maniacally, recklessly defying fate. Very well, William, I shall shatter every bone in your body. I will make you writhe in agony and regret as you perish, Ander coldly proclaimed, lunging at William, his claws gleaming with a chilling light, snapping off William's bat-like wings with a sickening crunch. Ah! You filthy mutt! William screamed in agony. One by one, his limbs were shattered by Ander, and even a vampire could not endure such torment, crying out in despair while casting a venomous glare at Ander, yearning to sink his teeth into him. Go to hell, William, Ander sneered, raising his paw to deliver a crushing blow to William's skull. Suddenly, a golden crescent-shaped beam of light streaked across the ground, prompting Ander to react swiftly, rolling aside just in time to narrowly evade the radiant strike. However, William, still sprawled on the ground, had no means of escape, and was immediately cleaved in two by the golden glow, his anguished scream echoing as he succumbed to his fate filled with resentment. Who goes there? Ander exclaimed, alarmed, as he beheld Ling Fong, who approached with a drawn katana, an air of deep vigilance in his eyes. His energy points surged to 2366. Having slain the vampire William, Ling Feng's energy points had increased by over 700. One strike had yielded a substantial reward. The one who will end your life, Ling Fong replied coldly, swinging his katana, which shimmered with a golden light. The golden energy blade whistled forth, shattering the concrete beneath it as it barreled towards Ander. Damn it! Ander's countenance shifted in alarm. With scarcely a moment to think, he leapt aside to evade the blade. Yet, to his dismay, the energy blade did not strike him, but rather found its mark upon the exhausted, mutated tiger lying on the ground. Once a fearsome creature, it now lacked the strength to evade its fate, and was swiftly severed in half, blood and entrails erupting forth, filling the air with a pungent scent of iron. During the skirmish, Ling Fong had not had the luxury of checking his energy points, but he estimated it to be around 700. He then focused his attention on the werewolf. "You little brat!" Ander bellowed in rage, rushing forward with claws emanating a dark mist. "Humph!" Ling Fong scoffed, gripping his katana with determination as he charged forward, their weapons clashing with a metallic clang, both combatants recoiling slightly before launching themselves into a furious exchange of blows. Sparks flying from their furious strikes. "You little brat! I will tear you to shreds. The one who will die is you." Ander's claws struck with rapidity, yet Ling Feng's katana was sharper. A stalemate ensued as both showcased their respective strengths. Phantom wolf claws. Frustration boiling over, Ander roared, his claws igniting with a dark luminescence, a surge of power coursing through him as he lunged for Ling Feng's head, a chilling wind trailing behind. Ling Feng, fully aware of the threat, summoned his internal energy, enveloping his blade in a faint golden glow, meeting the dark claws head-on. With a thunderous crash, their powers collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Ander howled in pain, inspecting his bleeding claws, while Ling Feng nearly lost grip on his katana, his hand tingling from the impact. In that moment, Ling Feng gained the upper hand. "That I will kill you." Ander, seeing the marks on his claws, became utterly enraged. "Your strength pales in comparison to that of the previous vampire." Ling Feng taunted, surging forward, unleashing a flurry of swift strikes with his katana, each cut deeper than the last, leaving shallow wounds upon Ander's body, igniting both fear and fury within him. "Die!" Ling Feng shouted, forcing Ander back before extending his palm, unleashing a golden energy wave. "What?" Ander was caught off guard by Ling Feng's unexpected technique, unable to evade in time as the wave struck his left arm, obliterating it in an explosion of power. The brutal blow sent Ander into a frenzy, his eyes burning crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Feng, roaring loudly as the moonlight above him was absorbed into his body, enhancing his already formidable physique. Muscles bulging and his dark fur thickening, radiating an aura of savage bloodlust. Phantom wolf claws. Utilizing the werewolf clan's secret technique, Ander's power surged dramatically as he raised his claw, gathering the cold, dark energy into a massive claw, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged at Ling Feng. "Fool, I won't meet you head-on," Ling Feng thought to himself, swiftly ascending into the sky, effortlessly evading Ander's most potent assault. Regrettably for Ander, despite his overwhelming strength and speed, he was incapable of flight. His leap, though powerful, could not reach Ling Feng, who hovered 10 meters above, leaving Ander to roar in impotent rage below. It would be prudent to dispatch this creature swiftly, observing the encroaching zombies nearby. Ling Feng remarked, retracting his katana. He extended both palms outward, coalescing a golden energy sphere between them, gradually expanding it. After several seconds, the orb grew from the size of a tennis ball to that of a soccer ball, and beads of sweat began to form on Ling Feng's brow. This rudimentary method of energy accumulation proved exceedingly taxing. Ling Fong gasped as he spoke, observing that the energy had gathered sufficiently. Without further hesitation, he unleashed the energy wave technique from his palms, directing it towards the side of Andal. The ferocious energy erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the night sky. The ground was blasted into a colossal crater, and Andal was reduced to nothing but dust, utterly obliterated. Ling Fong did not linger in the area but quickly ascended into the sky, descending in a location where zombies were sparse. He wiped the sweat from his brow, carefully avoiding the nearby undead, and hastened back to the vehicle. Upon entering the car, he began to breathe heavily. The previous battle had drained much of his stamina. However, reflecting on his gains, the exhaustion seemed trivial. A staggering 3,613 energy points. Haha, what a windfall, Ling Fong chuckled. After resting for a while, he recounted his experiences to Saeko and Shizuka. The two women were astonished to learn that even werewolves and vampires had emerged. I had indeed heard vague whispers of a hidden dark world within our own, filled with inexplicable phenomena that I always thought it was merely a legend, yet it appears to be true, Saeko remarked with a hint of wonder. Then this time, we have truly struck gold. How delightful, Shizuka exclaimed joyfully. Ling Fong chuckled again, regaining his composure. The fact that I can earn energy points by vanquishing vampires and werewolves indicates that they are imbued with negative energy. Otherwise, I would not be able to acquire these points. What remains uncertain is whether they possessed this negative energy inherently or if it manifested after the apocalypse that I believe they must have always possessed it. After all, both vampires and werewolves are renowned dark creatures, so it is quite natural for them to be associated with negative energy. However, it is possible that their powers have surged since the advent of the apocalypse. Saeko pondered thoughtfully that if you have amassed such a considerable amount of energy points, do you plan to exchange them? Shizuka inquired curiously. Of course, converting energy points into power will enable me to collect energy points more swiftly. However, I have yet to decide what to exchange for. Let's discuss it tomorrow. I'm too fatigued today that we should rest, Ling Fong replied, stifling a massive yawn as he embraced both women and nestled into their soft embrace. Drifting into a peaceful slumber, watching Ling Fong quickly succumb to sleep, Saeko and Shizuka exchanged a knowing smile, each wrapping their arms around him. The three of them lay entwined, savoring the tranquil warmth. Regardless of how the world may change, the presence of a warm embrace renders everything else insignificant. The following morning, Ling Fong awoke, stretching languidly. Ah, how wonderfully comfortable, he exclaimed, feeling a soft sensation against his arms. Instinctively, he reached out, encountering the soft and pleasant forms of Saeko and Shizuka's bosoms. The two women, startled by the unexpected touch, awakened with flushed cheeks, their gazes fixated on Ling Fong. You little rascal. Shizuka pouted playfully. Hee, it seems my husband is brimming with energy this morning. Shall we indulge in some morning fun? I wouldn't mind at all, Saeko teased, her alluring gaze lingering on Ling Feng's impressive morning state. So early in the day for such activities? I truly have become the legendary lecherous man, he chuckled, though Saeko was merely jesting, knowing that now was not the time for romance. Let us have something to eat first. I am starving, Shizuka said, patting her flat stomach adorably. After a simple breakfast, Ling Fong contemplated how to utilize his energy points. With 3613 energy points, he could exchange for a considerable number of items. Though he was still far from the required amount for the Kamehameha technique, I believe, dear husband, your ranged attack methods are sufficient for now. Why not exchange for close combat techniques? Saeko suggested. As for close combat techniques, there were not many in the Dragon Ball universe, but Ling Fong was most familiar with the Wolf Fong Fist. The exchange cost was relatively low at merely 300 points, yet Ling Fong deemed it somewhat ineffective. Considering the dangers of using fists against zombies, still, it's only 300 points, which isn't too much for you now, even if you don't face zombies. Having some close-range attack methods would be beneficial in case you encounter vampires in the future. Saeko reasoned. That makes sense, Ling Fong conceded. He decided to heed Saeko's advice and promptly spent 300 energy points to acquire the Wolf Fong Fist. As before, a surge of information flooded his mind. And after a moment of assimilation, he had grasped the technique. Let me give it a try, he said. Stepping out of the vehicle in search of an open space, he began to rapidly execute the movements of the technique. To Saeko and Shizuka, it appeared as if Ling Feng's hands were a flurry of fierce attacks, their speed so rapid that it strained their eyes. Ultimately, he brought his claws together, emanating a fierce and formidable aura. Akin to a ravenous wolf, baring its fangs and roaring, the power contained within his hands sufficient to obliterate an opponent in a single blow. For 300 energy points, it was indeed a remarkable fighting technique. After completing the sequence, Ling Fong stood still, exhaling deeply to steady his breathing. What an impressive combat technique. To think that such a formidable skill could be exchanged for a mere 300 energy points is astonishing. Saeko remarked in awe. Coming from a prestigious background, her discerning eye recognized the lethal potential of the technique. Even after just one demonstration, discerning its significant practical value. With 3313 energy points remaining, Ling Fong deliberated before ultimately deciding to exchange for the Crane School's Dodon Ray. Expending a full 3,000 points. In contrast to the ordinary energy wave, the Dodon Ray was a more sophisticated and effective application of energy, further enhancing its destructive power and range. Its primary characteristic was its penetrative ability, concentrating power into a single point. However, it could only be used for linear attacks, and if the energy gathering time was too short, its power would only slightly exceed that of a standard energy wave. "Ladies, let us get in the vehicle. I want to test this technique on some zombies," Ling Fong announced. "This seems like a suitable spot, teeming with zombies," Shizuka observed cautiously, glancing at the horde outside. They had arrived at the entrance of a marketplace, where zombies were plentiful. As the engine of the Hummer roared, the zombies began to moan and stagger towards them. Ling Fong rolled down the window, gazing at the throng of undead. "I'll use you lot to test the power of the Dodon Ray," Ling Fong declared. Extending his index finger, a small orb of orange-red energy began to coalesce at his fingertip, initially no larger than a grain of rice, gradually expanding. After several seconds, it swelled to the size of an apple. "That should do, Dodon Ray," he shouted, as the energy sphere shot forth like a bolt of orange-red light, hurtling towards the approaching zombies. With a tremendous explosion, a cloud of dust was sent soaring into the air. After catching his breath, Ling Fong checked his energy points and was elated to discover that one execution of the Dodon Ray had yielded over 70 points. This meant he had effortlessly dispatched more than 70 zombies. Indeed, once the smoke and dust settled, a vast crater was revealed at the entrance of the vegetable market, surrounded by the dismembered remains of zombies. The power displayed was truly astonishing. This was merely a strike utilizing less than half of Ling Feng's airflow. Were he to unleash his full strength, the impact would undoubtedly escalate several-fold. However, the consumption of energy would also be immense, rendering prolonged use impossible. Nevertheless, it was undeniably formidable, suitable for critical moments. "What incredible destructive power," remarked Saeko Tokiwa. "Astonished. Kaze-chan is truly impressive," added Shizuka, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Haha, let us go." Ling Fong laughed heartily as he closed the vehicle, beckoning Juchuan Shizuka to drive away. Despite the surge in strength, he was acutely aware of the current situation. The market was not conducive to combat due to the overwhelming number of zombies. It was prudent to find a different location. With the assistance of the DD wave, the efficiency of monster extermination would surely ascend to a new level. At noon, the trio arrived in a mountainous forest, stopping by a small stream to prepare a fire for cooking. As for pots and pans, they had conveniently acquired them from roadside shops along their journey. Given their location in the mountains, firewood was abundantly available, making it easy to gather some for their needs. Fortunately, there was a dedicated mountain road. Otherwise, their vehicle would never have made it through. Juchuan Shizuka stepped out of the car, inhaling the fresh air with a smile and stretching her arms, causing her soft curves to sway gently. "Let us tidy up and prepare for a meal." Saeko assessed their surroundings, retrieving cooking utensils from the vehicle. "I'll go gather some firewood," Ling Fong declared, effortlessly severing a small tree with his katana. Neatly chopping it into manageable pieces, with a flick of his lighter, the fire blazed to life. While Saeko and Shizuka busied themselves with cooking, Ling Fong reclined on the grass, checking his energy points. After a morning of battling monsters, he currently had 2,307 points. A grin crept across his face upon seeing this number. After acquiring the DD wave, his efficiency in monster hunting had indeed increased significantly. Had he not conserved his strength by refraining from continuous bombardment with the DD wave, he estimated his points would have surpassed 3,000 by now. Based on his current progress, it would not be long before he accumulated 5,000 points to exchange for the Kamehameha technique, which would further accelerate his monster-slaying speed. Ling Fong playfully tugged at Saeko's hand, grinning. "While the Kamehameha is powerful, it's important to remember that if one's internal energy is insufficient, its effectiveness will be compromised. The focus should remain on physical training," Saeko gently reminded him, concerned that he might become overly enamored with the technique's straightforward and rapid power, neglecting the fundamental importance of physical conditioning. "Of course, I understand that," Ling Fong chuckled. "After we finish lunch, let us train here for a few days. We've gathered enough food and water to last us over a week." "Sounds good," Saeko agreed, eager to settle down for some serious training. Once lunch was prepared, the trio indulged heartily. With all three having acquired energy, their appetites had notably increased. Even Shizuka, who typically had the smallest appetite, found herself consuming more than an average adult male, while Ling Fong and Saeko ate with fervor, ensuring they were well fed for their training. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a cacophony of bird calls erupted from the nearby woods, shattering the tranquility. The three exchanged glances, instinctively pausing their chopsticks, their gazes drawn toward the source of the commotion. That a remarkably oversized sparrow emerged from the forest, landing on a branch not far from them. It preened its feathers, its beady eyes, akin to green peas, fixating on Ling Fong and his companions, particularly on the pot of beef stew simmering before them. This sparrow was the size of an adult man's fist. The trio exchanged knowing looks. It was clearly another mutated creature, albeit one that appeared rather weak. Suddenly, without warning, Ling Fong pointed his finger, an orange-red beam shooting forth, piercing through the sparrow's body and causing it to plummet to the ground. "That was easy," he exclaimed, dusting off his hands. For such creatures, the DD wave required no excessive force. Even its minimal power sufficed. However, the next moment, the cacophony of bird calls intensified, branches trembled, and leaves cascaded down. As if something ominous was approaching. Under the watchful eyes of Ling Fong and his companions, a slender shadow slithered from the underbrush, making its way toward the stream. In mere moments, it raised its massive form. Hissing and flicking its tongue, cold eyes fixed intently on the trio, emanating an aura of chilling menace. "It's enormous," Shizuka gasped, fear evident in her voice, while Saeko furrowed her brow, subtly gripping the hilt of her katana. Ling Feng's expression turned grave upon recognizing the creature, a colossal python, measuring over 20 meters in length, adorned with faint ice blue patterns, its body as thick as a barrel, its icy gaze locked onto Ling Fong. And he felt an acute sense of danger. Realizing the need to act decisively, he declared, "DD wave." A beam of orange-red light surged toward the python's head, intent on obliterating it. However, to Ling Feng's astonishment, the python reacted with remarkable speed, dodging the attack with an effortless flick of its head. It roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of icy breath. "Scatter," Ling Fong shouted, and the trio abandoned their pot. Hastily retreating to avoid the frigid onslaught, the blast extinguished their fire and froze the ground, creating a thin layer of frost. Ling Feng's heart raced. Had that icy breath struck him, he would have been encased in ice. "Open fire," Saeko commanded coldly, drawing her handgun and firing at the python, followed closely by Shizuka. The metal bullets struck true, but their impact was disheartening. They barely penetrated the python's tough scales, ricocheting harmlessly away. Clearly, this creature possessed the strongest defensive capabilities of any mutated being they had encountered. Ling Fong surmised its level was comparable to the mutated tiger he had previously encountered, if not superior. Although the bullets failed to incapacitate the python, the pain they inflicted ignited its fury, prompting it to retaliate with a sharp ice spear aimed at the trio. Ling Fong swiftly pulled Shizuka and Saeko back, evading the ice spear's trajectory. Once they were clear, he channeled energy into his katana and swung it, unleashing a golden energy blade at the creature. Sensing the impending danger, the python coiled its massive body, bracing itself against Ling Feng's energy blade, which sliced through its scales and left a shallow gash. What incredible resilience, Ling Fong thought, astonished that his attack had merely resulted in a minor injury. The injured giant python immediately thrashed violently, raising its robust tail and striking fiercely at Ling Feng. Aware that the snake's tail possessed immense strength, Ling Feng wisely opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he swiftly employed the sky dance technique, soaring into the air to evade the impending blow. However, to his astonishment, the python's tail, after missing its initial strike, expertly adjusted its trajectory and lashed out at Ling Feng from the side. The speed of this maneuver was astonishing, catching Ling Feng off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. Winded, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering internal injuries. "Xiao Feng, my husband!" cried out Poison Island Saeko and Zhu Chuanjingxiang in shock. "Damn it, die!" With a surge of anger upon witnessing Ling Feng's injury, Zhu Chuanjingxiang seized a shotgun and unleashed a barrage of metallic bullets upon the giant python, creating several gaping wounds on its body, far more powerful than any handgun. "You shall perish," Poison Island Saeko declared frostily, her eyes glinting with lethal intent as she wielded her katana, launching 3 successive energy blades that struck the python from various angles, leaving behind 3 shallow gashes. Hissing in pain, the python, now fully enraged, writhed its massive body in a frenzy, disregarding the 2 women's attacks. With a powerful swing of its tail, it howled as it aimed to strike Ling Feng on the ground. Recognizing the beast's intent to kick a dog when it's down, Ling Feng executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the python's tail. Utilizing the momentum, he sprang to his feet and dashed to the side of the python, his katana glowing with a golden light as it plunged deeply into the creature's flesh. "Die, you beast!" Ling Feng roared, pouring all his strength into the strike. The sharp blade, aided by his energy, pierced through the python's scales, embedding itself nearly half a meter deep in a heartbeat. With the katana firmly lodged inside the python, he twisted it violently. Noticing Ling Feng's actions, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang quickly abandoned the shotgun for a handgun. Firing carefully to avoid hitting Ling Feng, while Saeko aimed her attacks toward the python's head. Hissing wildly, the python endured the external assaults but was internally crippled by the relentless torment. It let out a pained shriek, its eyes reflecting a human-like hatred as it unleashed an ice spear toward Ling Feng. Clenching his teeth, Ling Feng firmly pressed down on the katana's hilt while simultaneously releasing a wave of energy. The violent airflow collided with the ice spear, resulting in a tremendous explosion that neutralized the threat. Yet, the katana continued to penetrate deeper into the python's body as Ling Feng sought to strangle the beast to death. Unable to withstand the agony, the python began to constrict its serpentine form around Ling Feng, threatening to ensnare him completely. "Get out now!" Saeko and Jingxiang shouted urgently. "Damn it! So close," Ling Feng thought, glancing at the katana that had sunk 2/3 into the creature. With a powerful leap, he sprang free from the python's deadly embrace. Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Ling Feng bellowed, his claws striking with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, targeting the bloodied wounds previously inflicted by Jingxiang's shotgun. Each strike tore away chunks of flesh, leaving a trail of blood. The python, in excruciating pain, lashed its powerful tail at Ling Feng, attempting to smash his head in retaliation. "You think that will work again?" Ling Feng scoffed, dodging the attack with a swift sidestep before crossing his arms to grip the python's tail tightly. "Haha. Caught you." He laughed wickedly, exerting all his strength to crush its muscles, his nails digging deep into its flesh. The python's eyes flashed with fury as it desperately tried to yank its tail away. Yet despite Ling Feng's full effort, the creature's strength proved formidable. "Stay back. I can handle this," he shouted as he sensed Saeko and Jingxiang approaching to assist. Though the python was powerful, Ling Feng believed he could manage it alone, fearing their involvement would only distract him. "Honestly, Xiao Feng-chan always has to show off," Jingxiang muttered, discontent. Saeko halted her, shaking her head. "Sometimes women must heed men's words. It is the way of the world." Reluctantly, Jingxiang stepped back alongside Saeko, anxiously watching the fierce struggle between Ling Feng and the giant python. "Get up!" Ling Feng shouted, his feet digging into the ground as he drew a deep breath. Raising his head to roar, his arms bulged with veins as he summoned all his strength, wrestling the python closer to him. The creature thrashed violently, carving deep grooves into the earth in its attempt to resist. But Ling Feng's sheer force quickly overwhelmed it, especially with its numerous injuries. With a primal yell, Ling Feng unleashed a faint white energy flow, lifting the python entirely off the ground and spinning it in place. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. After 3 full spins, he released his grip, sending the python crashing into a massive tree. The force of the impact shattered the trunk, splintering 3 trees before it finally came to a halt. The python lay battered and bloodied, its body nearly drenched in crimson. Ling Feng, too, was not unscathed. His arms trembled, and he gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his face from the immense exertion. "This is the final blow." "Saeko, Jingxiang," he wheezed, signaling the 2 women to join him. Without needing further instruction, the 2 women hurried to his side, placing a hand on his back, inhaling deeply to transfer their energy into him. Glimmers of faint golden light flowed from them, revitalizing Ling Feng's weary form, easing his pallor. Having recently discovered this technique of mutual energy transfer, the trio quickly mastered it through a few simple attempts. "That should suffice," Ling Feng murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gathered a small orb of orange-red energy. His gaze fixed on the struggling python. "To think I would be reduced to such a state. This is unforgivable. This beast poses too great a threat. It must be eliminated swiftly." The 3 of them united their energies for nearly 20 seconds, finally coalescing into a vibrant energy sphere approximately 20 centimeters long, brimming with formidable power. Sensing the impending danger, the python attempted to flee, but Ling Feng was determined not to let such a significant energy source escape his grasp. "Be gone," he shouted, launching the orange-red energy sphere, which transformed into a beam of light that engulfed the fleeing python in an instant. The explosion of ferocious energy obliterated the python's resilient form, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. Ling Feng's katana, caught in the shockwave, was violently torn in 2, spinning briefly before plummeting into the ground, rendered utterly useless. This time, it truly became unbearable, with a softening body. Ling Feng nearly collapsed to the ground, but Saeko and Shizuka promptly supported him, guiding him onto the Humvee. After gathering their belongings, the trio swiftly departed from the area, unbeknownst to Ling Fong, who lay resting in Saeko's embrace. Mere minutes after their departure, a colossal crimson python emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon spotting the remnants of its smaller counterpart on the ground, it immediately reared up and let out a mournful roar. Subsequently, it began to devour the carcass piece by piece, its cold gaze scanning the surroundings before ultimately locking onto the direction in which Ling Fong and the others had left. The fierce battle with the python had taken a toll on Ling Fong. And coupled with his injuries, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he finally awoke, night had already fallen. "Where am I?" Ling Fong inquired, lying on a soft bed and surveying his surroundings, turning to Saeko with curiosity. "You sustained injuries, so Shizuka and I found a hotel to stay in. The vehicle is parked in the lot," Saeko explained, reaching to unfasten Ling Fong's clothing to assess his wounds, noticing that his injuries had healed considerably. She marveled. "It seems that after your power increase, your recovery rate has also accelerated significantly. Earlier, Shizuka mentioned that while your bones weren't broken, you'd likely need 3 to 4 days of rest. However, I believe you'll be nearly healed by tomorrow. Xiaofeng, you're awake. How's your body?" "We were so worried," Jikawa Shizuka exclaimed joyfully as she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a white towel. Upon seeing Ling Fong awake, she rushed over and playfully smothered his head with her ample bosom. Please let me breathe, Shizuka. I might suffocate," Ling Fong gasped. Although immensely content, he felt that if he did not push his beloved Shizuka away, he might indeed perish. Reluctantly, he reached out to separate himself from her. Inhaling deeply as he gazed at the soft, white expanse before him, swallowing hard at the sight. This enchantress was simply too voluptuous. Noticing Ling Fong's gaze, Jikawa Shizuka giggled, playfully teasing, "Xiaofeng-chan, you're so naughty. Please, it is you who is flaunting yourself before me." Ling Fong silently retorted in his mind that he then paused, perplexed. "But didn't the water stop?" "We're not certain about that. Perhaps it's the hotel's own water supply we checked earlier, and there's still no water elsewhere. It seems we're fortunate I just took a shower. You should wash up too. You reek of sweat," Saeko replied with a smile. Ling Fong sighed deeply, waving his hand dismissively. "Let's discuss that later. That I need to rest for a bit first. Please prepare something to eat. I'm famished that I didn't finish my lunch earlier." Saeko and Shizuka went to prepare food for Ling Fong while he lay back on the bed, checking his energy points in the system. Before defeating the python, he had 2037 energy points, and now he had indeed increased to 3577. Ling Fong couldn't help but marvel at the number. To obtain such points from ordinary zombies, he would have had to slay over 1,500. Despite the tremendous gain, he lamented the loss of his katana. Without it, how could he hope to combat zombies? Relying solely on his energy would not suffice. Soon, Saeko and Shizuka returned with food, and Ling Fong set aside thoughts of his katana. Devouring the meal hungrily, truly starved. After finishing his meal, he took a comfortable shower, changed into fresh clothes, and lay back on the plush bed, relishing the comfort. Sleeping in a vehicle could never compare to the luxury of a hotel bed. "My dear, since your katana is broken, you can use mine for now," Saeko said. Retrieving her katana, Ling Fong shook his head. "No need. Tomorrow, I will look for a suitable weapon. If you don't have a katana on hand, your combat effectiveness will be significantly diminished, and I would be concerned. Please keep it for yourself." Saeko smiled gently and put away her katana, joining Shizuka beside Ling Fong on the bed. Ling Fong smiled faintly, wrapping his arms around the waists of both women, and they embraced in slumber. Due to Ling Fong's injuries, he refrained from any mischief, and soon the three of them drifted off to sleep. Given Ling Fong's injuries, it was unwise to venture out recklessly, so they remained in the hotel for a day. Once Ling Fong felt sufficiently recovered, they exited the hotel. Ling Fong also discovered a watermelon knife in the hotel kitchen, though it paled in comparison to a katana. It was certainly better than being unarmed. As they departed, they also collected ample food from the kitchen, particularly preserved meats and canned goods, all suitable for long-term storage. "Let us set off," Ling Fong proclaimed with a grand gesture. "All right, hold on tight," Jikawa Shizuka chirped energetically, pressing down on the accelerator, and the Humvee roared to life as it sped out of the hotel parking lot. As they barreled through the hordes of zombies, the Humvee crushed them mercilessly, carving a bloody path forward until they reached the spacious main road, where they raced onward. This time, the trio had a specific objective: They sought more effective weapons and knew a place where they could surely find valuable resources. However, they remained unaware that shortly after their departure, a massive crimson serpent slithered its way onto the road, effortlessly sweeping away a group of zombies with a flick of its tail, displaying terrifying strength. The red python halted at the hotel entrance, its eyes fixated on the area for a moment before turning towards the direction the trio had taken, slowly coiling its immense body and advancing. The following afternoon, at a steel mill in Zhuangzhou City, a Humvee gradually approached and parked at the factory entrance. Ling Fong and his companions disembarked, armed and ready, before scaling the iron gate to enter the facility. During his battle with the python, Ling Fong had discerned a crucial issue. Although the katana was exceedingly sharp and effective against ordinary zombies, it seemed inadequate when faced with formidable, oversized mutated creatures. Thus, he resolved to procure a larger weapon. Prompting their visit to the steel mill, while they did not choose the largest steel mill in Zhuangzhou City, this medium-sized factory still housed a considerable number of zombies. Upon their entry, they were immediately confronted by a throng of undead wandering within the factory. Roar, roar. A horde of zombies howled, their primal desire for fresh flesh evident in their wild, feral eyes. Onward. Without further ado, the trio sprang into action, charging towards the nearest zombies. As two zombies lunged at him. A flicker of indifference crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He strode forward, wielding the watermelon knife with ease, 2 swift strokes, and their heads were severed. Saeko's speed was even more remarkable. Facing ordinary zombies, her current prowess rendered the task as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Meanwhile, Shizuka opted to conserve ammunition by utilizing an iron rod in battle. With her newfound energy, each strike she delivered could easily crush a zombie's skull. The sight of beautiful women brutally dispatching zombies was undeniably visually striking. In a display of teamwork, they expended approximately half an hour to eradicate over 200 zombies, including a strength-type and a speed-type zombie, both of which fell swiftly to Ling Fong and Saeko's combined might. "Hey, we're over here. Please, help us." As the trio prepared to take a breather after their slaughter, a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat shouted from the third-floor window of the employee dormitory to their right. Several young men resembling workers visible behind him. Are they survivors? Saeko and Shizuka ignored the man, looking instead to Ling Fong for guidance, as the decision-making power rested solely with him. They may have some value to us. Ling Fong pondered for a moment and stated, "If I were to forge weapons myself, their quality would undoubtedly be somewhat crude. However, if there were workers familiar with the facilities here to assist, the task might become considerably easier. After all, we will need to eliminate the zombies here sooner or later, so let us proceed." Once Ling Fong made his decision, the three of them began to walk over cautiously. Upon noticing their approach, the middle-aged man by the window flashed an odd smile. "Let us proceed with caution and clear our way slowly," said Saeko, as she deftly severed a zombie's head with her blade, casually flicking the blood off the weapon. Indeed, Ling Fong nodded in agreement. Inside the staff dormitory, the layout was relatively cramped, and the number of zombies was concentrated, so despite their confidence, the trio moved carefully, methodically reducing the zombie count. However, when they reached the third floor, they stumbled upon an unusual sight. Unlike the first and second floors, the corridor on the third floor was littered not only with numerous zombie corpses, but also with dismembered human limbs and entrails. The scene was exceedingly gruesome, and a strong stench assailed their senses. "Perhaps the workers were responsible for this," Shizuka remarked, furrowing her brow as she covered her nose. "Given that they were doing manual labor, it is not impossible they could have defended themselves with weapons. That I am curious as to why only the third floor has surviving workers while the others do not. Have they all congregated here?" Saeko pondered aloud, her confusion evident. "Moreover, all these doors are tightly locked." Shizuka tugged on several doors, only to find them secured. "Why not simply inquire?" Ling Fong suggested nonchalantly. Before long, the trio arrived outside the room from which the distress signals had originated. After knocking, the door swung open, revealing several crudely fashioned crossbows aimed at them. The arrows were poised on the strings, ready to be released with the slightest pull, although they had sensed something amiss prior. The sudden confrontation caught Ling Fong and his companions by surprise, eliciting feelings of revulsion. "Haha. I didn't expect you truly would come." The middle-aged man, donning a hard hat, along with several youths, erupted into maniacal laughter at their astonished expressions. "Boss, these fools are as gullible as can be. They actually showed up. Haha. I couldn't see clearly from below, but damn, There are two stunning beauties among them. We're in for a treat, one of the more unsavory-looking youths. Upon spotting Saeko and Shizuka, couldn't help but drool with greed, while the others exhibited similarly base reactions. Clearly, Ling Fong and his companions had fallen into a trap, encountering a group intent on robbery and murder. Fools, do not underestimate them. Did you not witness their previous tactics? The middle-aged man barked. Immediately lay down all your weapons and refrain from any tricks, or we will kill you on the spot. No matter how fast you are, you will not escape. Though the man was equally lustful for Saeko and Shizuka's beauty, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, his eyes wary, particularly drawn to the shotgun that Shizuka possessed. Upon hearing their leader's command, the youths tightened their grips on their crossbows, aiming precisely at the trio's vital points: eyes, throat, chest, and head. Any movement on the part of their targets would result in immediate death. You certainly have some nerve, Ling Fong snapped back, regaining his composure and regarding the assailants with a cold smirk. He had not anticipated encountering robbers who would feign distress to lure them in. They had indeed been caught off guard. You are shameless for deceiving us. You clearly possess crossbows. Why not fend for yourselves instead of hiding here? Shizuka exclaimed, her anger boiling over, having come to assist. They were instead met with treachery, and even her typically good-natured demeanor could not withstand this provocation. How laughable, the middle-aged man sneered. You think it's so easy to escape, with our meager supplies. How long could we survive outside? It is far better to remain here and enjoy ourselves. He paused, reveling in his triumph. I must thank you three for delivering weapons and food. This will sustain us for several days. Ahead, I advise you to lay down your weapons quickly. We do not have much food to spare, Saeko remarked coldly. Given the narrow confines of the doorway, it was preferable to avoid conflict if possible. Otherwise, collateral damage was inevitable. However, the assailants erupted into laughter at her words. Ling Fong furrowed his brow and retorted coldly. What is so amusing? The middle-aged man ceased his laughter, leaning slightly closer to Ling Fong with a sinister expression. Do you have any idea what we've been eating to survive in this wretched zombie apocalypse for over half a month? Did you not see the corpses in the corridor? He chuckled darkly, his demeanor akin to that of a demon. Ling Fong and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on their faces as they recalled the dismembered remains and the locked doors they had encountered. Realization struck. These wretches were cannibals, and it was evident they had consumed more than one victim. Boss, we must have our fun with these two women. Such exquisite specimens are rare, especially that one with the ample bosom. I've never seen anything like it. One of the youths leered at Shizuka, his eyes gleaming with lust as he salivated. Unable to restrain himself any longer, one youth lunged toward Shizuka, reaching for her voluptuous form. Stop, Shizuka cried out in alarm. Looking for death? Ling Fong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he swiftly seized the assailant's wrist. Before the youth could react, Ling Fong twisted forcefully, and with a sickening crack. The arm was broken. My bone is broken. Boss, kill him. The youth shrieked in agony, writhing in pain. Enough, you fool. Lay down your weapons immediately. Do not resist. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, fury etched on his face as he barked at Ling Fong. While all others tightened their grips on their crossbows, fingers poised on the triggers, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Ling Feng's lips as he coldly declared, None of you will leave here alive today. Kill them, now. The middle-aged man, sensing Ling Fong's murderous aura, barked the order. Yet they had committed a fatal error. They were far too close to Ling Fong. In the instant the youths pulled the triggers, Ling Fong hurled the incapacitated youth towards them, deflecting the initial barrage of arrows. Without retreating, he charged into the dormitory room like a ravenous wolf among sheep, striking rapidly with relentless ferocity in such close quarters. His combat style, the Wolf Fong Fist, was perfectly suited to unleash its full potential. Screams of terror echoed from within the dormitory, accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones. The assailants, who sought to kill and plunder, could scarcely comprehend that there existed a person whose speed of attack was so blindingly fast. They barely registered the movement before searing pain erupted in their joints as their bones shattered under Ling Fong's relentless assault. You wretches, Ling Fong's strength did not wane. Each strike was delivered with devastating force, inflicting maximum agony upon his foes, leaving them in a state of torment and despair, though they attempted to retaliate. They found that their makeshift crossbows took considerable time to reload after firing. and Ling Fong would not grant them the luxury of time to threaten him. From the moment Ling Fong made his move, the outcome was already sealed. There was no need for Saeko's assistance. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man and several young men were all brought to their knees, their bones shattered. Groaning in agony, their arms grotesquely deformed, clearly rendered useless. Each of them cast a resentful, yet fearful glance at Ling Fong and his companions. Ling Fong exhaled deeply, withdrawing his hands and standing tall. Gazing at the fallen figures with a sense of reflection, had he not exchanged for the close combat technique of the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, battling in such confined quarters would indeed have posed some difficulties. Now, however, it was far simpler. Do you understand why I do not simply kill you? Ling Fong coldly addressed the writhing figures on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. He considered himself no paragon of virtue. Yet he maintained a fundamental moral boundary. The act of preying upon others, regardless of the justification presented, had exceeded the limits of his tolerance. Moreover, none of these wretches exhibited the slightest remorse. They were nothing more than demons cloaked in human skin. My primary concern lies with the tightly locked doors that we ought to investigate further. There may still be survivors. Saeko expressed her apprehension, after stuffing rags into the mouths of the incapacitated individuals on the floor. They swiftly searched the room, soon discovering a set of keys adorned with room numbers. Suddenly, Jiuchuan Jingxiang let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, trembling as she pointed beneath a bed, her hand covering her mouth as she retched, her face a mask of terror. What is it? Ling Fong and Saeko rushed over, bending down to peer underneath. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they turned away. Gagging, their faces pale, beneath the bed lay a mutilated female corpse, accurately described as a woman dismembered into several pieces, with numerous cuts from sharp instruments marring her flesh and chunks of meat missing. A bloodied head was positioned outward, and upon leaning closer, one could see the wide, despairing eyes, reflecting utter hopelessness and terror. It was unimaginable what kind of brutal torment she had endured before her demise. These fiends were nothing short of beasts. Despite their prior preparation, the sight of such horrific carnage rendered Ling Fong, Saeko, and Jingxiang unable to maintain their composure, their indifference shattered as they merely retched without expelling their stomach contents. A small mercy. Indeed. Soon, Ling Fong stumbled upon a small iron pot. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it, only to be assaulted by its contents and the foul odor emanating from it. He swiftly replaced the lid and turned away, unable to suppress his urge to vomit, expelling everything onto the middle-aged man. Saeko and Jingxiang exchanged glances, their courage to investigate further evaporating. They understood all too well what lay within. After a short while, once Ling Fong had composed himself, he approached the middle-aged man, seizing his thigh, disregarding his frantic struggles and whimpers, exerting a slight force. Crack, crack. He forcibly twisted the man's leg in an unnatural direction, with 2 swift motions. He dislocated both of the man's thighs. The excruciating pain rendered the middle-aged man unconscious in an instant. You scum, Ling Fong spat, his fury unabated. Not only the middle-aged man, but others were also subjected to the same fate. Ling Fong spared no one, systematically shattering their limbs and even crushing their genitals. Have a drink, Xiao Fong, he said, inhaling deeply as he accepted the small bottle of water Jingxiang offered, gulping down the refreshing liquid to soothe himself. Let us see if there are any survivors left. If there are, we should do our utmost to rescue them, Ling Fong declared, grasping a set of keys as he exited the room, with Saeko and Jingxiang closely following. The trio ascended to the 3rd floor, traversing the corridor as they unlocked room after room. The scenes within were nearly enough to induce vomiting. On the 3rd floor, in nearly every room, lay 1 or 2 corpses, all grotesquely mutilated, their entrails removed, sprinkled with salt, evidence that these beasts intended to preserve the bodies as cured meat for future consumption. After searching through all the rooms on the 3rd floor, they found not a single living soul. Only the corpses of the undead or those who had been mercilessly butchered remained. These monsters, Jingxiang hissed through clenched teeth, while Saeko gripped the hilt of her katana, her expression one of icy fury. Humanity often fears various illusory demons, yet the most terrifying demons are, in fact, humanity itself, once the demon lurking in the depths of the human heart breaks free from its cage. Humans can swiftly transform into bloodthirsty fiends to eye in the face of such monstrosity, all other horrors pale in comparison. Each door opened was a torment and a monumental psychological challenge for the trio. As they closed the last door, Ling Fong could not help but ponder. Perhaps similar atrocities were still unfolding elsewhere. Saeko shook her head in anguish, her sensitivity evident. The three fell into a contemplative silence. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had encountered numerous dangers and troubles. Yet overall, they had navigated through relatively unscathed, rarely experiencing hunger as their strength grew. So too did the ease of finding food and water. But witnessing such a brutal manifestation of human cruelty weighed heavily upon their hearts, leaving them unsettled. After a lengthy pause, Ling Fong sighed deeply, shaking his head. Let us eliminate those wretches without further ado. No more words, just kill them, and then we shall check on the situation on the 4th floor. Eve might find some surviving workers. Agreed. Saeko and Jingxiang nodded solemnly. The trio returned to the previous dormitory room, where they found the remaining individuals still struggling for breath. They swiftly dispatched them, severing their heads with decisive strokes. These scoundrels deserve their fate, Saeko remarked coldly, a glint of bloodlust flickering in her eyes. Exhilarated by the act of taking life, unburdened by any moral qualms, let us depart. I do not wish to linger here, Jingxiang whispered softly. Indeed, Ling Fong concurred. After ridding themselves of the vile demons, the trio felt a profound sense of relief and exhilaration. Once they steadied their emotions, they proceeded to the 4th floor, intent on discovering whether any survivors remained. Albeit with little hope, the employee dormitory was not vast, comprising only 5 floors. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they encountered several wandering zombies, a sight that brought them a modicum of relief. The presence of zombies indicated that the occupants of the 3rd floor had not ascended. Ling Fong attempted to open a door, which yielded easily that a zombie lunged out with a ferocious roar, but Ling Fong was prepared, gripping his watermelon knife tightly and striking decisively. The blade glinted as it cleanly severed the zombie's head. Peering inside, he found nothing but a skeletal remains, gnawed to the bone, devoid of any living souls. Hearing the commotion, the zombies on the 4th floor began to converge with menacing growls. Dispatch them, Ling Fong urged, charging forward. Although his katana had been reduced to a mere watermelon knife, his strength had significantly increased, making it sufficient to deal with the average zombie. After exerting their efforts to clear the 4th floor of zombies, they sought out a relatively clean room to rest before ascending to the 5th floor. Ling Fong settled on the bed, checking his system. After several days of battle, he found his energy points had accumulated to 4,531, nearly reaching the threshold of 5,000. Time has flown by, Ling Fong mused, reflecting on how swiftly his power had grown, allowing for quicker accumulation of energy points. Observing Jiuchuan Jingxiang and Toxic Island Saeko, he contemplated before speaking. Jingxiang and Saeko, I wish to exchange for an energy wave technique for you both. This will diversify your combat abilities, particularly for you, Jingxiang, since you are not particularly adept at wielding melee weapons. Having an additional ability will provide me with greater peace of mind. Very well, she replied. Jiuchuan Jingxiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, Ling Feng's speed in defeating monsters had significantly improved, and acquiring 800 energy points would only take some time. I believe there is no real necessity for it, as I have already mastered the technique of utilizing the chi wave. Tokishima Saeko spoke astonishingly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she observed Ling Feng's astonished expression. She extended her jade-like palm, initially showing no signs, but gradually, a visibly golden energy began to coalesce in her hand, forming a small energy sphere. Saeko spoke softly. Perhaps due to my years of training in swordsmanship, I possess some tricks when it comes to regulating my body's energy. After acquiring chi, I dedicated myself to research. I recently grasped the method to channel chi outside my body. Although I am still not very adept at it, its power is likely inferior to the chi wave technique exchanged by my husband, but given a little more time, I should be able to catch up. Therefore, there is no need to waste energy points. You can exchange them for Jingxiang instead, as her abilities are indeed slightly lacking at the moment. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Although Saeko said this, she probably learned it much earlier without telling him, likely to avoid putting pressure on him. He felt inexplicably irritated at being outdone by his own woman. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Saeko was not an ordinary person. Having practiced swordsmanship for over a decade, Her foundation was naturally far beyond that of an ordinary individual. You never mentioned it before, humph. Ling Fong muttered with a hint of displeasure. That I apologize, dear husband, Saeko said sweetly. Acknowledging her fault, she reached out, naturally intertwining her arm with Ling Feng's, her soft curves pressing against him. As a traditional woman, Tokishima Saeko understood that no matter how strong she became, she must always present herself as a delicate girl before her husband. For otherwise, she would not win his affection. Then, dear husband, you must spank Saeko's little bottom twice, she teased. Ling Fong grinned wickedly, turning Saeko around and playfully smacking her pert backside twice. Dear husband, you are so naughty, Saeko gasped. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, her eyes shimmering with flirtation as she gazed at Ling Fong. Were it not for the inappropriate surroundings, she would have likely shed her trousers and commenced with passion. Little Feng-chan, it's our turn next. You mustn't take advantage of the situation, Juchuan Jingxiang giggled, pulling Ling Fong closer, her face a rosy hue, before turning to remove her trousers, revealing her fair posterior, raised enticingly towards Ling Fong. Alas, in order to exchange for abilities for the women, it necessitated their union, Ling Fong mused, asserting it was not his fault but rather the wicked essence of the Dragon Ball system. Without further ado, witnessing Juchuan Jingxiang's swaying form, Ling Feng's arousal became undeniable. After a necessary moment of preparation, the two seamlessly connected. Ling Fong did not indulge in frivolities but directly exchanged the Qi wave technique for Juchuan Jingxiang. Subsequently, they parted ways, though he wished to linger. The environment was simply unsuitable, and he had to suppress his desires. Allow me to assist my husband in releasing his pent-up feelings. A man should not suffer in silence. For the women of the Tokishima family would never allow their husband to endure such torment. Just as Ling Fong prepared to tuck himself away, Saeko unexpectedly grasped him, a playful smile gracing her lips. She then leaned down, her cascading hair obscuring her face, and in that moment, Ling Fong felt as though he had entered paradise. 5 minutes later, with a satisfied expression, Ling Fong tucked himself away, gazing at the white liquid at the corner of Saeko's lips. He gently took her hand and murmured, "Thank you for your efforts, Saeko." Tokishima Saeko smiled faintly, shaking her head in reply. She rolled her tongue to savor the white liquid at her lips, a sight that nearly transformed Ling Fong into a ravenous wolf. Fortunately, after a moment of fiery longing, he managed to compose himself, glancing at Saeko with a rueful smile. Against such a stunning beauty, he found himself utterly defenseless. "How about you, Jingxiang? Have you gotten the hang of it?" Saeko inquired with a smile directed at Jingxiang. Juchuan Jingxiang nodded, gathering a tennis ball-sized energy sphere with her hands, exclaiming with delight, "It feels so fun. I have always watched little Feng-chan and Saeko using the Qi wave or Qi blade attacks. Now I can do it too. Once I get the hang of it, I must find some zombies to bully. May we observe a moment of silence for those poor zombies?" After exchanging the Qi wave technique for Juchuan Jingxiang, Ling Feng's energy points dwindled to 3731. Although this meant a delay in acquiring the Kamehameha technique, Ling Fong was unfazed, confident he could quickly replenish his points. After resting for a while, the trio ascended to the 5th and final floor. If no survivors were found here, Ling Fong would have to search elsewhere for any remaining workers, for example, in the cafeteria or workshop, as he would find it quite troublesome to forge weapons alone. Especially given the electromagnetic pulse triggered by the nuclear explosion that rendered electricity completely unavailable, he needed experienced workers to create molds for him. Otherwise, he would struggle with dimensions. Is anyone out there? Help me. Originally, Ling Fong had lost hope of finding survivors, but unexpectedly, during the process of clearing zombies, he heard a faint voice emanating from a corner room. "There are still people alive." The three of them exchanged astonished glances. "Hold on. After we clear the zombies, we will come to rescue you," Ling Fong shouted towards the door, hastening to eliminate the wandering zombies in the corridor. The trio quickened their pace, soon clearing the zombies from the 5th floor. Meticulously ensuring that even those in other rooms were dealt with. "I believe it would be wise to proceed with caution," Ling Fong suggested as they approached the door of the room at the corner. After a moment's hesitation, he drew his pistol before opening the door. After all, caution was never a flaw. However, upon opening the door, he quickly realized he had overthought it. Inside the room lay a young man. Pale and slightly plump, wearing black-framed glasses, he bore a resemblance to the chubby Kenta Hirano. Seeing this, Ling Fong offered him some water and food. Upon seeing the food and drink, the man's eyes lit up, and he accepted them, devouring them ravenously. "My name is Mitsui Risei. Thank you so much. I thought I was done for. After consuming some food, the chubby man's complexion improved noticeably as he gratefully looked at the trio. You are the only survivor in this dormitory. All the others have turned into zombies, which we have cleared away, Ling Fong stated blandly, omitting any mention of the vile demons. The man's face turned ashen, and he sighed deeply, managing a bitter smile. Had I not been greedy for food, I would not have survived the first day. There was plenty of food in the dorm, and my roommates were not present at the time. I have gone 4 days without eating. If you hadn't come today, I would have likely died by tomorrow. The horrifying scenes from the onset of the apocalypse sent shivers down Mitsui Ryusei's spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. How long have you been here? We require your assistance with certain matters, and I hope you can help us. Tokishima Saeko inquired. I have been here for 2 years. I am familiar with most of the essential techniques. However, many devices are currently inoperable due to the power outage, Mitsui replied honestly. His gaze shifted to the katana in Saeko's hand, lighting up with eagerness as he asked, May I take a look at it? Saeko hesitated for a moment but sensed no threat from him and handed over the katana. Upon receiving it, the chubby man examined the sword closely, continuously praising, what a fine blade, the length of the blade, the meticulous design of the hilt, and this cold texture and sheen. It's clearly top-tier quality. Regrettably, it seems that some of the blades have become somewhat rolled at the edges, likely due to prolonged use and repeated collisions with hard objects. Moreover, the tip of the sword has also sustained damage, as it bears the brunt of the force. The rotund man, wielding a tachi, began to speak incessantly. Ling Fong and the others exchanged glances. This hefty fellow appeared to possess some expertise, and they wondered if he might offer them a pleasant surprise. This sword is quite remarkable, though it has not been maintained properly and has seen excessive use, he remarked. This. The rotund man paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes as he awkwardly chuckled, returning the tachi to Saeko with a look of reverence. While this sword may not be crafted by a master, it is undoubtedly of superior quality, far exceeding that of ordinary tachi. Think it is dulled at the edges. How many zombies has this woman slain with it? Truly impressive, Matsui, the plump man, silently marveled, quickly deducing the reason behind the blade's condition. You certainly know a great deal. Many of the technical terms you've used are unfamiliar to me. Jurikoa, Shizuka remarked with a smile. The rotund man, somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and confessed, I merely have a passion for cold weapons. To be honest, I've secretly hoarded a few that I crafted myself. Let me show you. T then retrieved a wooden box, measuring over half a meter in length, from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, several daggers and short swords of varying sizes were revealed. Ling Fong casually picked up a dagger, inspecting it. While its quality was not exceptional, it was certainly commendable, something that an average person could not easily produce. If you possess weapons, why are you confined to this room? Shizuka inquired, puzzled. The rotund man's face turned awkward, and with a hint of shame, he replied, I was too afraid to go outside, hoping someone might come to rescue me. Given his admission, Ling Fong and the others refrained from mocking him. After all, few possessed the courage to confront a horde of zombies. In truth, our intention to rescue you is twofold. Firstly, we wish to save you. Secondly, we have certain matters we hope you can assist us with, particularly regarding weapons, Ling Fong stated, placing the dagger down and addressing Matsui earnestly. The rotund man straightened, thumping his chest in assurance, you can count on me. If it is within my capabilities, I shall deliver. Ling Fong then shared his plans, and while Matsui was initially surprised, he soon replied, crafting purely by hand can be somewhat cumbersome. However, I have learned a few tricks from a master craftsman. As long as the design isn't overly complex, I can manage most cold weapons provided there is a general mold. I just need to know if you have a design blueprint. If not, we'll need to create one. I have the blueprint, Ling Fong responded, retrieving the design he had prepared from his clothing and handing it to Matsui. He believed that his weapon should be designed by himself, ensuring it would be most comfortable and effective in use. I hope you can forge it, Ling Fong said, his tone serious as he looked at the rotund man. He was in urgent need of a suitable weapon to enhance his combat prowess. His design was for a double-edged great sword with a handle that could connect. A single sword would measure just over a meter. But when joined, the combined length would be quite impressive. Whether used separately or together, it would serve as a formidable weapon. Additionally, I require the blade to be exceptionally sharp, especially the tip, Ling Fong added. The rotund man examined the blueprint closely and nodded. You're in luck. Just before the apocalypse, We finished forging a batch of high-quality alloy steel, and we can use this. It will take at least 2 days. 2 days? That's quite fast, Saeko acknowledged. Ling Fong was pleased. At least he had saved someone useful, rather than a mere freeloader. Afterward, he left some food and water for Matsui, instructing him to stay in his room and not venture out. While he, along with Saeko and Shizuka, set off to clear out other areas of the factory, such as the cafeteria and various workshops, which were still teeming with zombies. Upon entering the cafeteria, they found an even greater number of zombies. As they opened the door, they were met with a sea of swaying zombie heads. Saeko and Shizuka skillfully lured portions of the undead out, allowing Ling Fong to dispatch them one by one. With his energy points steadily increasing, just as he was enjoying the slaughter, a massive zombie, towering over 2 meters with a physique as solid as steel, pushed its way through the throng, swinging its 2 swollen fists like giant hammers towards Ling Fong. A mutated zombie? Ling Fong thought, swiftly dodging to the side, furrowing his brow as he observed that this one did not resemble the typical strength-based zombies he had encountered before. Saeko, you two deal with the other zombies. I'll handle this one, Ling Fong declared confidently, stepping forward to confront the hulking brute. Although the giant zombie appeared to possess considerable strength, its speed was no match for Ling Feng's agility. When it swung a fist, he effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a powerful strike of his watermelon knife against its arm. To his astonishment, the blade was deflected, leaving only a shallow mark on the zombie's arm, a mere scratch that did not faze it at all. Such formidable defense, Ling Fong exclaimed in surprise. Seizing the opportunity while Ling Fong was momentarily stunned, the giant zombie roared and brought its fist crashing down, threatening to obliterate his skull, sensing the rush of wind from its attack. Ling Fong crouched low, evading while delivering another forceful strike. The blow pushed the zombie back a few steps, but it still bore no significant damage, relentlessly charging toward him. Truly a tough-skinned adversary, realizing the zombie's impressive defensive capabilities. Ling Fong deduced that it must be a defensive type. Otherwise, even a strength-based zombie would have sustained a serious wound from his strike. Now that I understand your nature, it's time to end this. Ling Fong smirked coldly as he faced the oncoming fists. Withdrawing his watermelon knife, he tightened his grip and unleashed a powerful punch, glowing faintly with golden energy, which collided with the zombie's massive fist. The contrast between the two fists was striking, but the outcome saw the giant zombie nearly topple over, staggering back several steps, its fist visibly dented, while Ling Fong too took a step back. He suffered little harm. Indeed, although its defense is robust, its offensive power is comparatively diminished, and its speed lags behind that of strength-based zombies, gaining insight into the defensive zombies' patterns. Ling Feng's eyes glinted with determination as he faced the roaring giant. Die, he retaliated, gripping the watermelon knife tightly, channeling his internal energy into it. The once dull blade was enveloped in a layer of golden brilliance, and as he sidestepped the giant's punch, he swung the knife with precision. Slicing through the air, the blade cleaved cleanly through the giant zombie's neck, causing its head to topple and its hefty body to crash to the ground, toppling several nearby zombies in the process. Despite the unexpected encounter with a defensive type, Ling Fong and his companions successfully cleared the cafeteria of zombies, and his energy points now stood at 4320. After the battle, the three of them rested on a bench in the plaza, engaging in conversation while sipping water and replenishing their strength. Including this defensive zombie, we now know of 3 types of mutated zombies: strength, speed, and defense. I wonder if we will encounter even more troublesome variants in the future. Saeko Poison Island took a sip of water and remarked, among these 3 types of zombies, I personally believe that the speed-type zombies are the most dangerous yet the easiest to eliminate. When encountering such creatures, one must seize the initiative and unleash all power in a swift strike, for engaging in a prolonged battle would be unwise. Should one be ensnared, it would spell trouble. The strength-type zombies, on the other hand, are comparatively simpler to deal with, though one must not be careless. It is advisable to avoid direct confrontation. Lastly, the defensive mutated zombies depend on the circumstances. Without a proper weapon, they can indeed be quite formidable, much like an iron tower. Ling Feng gazed at the 2 women and spoke in a grave tone. In light of this, I shall request Mitsui to forge me a spare katana, lest my current one be rendered useless, leaving me without a suitable weapon. Saeko, polishing her katana, replied, preparation is key. We must not wait until the critical moment to seek aid. And what about me, Saeko-chan, Xiaofeng-chan? Kurokawa Shizuka seemed to have entered a playful mode once again. Ling Feng smiled slightly and gently patted Shizuka's smooth hair, saying, "You need not worry. Stay behind to provide us with cover fire. Understood. Leave it to me." Shizuka struck a pose reminiscent of Popeye, her enthusiasm radiating charm. After a brief respite, the trio prepared to approach the portly Mitsui when suddenly, a sharp hiss echoed. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the steel mill were assaulted. As if something had violently breached them. "Let us go check it out." Ling Feng's expression shifted, for the sound was eerily familiar. The trio dashed over, concerned for their Hummer parked at the entrance. Upon arrival, they beheld a massive, fire-red python, its colossal tail smashing the steel gates to smithereens. Their Hummer had already been overturned, showing signs of deformation. "How did a mutated python emerge here? Good grief," Ling Feng exclaimed. Astonished, the python, exuding an aura of threat, seemed even more formidable than the previous one they had encountered. Just as the trio approached, the python fixed its deep crimson gaze upon them, its forked tongue flickering rapidly, narrowing its eyes in a display of savage intent, and it roared as it opened its terrifying maw, revealing sharp fangs while unleashing a wave of scorching flames that rolled forth. Evade! The scorching inferno surged toward them. And Ling Feng felt as if his eyebrows might ignite. His expression turned frantic. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward, tackling Saeko and Shizuka to the ground. The flames swept over their heads, striking the bronze statue in the plaza's center, which melted away significantly, droplets of molten copper cascading to the ground. Ling Feng's heart raced as he realized the copper's melting point was 1083.4 C, indicating that the temperature of the flames spewed by the python must exceed that threshold. "This is absurd. Where on earth did this creature come from?" Ling Feng seethed with frustration. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such extreme heat. Before Ling Feng could ponder further, the python opened its mouth once more. A torrent of fire swirling within, erupting into a violent pillar of flames that surged toward the trio. Saeko and Ling Feng reacted simultaneously, wielding their respective weapons, a watermelon knife and a katana, to unleash a blade of air over a meter long. Shizuka followed suit, channeling her energy into a wave of force. The trio's attacks collided with the flames, a tempest of energy unleashed in a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing even the python's massive form to recoil slightly, while Ling Feng and his companions were sent tumbling in disarray. "Saeko, hand me the katana," Ling Feng shouted, tossing his watermelon knife to her. Without hesitation, Saeko flipped her katana toward him, retrieving the watermelon knife for herself. Ling Feng leaped to catch the katana, utilizing aerial maneuvering to position himself before the python, the blade gleaming with golden light as he struck down with all his might. A streak of golden brilliance sliced through the air, carving a deep gash into the python's thick hide, blood gushing forth. This time, having learned from experience, Ling Feng infused his strike with energy, despite the potential toll on the katana's longevity in the heat of the moment. There was little room for hesitation. The pain only fueled the python's fury, its tail igniting in flames as it charged forward with astonishing speed. Ling Feng felt a flash of fire as the tail neared him, leaving no time to evade. With no options left, he gritted his teeth and swung the katana head-on. The strike left a deep wound on the python, but the force sent him hurtling backward. Where Saeko and Shizuka rushed to catch him, arms outstretched, Shizuka attempted to fire her shotgun, but the impact was minimal, merely breaking through scales and embedding in the flesh beneath. Painful, yet non-lethal. "Grab the semi-automatic rifle from the vehicle. And bring the crossbow," Ling Feng urgently commanded, swapping his katana for Saeko's watermelon knife, soaring into the air with his aerial technique. Once airborne, Ling Feng's target became clearer than for Saeko and Shizuka below. The python, sensing a new target, unleashed flames, but Ling Feng adeptly dodged each assault. "Get lost," he roared, the knife in his hand shimmering with golden energy as he angled his body and hurled the watermelon knife downward. The blade whistled through the air, aiming straight for the python's head. If it connected, the beast would surely meet its end. Yet, sensing the imminent threat, the python released a thunderous roar, and a crimson shield of flames erupted above it, absorbing the energy-laden watermelon knife in a display that left Ling Feng in disbelief. The watermelon knife ultimately penetrated the fiery barrier, yet its force was significantly diminished, merely grazing the python's cheek and falling to the ground. Shattering upon impact, such a mundane weapon could hardly withstand the violent usage. The dark red barrier seemed to have drained much of the python's energy, its aura noticeably weakened. yet its blood-red eyes remained fixated on Ling Fong. To his astonishment, he detected a hint of hatred in its gaze, prompting him to ponder whether it was connected to the previous python he had slain. The python, having observed Ling Feng's momentary distraction, seized the opportunity, propelling itself skyward with a powerful thrust, its jaws agape, ready to swallow him whole. A foul stench of blood surged toward Ling Fong, who cursed himself for losing focus in battle, swiftly rising higher to evade the python's maw. However, the python, enraged, propelled itself even higher, its mouth snapping toward Ling Fong with a savage ferocity. As he beheld the gaping maw mere inches from him, an unprecedented sense of death washed over him, coursing through every cell in his body. In that instant, a primal instinct ignited within him, and he instinctively executed the wolf Fong fist, gripping the python's jaws with fierce determination, his muscles straining under the immense pressure as he fought to keep its mouth at bay. The python roared in fury, its jaws attempting to close around him. Yet Ling Fong held his ground, his teeth grinding together, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist. Suspended in midair, he struggled for leverage, the python's weight pressing down on him, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain his grip as the creature thrashed its head, with a crisp gunshot echoing through the air. A gaping wound suddenly appeared on the neck of the giant python. Simultaneously, a silver arrow pierced through its scales, embedding itself deep within its flesh. Xiao Feng, my husband, it was Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and Dudu Saeko, each wielding a semi-automatic rifle and a crossbow, respectively. Their initial intention had been to shoot for the head, but fearing they might accidentally hit Ling Fong, they opted for other targets instead. In agony, the giant python's grip weakened significantly, granting Ling Fong the opportunity to extricate himself from its repulsive maw. Gasping for breath as he distanced himself, "Good heavens, I nearly met my demise just now." Ling Fong felt his back drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's escape, the giant python was instantly consumed by rage, redirecting its animosity towards the two women. It charged at them with a furious roar. Due to its overwhelming speed, Jingxiang had no time to raise her rifle for a proper shot, and Saeko was compelled to abandon her crossbow, drawing her katana instead to confront the beast head-on. Beast! As the giant python lunged at Saeko and Jingxiang, Ling Feng's fury erupted. Channeling all his strength, he dashed forward, wrapping his arms around the python's massive body. He felt an immense force surge through his limbs, accompanied by a searing heat that caused his clothing to tear apart beneath his armpits. The python's advance slowed considerably, yet it still collided with Saeko's katana, producing a sharp, resonant clang. A crimson line was carved across the python's head, revealing glimpses of its dark red flesh beneath. However, Saeko was sent reeling, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as she collapsed, only to be hastily supported by the concerned Jingxiang. Damn it. Ling Fong, obstructed from seeing Saeko's condition by the writhing body of the python, nonetheless realized she had been knocked down. In his anger, he exerted even greater force, and perhaps due to the python's exhaustion, he managed to lift it off the ground. Ling Fong himself was not in peak condition either. After straining to turn it around, he hurled the giant python far away, where it crashed into a structure outside the steel mill, sending debris flying as it fell to the ground, sensing the tide of battle turning against it. The python, battered and bruised, swiftly retreated, casting one last cold, murderous glance at Ling Fong with its blood-red eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Although he yearned to pursue, the sight of the injured Saeko and the sounds of nearby zombies approaching dissuaded him. Realizing his own energy was nearly depleted, he decided to abandon the chase. He and Jingxiang assisted Saeko towards their Humvee, where they exerted considerable effort to right the vehicle before Ling Fong and Saeko took their seats in the back. Jingxiang drove off, plowing through a horde of zombies as they departed from the steel mill. Their hesitation to enter the mill stemmed from the fact that the iron gate had been obliterated by the python, rendering it defenseless against the encroaching zombies, necessitating their withdrawal to a nearby modest inn. The trio rested in a room, with Ling Fong tending to Saeko's injured hands. The python's overwhelming force had inflicted significant stress on her palms, causing painful cracks that bled profusely. Jingxiang administered some hemostatic and analgesic ointments, wrapping her hands in small bandages. The rate of evolution among mutated creatures is alarmingly rapid, Ling Fong remarked, his expression somber as he surveyed Saeko's injuries. Why didn't Xiao Feng use the dodo wave at full power to obliterate the python? Jingxiang inquired, perplexed. Ling Fong chuckled wryly. The uncharged dodo wave lacks substantial power, but to unleash it to its full potential would take at least several seconds. If I were to ascend into the air utilizing the sky dance technique to gather energy, it would take even longer. The python would inevitably target you two in the interim, making the situation rather precarious. I am so sorry. It's all my fault. If only you hadn't exchanged for that energy wave. You could have acquired a more advanced Kamehameha technique earlier, Jingxiang lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What does this have to do with you? It's merely our misfortune. We never anticipated encountering such a mutated python in the metropolis, Saeko replied with a bitter smile. Ling Fong pondered for a moment before revealing his suspicions to Saeko and Jingxiang. They were taken aback, but upon further reflection, it seemed the only plausible explanation. Alas, we failed to vanquish that python this time. It will undoubtedly become a future menace. We must exercise caution, Saeko sighed, her expression grim. It was understandable that anyone would feel uneasy about being marked by such a vengeful mutated creature. I wonder how Mitsui is faring now, Jingxiang mused, shaking her head. Meanwhile, at that moment, Mitsui gazed through binoculars at the horde of zombies roaming near the factory. His face contorted with worry that I'm doomed. I'm absolutely finished. The superhero and his woman have escaped, leaving me to await my demise, he uttered in despair. Having heard the commotion earlier, he had peered through the window with his binoculars and nearly died of fright upon witnessing Ling Fong soaring through the air. Engaged in a frenzied battle with the enormous python, after they fled in their vehicle, he realized it was too late for him to join them. No, they will surely return. They still need the weapons left behind. When they do, I must escape with them. Otherwise, I want to survive. Mitsui suddenly roused himself, murmuring with determination, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. As night fell, Saeko cautioned Ling Fong against venturing out at such a late hour. A sentiment echoed by Jingxiang. Ling Fong, gripping a metal rod, shook his head resolutely. I wish to accumulate more energy points. I want to be out too late. I'll definitely return before midnight, so don't worry. With that, he slung the crossbow over his shoulder and stepped out of the room. At 11 o'clock, in the middle of a deserted street, Ling Fong smashed the skull of the last nearby zombie with a resounding crack. Surrounding him lay the corpses of the undead, including that of a speedy variant. After catching his breath, he activated the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points. 5,009 points. Seeing this number, a smile crept onto Ling Feng's face despite his exhaustion. At last, he had reached 5,000 points. Once he mastered the Kamehameha technique capable of unleashing a burst of energy far surpassing his current abilities. He would be well prepared to obliterate that accursed flame python in their next encounter. Without hesitation, he clicked on the fist icon, located the Kamehameha section, and exchanged his points. Instantly, a profound depth of knowledge flooded into his mind. Far surpassing his previous exchanges, his understanding of energy surged exponentially, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. Standing on the road for a full 5 minutes, Ling Fong finally digested the intricate analyses and applications of the Kamehameha technique. Clenching his fist, he chuckled softly. Truly, as a high-level energy technique, merely learning to maximize the utilization of energy has significantly enhanced my power. In a full force release, I could amplify my strength severalfold. How astonishing! Suddenly, the serene night was shattered by the sound of a girl's desperate cries. Don't. No. Please, no. Ling Fong, lost in his elation over mastering the Kamehameha, was abruptly jolted by the distant wails of a girl, accompanied by the raucous laughter of 2 men and the unmistakable sound of tearing fabric. What on earth? Ling Fong, upon hearing these sounds, couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Indeed, such occurrences were all too common in this apocalyptic world. Did these individuals, employing coercive methods, not realize the wisdom of seeking a secluded spot to conduct their affairs quietly? It was the dead of night, and their cacophony was likely to attract the very zombies that would devour them midway through their despicable acts. They were either profoundly foolish or utterly driven by primal desires. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Fong decided to swiftly fly towards the source of the noise using his sky dance technique. When fate presents an opportunity to assist, and one possesses the capability to do so, it is only right to lend a hand. Otherwise, one would be burdened with a guilty conscience. Upon arriving above the place from which the sounds emanated, he beheld a scene of utter depravity unfolding in a fast food restaurant at the street corner. 2 male students were forcefully restraining a girl, relentlessly tearing at her clothing, their faces contorted with madness. The girl was left with only the most intimate of garments, her outer clothing in tatters, as Ling Fong had surmised. A number of zombies were already wandering outside the restaurant, relentlessly banging against the glass doors, which were unlikely to withstand the assault for much longer. Yet, the two men showed no signs of relenting, clearly consumed by their basest instincts. Without uttering a single word, Ling Fong descended directly to the ground. Rushing to the entrance of the fast food establishment, gripping a metal rod tightly, he swiftly dispatched the zombies blocking the doorway with a few decisive blows, shattering the glass doors in the process. Who dares to meddle in our affairs? Can't you see we are about to enjoy ourselves? One of the blonde-haired boys exclaimed. Startled by Ling Feng's sudden appearance, he leapt to his feet, brandishing a nearby machete and charging at him, while the other, a lanky youth, drew a dagger and followed suit. Two wretches, Ling Fong replied coldly, discarding the metal rod with a flick of his wrist. He raised both hands and advanced towards them, unleashing the Wolf Fong fist. His strikes, swift beyond measure, rained down upon the joints of the two assailants with sickening cracks, causing them to scream in agony as their arm bones were brutally shattered. With a final, sharp crack, he seized each of their heads and twisted forcefully, snapping their necks. Their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Ling Fong carelessly tossed their lifeless bodies aside and turned his attention to the girl, who now stood before him, somewhat stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was extraordinarily beautiful, rivaling even Saeko, and there was something vaguely familiar about her. "Thank you for saving me," she said, her cheeks flushed as she stood up, wrapping her arms around her exposed skin. Though she managed to cover her upper body, her lower half remained inadequately shielded, making her feel quite embarrassed, especially given her lack of spare clothing. It's nothing. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Fong," he said with a smile, taking off his jacket and offering it to her. "Thank you. I am Saiwanji Sekai, a first-year student at Sakakino Academy," she replied, accepting Ling Feng's coat with gratitude. "Saiwanji Sekai?" Ling Fong was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed the infamous chainsaw girl Sekai. He scrutinized the two men he had just dispatched, and they increasingly resembled the scoundrels he had heard about. "Humph, those two scoundrels, Ito Makoto and Naruse Takayuki. I was unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. If not for your timely intervention, I doubt I would have had the courage to carry on," Sekai said, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for those men. Ling Fong couldn't help but smile wryly. Was this a twist of fate or mere coincidence? Regardless, he felt a sense of relief having eliminated two individuals he found decidedly disagreeable. His initial interest in Sekai had diminished significantly. While he appreciated her beauty, it seemed she possessed an overwhelming jealousy that could be quite dangerous. He certainly did not wish to find himself unexpectedly on the receiving end of a chainsaw one day while checking his phone. "Though it may be rather forward, I must implore you for a favor," Sekai suddenly implored, grasping Ling Feng's arm with an expression of desperation. "Speak your mind, and I shall see if it is within my capacity to assist." Ling Fong replied, somewhat vague. He was not one to hastily agree to requests, lest he find himself unable to fulfill them and face embarrassment. "I have a few companions from school. Just the other day, they encountered danger, and I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. They should still be trapped in a nearby hotel, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Could you help me?" Sekai requested, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Fully aware of the audacity of her plea. "Were the zombies not pursuing you?" Ling Fong inquired, puzzled. Sekai looked somewhat sheepish. "I found a bicycle by the roadside and managed to ride far enough to evade them," she explained. After a moment's pause, her expression turned fearful. "Moreover, these zombies are unlike any typical ones. They seem to possess a degree of intelligence. They coordinate their attacks, which is utterly terrifying. Is that true?" Ling Fong was taken aback. Typically, zombies were easier to deal with due to their lack of cognition, but if they had gained intelligence, that would pose a significant challenge. However, he remained somewhat skeptical, unsure if Sekai was attempting to deceive him. After all, he had fought his way through without encountering such creatures, unless they were mutated zombies, but she was clearly describing a horde of ordinary zombies. Ling Fong pressed her for more details regarding these zombies. And to his surprise, her description aligned perfectly with what he had anticipated. They were merely standard zombies, not mutated ones. "Please, believe me, I am not lying," Sekai insisted, sensing Ling Feng's skepticism. She looked increasingly anxious, tears welling in her eyes. "It's quite late now. Why don't you accompany me back to my temporary residence for the night? We can discuss everything in the morning," Ling Fong suggested after a moment of contemplation. He was indeed exhausted and could not reasonably rush off to rescue anyone at that moment. He was not a hero to your place. Saeko hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy as a girl, especially after her recent near assault. Yet, after considering her options, she realized she had little choice. He had saved her, so she decided to trust him, albeit with a slight flush on her cheeks. Very well, I shall trouble you then. It's no trouble at all. Especially since I have 2 other women with me. Ling Fong reassured her with a smile, which set her at ease. Due to the presence of Saeko, Ling Fong refrained from using his sky dance technique to return, opting instead to walk, which extended their journey. They arrived back at the hotel room around 3:30 in the morning. By that time, Saeko had changed into a fresh set of clothing, which Ling Fong had procured from a clothing store on their way back. You promised to return before dawn, yet you arrive half an hour late and bring back a girl. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exclaimed, though her tone was more concerned than angry, as was Saeko's. My sincerest apologies. Ling Fong said, quickly explaining the circumstances to them. Saeko was secretly astonished, not expecting Ling Feng's companions to be so stunning, particularly the one with purple hair. I see. If it involves saving someone, then I suppose there is no choice but to forgive you this once. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang said with a smile after grasping the situation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tokita Saeko, and this is Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. We are all Ling Feng's wives, Saeko said with a smile directed at Saeko. Upon hearing this, Saeko was taken aback, staring at Ling Fong in disbelief. She pointed at Saeko and Jingxiang, exclaiming, 2 wives. In these tumultuous times, many previous conventions no longer hold sway. 1 ought to follow their own desires and be with those they cherish. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Tokita Saeko, unfazed, added, such arrangements likely existed even before the apocalypse, especially in our country. I find it hard to believe you were unaware. The world momentarily froze. And soon thereafter, it cast envious glances at Ling Feng and his companions. In this apocalyptic era, having trustworthy lovers by one's side is truly a remarkable blessing. However, the atmosphere quickly grew a bit awkward. Had he intruded upon their moment? There's no need to feel embarrassed. Even if you wish to join us, I have no objections. After all, you are quite beautiful, and mischievous Xiaofeng will undoubtedly not let you off easily. So do be cautious, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang said with a playful smile. Ling Feng, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out, his face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at the world, rendered speechless. I think, well, upon hearing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's teasing. The world's face turned crimson, her heart racing, stealing a glance at Ling Feng. She found him watching her as well, causing her to lower her head, her small hands fidgeting in a nervous circle. An adorably bashful sight. The girl, once in despair, was unexpectedly saved by a male, a scenario so cliché yet undeniably effective. It would be unrealistic to claim she felt no affection, especially in such dire times. All right, enough of the antics, it's quite late. Let us discuss everything tomorrow, Saeko said, looking somewhat exasperated at the giggling Jingxiang, while casting a subtle glare at Ling Feng. This mischievous rascal. Within the room, there were 2 beds. Jingxiang and the world shared one, while Ling Feng and Saeko occupied the other. They exchanged no further words and quietly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, the 4 engaged in discussions about their upcoming journey. Regarding the zombies mentioned by the world, I believe we indeed need to investigate, Saeko remarked, furrowing her brow upon understanding the situation. Thank you so much. The world expressed her gratitude, nearly on the verge of tears. No worries. As long as we have the means, we will certainly do our utmost to rescue your classmates. Ling Feng reassured her softly. Thank you. The world choked out, collapsing into Ling Feng's embrace, sobbing quietly, which made him feel a bit flustered. The world's delicate frame was so soft that he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. My apologies. The world quickly realized her impoliteness, her cheeks flushing slightly as she pushed Ling Feng away. The world is truly adorable, Jingxiang snickered, causing the world's face to turn a deep shade of crimson, reaching her ears. Ling Feng silently gritted his teeth. Jingxiang was too mischievous, and he resolved to find an opportunity to discipline her later. After tidying up, the 4 departed the inn and swiftly drove towards the hotel the world had mentioned. Why is your vehicle still operational? I heard that the nuclear explosion rendered all cars useless. The world asked, surprised. With a vehicle, their speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Ling Feng explained the phenomenon of electromagnetic pulses prompting yet another round of admiration and envy from the world. Observing the world seated beside Saeko in the back, Ling Fong paused before speaking. World, if you happen to witness any supernatural phenomena, I hope you won't be frightened. The world, puzzled, inquired, what supernatural phenomena? We'll discuss it later. By the way, how many of your companions are there? Ling Fong asked, shaking his head. Approximately 11 or 12. Why? The world replied that it's nothing. Just doing some calculations, Ling Fong said casually, pondering whether Guini was among those individuals, though he refrained from directly asking the world, as it would complicate matters. The Hummer sped along, and within 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at a bustling street, expecting to find a throng of zombies, yet not a single one was in sight. I believe those zombies must be concentrated around the hotel. After I fled from there, they seemed to have lost interest in pursuing me and returned, the world explained. Let us disembark. The vehicle is too noisy, Saeko stated, stepping out first, followed by Ling Fong and the others. Everyone, listen closely. There seems to be some noise nearby, Saeko observed, scanning their surroundings. Ling Fong and the others strained their ears, confirming Saeko's words. Faint sounds of crashing and even screams could be discerned, indicating the source was not far away. Let us hurry. The world's expression shifted as she heard the screams, and she dashed towards a side street, with Ling Fong and the others following closely behind. You're too slow. I'll carry you, Ling Fong declared, swiftly scooping the world into a princess carry. As her startled gasp turned her face beet red. With a complex expression, she gazed at him, her eyes revealing a hint of affection, unconsciously leaning against him. Her eyes fluttering shut, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. The world was jolted awake by a chilling scream. Turning her head, she was greeted by a horrifying sight. The back door of the hotel had been shattered. Surrounded by a sea of zombies, perhaps hundreds of them, encircling 5 or 6 students armed with makeshift weapons, more zombies were voraciously feasting upon the corpses of several girls on the ground. While some barely clinging to life emitted heart-wrenching cries that pierced the air, the three exchanged glances. Ling Fong gently set the world down before taking a leap into the sky before her astonished eyes. Saeko and Jingxiang unleashed their energy waves, bombarding the horde of zombies, leaving the world in awe. Recalling Ling Feng's earlier words with a bittersweet smile, Ling Fong soared above the struggling girls, unleashing 2 small orange-red beams that decimated a line of zombies, creating a narrow escape route for them. The girls, recognizing the opportunity, sprinted towards the world. There are indeed a lot of them, Ling Fong remarked as he surveyed the dark mass of zombies. Upon landing, he delivered swift kicks, sending several zombies flying, clearing a small area before clasping his hands together at his waist, forming a lotus shape. Kamehameha, Ling Fong bellowed, as waves of blue-white light gathered in his palms, forming an energy sphere. And with a powerful thrust, he unleashed it. Boom! The blinding explosion annihilated hundreds of zombies, blasting a massive hole in the hotel's rear entrance. The ground charred black, a testament to the technique's might. Panting slightly, Ling Fong surveyed the aftermath, nodding in satisfaction. With a single strike, he had obliterated over 100 zombies. This was achieved with minimal energy expenditure, comparable to a charged attack, undoubtedly a testament to the high-grade power acquired at the cost of 5,000 energy points. However, it consumed a significant amount of energy, relegating it to a last-resort move. How impressive! The world and the other girls stared at Ling Fong, their eyes filled with awe, likening him to a superhero. Stay focused. Keep an eye on your surroundings, Ling Fong commanded. Despite the eradication of numerous zombies, there were still hundreds more lurking. With the overwhelming numbers, Ling Fong, Saeko, and Jingxiang remained vigilant, systematically dispatching the undead. It will help too, the girls with weapons called out. Rushing to join the fray, it appeared these girls were quite capable indeed. Ling Fong smiled softly. Among them, a girl with long black hair stood out remarkably. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her figure was also exceptionally alluring, almost rivaling the cheat-like physique of Jingxiang. Most astonishing, however, was her prowess. The young girl wielded a large watermelon knife, and with each swing, a zombie's head would be severed, her technique demonstrating a level of skill that clearly indicated she had undergone specialized training in this field. Upon seeing this girl, Ling Fong could not help but smile, surmising she must be Gui Yanyi. Indeed, she was impressive, fully comparable to Saeko. Ling Fong admired this type of girl the most. Although the zombies were numerous, they were ultimately slow, allowing Ling Fong and his companions to strike a bit and then retreat, gradually whittling down the horde. Of course, it was also fortunate that there were no zombies in the streets behind them. Otherwise, they would have had to disperse to fight. Just as Ling Fong pondered the apparent lack of intelligence among these creatures, a deep, oppressive roar echoed through the air, causing all the zombies to momentarily halt. Their movements then underwent a drastic transformation. The zombies at the back, using the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover, surged forward towards Ling Fong, ignoring the attacks of the other girls, seemingly intent on taking him down first. Saeko, be on alert. There should be a special zombie directing them nearby. See if you can find it. Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly as he called out to Saeko and the others, then focused intently on fending off the oncoming zombies. Silently calculating. When he had arrived earlier, he had seen hundreds of zombies gathering near the back door of the hotel, but Gui Yanyi and her companions were not foolish enough to make such a commotion to attract such a large number of zombies. All congregated at the entrance. The only explanation was that many of the zombies had been controlled to come here. The likelihood of a commanding zombie hiding nearby was exceedingly high. If they didn't eliminate it, they might inexplicably find themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Not at all. Fly up and take a look. Saeko and the others searched the area, but found no unusual zombies. Fine, Ling Fong said helplessly. He had meticulously observed the rooftops around him. Utilizing the sky dance technique, he soared into the air, rising several meters high, disregarding the shrieking horde of zombies below, keenly scanning the tall buildings surrounding him. He had heard the sounds earlier and knew the enemy could not be too far away. He had to locate it. Damn it, it's nowhere to be found. Ling Fong circled twice, discovering no trace of a zombie on the rooftops. He ascended even higher, gazing further into the distance, and while he spotted some wandering, ordinary zombies far off, there seemed to be no sign of any special ones. How peculiar. Why is there none? Ling Fong frowned deeply, contemplating whether the enemy was concealed within one of the larger buildings. The sounds didn't seem to indicate that, though it felt as if he had overlooked something significant. Suddenly, Ling Fong froze, his brows knitting tightly. Reflecting on it, his notion of a uniquely shaped commanding zombie arose solely from the previously encountered mutated zombies, whose appearances differed from ordinary zombies. It seemed no one could definitively say that a commanding zombie would look particularly strange. Perhaps it resembled an ordinary zombie after all. As a possibility dawned on him, Ling Feng's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Be careful. That creature might be mingling among the zombies." However, his warning came too late. Almost as soon as he lowered his head to shout, a small black figure leaped from the mass of hundreds of zombies, bounding swiftly towards Gui Yanyi and the other girls. With a wide mouth filled with jagged teeth, it lunged viciously at one girl's neck. Ah! The unfortunate girl let out a piercing scream as the diminutive zombie roared and tore away a chunk of her tender flesh. Swallowing it whole, her neck was left with a gaping wound, and she fell lifelessly, her eyes wide with terror, unable to comprehend the suddenness of her demise. You damned creature, Ling Fong, witnessing the scene from above, was filled with rage. He pointed his hand, unleashing the Ding wave. Yet, the zombie, possessing remarkable intelligence, had long anticipated Ling Fong's prowess. Sensing the impending attack, it deftly rolled aside, evading the Ding wave with agility that exceeded Ling Feng's expectations, akin to that of a monkey. Damn it! A commanding zombie with such speed poses a significant threat. It must be eliminated today. Observing the creature's nimbleness, a grave look crossed Ling Fong's face as he thought to himself. After evading the attack, the commanding zombie immediately puffed up its cheeks and emitted a series of low, oppressive growls. The sound waves seemed imbued with a unique magic, inciting the zombies that heard it into a frenzy. Their eyes glowing red with excitement, the previously clustered horde instantly scattered, rushing towards Saeko and the others, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Ling Fong's expression darkened as he dove downwards, unleashing a pair of small energy waves from his hands while in midair, targeting the commanding zombie. The cunning creature, seeing Ling Feng's attack, quickly summoned two nearby zombies to shield itself, with a deafening explosion. The two zombies used as fodder were obliterated, and even the intelligent commanding zombie sustained injuries, bearing numerous new wounds. Unfortunately, for zombies, as long as their heads remained intact, other injuries were nearly inconsequential. No sooner had Ling Feng's feet touched the ground than the commanding zombie abruptly turned its head. its crimson eyes fixated on Ling Fong. In that moment, Ling Fong unwittingly locked eyes with it, instantly feeling a slight throbbing in his head, his body swaying unsteadily as he nearly stumbled. With a furious roar, the commanding zombie lunged at Ling Fong, its sharp claws aimed directly for his heart, its eyes filled with a savage, bloodthirsty gleam, just as the claws were about to pierce Ling Fong's chest. He swiftly twisted his right hand, striking the creature's slender wrist with his iron rod. With a crack, the bone shattered, but the zombie, driven by inertia, collided straight into Ling Fong, opening its mouth to bite at his neck. Ling Fong remained calm, evading the creature's bite by sidestepping. Abandoning his iron rod, with both hands, he executed a grappling move, stepping down to use the zombie's momentum against it, forcefully slamming it to the ground. I'll crush you. Without a moment to catch his breath, Ling Fong aimed a powerful stomp at the downed commanding zombie. Intent on splattering its head, the commanding zombie let out a shriek, twisting its head just in time to have one ear crushed beneath Ling Feng's foot, and it snapped its jaws at Ling Feng's pant leg. However, Ling Fong had anticipated this. After failing to crush the creature, he swiftly ascended using the sky dance technique, the creature's teeth merely grazing his pant leg. Phew, that was close. Ling Fong wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The intensity of the rapid-paced battle felt akin to dancing on the brink of death, reaching an extreme level of horror. A mere misstep could lead to doom. D-ing wave. Ling Fong was not one to be suppressed easily. With an enraged shout, he launched a series of small orange-red beams from his fingertips. Due to the proximity, the creature managed to evade one beam, but was struck head-on by another, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated its head, leaving it utterly lifeless. Finally, it was dealt with. Indeed, confronting such a swift and intelligent special zombie was a troublesome ordeal. Ling Fong descended to the ground. Gazing at the headless zombies below, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and remarked, "Despite its numerous shortcomings, I have come to realize that the cave wave, unlike the Kamehameha, possesses one undeniable advantage: speed of execution. Had I opted for the Kamehameha moments ago, by the time I brought my hands together to initiate the attack, my opponent would have already had ample time to escape. The same applies to the Wolf Fong fist. It is not that its power is lacking, but rather that my own abilities are insufficient to fully harness its potential. Alas, my strength still requires enhancement. One cannot afford to be careless. Who knows what other monstrosities may emerge next?" Truly unfortunate, Ling Fong sighed. Serving as a form of self-motivation, "Come quickly to assist, Xiao Feng-chan," Shizuka urgently called out. Although there was no leader to direct them, the number of zombies was still considerable, and the few girls were struggling to hold their ground. "I am on my way." Ling Fong promptly picked up an iron rod and dashed forward, joining the fray. Once the battle had concluded, Ling Fong, Saeko, and Shizuka found themselves relatively unscathed, merely fatigued from exertion. However, the world beyond had witnessed the demise of several girls, who had inadvertently become infected during the zombie outbreak. Now, only Shizuka, Kei, and another petite girl remained. 3 girls in total. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. The eyes of the trio from the world held a hint of reverence as they regarded Ling Fong and his companions. "Let us return to the vehicle." "This is hardly a place for conversation," Saeko stated, breaking the uncomfortable silence. The world nodded at Kei and the petite girl, and the group hastily made their way toward the vehicle on their way back to the Hummer. Ling Fong checked the Dragon Ball system, noting that his energy points stood at 1456. When converted, it became evident that most of these points were derived from the command-type zombies, far surpassing those from other mutated zombies. The world whispered a few words to Kei and the petite girl, prompting them to introduce themselves. "I am Kei, and I sincerely thank you for rescuing us," she said softly, appearing somewhat shy, a stark contrast to her earlier bravery in battle. "I am Aoi Sakana, and I also appreciate your assistance," the petite girl added, directing her gaze at Ling Fong and his companions. Upon hearing her name, Ling Fong couldn't help but scrutinize her further. She bore a striking resemblance to the Sakana he recalled. It was hard to fathom how such a diminutive girl had managed to survive thus far. She must have been fortunate. Why does he keep staring at me? Could it be that he harbors ill intentions? Aoi's brow furrowed slightly, betraying her unease. If Ling Fong were aware of her thoughts, he would surely chuckle at the irony. The 3 of them introduced themselves in turn, revealing that they were all students, albeit from different institutions. I noticed earlier that Kei, you must have studied kendo. Your technique is quite formidable, far from what one would expect from your appearance, Saeko commented. approaching Kay with a warm smile, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Yes, I have practiced a bit, but I am nowhere near your level, Miss Saeko. I've heard you were the champion of the National Kendo Tournament last year. Kay replied, seemingly taken aback by Saeko's willingness to engage in conversation, as she was not the type to easily interact with unfamiliar individuals. Haha, it was merely luck. True Kendo masters do not partake in such competitions. Saeko humbly responded. The similarities between Saeko and Kay led to a quick rapport being established. Meanwhile, Shizuka and Aoi, two individuals of vastly different statures, found themselves conversing unexpectedly, fostering a sense of camaraderie among the group. Ling Fong observed this exchange and marveled at the distinct nature of female conversations. Their capacity to bond seemed to surpass that of men. Nevertheless, despite their newfound familiarity, Saeko and Shizuka tactfully refrained from discussing certain crucial matters. Just as Kay and Aoi remained discreetly inquisitive. By the way, Kay and Aoi, I must inform you that I previously encountered those two scoundrels, Ito Sora and Sawaguchi Taiga, the world interjected, seemingly feeling her presence diminish. A look of trepidation upon her face. Ling Feng's interest piqued. He was entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the world and her peer school life, uncertain if it mirrored the narrative of the anime. Ultimately, he discovered that Kay was aware of a person named Ito Sora, yet she had not interacted with him, which relieved Ling Fong somewhat. However, Aoi's reaction upon learning of Ito Sora's demise was less favorable. Her expression dimmed, indicating that she might have harbored some fondness for the scoundrel, altering her gaze toward Ling Fong as well. While it wasn't outright hatred, her demeanor had clearly cooled considerably. Ling Fong, however, was indifferent. He had no intention of ingratiating himself with her. Why do you label them as scoundrels? Aren't you classmates? Kay inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The world huffed. Those two are the epitome of scoundrels. When I first encountered them, I thought I was simply lucky, but soon they began to make advances on me. Had Ling Fong not arrived in time to rescue me, I wouldn't know how I could face the world now. Those two scoundrels deserve their fate. What? How could Ito Sora do such a thing? He must have been incited by Sawaguchi Taiga, Aoi remarked incredulously. The world shot her an exasperated look, incited. No, he acted of his own volition. They are both despicable individuals. Upon hearing this, Aoi's countenance shifted dramatically, betraying her disappointment and helplessness. In truth, it was indeed Sawaguchi Taiga who had instigated the actions, yet Ling Fong remained silent, contemplating how he had inadvertently misled Aoi. After all, he was merely trying to assist her. The world discreetly approached Ling Fong, leaning in to whisper, I never suggested you do that. Besides, how is this helping me? What is it to me? Oh, really? I didn't realize you were the type to say one thing and mean another. Don't think I can't see through you. You must have your sights set on Aoi. Huh? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, Aoi is quite adorable. If you wish, I could secretly assist you. No need to hesitate. Just let me know, the world teased, her expression radiating understanding, as she gently nudged Ling Feng's arm, a blush tinting her cheeks. Seeing the world adopt a matchmaking demeanor, Ling Feng's heart raced, his eyes twitching slightly as he instinctively distanced himself from her, feeling a pang of anxiety. This is absurd. I cannot allow myself to be paired with the world. I am all too aware of her lack of decorum. If I were to succumb to her advances, it would spell disaster. That I have no desire to be ensnared in the chaotic whirlpool of youthful love and hate. Perceptive as ever, the world noticed Ling Feng's change in demeanor and felt a twinge of disappointment. Did she truly come across as a menace? She sensed that his attitude towards her had become rather peculiar. After all, she considered herself quite comparable in appearance to any of the other girls present. And although she might have been at a disadvantage in stature, she felt a hint of superiority when compared to Aoi.as. The group continued their banter. They soon arrived at the location where their Hummer had been parked, only to find a cluster of 7 or 8 young delinquents loitering nearby, one of whom was even tapping a small hammer against the car window. However, it seemed they were cautious not to make too much noise, lest they attract the attention of nearby zombies. Who goes there? Ling Fong and the others were immediately spotted as they approached, eliciting startled expressions that quickly morphed into wicked grins, their gazes filled with avarice as they beheld the girls, their eyes nearly drooling with desire. More trouble awaits. With a sense of resignation, Shizuka shook her head and spoke. Ling Feng particularly noticed that all of the individuals before him bore tattoos of the Black Dragon on their arms, and he immediately understood that they were members of that notorious gang. he was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with these thugs, left wondering whether it was his misfortune or theirs. "Our vehicle is not something you ruffians can touch," Ling Fong scoffed, striding forward with purpose. "Haha, look, a big fat sheep has come to our door. Brothers, perk up," the leader of the thugs exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Ling Fong and his companions approaching. The others quickly drew weapons such as machetes and clubs, and the gang leader even brandished a pistol. "What do you intend to do with our vehicle, you scoundrels?" Ling Fong confronted them, stepping boldly in front of the leader. "This vehicle belongs to you. That means it must have a protective electronic pulse device installed." "Haha, my luck is extraordinary, and I even get a few stunning beauties as a bonus. How delightful," the leader, a brutish man with a fierce countenance, boasted arrogantly, his greedy eyes surveying Saeko and the others, while his gun was aimed at Ling Fong and his group. "Boss, I just remembered, didn't a Hummer break free near the owner's estate not long ago and crush several of our brothers? It must be them. Hummers aren't exactly commonplace." Suddenly, a small thug gasped in realization. "What? Are they the scoundrels we were told to eliminate upon sight? Damn it. Kill them." The leader's expression shifted to one of fury, and he instinctively prepared to pull the trigger, eager to eliminate this insolent brat standing alongside such attractive women. However, Ling Fong had already anticipated his move. In a flash, he struck first, seizing the thug's wrist and applying pressure. Crack! The thug's wrist was broken with a sickening sound. Ah! It hurts like hell. "What are you all standing there for? Kill him! Kill him! Hurry up! Damn it!" the leader howled in agony. Avenging the boss, several thugs charged forward, their faces twisted with malice, brandishing their machetes towards Ling Fong's head. These men had spent years on the streets, each with blood on their hands, and they were not hesitant to kill. However, they had gravely underestimated Ling Fong, or perhaps overlooked the seemingly harmless girls beside him. Ling Fong sidestepped with ease, evading their strikes, and simultaneously unleashed his Wolf Fong fist, stunning two of their number in an instant. At that moment, Saeko and Kei joined in, their blades slicing through the air without hesitation. Two brilliant arcs of silver flashed as they severed the arms of the thugs wielding machetes, blood spraying onto the ground as the injured men screamed in agony. Ling Fong was not surprised by Saeko's decisive actions, but Kei's swift and ruthless response caught him off guard. Sensing her blend of fragility and strength, he sighed inwardly. The apocalyptic environment had rapidly transformed Kei into someone capable of adapting swiftly. It was a good thing, he mused. Feeling Ling Fong's gaze upon her, Kei shyly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Ling Fong, observing the writhing thugs on the ground, felt a wave of disdain. He casually picked up Saeko's katana, executing a few swift movements, and soon the remaining thugs, aside from the leader, bore deep gashes across their necks, ending their lives. "Tell me about the current situation of the Black Dragon Society, and I will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall carve you into pieces," Ling Fong threatened coldly, the blade of the katana pointed at the thug leader's face. I'll talk. The leader, sensing the threat, surrendered without dignity, spilling every piece of information he possessed. As they listened, Ling Fong and his companions furrowed their brows. According to the leader, the Black Dragon Society had gained control of over half of the forces within the base city. While they sent teams out to gather intelligence on zombies and collect supplies, not only them, but several other small squads were also active in the surrounding areas, all expected to return to the designated meeting point at a specific time to load onto a large truck back to the base city. "Get in the vehicle, ladies." After gathering the necessary information, Ling Fong had no desire to prolong the thug's suffering, but he swiftly ended the leader's life, returning the katana to Saeko and beckoning the girls to enter the vehicle. Upon inspection, although the Hummer's windows bore minor cracks, it was largely intact. He took the passenger seat at the front, while the girls squeezed into the back. Fortunately, they were not large in stature, and with a petite girl like Shizuka among them, it was manageable. With a turn of the key, Shizuka started the Hummer, which roared to life before backing away swiftly, leaving behind a scene of carnage. "What are your plans moving forward?" Ling Fong inquired, glancing at the girls seated behind him. Naturally, he hoped that Kei and the others would choose to accompany him, as it would be impossible for him to claim he had no feelings for the three girls, especially Kei, the goddess of his beloved anime. "Do you even need to ask? Of course, we will follow you. As long as you don't mind, that is. After all, among the three of us, myself, Kei, and Shizuka, only Kei possesses any real combat ability. Even so, It will be challenging for us to survive in this apocalypse without you skilled fighters around, World replied without hesitation, having already come to this conclusion that I apologize for potentially being a burden to you. Ling Fong, Kei spoke softly, glancing at Saeko, who smiled reassuringly in return. Indeed, Shizuka nodded lightly, recognizing this as the most sensible decision, all the while feeling curious about the unique abilities possessed by Ling Fong and his companions. Then I welcome you, Kei, to join us. Having more people around is certainly advantageous. Together, we shall strive to survive in this apocalyptic world. Ling Fong smiled as he saw the girls nod in agreement. After all, beautiful women were always a feast for the eyes. Where shall we head now? Do you have any specific objectives? Shizuka inquired. First, let's return to the steel mill and see if that fat man is still there. Ling Fong contemplated before explaining his plans for weapon crafting to World and the others. Weapons. I feel like my watermelon knife is getting a bit dulled out. If possible, I would like to get a replacement. Kei said, glancing at her weapon. Even a katana can become dull with extensive use. So a watermelon knife is no different, provided that Mitsui is still around. Saeko replied nonchalantly, eyeing the steel mill's large smelting workshop. Mitsui Ryuji was drenched in sweat, hammering away at the glowing metal before him, panting heavily while grumbling. Damn it. Handcrafting large cold weapons is utterly exhausting. If those guys don't return, I'll look like a fool. Please, you all must come back. After several vigorous strikes, the rotund Mitsui suddenly halted, pricking up his ears to listen intently. That a glimmer of joy flashed across his face as he dropped his hammer and rushed out of the workshop. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel mill, Mitsui was elated to see the familiar Hummer parked outside, a young man accompanied by a group of beautiful women battling a horde of wandering zombies. Big brother, you've finally returned. I'm coming to help. Mitsui rushed over immediately, waving his arms and shouting, pulling out a somewhat crude short sword from his bosom, and began slaying zombies alongside the others. However, their efficiency was rather dismal, as it took them quite a while to dispatch just 1 or 2 zombies. The number of zombies wandering outside the steel mill was not particularly high. And within a few minutes, Ling Fong and his companions had cleared them all away. It's a relief to see you still here. I was worried you might have run off, Ling Fong said with a smile, feeling a sense of ease upon seeing the rotund Mitsui. Mitsui looked at Ling Fong with excitement, catching his breath before exclaiming loudly, Big brother, from now on, I'll stick with you guys. The thought of Ling Fong's fighting techniques during his battle with the fiery giant python left him utterly astounded and envious. He had already made up his mind. He needed to latch onto this golden opportunity. Just imagining the prospect of following the superhuman Ling Fong in this apocalyptic world, where he could have everything he desired, made him salivate with anticipation. While it's certainly possible, you do possess some talent. However, let us first focus on forging the weapons I mentioned earlier. Additionally, we need to craft 2 more katanas, and the specifications should align with the katana Saeko wields. Ling Fong pondered before adding, casting a meaningful glance at Mitsui. He suspected that Mitsui had witnessed something significant during the commotion that day, but he was unconcerned. The world had descended into utter chaos, and he no longer cared whether others were aware of his actions. Absolutely. I will ensure the task is completed, Mitsui replied with a serious expression, his voice resolute as he clenched his fist. He understood that this was an opportunity presented by Ling Fong, and if he failed to demonstrate his worth, there would be no reason for Ling Fong to take him along. The group then entered the steel mill and began unloading a substantial amount of food and water from their vehicle, as they anticipated staying there temporarily for the next few days. Although it would consume some time, Ling Fong did not perceive it as a waste. Even though he had recently mastered the powerful Kamehameha technique, he still believed that possessing a good weapon was of utmost importance. After all, he could not rely solely on energy blasts to eliminate zombies, as that would quickly drain his stamina, due to the number of people present. Ling Fong deliberately chose a spacious office within the steel mill for their temporary stay. He also gathered bedding from various employee dormitories to lay on the floor of the office. Considering it a precaution, being in the same room provided a sense of safety. Forging weapons is an incredibly laborious task, and Ling Fong naturally did not call upon the girls for assistance. So it was just he and the rotund Mitsui working together. Big brother, follow me. Mitsui beckoned as he led Ling Fong into the smelting workshop. Immediately, Ling Fong felt the temperature rise significantly, gazing at the flames and molten lava before him. He remarked, I remember this wasn't here before. You must have set it up. Mitsui nodded proudly and replied, Just getting the equipment here took considerable effort, especially the lava that IT requires extreme caution to handle. The furnace needs to have materials added periodically, or it will extinguish. Moreover, I must regularly check the flow pipes to ITS, quite a hassle, as these tasks used to be managed by several people with equipment assistance. Not like now where everything must be done manually. Alright, let us get started. With just the two of us, we should be able to work faster and complete this sooner, Ling Fong stated, glancing at the glowing metal. Mitsui nodded, shared some safety tips with Ling Fong, and then they both began their industrious work in the workshop, the sound of clanging metal echoing throughout. Initially, Ling Fong found the work taxing, but as he continued hammering, he discovered that, although it was exhausting and drained his energy quickly, it also provided excellent training, especially for someone with his abilities. The exercise was particularly beneficial for his arm muscles, which received ample workout. Realizing this, he began alternating arms while hammering, evenly distributing the exertion between both arms. Despite the sweat pouring down his body, he felt invigorated, and the more he worked, the more energized he became, prompting Mitsui to secretly marvel at Ling Fong's swift adaptation. Pushing himself to keep pace and not lag behind by midday, the two paused for a break, their bodies drenched in sweat, their clothes stripped off, as the perspiration felt as if they had just emerged from a bath. It's a pity the water is cut off. Otherwise, I would love to take a refreshing shower that it's unbearably hot, Ling Fong exclaimed, wiping the sweat off his face. He had never engaged in such strenuous labor for an extended period. And it was indeed quite taxing. Big brother, there's still a bit of water left, we're half dead right now. So let us use some, Mitsui panted, and Ling Fong was naturally delighted by this news. Following Mitsui's lead, they made their way to the rooftop, opening a large water tank to retrieve some water for a much-needed wash, bringing some relief from the heat. Afterward, Shiji called them over for a meal. And after putting their clothes back on, Ling Fong and Mitsui joined the others in the cafeteria. Although they had their own cooking utensils, the presence of a fully equipped kitchen made it unnecessary to use their own. Come help out and bring all the food into the room. This isn't a suitable place to eat, Shiji said, pinching her nose as she looked at the zombies' corpses scattered around. Appearing somewhat helpless. Nonetheless, in this apocalyptic world, such circumstances must be gradually accepted. Everyone, it's time to eat, Shiji announced, bringing a large pot of food into the room, and everyone began to dig in. Ling Fong and Mitsui ate the most. Having exhausted considerable energy earlier and thus requiring substantial carbohydrates to replenish their strength. I've calculated with the fatso here, and at our current pace, we should be done in about 2 days. Which is much quicker than I anticipated, Ling Fong remarked while savoring a large piece of fragrant cured meat, glancing at Saeko and the others. Mitsui nodded in agreement, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. The hefty man, who had never cooked before and had survived on Ling Fong's leftover cold food, felt immensely thrilled and content to finally have hot rice. Once we finish the weapons. What are your plans, Ling Fong? Kawaii asked softly, taking small bites of her rice and looking up at him curiously. Ling Fong shook his head that I don't have any specific plans. Our main intention is to clear out some zombies and mutated creatures. Why engage in such thankless labor? Are your goals to eradicate all the zombies and mutated creatures in the world? Kujo frowned, expressing skepticism, as she believed that zombies were endless. We possess the capability to do so. While it may be dangerous, we are still willing to undertake it, Saeko declared firmly. Since we're all together, could you share your abilities? I mean, do you possess superpowers? Shiji hesitated before asking, her curiosity getting the better of her. Upon hearing her question, Mitsui halted his chopsticks, turning his curious gaze toward Ling Fong. Ling Fong exchanged glances with Saeko and Shiji, contemplating before replying. This is a form of my superpower as for Saeko and Shiji's abilities. They are also granted by me. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up, their interest piqued, as they had initially assumed these were innate gifts, not realizing they could be acquired through training. I can only bestow superpowers upon the opposite sex, because there's a crucial condition. The two individuals must be completely united. In an intimate state, to transfer the powers. Do you understand what I mean? Ling Fong explained, observing the fervent gazes from Shiji and the others. Upon hearing this, the four were taken aback, not expecting such a condition. Their expressions varied, with the 3 girls blushing as they looked at Ling Fong, while Mitsui's face displayed unmistakable disappointment. How can we know if what you're saying is true or false? In a moment of skepticism, Shauna remarked, The power of supernatural abilities is truly overwhelming. Ling Fong responded with a calm smile. I do not require your belief. I merely share this information with you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. Shauna cast a complex glance at Ling Fong, then lowered her head to silently continue eating, refraining from further dissent. While it might be rare for one individual to possess supernatural abilities, two would indeed be a remarkable coincidence. However, if three individuals were involved, it would be inescapably too coincidental. If these powers were all innate, I would be the first to express disbelief, especially since Ling Fong and the others seem to share identical capabilities, all able to unleash glowing spheres as attacks, with Ling Fong evidently being the most formidable among them. Ji Jia pondered thoughtfully, her face flushed, acknowledging that her words implied acceptance of the claims made. May I ask, without intending to be presumptuous, if there are no other methods aside from this one? Yin Yi inquired, biting her cherry-red lips. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't desire extraordinary strength? She certainly was not an exception, especially given that she had certain matters she needed to attend to. Ling Fong shook his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Yin Yi as he assured her, I am not deceiving you. I stumbled upon this discovery by sheer chance. Upon hearing this, Yin Yi's expression fell, glancing at Ling Fong intermittently. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. Yin Yi, it seems you harbor some worries. If you are facing difficulties, feel free to share with us, Saeko gently suggested. Yin Yi sighed. Actually, I have a younger sister. On the day the zombies erupted, she was still at home. I intended to return and check on her, but due to various reasons, I was unable to. So I have been deeply concerned about what is happening at home. Longing to see her. I see. And what about you? Ji Jia and Shauna. Saeko realized. When the zombies first appeared, I called my mother, but the phone was unreachable. I tried several times, but it was all the same. She usually keeps her phone close, so she must have, Ji Jia said, her voice trailing off as her eyes reddened. I feel the same, Shauna quietly added. Yin Yi, you seem to be hesitating about whether to become my partner. Am I right? Ling Fong suddenly addressed Gu Yanyi. Shauna frowned slightly, but refrained from speaking. Yanyi was taken aback, her face flushed as she stammered, I truly wish to hurry back to find my sister. But I can't do it alone. If I had supernatural powers, it would be much easier. However, I am quite afraid of interacting with boys, so, are you trying to take advantage of my vulnerability, you scoundrel? Ji Jia retorted angrily at Ling Fong, while Saeko's expression turned cold as she admonished. Ji Jia, please mind your tone. Ling Fong is my husband, and whatever he chooses to do, I fully support him. All right, please do not misunderstand. I do not intend to coerce Yin Yi. What I mean is, since we lack a clear objective, why not go rescue Yin Yi's sister? And of course, check on Ji Jia's and Shauna's families as well. Oh, and don't forget about the chubby guy's family, Ling Fong clarified as he noticed their apparent misunderstanding. Really? But the route to our home is heavily infested with zombies, and there is even a wildlife park over there. We heard during our escape that many animals have mutated, making it a very dangerous area. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Yin Yi immediately ceased her tears, her face lighting up with surprise, although concern lingered. Yin Yi's words only solidified Ling Feng's resolve to proceed. The threat posed by mutated creatures was immense. Eliminating some now would be far preferable to confronting even more formidable monsters later. Moreover, he felt a sense of relief in not concealing these dangers from Yin Yi, truly a goddess at heart, demonstrating her kindness. Were it anyone else, they would not have spoken so candidly. If we are to speak of danger, it exists everywhere, albeit to varying degrees. I am eager to engage in battle with more mutated creatures to better hone my strength, so you need not worry. Yin Yi, Ling Fong said with a smile as he regarded the anxious Gu Yanyi. Thank you, I am genuinely grateful. Upon receiving Ling Feng's affirmation, Yin Yi expressed her appreciation, her gaze softening considerably towards him, evidently elevating her fondness for him. Ji Jia and Shauna felt similarly, although the likelihood of their loved ones being alive was slim. A glimmer of hope remained. With Ling Feng's words, it was impossible not to feel gratitude. On the contrary, Mitsui, the chubby guy, sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. As for my family, there's no need. My parents divorced long ago, and aside from sending some financial support periodically, we haven't been in touch for years. I don't care about them anymore. To be precise, I don't even know where they live. After a moment of silence, Ji Jia looked at Ling Fong and said, the three of us live in close proximity, so it would be convenient. All right, then once the weapons are ready, we shall set out immediately. What do you think, Yin Yi? After all, Without weapons, our overall combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Ling Fong nodded at Yin Yi. Yes, I understand that, Yin Yi replied softly. However, at that moment, Ji Jie scoffed. I notice, Ling Fong, that you obviously favor Yin Yi. You seem indifferent when speaking with Shauna and me, yet when Yin Yi speaks, you engage with her fully. You even claimed you wouldn't explain anything, but when Yin Yi asked, you did. Ji Jie's words instantly caused Yin Ye's face to flush a deep red. She stole a glance at Ling Fong, only to find him looking back, intensifying the blush on her cheeks as she lowered her head. Burying herself in her ample bosom, her ears turning crimson, Saeko and Shizuka exchanged glances, both wearing benevolent smiles. Yin Yi was indeed a wonderful girl, and they would not oppose her joining their group. Of course I like someone as beautiful as Yin Yi, but Ji Jie and Shauna, you are both quite lovely as well, so do not underestimate yourselves, Ling Fong stated candidly, glancing at the shy Yin Yi. Humph, that's more like it, Ji Jie replied, satisfied with Ling Feng's words. After all, she was a girl who appreciated compliments, especially from a boy she held feelings for. I think little Shauna is the cutest, Shizuka exclaimed, playfully embracing Shauna, pressing her against her ample chest, delight evident on her face, nearly suffocating Shauna with her weapons. The power was overwhelming. Struggling to lift her head from the two soft mounds, Shauna glanced at the exaggeratedly ample forms before her, then looked down at her own modest stature. Even noticing that Ji Jie was significantly larger than her, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Indeed, she felt rather small. After finishing their meal, the girls rested in their room, while Ling Fong and Mitsui continued their work. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed, and Ling Feng's weapons were finally completed, double-edged ship knives. The blade measured approximately a palm's width, nearly 2.5 meters long when combined, weighing over 100 pounds. When separated, each blade exceeded a meter in length. A specially crafted sheath allowed it to be carried on the back, with each weapon easily accessible, though the blade may not have been exquisitely crafted. Ling Fong and Mitsui placed particular emphasis on the tip, dedicating considerable time to perfecting it. Consequently, the tip appeared exceedingly sharp, glinting with a faint chill. Its piercing power, combined with the weight of the blade, was nothing short of terrifying. 2 replicas of the tachi were also made, sized according to the tachi held by Saeko. Although they were somewhat rough due to limited resources, the materials were of excellent quality and built to last. One was designated as a spare for Saeko, while the other was given to Yin Yi for use. Additionally, Ling Fong distributed other weapons, a handgun loaded with bullets for each person, which required no further explanation as they had collected quite a few along their journey. Sufficient for all. A shotgun was assigned to Shizuka, a semi-automatic rifle to Mitsui, an M1A rifle to Ji Jie, and a crossbow to Shauna, as her petite stature rendered her unsuitable for larger firearms. So, how did they fare? Saeko sheathed her spare katana and turned to Ling Feng, who was vigorously wielding 2 hefty swords nearby. Ling Feng held a massive metal sword in each hand, swinging them with abandon in the spacious area. Each swing sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of whooshing sounds. While his technique appeared rudimentary, it was undeniably straightforward and powerful, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. His approach was one of brute force over finesse. A single strike from those blades would likely prove insurmountable, even for a defensive mutant zombie. Very impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied with the dimensions and weight of these weapons, Ling Feng declared, grinning at Saeko and the others as he continued his swings. During his practice, few dared to approach for fear of being inadvertently cut. Sustaining a mere scratch would be the least of their concerns. After a few more swings, and having acclimated to the dual-blade style, a mischievous smile crept upon Ling Feng's lips. He suddenly brought the 2 swords together with a forceful clash, producing a crisp metallic sound as they fused into a formidable double-edged sword. This design was inspired by the ship-slicing sword from the Gundam series, making it an exceptional weapon for close combat. However, while the newly formed blade boasted increased power, it also presented greater challenges in handling. It would require time for Ling Feng to master its intricacies. All right, now that we're ready, let's set off, Ling Feng said, sheathing the 2 swords and beckoning the group to board the vehicle. However, they soon encountered a rather vexing issue. The Hummer simply could not accommodate all of them. While it was possible to cram everyone in, such a solution would inevitably lead to physical contact, a scenario Saeko and Shizuka would not permit with Mitsui, the corpulent member of their party. Additionally, having Ling Feng sit in the back while Mitsui took the front was also unfeasible, considering the space that Ling Feng's weapons would occupy. The limitations of space were proving to be the most troublesome aspect to resolve. There was only one vehicle available, and finding another equipped with protective measures was nearly impossible. Abandoning the vehicle was out of the question. Ling Fong was the first to object. Leaving anyone behind was even more unsuitable. Leading Ling Fong to feel quite exasperated, "I can just sit on the roof," Mitsui suddenly suggested, breaking through the group's frustration. Ling Fong pondered this for a moment and realized it was indeed the only option. He nodded in agreement. "Just be careful up there. We'll keep the speed down a bit." Mitsui sighed in resignation. He had not wished for this, but reality dictated this outcome. It was better to propose it himself. Considering it a show of good faith, once Mitsui climbed atop the Hummer, Shizuka started the vehicle, driving as smoothly as possible. They soon departed from the steel mill, heading towards the home of Kanade and her companions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow, the Hummer came to a halt along the outer roads of a village. Inside the vehicle, Ling Fong, Saeko, Kanade, and the World's 4 members prepared their weapons. They needed to search this rural area for food and water. Originally, the 3 of them would have sufficed, but with the addition of Kanade and the ravenous Mitsui, their food requirements had significantly increased. To err on the side of caution, Shizuka, Aoi, and Mitsui remained in the vehicle to stand by. "Why must we seek food in the village? There are plenty of cats and dogs around here. Let's just go somewhere else." The World expressed her concerns that it's unavoidable. "Did you not see? On our drive here, every supermarket and market was practically stripped bare. If we don't find food and water soon, we won't last more than a few days," Saeko replied, shaking her head. "Saeko, you think after we check our homes, we should head to the base city next?" The World asked innocently. Ling Fong scoffed. "I guarantee that in less than 3 days, the influential figures in the base city will drag you to bed, and you won't be allowed to hoard any food or water. Weapons will be out of the question. Everything will be dictated by those in power. Your life will be theirs to command." Perhaps Ling Feng's bluntness and grim outlook were too much. The World's face paled, fear creeping into her demeanor. Saeko cast Ling Fong a reproachful glance before stepping closer to comfort her. "Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not as terrifying as he makes it sound. It's just that place isn't exactly welcoming. At least, we won't have the same freedom there." There was an unspoken truth in Saeko's words, regardless of how idyllic or stable that place might seem. Ling Feng's mission would prevent them from ever going there. "Why don't you just stay in the vehicle and avoid the chaos?" Ling Fong suggested, having gathered his gear and stepping out of the car to address the World. "No way. If I don't go, who will gather food? You all can focus on fighting while I handle the food," she insisted, despite her trepidation, eager to prove herself. "Just be careful and stick close behind us." He relented, no longer pressing the matter. After exchanging glances with Saeko and Kanade, the 4 of them set off toward the village. Once they departed, Mitsui remained seated atop the Hummer, gripping his semi-automatic rifle and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Ready to fire at the first sign of trouble, Ling Fong and his companions tread carefully along the village's narrow paths, spotting pools of repugnant blood along the way, yet astonishingly, not a single zombie was in sight. There were no cats or dogs either. The entire village bore an eerie silence that felt unsettling. "It's so quiet it feels off," the World whispered, pressing closer to Ling Fong, that he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He had anticipated encountering numerous wandering zombies, yet not a single one appeared. This was hardly a good sign. As the saying goes, when things seem unusual, something is amiss. Let us find food quickly and leave." Saeko urged quietly, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Soon, they arrived at a residence. After crossing the threshold, they found the doors wide open. Ling Fong cautiously drew a heavy sword and stepped inside first. The living room floor was stained with dried blood, remnants from some time ago. They proceeded to the kitchen, where more blood was evident, and a knife lay abandoned on the floor, its blade coated in a sinister black residue. Ling Fong picked it up and briefly sniffed it, only to be overwhelmed by a nauseating odor, prompting him to discard it hastily. "There's no one here on the first floor. Let us check upstairs," Saeko suggested, moving into the kitchen. After a thorough search of the second floor, they similarly found no signs of life or zombies. This discovery allowed Ling Fong and the others to relax slightly as they hastily scoured the house. Quickly amassing a substantial collection of food, they gathered 2 pieces of cured meat hanging on the balcony, several cobs of corn, half a bag of rice, and a few sweet potatoes. Unfortunately, items in the refrigerator. such as eggs and milk, had spoiled due to the lack of power. With their findings stowed securely in the World's backpack, they exited the house and proceeded to another. They continued their cautious search for food. Visiting several homes, they found ample supplies of food and water, yet the bizarre situation persisted. There were still no signs of any living beings, not even a single dog. Do you think the military has cleared this area? The World pondered, struggling under the weight of her backpack. If the military had been here, they wouldn't have overlooked the food, and we would surely see zombie corpses and spent shell casings scattered about. They wouldn't have conducted a selective cleanup. Something else must be at play, Kanade replied quietly, shaking her head. All right, we've gathered enough food. Let us head back, she urged, glancing at the encroaching twilight. I doubt this cursed place is safe for resting. Ling Fong glanced at the World's weary appearance and smiled slightly as he spoke. The four of them quickly departed the village and returned to the outer roadway, where Shizuka and the others were waiting for their return in peace. Strange, didn't you encounter any fierce battles? I mean, with mutated creatures or the like. There wasn't a hint of commotion, Shizuka Kurikawa inquired, puzzled, as she observed the four return, seemingly unperturbed and bearing an abundance of food. We'll discuss it later, Ling Fong replied, assisting World in placing the food in the trunk of the vehicle. He then took a seat in the passenger seat and began recounting the events of the village to Shizuka and the others. Could it be haunted? A worried Sheena always furrowed her brow. Whether it is ghosts or not, it has nothing to do with us. We should leave quickly. There should be 2 more villages ahead. We need to find a suitable place to rest, as the space in the vehicle is rather limited. Ling Fong said nonchalantly, though curiosity tugged at him. He had no time to investigate further. Exactly, my brother is right. We should hasten our departure from this eerie place. It's too dangerous here, urged the portly Mitsui from atop the vehicle. All right, Shizuka Kurikawa responded without further ado, starting the Hummer and pressing the accelerator. After navigating a few turns, they finally exited the village. Ling Fong initially thought that after leaving, the strange occurrences would no longer concern him. However, he soon realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. As their vehicle continued down the road, they swiftly passed through 2 adjacent villages, only to find the conditions inside eerily identical to the first. No living souls, no zombies, no mutated creatures, only bloodied grounds and signs of a struggle. The unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the vehicle, especially as dusk deepened, enveloping them in an increasingly chilling aura. This area is predominantly villages. If we continue on, it's likely they will all resemble this one. Moreover, it's getting darker. We must find a place to stay soon, Shizuka Kurikawa remarked, glancing at the darkening sky outside. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they reluctantly decided to seek refuge in a house within the village. Regardless, the space within the vehicle was insufficient for all of them to rest, necessitating this decision. When the Hummer slowly rolled into a village and the evening light had nearly faded into darkness, they spent some time searching for a large house with a sturdy iron gate. Once they secured the gate, they entered the residence. After thoroughly inspecting the premises multiple times, they concluded that they would spend the night there. After preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen, they gathered around the table, indulging in the meal. Although the ingredients were merely common fare found in rural areas, Saeko's cooking was exceptionally delicious, and everyone ate heartily. Even the girls disregarding their image as they quickly replenished their energy. This is truly delectable. Saeko, your culinary skills are remarkable, World exclaimed, savoring the delightful dishes. That it's nothing special. Yane helped me quite a bit. Saeko replied with a smile, glancing at Yane. Ling Fong swallowed a mouthful of rice, took a sip of water, and teased Yane. Not only is Yane beautiful and skilled, but she also excels in cooking. She is destined to be an ideal wife and mother. It's nothing. I'm just glad you're satisfied, Yane said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she realized the implications of Ling Feng's words, which everyone could discern. How fortunate. I feel utterly useless, Sheena always lamented, feeling somewhat dejected. She was small, lacked strength, and had poor stamina, unable to contribute much and merely consuming their provisions. That I feel similarly. I haven't really contributed at all, World admitted, feeling a bit ashamed as the rice in her mouth felt heavier. At your girls. There's no need to burden yourselves. As long as I'm here, you shall never go hungry, Ling Fong gently reassured. Patting their heads, with their faces flushed, World and Sheena nodded appreciatively before returning to their meal in silence. These adorable girls are wonderful. If only I had a skill, I doubt my brother would have brought me along. Mitsui thought to himself, feeling a mix of envy and resignation, lamenting his status as a man. After finishing their meal, everyone retired to their respective rooms to rest. Fortunately, they had chosen a large household with ample rooms. Otherwise, accommodating everyone would have been a challenge. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to idle thoughts. After satisfying their hunger, Ling Fong naturally began to entertain some mischievous thoughts. He confidently approached Shizuka Kurikawa's room, knocked on the door, and she quickly answered. Already dressed in a delicate nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, Ling Fong felt an immediate surge of excitement. For Ling Fong, who was still inexperienced and had gone without for several days, the anticipation was overwhelming. Oh dear, is little Fong-chan planning something naughty? Shizuka teased, noticing his evident reaction, her eyes sparkling with a hint of longing, indicating she too was somewhat intrigued. Shizuka darling, let us enjoy each other's company tonight. It has been far too long since I've had the pleasure, Ling Fong said, lunging forward to embrace her, a wicked grin adorning his face as his hands began to wander. Shizuka's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled him inside, shutting the door behind them. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the neighboring room, startling Ling Fong and causing him to falter. But that's Shina's room, he thought, immediately dismissing any curses and hastily disentangling himself from Shizuka, urging her, quickly, get dressed. Something has happened. At this moment, Ling Fong was also filled with fury. With a cold snort, he extended his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave, the furious golden currents instantly obliterating a large swarm of insects before him. Do not move. I shall save you. Ling Fong leaped to the side, employing his aerial technique to swiftly reach Shauna's side. He wrapped his arms around her, and with a few quick gestures of his index finger, he fired several weak energy blasts, pulverizing the cockroaches that dared to approach. How warm, Shauna murmured, leaning against Ling Feng's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Her little heart fluttered uncontrollably, and her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, pressing her small frame tightly against him, as if this embrace could provide her solace. At that moment, a flicker of golden sword energy appeared at the doorway, shattering a cluster of cockroaches. It was Saeko Jodo. Saeko has arrived, Ling Fong shouted, abruptly tossing Shauna towards her. Accompanied by Shauna's startled cry, Saeko swiftly stepped forward, catching Shauna and hastily retreating from the room, closing the door behind her. Now, the room was left with only a heap of cockroaches and Ling Fong floating on the bed, as the swarm of insects surged towards him. Ling Fong, recognizing the imminent threat, did not dare to underestimate it. He let out a roar, and with that sound, the energy within him erupted violently. Although the force was not extraordinarily strong, it sufficed to crush some of the cockroaches. Occasionally, a particularly resilient one would survive, but Ling Fong could easily rush over and stomp it to death. Before long, the room was littered with the corpses of cockroaches. This scene was terrifying, whether in a post-apocalyptic world or before it. Had it not been for Ling Feng's formidable strength providing him with confidence, he might have been thoroughly frightened. These cockroaches must have come from outside. Ling Fong pondered. He had meticulously inspected every room earlier. It was impossible for any hidden nest to have escaped his notice, leaving only the conclusion that they had infiltrated from outside. Ling Fong surveyed the room, then approached the window, yanking the curtain aside. At first glance, he noticed a small basin-sized hole melted into the glass. Peering closely, he saw a multitude of cockroaches scuttling outside along the windowsill, climbing up the wall. Damn it, Ling Fong cursed, opening the window and launching 2 energy blasts downwards, annihilating the cockroaches below. This house is no longer habitable. We must leave immediately. Ling Fong stepped out, addressing the waiting Saeko and the others in a serious tone. Quickly explaining the situation, Shiji, Yinya, and Shizuka gasped upon witnessing the room strewn with cockroach carcasses, their faces pale with fear. Such a sight was particularly harrowing for the girls, and even Saeko frowned deeply. Wait, where is Matsui, that fatso? Ling Fong suddenly realized he had not seen Matsui, his expression shifting to alarm. Upon hearing this, the others also noticed Matsui's absence. Given the commotion, it was implausible that he could have slept through it all. Let us go check. Ling Feng's face darkened as he beckoned and swiftly headed toward Matsui's room. Passing by his own room, he quickly donned a spare outfit and grabbed his dual swords as the group arrived at Matsui's room. They were met with a cacophony of rustling sounds from within. "Step aside," Ling Fong impatiently commanded, pushing the girls aside. With a powerful kick, he burst through the door. Instantly, a dark figure charged at him with a shrill screech. The girls instinctively shrieked in unison, including Saeko, for it was a colossal cockroach, nearly a meter long. The sight was utterly horrifying. Fortunately, despite his shock, Ling Feng's reflexes remained sharp. In an instant, he swung his swords in unison. The heavy blades cut through the massive cockroach's body, spraying foul blood everywhere. Although cockroaches were known for their resilience, being cleaved into several pieces left it no chance of survival. However, the room contained more than just this one giant cockroach. There were several others. Ling Fong glanced around the doorway and spotted 5 or 6 more, alongside a horde of fist-sized cockroaches. Yet Matsui was nowhere to be found. Let all these cockroaches perish. Energy wave. Energy wave. Energy wave. Shizuka, seemingly terrified, pushed Ling Fong aside, disregarding her fatigue, and unleashed a barrage of golden energy waves, wildly bombarding the room before her. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of golden energy erupted from Shizuka's palms, wreaking havoc within the room. The furious golden currents ravaged the space, obliterating the few remaining giant cockroaches. Yinya and the others were left dumbfounded, astonished by Shizuka's terrifying display of power, which was a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. "All right, Shizuka, all the cockroaches have been vanquished. You needn't waste any more energy. Your body won't withstand it." Ling Fong sighed helplessly, halting Shizuka, who was still frantically attacking. He didn't dare provoke her in such a state. "I'm so tired," Shizuka gasped, slowly lowering her hands as she surveyed the grotesque remnants in the room. The sight of the disgusting fragments almost made her retch, and the other girls, too, struggled to suppress their nausea. "Shizuka, you're amazing," Shauna remarked with a wry smile, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment for having lost her composure earlier. "However, Matsui is missing. Is he not in the room?" Shiji remarked, furrowing her brow. Ling Fong and the others began calling out for Matsui, searching every corner of the house, but his whereabouts remained elusive, as if he had vanished into thin air. "Do you think Matsui could have been eaten by those giant cockroaches?" Yinya suggested hesitantly, her face paling. The group exchanged worried glances as this grim possibility loomed over them. The thought of Matsui potentially being devoured in his sleep by cockroaches left their expressions grim, and they unanimously concluded that regardless of Matsui's fate, they could not remain in this house any longer. It was a death trap. After hastily gathering their belongings, Ling Fong and the others pushed open the main door and stepped outside, only to be met with a sea of cockroaches surging towards them like a dark tide. In an instant, they were all left dumbfounded, and the women erupted into horrified screams. The shrieks echoed through the night, reverberating across the sky, nearly deafening Ling Fong. "Everyone, retreat. Back inside," he urged, ushering the girls back into the house and slamming the door shut. "I'll handle this. I refuse to believe that my Kamehameha cannot obliterate these wretched insects," Ling Fong declared loudly, leaping into the air using his aerial technique, surveying the vast swarm of cockroaches below. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. He clasped his hands together in a lotus position at his waist, channeling the energy within him, gathering a brilliant blue-white light that swirled in concentric circles around his palms, the energy fluctuations growing ever more intense. As if sensing the impending danger, countless cockroaches began to flap their wings, screeching as they surged towards Ling Fong in the sky. "Die, you wretched insects," Ling Fong roared, thrusting his hands forward. The intense blue-white brilliance erupted explosively, forming a thick beam of light that annihilated all the cockroaches within its range with overwhelming force. As the brilliance faded, Ling Fong exhaled heavily, casting a glance around him that instantly relieved his anxiety. With a single sweep of his hand, every cockroach within his line of sight was eradicated, leaving not a single creature to escape. Checking the Dragon Ball system, he noted his energy points stood at 3,127. Indicating that the energy points from the mutated cockroaches were rather negligible, likely not even amounting to 1. What a stroke of misfortune. Just then, the girls led by Saeko Tudu pushed the door open, and upon witnessing the desolate scene outside, they collectively sighed in relief. Although their faces betrayed lingering fear that it was understandable, the earlier chaos had been enough to rattle even Ling Fong himself, leaving him on edge. It was truly terrifying. Anyone with a phobia of densely populated insects might have succumbed to fright. Let us get out of this cursed place, World urged, expressing her desire to leave this dreadful locale without delay. They approached the Hummer for a quick inspection, thankfully finding no issues with the vehicle. Swiftly, they opened the doors and climbed in, sealing the windows before starting the engine, ready to depart the terrifying village that very night. I hope we never encounter such cockroaches again. I simply cannot endure it, Saeko expressed, still shaken from the earlier ordeal. The girls nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting their residual terror. However, just as their vehicle reached the narrow path leading out of the village, a familiar scream echoed from a distance, causing them all to freeze momentarily. It was the voice of Mitsui. What should we do, Xiaofeng? The Hummer's speed involuntarily slowed as Shizuka Jikawa glanced at Ling Fong, clearly seeking his direction. Whether they should leave or return to check on Mitsui was entirely up to him. Listening to the continuous cries for help and desperate pleas, Ling Fong could not help but let out a deep sigh. He rolled down the window and leapt from the Hummer. You all head to the main road outside the village. I'll go check on Mitsui. If I can save him, I'll do my utmost to bring him back. He instructed the girls before darting towards the source of Mitsui's screams. What should we do, Saeko? Should we go see? Shizuka hesitated. Saeko shook her head, replying solemnly, since my husband wants us to wait outside, we should obey. I hope both Ling Fong and Mitsui are safe. Kanade voiced her concern. World offered a reassuring smile, patting Kanade's shoulder. It'll be fine. Ling Fong is incredibly powerful. Those mere insects are no match for him. Though she spoke confidently, it was evident to all that she shared their worries. Considering the sheer size and number of the cockroaches, I trust he will be all right. We can only wait for his return. Drive faster. It seems some cockroaches are pursuing us, she warned, glancing at the rearview mirror. Instantly, Shizuka pressed the accelerator to the limit, and the Hummer roared to life, quickly distancing itself from the pursuing cockroaches. Within moments, they burst out of the village and onto the main road. Mitsui, I'm coming to save you. Hold on, Ling Fong called out as he raced towards Mitsui. Big brother, save me. Mitsui, being dragged by a cockroach the size of an adult man, felt a surge of elation upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he shouted desperately, You're still alive, Mitsui? Ling Fong exclaimed, his first words upon spotting Mitsui, causing Mitsui to wear a pained expression as he pleaded. Big brother, please hurry and save me. I have no idea where these creatures intend to take me. He had been peacefully sleeping when a tickle in his nose awakened him, only to find a monstrous cockroach looming above him. Before he could scream, it released a foul gas that rendered him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself surrounded by a sea of cockroaches, being dragged away with no idea of his fate. Ling Fong frowned as he pondered whether the strange occurrences in the village were linked to these cockroaches. In no way. Big brother, Mitsui lamented. The enormous cockroach, sensing Ling Fong's presence, lifted its head and let out a roar, shooting a stream of black liquid towards him. Ling Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he deftly sidestepped the attack, the liquid splattering onto the ground, instantly dissolving several cockroaches with its corrosive properties. Realizing the danger, Ling Feng's expression shifted. The marks he had seen earlier were likely caused by this substance. Thankfully, the beast had not chosen to attack Shizuka. Otherwise, she might have been terrified, seeing its attack miss. The massive cockroach roared, and its swarm of smaller minions charged toward Ling Fong. An overwhelming number, roughly in the hundreds, that a single bite could spell trouble. Taste my Kamehameha? Ling Fong retreated a bit, smirking as he unleashed two energy blasts that obliterated a horde of cockroaches. Simultaneously, he drew two heavy swords, merging them to form a double-edged sword that as the swarm approached, he advanced instead of retreating, twisting his body to spin the blades, resulting in a shower of cockroach carcasses raining down around him. The double-edged sword whirled around him, creating a small but fierce vortex that shredded any nearby cockroaches into pieces, momentarily halting their advance. Aha! Big brother, you're amazing. Wipe out these filthy bugs, Mitsui exclaimed, his spirit ignited. Ling Fong did not respond to Mitsui's exuberance. He fought while gradually retreating. He wished to understand the peculiar happenings in the nearby villages and conserve his energy for critical moments. What is going on, big brother? Why are you running? Use your energy ball attack. Unleash your ultimate move and obliterate these creatures, Mitsui called out anxiously, his voice filled with desperation as he saw Ling Fong pulling away. Will you be quiet, Mitsui? I'll save you, just stay calm. Ling Fong snapped, annoyed by Mitsui's incessant shouting that he swung his sword, releasing a golden energy blade that shattered a line of cockroaches, carving a path for him to escape to a safe distance above. Big brother, I'm counting on you to save me. Don't wait until I'm devoured to come, Mitsui yelled as he was dragged further away, growing increasingly frantic, perhaps irritated by the noise. The enormous cockroach roared again, releasing a foul gas that rendered Mitsui unconscious, continuing to drag him away into the distance to avoid attracting the entire swarm. Ling Fong proceeded cautiously, trailing behind. Eventually, the cockroaches entered a massive underground cave. Clearly their nest. I can't delay any longer. I must rescue Mitsui now that it's too dangerous to follow them inside. Upon witnessing the adversary burrowing into the subterranean cavern, Ling Feng's brow furrowed deeply with concern. Once one descends underground, evading the onslaught of these insects becomes an impossible task. Without hesitation, he surged forward at full speed, his twin blades splitting apart into two distinct weapons, each unleashing a golden arc of sword energy that detonated among the swarm of cockroaches. Instantly, the horde erupted into chaos, several cockroaches breaking away from the main mass, hastily flying towards Ling Fong, trailed closely by a legion of smaller cockroaches, at least 1,000 strong, after executing several sweeping motions with his dual swords. Ling Fong felt an overwhelming pressure as he observed the seemingly endless swarm before him. Damn it, there are far too many of these pests. He gritted his teeth, desperately twirling his blades. The fear of being bitten and potentially infected rendered his movements cautious and encumbered, complicating the battle further. Meanwhile, Mitsui was on the verge of being dragged into the cave. If he did not act swiftly, rescue would be futile. Ling Fong made a swift decision, sheathing his two heavy swords and placing his hands together at his waist. Bellowing Kamehameha, with a sudden thrust of his hands, an almost instantaneous Kamehameha wave erupted forth, the powerful blue-white beam obliterating hundreds of cockroaches in its path. The beam ultimately struck the vicinity of the cave, resulting in a thunderous explosion that created a massive crater. The enormous cockroach, dragging the hefty Mitsui, released its hold upon noticing the cave's disturbance, flapping its wings furiously as it charged toward Ling Fong. Emitting a cacophony of ghastly sounds and displaying its menacing claws, Ling Fong pointed a finger, shooting forth a slender orange-red beam. Although it struck the creature, its formidable life force allowed it to survive even after a portion of its body was obliterated. Intensifying its assault as it lunged at Ling Fong, its mouth lined with countless jagged teeth poised to bite. Shit, Ling Fong exclaimed, astonished by the cockroach's ferocity. He quickly retracted his finger, narrowly avoiding the creature's jaws, and drew a heavy sword from his back, cleaving downward with precision. In an instant, the beast was bisected from head to tail, despite its resilient life force, being severed in two sealed its fate. The two halves plummeting to the ground and crushing numerous smaller cockroaches. The ensuing scene filled Ling Fong with revulsion as he observed the grotesque spectacle below. His expression soured. The severed body of the giant cockroach was immediately besieged by countless smaller ones, ravenously consuming every bit, leaving no remnants behind. The sight sent shivers down his spine. The loathsome nature of these creatures was beyond comprehension. Turning his gaze towards Mitsui, he noticed several 1-meter-long cockroaches struggling to drag him into the cavern. Without delay, Ling Fong swung his heavy sword, unleashing two arcs of sword energy that tore through the surrounding cockroaches. He grasped one of Mitsui's legs and soared into the sky, narrowly escaping another wave of bites. This fatso is surprisingly heavy, Ling Fong panted, sheathing his sword as he landed on a nearby rooftop, casually delivering a slap to Mitsui's face. Mitsui jolted awake, his eyes widening in elation as he realized he had escaped the swarm. I knew it. You're the best, big brother. Those worthless bugs are nothing compared to your power, he exclaimed, brimming with admiration. Worthless, you say? Turn around and take a look at that creature, Ling Fong retorted with a cold smirk. Pointing towards the cockroach nest, his eyes flashing with a mix of dread and astonishment, Mitsui's expression faltered as he heard the dense murmurs behind him. Swallowing hard, he turned to face the towering, menacing form that had emerged, his eyes widening in terror as his complexion drained of color. Be big brother. Are you sure you can handle that thing? Who knows? Ling Fong murmured to himself, bathed in moonlight. A terrifying and grotesque giant insect revealed itself before them, its colossal frame unmistakably a highly mutated cockroach, standing nearly 10 meters tall. Its lower body resembled spider legs, supporting its massive form, while its abdomen displayed sharp, elongated appendages at the top of its abdomen. Two scythe-like forelimbs extended and flexed, their dark exoskeleton adorned with sinister patterns. Its gaping maw dripped with repugnant ichor, leaving one to wonder what abhorrent substances it consumed. In stark contrast to the previous cockroaches, this behemoth rendered them all insignificant. The moment the colossal creature appeared, the rest of the cockroach horde fell silent, awaiting commands as if acknowledging a strict hierarchy among their kind. "Big brother, please don't tell me you can't handle this," Mitsui stammered, his body trembling in fear, his face as pale as a ghost. "Get out of here quickly. Saeko and the others are waiting for you on the main road outside the village," Ling Fong urged calmly, his gaze fixated on the monstrous insect. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him, warning him of the creature's terrifying nature. "Big brother, are you planning to sacrifice yourself to save me?" "I am so touched," Mitsui wept, tears glistening in his eyes. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he glanced at the monstrous creature, a sudden shift in his demeanor prompting him to grasp Mitsui firmly. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the sky, just as the rooftop beneath them began to dissolve under a torrent of vile liquid, rapidly eroding away. SSSS. The giant insect, realizing its venomous attack had failed, roared in fury, charging forward with its deadly scythe-like limb, striking down with lethal precision akin to a mantis hunting its prey. Ling Fong, recognizing the challenge, drew both heavy swords from his back, crossing them to intercept the oncoming strike. The metallic clash echoed as he felt an immense force push against him, forcing him down, his feet leaving deep impressions in the ground as the surrounding area cracked under the strain. What a tremendous force! This beast is no ordinary foe. I nearly spat out blood from that impact, Ling Fong thought, astonished by the raw power of the creature. The difference in scale and strength was astonishing. Had he wielded his previous katana, he surely would have been felled in a single blow. "Get moving, you fat fool. What are you waiting for?" Ling Fong exclaimed, taking a deep breath to steady himself as he caught sight of Mitsui, still gawking from a distance. His frustration boiling over. "Big brother, you must survive. I'm leaving now. Before I go, let me give this beast a taste of my power," Mitsui declared, an air of bravado masking his fear as he prepared to flee. Mitsui, that corpulent fool, spewed forth a torrent of nonsensical chatter, and to everyone's astonishment, he brandished a handgun, aiming it squarely at the massive insect. With a sudden, forceful pull of the trigger, a metallic bullet erupted with a deafening bang, striking the creature's colossal form with remarkable precision, causing a spatter of putrid blood as it penetrated its flesh, leaving behind a small wound. However, before Mitsui could even celebrate his apparent triumph, he witnessed the minuscule hole writhing unnaturally. The bullet, inexplicably, was slowly being forced back out, clattering to the ground, while the wound itself began to heal at a terrifying pace that it seemed that within half a minute, the wound would be nearly mended, rendering the injury utterly inconsequential to such a gargantuan cockroach. Although the situation resembled a stalemate, Ling Fong keenly observed this spectacle, while he silently chastised the foolish Mitsui for his reckless bravado. He nonetheless gleaned valuable insight into the creature's formidable regenerative abilities, knowledge that would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the impending battle. Yet, Mitsui's audacious act incited the wrath of the colossal insect. Unable to tolerate such an affront from a creature so diminutive, it abandoned the perceived threat posed by Ling Fong, pivoting with a furious roar to charge at the rotund Mitsui, drool cascading from its menacing mandibles, clearly intent on devouring him. "Oh my goodness, brother, save me!" Mitsui's terrified scream echoed as the ferocious visage of the giant cockroach sent him into a panic. With a shriek, he turned tail and fled, drowning in regret for his decision to meddle in a confrontation meant for titans, realizing too late that he had brought calamity upon himself. The very thought of being shredded by that monstrous maw and consumed by the beast filled Mitsui with an overwhelming desire to sprout additional legs to facilitate his escape. "Idiot," Ling Fong cursed under his breath, yet he swiftly joined his two heavy swords, gripping the hilt with determination. He unleashed a golden wave of sword energy, which whistled through the air, striking the cockroach's armored shell. However, the once reliable energy blade merely produced a spark upon impact, carving a shallow groove that failed to draw a single drop of blood. The bizarrely patterned exoskeleton proved astonishingly resilient, far exceeding Ling Feng's expectations. Despite his prior knowledge of the creature's formidable nature, he found himself taken aback, his countenance darkening in foreboding as he realized he was in for a considerable ordeal, though the cockroach had suffered no significant damage. It felt the pressure of Ling Feng's attack seeping into its being, creating an overwhelming discomfort. Abandoning the fleeing Mitsui, it turned its furious gaze upon Ling Fong, unleashing a torrent of putrid liquid from its mandibles. Having previously witnessed the devastating effects of this substance, Ling Fong dared not confront it directly. Instead, he tightened his grip on his dual blades and executed an aerial maneuver, soaring high above the ground to evade the deadly spray. The liquid sizzled upon contact with the earth, swiftly eroding a deep crater. But I must remain cautious. This is perilously dangerous, Ling Fong mused, acutely aware that he could not afford to be struck by that vile substance. The creature, enraged by its missed strike, twisted its body and unleashed a series of horrifying venomous sprays. Ling Fong skillfully utilized his agility to evade, employing his smaller stature to his advantage. He refused to believe that this wretched cockroach possessed an endless supply of venom. Surely, it could not continue its assault indefinitely. As he dodged, he took brief pauses to allow his energy to replenish, confident that the creature could not sustain its relentless barrage, just as Ling Fong had anticipated. The potency and volume of the cockroach's venom diminished significantly after a series of futile attempts. After testing the waters cautiously, he confirmed that the creature had indeed exhausted its capacity to spray venom. A cold smile creeping across his lips. "This is the moment I have been waiting for," Ling Fong bellowed, splitting his dual swords apart, transforming them into two heavy blades, one in each hand. He unleashed a flurry of golden sword energy, directing it toward the vulnerable underbelly of the giant insect. He had meticulously observed that the cockroach's back was too heavily armored for a direct assault. A single strike would be too risky, while the creature still had the energy to retaliate. Instead, he focused on the relatively softer underbelly, where rows of sharp spikes posed a risk of misdirection, but the area near its mandibles appeared to be the most viable target. Ling Feng's strategy proved effective. Catching the cockroach off guard in its moment of surprise, 3 waves of energy struck true against its jaw. The first cut a deep gash, the second followed swiftly, eliciting a gush of foul blood, while the third severed a significant chunk of flesh and soft exoskeleton. Unfortunately, the cockroach's instinctive reaction allowed it to deflect the subsequent attacks with its formidable scythe-like forearms, causing some superficial wounds, but ultimately failing to yield any substantial impact. As its injuries began to heal rapidly, fortunately, the damage inflicted upon its jaw was considerable enough to impede its recovery, granting Ling Fong a measure of relief. He understood that unless he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts to obliterate the creature completely, he would face a daunting challenge. He had already expended a significant amount of energy in previous attacks, and he feared that if he unleashed everything he had left, the creature might still survive, leaving him vulnerable. This was precisely why he had opted to engage in close combat with his swords. Amidst the chaos, Ling Fong found a sliver of fortune. For reasons unknown, the giant cockroach seemed disinclined to summon other cockroaches to aid in its assault. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee for his life. Injured and enraged, the cockroach emitted a harrowing screech, its bulbous eyes flashing with hatred as it prepared to retaliate, with its scythe-like limbs retracting and its spider-like legs folding. The colossal insect slammed its massive form onto the ground, resembling an enormous, crawling cockroach, albeit one adorned with grotesque, sinister patterns. Lowering its body, it swayed its long antennae and surged toward Ling Fong with a speed that seemed almost supernatural, obliterating everything in its path with sheer force. In an instant, it was upon him, an overwhelming stench invading his senses. Upon witnessing the creature up close, Ling Fong felt his heart constrict in primal fear. The sight of an insect magnified 100-fold was a visceral experience that could not be fathomed by those who had not encountered it firsthand. In that moment, he felt an icy chill of impending doom wash over him. Yet he steeled his resolve. "Overcome your fear, strike it down," he roared inwardly, shaking off the paralyzing dread. With a sudden surge of determination, he lunged forward, his left foot crashing into the ground, planting himself firmly. As the monstrous cockroach barreled towards him, he brought his blades together, radiating a faint golden light, channeling all his might into a powerful thrust, charging headlong into the fray. Chosen by the Dragon Ball system. He bore his own pride and dignity. On the path of martial arts, retreat was not an option. If he faltered today, he would likely never achieve greatness. In this moment, he sought only victory. Die, you vile creature. Ling Feng's forehead throbbed with determination as his blades, shimmering with a soft golden hue, collided forcefully with the cockroach's armored head. The razor-sharp tips, empowered by his energy, pierced the dark shell, but only penetrated a third of the way before becoming lodged within. The creature howled in agony, thrashing wildly and exerting tremendous pressure against Ling Fong, forcing him to bend his knees as he struggled to maintain his footing, his feet digging deep grooves into the ground. The intense friction sent a tingling sensation through his body, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to take flight. You filthy insect! Despite the immense pressure looming before him, Ling Feng's resolve did not waver in the slightest. He steadfastly held onto the two heavy swords, gritting his teeth as he gradually drove them deeper into the monstrous creature's head. He could not fathom that, once the swords were fully embedded, even the creature's formidable regenerative abilities would be of no consequence. Bang! After being relentlessly shoved backward, Ling Fong finally encountered an obstacle, his back painfully crashing against the tiled wall of a house. A sharp breath escaped him, his expression contorted with agony, discomfort radiating through his spine. Bang! 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 Upon discovering the barrier, the giant insect showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it continued its frenzied assault, seemingly intent on crushing Ling Fong beneath its bulk. This barbaric tactic was somewhat crude, yet undeniably effective. Given Ling Feng's current physical strength, it was insufficient to withstand the solid cement wall. Each collision compelled him to channel part of his internal energy for defense. Or else the incessant impacts would surely overwhelm him. He could only muster the strength to vanquish his foe. Retreat was not an option, especially with the two heavy swords still in play. Bang! 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 With each brutal collision, Ling Fong felt excruciating pain, his body sustaining internal injuries, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, rendering him a disheveled and wild figure. You damned insect! I will not rest until one of us is dead, Ling Fong roared, veins bulging in his arms, gripping the heavy swords with fierce determination, his expression a mask of ferocity, prepared to confront the monstrous foe. The pressure bearing down on Ling Fong was immense, yet the giant insect was equally burdened. The fiercer the assaults, the further the swords sank into its flesh, inflicting torment and inciting its rage. The creature swayed violently, its massive body seeming to struggle against the impact, sending debris scattering in all directions. Hisses. After a tense standoff, the giant insect ultimately could not endure any longer, retreating a distance and abandoning its relentless charge. At this moment, the two heavy swords were almost embedded halfway into its head. Any further attempts to ram into Ling Fong could spell its own demise. The creature, possessing a degree of intelligence, sensed the imminent threat of death and ceased its futile aggression. With the cessation of the giant insect's attacks, Ling Fong exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the creature persisted, even if he managed to slay it, he would likely struggle to withstand its desperate retaliation. His back ached, muscles and bones protesting painfully. However, although the giant insect halted its assault, it executed a maneuver that posed an even greater challenge for Ling Fong. Realizing that lowering its body would be disadvantageous, it twisted its massive form, extending spindly, spider-like limbs to support its bulk, and roared toward the moonlit sky, embodying the ferocity of a primordial beast, radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. Damn it! I'm stuck! Ling Fong found himself nearly atop the creature's head, desperately attempting to withdraw the heavy swords, but they were ensnared within its flesh and exoskeleton. In this precarious position, he understood that he was at a significant disadvantage. The beast would never allow him to wreak havoc atop its head without consequence. Before Ling Fong could ponder further, the giant insect, growing impatient with the human tormenting it, raised a scythe-like limb and struck down toward its own head with ferocious intent. The force of the wind preceding the strike tousled Ling Feng's hair. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, narrowly avoiding the terrifying scythe that grazed his hair, several strands caught in the chaotic gust. This won't do. It's becoming strenuous to exert force with both swords. Wait, how foolish of me. If one sword is insufficient, why not combine them? After all, it is a double-edged sword. Suddenly enlightened, Ling Fong chided himself for his earlier oversight. As he observed the giant insect preparing for its next attack, he hastily relinquished one sword, gripping the remaining heavy sword with both hands to exert all his strength in an effort to extract it. Had he not employed his aerial technique to stabilize himself, the recoil would have sent him flying. As the heavy sword was yanked free, a surge of vile blood erupted from the wound, sending a wave of agony shooting through the giant insect, which thrashed its head in a frenzy, its scythe-like limbs wildly swinging, nearly striking Ling Fong several times, seizing the moment amidst the creature's chaotic flailing. Ling Fong leaped, repositioning his grip on the heavy sword before delivering a powerful downward blow, the swords merging with a resounding clash. Hisses. The giant insect's eyes widened in fury as it registered that Ling Fong had not fallen from its head. Its eyes burned crimson, and with a furious roar, it raised its limb, intent on cleaving him in two. Humph! As the terrifying limb descended upon him, Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk that he sidestepped. Positioning himself beside the dual-edged sword, gripping the hilt with firm resolve, with a flash of determination in his eyes, he channeled his internal energy, sending it surging into the dual-edged sword. The golden radiance coalesced at the blade's edge just as the scythe-like limb struck against the sharpest point, erupting in a fountain of foul blood, severing one of the giant insect's arms cleanly. In the inky night sky, a golden energy blade, over 2 meters long, sliced through the giant insect's armored shell, leaving a deep gash as blood sprayed forth, cascading down like rain amidst the creature's wrath. Ha! Foul insect! How does it feel to lose an arm? Ha! Delightful! Ling Fong descended gracefully to the ground, relishing the sight of the suffering giant insect. Unable to suppress his triumphant laughter, as the saying goes, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as Ling Fong reveled in the satisfaction of severing the creature's limb, the previously howling giant insect turned its head. Its massive maw aimed directly at him, unleashing a sudden torrent of noxious brown gas, reeking of foulness. The most perilous aspect of this noxious cloud was its overwhelming dizzying effect. Ling Fong, caught off guard, inhaled some of the vile fumes, and his head began to spin. Had he not instinctively bitten down on his tongue to jolt himself back to awareness, he would have succumbed entirely. Yet, what awaited him was the giant insect's terrifying maw. Startled, Ling Fong leaped backward with all his might, employing his aerial technique to float agilely, narrowly evading the lethal jaws that as he regained his footing, he found his back completely soaked with perspiration, his heart still racing from the close call. This bizarre giant insect was truly a force to be reckoned with. He realized that he could not afford to let his guard down for a moment. Moreover, he recognized the creature's cunning. Having concealed such a tactic until now, he had nearly fallen victim to it. However, Ling Feng's condition remained dire. The effects of the noxious gas lingered, leaving him feeling weak and unsteady, both mentally and physically drained. He was far from optimal, and the situation continued to deteriorate. Alas, it seems I must retreat for now. Continuing the struggle would only deplete my energy further. Ling Feng quickly assessed that his physical condition was no longer suitable for continuing the battle with full force. In fact, his current state of malaise rendered him incapable of unleashing his complete potential. Retreat was the only viable option. At the very least, he had managed to glean sufficient understanding of his opponent's capabilities. And there would undoubtedly be opportunities to deal with this beast in the future. Having made his decision, Ling Feng swiftly ascended into the sky, disregarding the monstrous insect below that was howling furiously and spewing noxious gas. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards it, and then, having determined a route outside the village, he soared away rapidly. Once the giant insect had shattered Ling Feng's energy wave with its scythe-like appendages, it realized that its adversary had already vanished without a trace. Enraged, it continued to roar, its eyes burning with a savage hatred as it gazed towards the direction where Ling Feng had disappeared into the night sky. The nearby army of cockroaches began to stir restlessly under the influence of their leader's fury, signaling that this night would be anything but peaceful on the main road outside the village. A Humvee was conspicuously parked in the center, its presence unmistakable even in the dead of night. As darkness deepened, the eerie roars of monsters echoed intermittently, weighing heavily on the hearts of those inside the vehicle. Their expressions reflecting a growing anxiety. Did I say, should we check on him? It's been quite a while, and Ling Feng hasn't returned. What if something has truly gone awry? There are so many mutated cockroaches around. It's utterly terrifying. Shauna spoke up first, expressing her desire to go back and investigate. Saeko, slightly surprised, glanced at her, and shook her head with a faint smile. There's no need for that, although I share your concerns. Ling Fong must have confidence in his abilities if he said we should stay put. If we recklessly rush in, we might end up hindering his efforts instead. Let us wait a little longer. However, despite her words, the worry etched on Saeko's brow was unmistakable. It was evident to anyone observing that she harbored deeper concerns for Ling Feng's safety than she let on. Had she possessed sufficient strength, she would have already joined him in battle. This feeling of helplessness gnawed at her, leaving behind a sense of guilt and sorrow, accompanied by a soft sigh. Are you not terrified of cockroaches? With so many of them, it's practically an army. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. This damned world. Mitsui, slumped against the car window, exclaimed indignantly, his eyes reflecting profound fear as he recalled the monstrous creature. At Mitsui's words, the others in the vehicle instinctively turned their gaze towards Saeko, their expressions tinged with a hint of amusement. The phrase "this damned world" had inadvertently drawn her into the conversation. Saeko rolled her eyes, annoyed, and shot a cold huff towards Mitsui, who was still sprawled atop the Humvee. You pathetic fatso, you hardly resemble a man, cowering at the thought of a few cockroaches at night while making Ling Fong come to your rescue. Truly useless. Perhaps Saeko's remarks were a bit harsh. Mitsui's face darkened at her words, and he felt an urge to retort, but ultimately, he merely shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that reasoning with women was futile. Besides, the situation had indeed been his own fault. He had grown too careless. Contemplating Ling Feng's encounter with the colossal cockroaches, Mitsui subconsciously glanced at Saeko, who was sitting silently in the vehicle, a pang of regret swelling within him. If something were to happen to Ling Fong, he could only imagine how she would react. All right, Saeko, I think this has nothing to do with Mitsui. We must trust in Ling Fong. He may return soon, Yukino said gently, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Indeed, let's have faith in our little wind. He is truly remarkable. Those filthy cockroaches stand no chance against him, Shizuka chimed in, attempting to comfort the group, noticing their collective despondency. I see him, he's flying back, Mitsui suddenly shouted in excitement from atop the vehicle. Before the others could celebrate, Mitsui's tone shifted dramatically. Wait, it looks like he's flying a bit unsteadily, as if he might fall from the sky. What? Panic ensued within the vehicle as Saeko and the others rushed out, their hearts racing as they looked up to see a figure descending from above, swaying precariously. Quick, Saeko's keen instincts kicked in, and she immediately recognized that Ling Fong was in trouble. With a swift command, she dashed toward his descending form, and the others followed suit. Ling Fong, in the sky, felt dizzy and unwell. His mental and physical states were both far from optimal. Bordering on dire, gritting his teeth, he managed to fly out of the village, his eyes landing on the Humvee parked on the main road and the approaching figures of Saeko and the others. They've come. I'm so tired, he thought, a sense of relief washing over him as he saw them. However, just as he felt a weight lift from his chest, his body lurched, and he plummeted out of the sky, causing the others to gasp in horror. Fortunately, Saeko was the closest to him. She leapt forward, arms outstretched, catching him safely despite a slight tremor. Regaining her composure, she looked down at Ling Fong, noting his pale, ashen face and the lack of vitality in his demeanor. When she placed her hand on his chest, she felt his heart racing, likely from exhaustion, but it seemed more severe than that. How is he, Saeko? Is little wind okay? Shizuka and the others rushed over, their faces etched with concern as they gathered around the unconscious Ling Fong. He was their pillar of support. Without him, their team would face utter ruin. After a careful examination, Saeko shook her head. He doesn't appear to be in any immediate danger. Though he is severely fatigued, it seems he may also be suffering from some form of poisoning. We should get Ling Fong into the vehicle. We can't linger here. Look over there. Yukino pointed towards the green belt by the roadside, her face reflecting a sudden fear. The group turned to see several cockroaches, each about the size of a fist, crawling out and gathering in increasing numbers, multiplying before their eyes. Quickly, Saeko urged, her expression turning serious. She held Ling Fong tightly and turned to dash towards the Humvee, prompting the others to follow suit. Yukino, you take the front passenger seat. I'll stay back here to look after him, Saeko instructed as she opened the rear door and settled Ling Fong inside. Yukino nodded in understanding and moved up front, while Mitsui remained atop the vehicle. Run them over, Saeko commanded, her face icy as she witnessed the encroaching swarm of cockroaches surrounding the Humvee. Right, Shizuka responded. her determination firm as she slammed the gas pedal down, the Humvee roaring to life like a beast unleashed, crushing the cockroaches under its wheels as it barreled forward, carving a path away from the terrifying scene. When Ling Fong finally regained consciousness, it was already noon of the following day, but he found himself in the back seat of the Humvee, cradled in Yukino's arms. As he stirred, Shauna, who had been watching, joyfully called out to the others preparing lunch outside the vehicle. "Big brother, you're finally awake. You scared us half to death. When you didn't wake up this morning, I thought you would sleep for days." "Ugh, I'm still quite exhausted and I reckon I'll need another day of rest." "Those wretched cockroaches are truly disgusting," Ling Fong replied, groaning as he tried to sit up. Ling Fong, with some effort, scratched his head and waved his hand, saying, "How could you have fainted? Did something happen last night?" The world inquired with curiosity, and Saeko and the others gazed at him expectantly. Ling Fong offered a bitter smile and nodded, briefly recounting the events of the previous night. Jingxiang and the others could not help but feel a wave of astonishment and trepidation. They had not anticipated such perilous circumstances. "Humph, if it weren't for the fact that I had already expended considerable energy with my ki blasts from the beginning, why would I have engaged in a physical struggle with that insect? I could have easily dispatched it with a full-force Kamehameha long ago. It seems we were just unlucky to encounter such a situation." Ling Fong expressed his dissatisfaction, finding it absurd to have fought a cockroach. A creature that should have been easily squashed underfoot. This damned apocalypse. This cursed negative energy. Don't you find it peculiar? Why was that cockroach so formidable? According to what Mitsui mentioned about its size. It seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? Compared to other mutated cockroaches, it is undoubtedly several times more powerful. Goei Yanyi pondered thoughtfully. If Yanyi hadn't spoken up, Ling Fong might not have considered it. But her words prompted him to reflect more deeply, causing his brows to furrow tightly. This matter was indeed quite bizarre. After all, it was merely a cockroach. Even if it had mutated, it shouldn't have grown to such an enormous size. What was most concerning was that this mutated cockroach was the first type of insect they had encountered that had undergone mutation since the onset of the apocalypse, and there were astonishingly many of them. If other insects in this world were also capable of mutation, particularly ants and the like, Ling Fong couldn't help but think that it might be better to simply perish. Indeed, Yanyi raises a valid point. Regardless of the circumstances, this world still adheres to the most fundamental principles of balance. Cockroaches, as pests, are typically exceedingly numerous. Almost every household has some, to varying degrees. Given such a terrifying baseline, the likelihood of mutation should be quite low. It is simply unreasonable for such a vast number to suddenly appear at once. Saeko agreed with Yanyi, her brow furrowed in confusion and concern. Such unforeseen events left her feeling unsettled, and she worried about the potential for future encounters, thinking of countless insects magnified several times. Even Ling Fong and Saeko felt a chill run down their spines. Nothing could be more terrifying than insects enlarged 100-fold. Absolutely nothing. However, if we consider numbers, weren't we initially confronted by quite a few mutated rats? Jingxiang suddenly interjected. Not quite. Rats are mammals, entirely different from cockroaches. Moreover, if you think about it, while there seemed to be many rats at that time, compared to the overall population in the vicinity of the manor near the bridge, what we observed was truly not that many. In the following days, we hardly encountered mutated rats again. That was likely due to the presence of a large granary. But the situation elsewhere might differ. Ling Fong reflected aloud. That is true. We have indeed rarely seen mutated rats. Yanyi and the other girls nodded in agreement, stating that they had not encountered any mutated insects prior to this. Well, there's no use dwelling on this now. Let us see how things unfold later. First, could someone prepare me something to eat? I am absolutely famished, Ling Fong remarked, scratching his head in frustration. The girls promptly set about preparing lunch, and soon the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooked food. After receiving the chopsticks, Ling Fong began to eat heartily, as he had missed breakfast due to his slumber, leaving his stomach nearly empty and grumbling. After finishing his meal, Ling Fong reclined comfortably in his seat, resting quietly as he mentally invoked the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points, due to not having defeated the giant cockroach. His energy points remained scarce, having only increased slightly from defeating other cockroaches, now totaling 3,418 points. With half-closed eyes, Ling Fong relaxed while clicking on the icons of various techniques from the Dragon Ball world. The number of martial arts techniques within this world was incredibly vast, akin to the stars in the sky. Though he had reviewed many, numerous others remained unseen. After battling the mutated giant cockroach, Ling Fong realized he should learn a defensive technique, one that could protect him in critical moments. He was unsure if such techniques existed, but he intended to search thoroughly. After about 10 minutes, he indeed found an excellent technique named Qi Gang, which could also be referred to as Gang Qi. This technique involved a profound application of Qi, allowing the energy within one's body to permeate every corner, forming a faint energy shield on the surface. If the internal Qi were abundant enough, it could even generate a burst-like Gang Qi, circulating around the user at all times. Not only would it provide remarkable defense, but it would also possess a certain degree of offensive capability. The power of this technique depended entirely on the individual's physical strength and the abundance of Qi within them, thus requiring a foundational level of capability. Ling Fong could barely manage to learn it. Although the initial defensive effect would likely not be extraordinary, familiarizing himself with it early on would be beneficial for the future. He was eager to exchange for it, but the cost was indeed quite steep, requiring a staggering 30,000 energy points. After some contemplation, Ling Fong found himself chuckling in disbelief. This Qi Gang seemed reminiscent of the white energy waves that radiated from everyone during intense battles in the later episodes of the Dragon Ball anime. In the case of Super Saiyan transformations, these waves would manifest as golden energy. Such a technique had not been present in the earlier episodes, and given his current lackluster combat ability, learning it felt somewhat ambitious. Especially with his energy points falling far short, he would have to wait a while longer. "What are you thinking about? Looking so troubled?" Saeko inquired as she sat beside Ling Fong, concern etched on her face. "Nothing much, just contemplating the matters ahead," Ling Fong replied, turning to smile at the petite girl, the faint scent of her youthful fragrance wafting toward him as he did so. Although his relationship with Saeko and the others was quite good at present, he still refrained from divulging the intricacies of the Dragon Ball system to them. Though Saeko nodded thoughtfully, hesitating briefly before her cheeks flushed as she softly said, "Thank you so much for yesterday. At that moment, I thought I was done for." Recalling the terrifying scene of being surrounded by a swarm of mutated cockroaches sent a shiver down Saiko's spine. For a girl, this was far more terrifying than any venomous snake or fierce beast. Ling Feng's timely intervention had naturally brought them closer, transforming their previously ordinary relationship. "It was my carelessness. If everyone had slept in the same room, we wouldn't have encountered these troubles," Ling Fong replied with a wry smile, shaking his head in self-reproach. However, there was little he could do. Who could resist the allure of intimacy? After several days without it, he felt an insatiable itch if they all stayed in one room. It would render such pursuits impossible. The presence of numerous people indeed brought significant complications. None of us could have anticipated such an event. You needn't blame yourself. Besides, having separate rooms can be more comfortable, Saeko reassured him. Just then another head popped up beside them, startling Saeko and prompting her to giggle. "It was the world. When did you two start having private conversations? Are you hiding a secret romance?" "You re so cunning, Saeko," the world teased with a mischievous smile. That Saiko's face turned slightly red as she shot the world a glare, huffing, "I think it's you who's the one being sneaky." "World, I'm leaving now. I want to interrupt your conversation." With that, she lifted her leg and exited the vehicle. "World, you must have something to discuss with me," Ling Fong remarked, instantly sensing that the world had something on her mind. The world nodded, glancing at Yan Yi and Saeko conversing outside, then sighed. "Yan Yi and Saeko are deliberating whether they should return to our home to see if everything is all right. It's near the zoo, and there are bound to be many mutated creatures. Saeko seems a bit uneasy about it." Ling Fong raised an eyebrow. "Are they arguing?" The world shook her head and shrugged. "Actually, Yan Yi is somewhat hesitant. She doesn't want to drag you into it. It seems she wants to go alone." "That's ridiculous." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's expression immediately turned cold, and he couldn't help but chastise, startling the world greatly. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and the others approached as well. "What happened? Did the world provoke Xiao Fengchan and make her angry?" "That won't do. Xiao Feng still needs to rest properly," Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked, a hint of amusement gracing her features as she observed the interaction between the world and Ling Feng. The world shook her head, insisting that it had nothing to do with her. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the somewhat haggard Gui Yan Yi, and sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Yinyi, I understand your concerns, but my original purpose is to hunt zombies and mutated creatures, so you needn't bear any psychological burden. Attempting to go alone is tantamount to courting death. I am merely a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice and will not affect our planned journey. I am just very worried about whether something might happen to you. Ling Fong, I was concerned about you yesterday. The path we are on leads to my home. I chose it. If something were to happen to you along the way, I would never forgive myself, Yinyi whispered, her tears glistening as they threatened to fall. Ling Fong watched her with a sense of helplessness in his heart. Gui, Yinyi was a kind girl who always attributed the weight of responsibility to herself. She likely believed that it was her fault he was injured, leading to her current emotional turmoil. After Ling Feng's repeated reassurances, Yinyi finally began to relax, refraining from any further foolish talk of leaving alone. Nevertheless, she probably still felt a sense of guilt towards Ling Fong, and during his rest, she took extra care of him, allowing him to enjoy the pampering of a beautiful companion. In the afternoon, the Hummer cruised along a spacious highway. According to Yinyi, as long as they continued on this road, they would reach her home in approximately a day's journey. However, they soon encountered a pressing issue, not the wandering zombies obstructing the road, but rather a fundamental problem concerning the Hummer's fuel. Unfortunately, while the Hummer boasted many advantages, its fuel consumption was notably excessive as they drove. It became apparent that their gasoline supply was dwindling. We'd better find a gas station to refuel. Otherwise, I doubt we'll be able to drive for many more days, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked, gripping the steering wheel and glancing at the dashboard with a furrowed brow. She was not familiar with this area and had no idea where a gas station might be located. Moreover, given the duration of the apocalypse, it was likely that such places had long since been stripped bare. That we certainly need to refuel. This vehicle is crucial for us. Does anyone know of a gas station nearby? Ling Fong inquired, nodding as he turned to those in the passenger seat. The girls shook their heads, but it was the plump Mitsui, lounging atop the vehicle, who leaned down with a grin and said, I know, big brother. I've been here before. There's a large gas station nearby that I can guide you. Following Mitsui's directions, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang turned the vehicle, and after about 5 minutes, they indeed spotted a sizable gas station, which appeared to still have some fuel remaining. The vehicle slowly approached the refueling point, and Mitsui nimbly hopped out, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Confirming that no one was nearby, he grabbed the fuel nozzle, opened the Hummer's gas cap, and, after a few skilled maneuvers, gasoline began flowing into the tank. Actually, I used to work at a gas station, so I'm quite familiar with this process. From now on, I'll handle all the refueling, Mitsui cheerfully explained as he filled the tank, attempting to enhance his value within the team. All right, let's find a few empty plastic barrels to fill with gasoline as well, Ling Fong suggested, nodding in agreement. He exited the vehicle, still carrying his twin swords, having learned from previous experiences to keep his weapons close at hand. The gas station naturally had plenty of plastic barrels for storing fuel. And soon Ling Fong and the others found several in the offices. Once the Hummer was refueled, they filled the barrels, which would provide them with fuel for a while. All right, let's hurry and go, Ling Fong said, effortlessly severing the heads of 2 approaching zombies with a swift stroke of his sword. Beckoning the others to re-enter the vehicle, they started the engine. The sound of the car's engine echoed. And in the blink of an eye, a familiar Jeep barreled into the gas station, followed by a modified small van. These vehicles boasted electromagnetic pulse protection, likely military grade, and Ling Fong and the others immediately heightened their guard as they exited the vehicle. Haha, what a coincidence, little brother. How have you been? A robust man with a buzz cut stepped out of the Jeep, beaming at Ling Fong. Ling Fong was taken aback upon recognizing him and exchanged a glance with Saeko. It was none other than Sato Ichiro, someone he had met not long ago. What a surprise to see you again, Saeko remarked. I thought the same, Sato Ichiro laughed. It seems your group has grown quite a bit. Are you here to refuel? I am as well. I've come out to gather some food and water, which I've loaded into the van. Ling Fong pondered for a moment before inquiring, how is it over at the base city? Sato Ichiro sighed and shook his head. The base city is likely on the verge of collapse. His words shocked Ling Fong and Saeko, as the base city was known for its extensive defenses and resources. Hadn't it only been less than a month since they had fortified their position? The main issue lies within. Recently, a highly influential figure arrived and unified many factions within the base city. However, many expressed strong dissatisfaction, and the situation has grown increasingly chaotic. If it continues like this, Internal conflict is inevitable, and I honestly don't know how much longer I can hold out, Sato Ichiro lamented helplessly. An influential figure? Ling Fong asked out of curiosity, only to be taken aback by the revelation that followed, mirrored in Saeko and Jingxiang's expressions. The person Sato Ichiro referred to was none other than Takaguchi Soya's father. Takaguchi Soichiro, the head of the region's largest right-wing group, the Patriotic Society, a seasoned and formidable individual, he was not someone to be underestimated. Takaguchi Soichiro's presence in the base city was far from a good thing for Ling Fong, especially since Saeko and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exchanged knowing glances, aware that Takaguchi Soichiro's daughter, Takaguchi Saya, was the one Ling Fong had killed. If he were to discover this, it would be a matter of time before he sought revenge on Ling Fong. It seems you are acquainted with that influential figure as well, Sato Ichiro remarked, surprised by the expressions on their faces. Given Miss Saeko's background, it is not surprising. Ling Fong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If Sato Ichiro were to learn that he was responsible for Takaguchi Saya's death, the shock might very well kill him. What are your plans moving forward? Traveling with so many girls must be quite inconvenient, Sato Ichiro observed, glancing at Yen Yi and the others, secretly astonished by their beauty. No worries. We don't mind. Just a bit cramped in the vehicle, Ling Fong replied nonchalantly, before signaling for everyone to return to the car and driving away from the gas station. Captain, is this all right? We came here to gather gasoline. A young man in the Jeep voiced his dissatisfaction, noting that this gas station was initially discovered by their group. Sato Ichiro shook his head. They won't be able to take much. There's no need to offend them. Their capabilities should not be underestimated. Now, let's stop bickering and get moving. Understood, the soldiers responded in unison. Ling Fong, have you considered something? Suddenly, Qingpu Shana turned to Ling Fong, who was seated at the front, and asked. Ling Fong nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. Shana glanced at the world language leaf for a moment and said, what I mean to say is, although the likelihood is low, if by chance one of our families survives, how do you intend to handle it? You must understand that this Hummer simply cannot accommodate that many people. Upon hearing Shana's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this question had never crossed their minds, yet it posed an exceedingly troublesome dilemma. I don't know. What do you think we should do? I'm not particularly clever, Shana admitted. The more Ling Fong thought about it, the more agitated he became. He had no time to ponder such intricate details and promptly cast all the issues onto Shana. Shana shot Ling Fong a glance of exasperation, resting her delicate chin on her small hand. And after a moment of contemplation, she said, for now, we have only two options. First, abandon the Hummer and seek a more spacious vehicle. Second, further modify the Hummer by installing a small compartment at the back. Both options are impossible. None of us can handle modifications, and spending extra time on that might hinder our rescue efforts. Let's deal with it when we get there. If necessary, we can squeeze a bit tighter. I'll join Sanjing on the roof. Ling Fong decisively rejected the suggestions, insisting that the Hummer was foundational and absolutely should not be tampered with. Shana had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. As night fell, driving became perilous, prompting Zhu Chuan Jingxiang to find a posh villa area to halt their vehicle. They casually occupied a house, of course, after clearing out the zombies inside. After dining, Jingxiang and the others retired to rest, while Ling Fong and Saeko tidied up before leaving the villa area to hunt zombies. Initially, Yin Yi volunteered to assist, but Ling Fong firmly declined, as only he could earn energy points from the kills. Bringing Saeko along was merely for coordination, not to accommodate an extra person. Let's start by clearing out the zombies around this villa area. Upon exiting, Ling Fong wandered nearby and discovered quite a number of zombies. He turned to Saeko and said, it seems there are quite a few zombies here. Saeko nodded, taking the initiative to attract the zombies. Having coordinated their efforts multiple times, they worked seamlessly together, easily luring a horde of over 30 zombies. For an ordinary person, this would be overwhelming. However, Ling Fong was no ordinary individual. He swiftly drew the two heavy swords from his back and charged forward, wielding them with ferocity, effortlessly beheading the zombies as if they were mere vegetables. In less than a minute, the horde of over 30 zombies was eradicated. The two worked in tandem, dispatching their foes with remarkable speed. Occasionally, if a zombie slipped through, Saeko would swiftly eliminate it with a single stroke. After an hour, the nearby streets were nearly cleared of zombies, and Ling Fong checked his energy points. 4033, still far from redeeming for Qi Gang. The two looked at the sky and decided against venturing further from the villa area to hunt monsters. Turning back to avoid worrying Jingxiang and the others. When do you plan to take in those girls? They all seem quite fond of you. Saeko smiled as she leaned close to Ling Fong. I'll leave it to fate, Ling Fong replied with a light chuckle, wrapping his arm around Saeko's slender waist, his expression one of contentment. What pleases me most is having you, Saeko, such a wonderful woman. Saeko smiled softly, her gaze warm as she looked at Ling Fong, saying nothing, as everything was understood without words. The two strolled back to the villa in a tranquil atmosphere, only to be greeted by a disheartening sight. A group of men and women armed with sticks and knives surrounded the villa, shouting demands for food that a few of them were rudely kicking the front door, and Sanjing was on the balcony, hurling insults at the intruders in a most vulgar manner. Ling Fong and Saeko could hear him from a distance. You idiots, get the hell out of here. If my brother returns, none of you will leave alive, Sanjing shouted, his face flushed with anger as he leaned over the balcony, spitting words of rage at the crowd below. You selfish bastards, if you have food, you should share it with us. This is the apocalypse. We should be helping each other. Besides, you are all outsiders. This is our territory. You should be giving us food. At the very least, half of your food and water, a young man wielding a watermelon knife shouted back, his tone demanding. The others joined in, clamoring for food, with some threatening to attract a horde of zombies to surround the villa if their demands were not met. Their methods undeniably malicious. Ling Fong and Saeko's expressions turned icy at these words. This was what one would call troublesome folk. They quickly approached the scene. What the hell? You bastards are looking for death. Aren't you? You talk a good game. But why should I give you food? If you're so brave, go kill zombies yourselves. A bunch of fools. I'd be a fool to feed you, Sanjing yelled at the young man below, his restraint barely holding as he wished to avoid attracting zombies with excessive noise. Fine, you fat bastard. We're out of food. If you don't give us anything, then we'll all perish together. Damn it. The young man's face darkened, his voice low and menacing, while his companions began to curse along with him, spewing every foul word they could think of. Humph. I'd like to see what you can do. Ling Fong and Saeko strode into the villa, a cold snort escaping Ling Feng's lips as he addressed the group. Brother, sister-in-law, you finally returned. Did you hear all that crap they said? I've never seen such a ridiculous bunch. Sanjing exclaimed, his mood lifting at their arrival, though inwardly he sneered. Knowing these intruders were doomed, we heard everything. Every single word. Saeko replied coolly, her gaze sweeping over the group with a steely intensity. Initially, they had more to say. But upon meeting Saeko's cold stare, they felt a discomfort akin to being preyed upon by a beast. Coupled with the sight of the swords the two carried, they were momentarily intimidated. Ling Fong smiled coldly, recognizing that a fool is still a fool, and that a collection of fools remains foolish. With no interest in further idle chatter, he pointed at the young man who had instigated the trouble and said in a chilling tone, You stay, the rest can leave. He understood that hunger drove many to desperation, which he could sympathize with, but that did not excuse the actions of those who crossed the line, while he could let the others off lightly. This particular individual had to be dealt with today. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words and feeling the lethal aura emanating from him, the disjointed group began to falter, as none were foolish enough to underestimate the two armed with heavy swords. The young man's face shifted as he considered the pangs of hunger, and with a grimace he steeled himself, a glint of malice in his eyes as he shouted defiantly at Ling Fong and Saeko. What are you so arrogant about? Don't think your swords make you special. You are just two people. We have over a dozen here, each armed with a stick or knife that we can take you down. Then we'll smash the villa's door and claim all the food inside, and we won't have to starve or risk being devoured by zombies. Ling Fong's brow furrowed at the young man's words. It was clear he was inciting the group to unite against them, and it was evident he could not be spared. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, Ling Fong drew a heavy sword and approached the group with a calm demeanor. Let us go, everyone. Fight for food. If you don't want to starve, we'll take them down together. The young man rallied, charging forward with his watermelon knife. Seeing this, several men behind him were emboldened and rushed forward, brandishing their makeshift weapons. Driven mad by hunger, I'll grant you your wish, Ling Fong said coolly, twisting his wrist as his sword sliced through the air with unstoppable force, without a trace of mercy or hesitation. The young man felt an overwhelming dread at the might of the heavy sword, and remorse surged within him, yet it was too late. He swung his blade recklessly. However, How could an ordinary watermelon knife hope to stand against the heavy sword wielded by Ling Fong? In the instant of their collision, the heavy sword effortlessly severed the watermelon knife, and without pausing, it descended mercilessly. The young man let out a piercing scream as a deep gash was carved into his chest, exposing bone, the wound extending up to his face. With a clang, the broken watermelon knife fell to the ground, and the men rushing forward halted involuntarily, their faces etched with terror as they beheld Ling Fong, the bloodied heavy sword in hand, along with the lifeless body on the ground. Several women shrieked in horror. Saeko, her brows slightly furrowed, dashed forward, her hands transforming into blades as she swiftly incapacitated the unruly women one by one. If they continued to scream, they might attract a horde of zombies. Their desire was merely to rest, not to expend energy in combat. Originally, she had no intention of killing unnecessary individuals, but since they were seeking death, she had no choice but to oblige them. After Ling Fong dispatched his foes, he did not linger but, with a calm demeanor, addressed the remaining men before unleashing a series of strikes with his heavy sword, soon adding several more corpses to the ground. Gui Yanyi and the others pushed open the door and stepped out of the villa, witnessing the bodies on the ground. Mitsui exclaimed with satisfaction, while the girls felt a pang of reluctance, yet understood the necessity of the situation. "What do you intend to do with these women? Kill them or let them go?" asked Shiji. "Kill them. We must eradicate the roots of the problem. It is not my desire to kill, but they are forcing my hand," Ling Fong replied with a hint of resignation. Yin Yi and the others remained silent. He spoke the truth. These days, avoiding conflict does not guarantee safety. Such is the nature of humanity. With a deft swing of his sword, Ling Fong sighed softly, beckoning Mitsui and the others to assist in transporting the bodies to a nearby villa for proper disposal before returning. As night fell, Ling Fong learned from past lessons and instructed everyone to gather in the hall to sleep. Should anything arise, they would be able to respond swiftly. Although he yearned for intimate moments with Saeko or Shizuka, he refrained from indulging in such thoughts as dawn approached. While everyone was deep in slumber, an inexplicable shiver coursed through Ling Feng's body, causing him to abruptly awaken. Pushing aside the embrace of Saeko and Shizuka, he stood, his expression grave, fists clenched, breathing slightly labored as if bracing for an impending threat. The hall, previously tranquil, stirred at the slightest sound, and the others quickly awakened, particularly Mitsui, who, recalling past horrors, grabbed the handgun by his pillow, his face a mask of fear, terrified that he might again be dragged away by the cockroaches. "Big brother, please don't scare me. I thought the cockroaches were back. If you need to use the restroom, just be quiet." Mitsui glanced around nervously, spotting Ling Fong standing there in a daze, and couldn't help but respond with exasperation. This older brother was overreacting. Clearly, nothing was amiss, and it frightened him to death. Ling Fong turned and shot Mitsui a glare, speaking coldly. "If you wish to live, stay alert." Mitsui froze momentarily, then scrambled to his feet, panting and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The other girls mirrored his demeanor. They did not believe Ling Fong would jest about such matters. "That is something wrong, my husband?" Saeko inquired softly, sensing no immediate danger and wondering if Ling Fong was merely stressed. "I have an ominous premonition. It feels as though a great upheaval is imminent," Ling Fong said, his voice low. For reasons unknown, he felt a weight pressing down on him, a sensation that grew increasingly intense. Something terrible was about to unfold. As time crept forward, the classical grandfather clock in the hall ticked incessantly, causing hearts to quicken in rhythm. Finally, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, midnight struck. Almost simultaneously, not only Ling Fong, but everyone else felt a suffocating presence descend upon them, seemingly pervading every corner, as if the world had come to a standstill. The next moment, chaos erupted. The earth-shattering roars reverberated through the universe, penetrating the villa's windows and reaching the ears of all within. Every face paled in shock. They recognized those sounds, the roars of zombies. But what could cause such a cacophony? How many zombies were simultaneously howling? Ling Fong dashed to the doorway, throwing it open and leaping outside, while Saeko and the others exchanged glances before following suit. By the time they emerged, Ling Fong had already ascended into the sky using his aerial technique to survey the situation from his lofty vantage point. He could see far and wide. Despite the late hour, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing a chilling sight. All the zombies within his line of sight were howling at the heavens, absorbing eerie black mist. Their bodies undergoing grotesque transformations. After a while, the once thunderous roars began to subside, and Ling Fong descended. His expression darkened. "What has transpired?" Shizuka inquired cautiously. Ling Fong glanced at Saeko and the others, letting out a heavy sigh. From this day forth, humanity may truly face extinction. Before the stunned expressions of his companions, he shook his head, his steps heavy as he returned to the villa. "Really, you ought to explain things more clearly," Shiji exclaimed anxiously, hurrying after him, with Saeko and the others trailing behind, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Once inside the villa and securing the door, Ling Fong recounted all he had witnessed. And the group fell into a somber silence. "The zombies have collectively evolved. What does that signify?" "It means that Earth may truly become a zombie planet." "Does this mean all ordinary zombies have transformed into mutated ones?" "Are we doomed?" Mitsui exclaimed, despair and helplessness etched on his face. "No. Based on what I observed, although all the zombies absorbed the black mist, only a minority underwent mutations. However, even the ordinary zombies, after this upheaval, will possess significantly greater strength than before. Not to mention those who have already mutated. They will undoubtedly be even more formidable," Ling Fong countered, shaking his head. "If every zombie worldwide had indeed transformed into a mutated form, it would spell disaster." Hearing this, the group's expressions softened slightly, yet the reality remained grim. They would have to confront an even more terrifying horde of zombies than before, and the weight of dread settled heavily upon them. "What exactly is that black mist? It seems to have the power to enhance zombies." "It's utterly bizarre," Shizuka remarked, her brow furrowed tightly. "That I don't know, but it's certainly not something good," Ling Fong replied. He wanted to articulate that it likely represented negative energy, but the words caught in his throat. He simply did not know how to explain it. Ling Fong himself felt uncertain. Those zombies had inexplicably gained strength. And while it might mean higher energy points from defeating them, if given the choice, he would never opt for this scenario. From now on, even ordinary zombies would require utmost caution. "What bad luck," Shiji lamented. "Should we still proceed with our original plan?" "It's too dangerous," Gue Yinyi urged, biting her cherry lips as she gazed at Ling Fong. At that moment, even if Ling Fong were to insist, she had no retort. The nearby large zoo was already perilous, and now it was bound to become even more terrifying. "Indeed, for now, we may need to delay our plans. We must first ascertain the strength of the zombies post-enhancement. We cannot act recklessly." Ling Fong spoke somewhat bashfully, expressing that his attempts to visit the Yinya family were continually thwarted, leading to incessant delays. Gue Yinya shook her head gently and replied, "I too do not wish for anyone to be harmed. As the zombies grow stronger, it is indeed imperative that we prepare ourselves adequately. Let us hope they do not become excessively powerful." Despite Yinya's efforts to mask her concerns, a trace of sorrow and distress lingered in her brows, suggesting a deeper worry about her family's situation, much like Shauna's sentiments. The hour was late, and venturing out was ill-advised, prompting everyone to abandon the thought and postpone any decisions until dawn. "Saeko, come with me to my room." Ling Fong suddenly called out to Tokisaki Saeko, signaling her with a glance before entering a room. Saeko followed suit, and upon entering, they promptly shut the door with a resounding thud. "Honestly, this is all so mysterious. It seems quite biased, only informing Saeko of everything," Shiji remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as she observed Ling Fong and Saeko disappear into the room. "That aren't you feeling jealous, Shizuka?" Shauna inquired, glancing at Jikawa Shizuka. Shizuka smiled faintly, shaking her head. "Saeko is far more formidable than I. They are likely discussing matters concerning the zombies. In truth, we have been a hindrance to Ling Fong." Yinya sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Jikawa Shizuka chuckled softly and waved her hand. "Oh please, I doubt you are unaware of Ling Feng's little affections. Yinya, if he didn't have feelings for you, why would he care at all? For us, it matters little where we go." Hearing this, Yinya's face flushed crimson, and without uttering a word, she glanced at the door before lying down to sleep. "Alas, let us all get some rest and not concern ourselves with the boss and the others. Perhaps this will be my last night of sleep," Mitsui lamented, shaking his head as he pulled up his blanket and succumbed to slumber. Under usual circumstances, Ling Fong would have been quite lewd in summoning Tokisaki Saeko to his room. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of such desires. Inside the room, Ling Fong briefly shared his speculations regarding the negative energy enhancing the zombies. That so? Do you have any plans moving forward? Saeko pondered deeply. Ling Fong offered a wry smile and shook his head. At present, things are rather chaotic. The events unfolded too suddenly for anyone to anticipate the collective strengthening of the zombies. After a moment's thought, he fixed his gaze upon Saeko and remarked, I shall exchange the void dance technique and wolf fong fist for you. To further bolster your strength, I am quite anxious about whether I can eradicate half the negative energy in the future. Thus your prowess must also be augmented. Then I shall rely on you, my husband. Saeko understood his intentions, smiled faintly, and, with a graceful motion, loosened her trousers, revealing her long, slender legs. She cast a seductive glance at Ling Fong before turning and lying upon the blanket. Her fair posterior elevated and gently swaying. Little enchantress, be a bit more proper, Ling Fong admonished, unable to resist the temptation, giving her rear a gentle pat, while hastily shedding his own trousers, revealing his impressive endowment. After sharing a moment of intimacy with Saeko, and sensing the time was right, he entered her depths, focusing intently as he suppressed his primal instincts, exchanging the void dance technique and wolf fong fist, which cost him 2,300 energy points. Ling Fong found himself quite resigned to this peculiar method of exchange. Could it be that in such a state, the Dragon Ball system regarded the two as one? He was not entirely sure, but concluded that it only brought benefits and chose not to dwell on it. Once the exchange was complete, Ling Fong had no intention of leaving so soon, captivated by Saeko's exquisite form. He eagerly engaged in passionate entanglement with her. The following morning, Ling Fong and Tokusaki Saeko emerged from the room, both radiating a rosy glow, with Ling Fong's arm affectionately draped over Saeko's shoulder. I thought you two were planning to skip breakfast altogether, Mitsui remarked with a hint of envy, though he was truly envious. Well, here we are now. After breakfast, we shall set off, Ling Fong replied with a smile, taking a seat alongside Saeko as they began their meal. Once breakfast was concluded and everyone was prepared, they boarded the Hummer and drove out of the villa area. Due to the previous night's activities, the vicinity was devoid of zombies, which was indeed fortunate. As they navigated the complex intersection of roads, they encountered numerous zombies wandering along the streets, including 2 strength-type zombies and 1 defense-type zombie, indicating a significant increase in their numbers. Ling Fong noticed that the claws of the strength-type zombies resembled those of beasts rather than human hands, confirming their evolution. Upon spotting the Hummer, all the zombies erupted into excited howls, shambling towards them at varying speeds. Ling Fong observed that even the average zombies moved at roughly half the speed of a normal human, while the mutated zombies surpassed ordinary individuals entirely. Testing the waters, Ling Fong instructed Jikawa Shizuka to change direction to avoid the 3 mutated zombies and use the Hummer to ram through several ordinary zombies. Discovering that while the vehicle could still handle the average zombies, it required more effort than before. Let us get out and test it ourselves. Pulling over to the roadside, Ling Fong announced, promptly exiting the vehicle. He unsheathed his 2 heavy swords and swiftly merged them, gripping the hilt tightly as he dashed towards one of the strength-type zombies. With a roar, the strength-type zombie swung its powerful claws at Ling Fong. He focused intently, dodging the strike with agility, then twisting his body to deliver a fierce slash with his dual blades. The zombie's head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, some splattering onto Ling Fong's face, which he wiped away as he noticed the oncoming defense-type zombie. A cold smirk gracing his lips, he pressed forward, the sharp tips of his swords glinting with a faint golden sheen. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Fong cast aside the blood from his blades, revealing the defense-type zombie, now severed into 3 pieces. Meanwhile, Saeko had also decapitated the strength-type zombie, wiping the sweat from her brow with a serious expression. Aside from Jikawa Shizuka utilizing her ki blast to obliterate ordinary zombies, Yinya and the others found themselves struggling against the encroaching horde of ordinary zombies. The reasoning was simple. The zombies' physical defenses had significantly increased, while their own strength had seen little improvement. Ultimately, Mitsui and his companions could only resort to firearms to dispose of these zombies. Their efficiency markedly diminished. Henceforth, Mitsui, Shiji, and Shana would have to rely on ranged attacks, as close combat was no longer viable due to their insufficient strength, with only Yinya still managing adequately. As she had a foundation to build upon, it became apparent that it was essential to expedite Yinya and the others' integration into the team. Their collective strength needed enhancement to effectively confront the challenges ahead. Observing the performance of the crowd and the enhanced state of the zombies, Ling Fong pondered silently. After dispatching 2 mutated zombies, he checked his energy points, totaling 2416. Following this, he eliminated a regular zombie and noted with disappointment that his energy points had only increased by 1.5, rather than the anticipated 2. Once the skirmish concluded, the group returned to their vehicle, their expressions far from cheerful. Despite having been forewarned about the zombies growing stronger, the reality of encountering them proved overwhelmingly burdensome. Nevertheless, regardless of the arduous path ahead, they had no choice but to press on. Stagnation would inevitably lead to death. As the vehicle traversed the road, they encountered an increasing number of zombies and even some mutated creatures, all of which were swiftly dispatched by Ling Fong and his companions. The credit largely went to Ling Fong and Saeko, the primary leaders, followed closely by Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, while the remaining members primarily assisted and guided. Yet, despite the formidable strength of the 2 leaders, the pace of their advance had significantly slowed compared to their initial plan. Before lunchtime, the Hummer encountered a major obstacle on a crucial bridge. Countless thick, spiky vines entwined, completely obstructing the once spacious thoroughfare. It was impossible for vehicles to pass, and even humans would be hard-pressed to navigate through without risking injury from the sharp spikes. The origin of these vines was a mystery. What to do? Taking an alternate route would require considerable time. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang reluctantly halted the vehicle, stating that it was impossible to proceed. "That I'll disembark and assess the situation," Ling Fong replied, perplexed by the emergence of these vines on the bridge. However, as soon as he stepped onto the bridge, several sturdy vines swiftly coiled around his body, attempting to drag him in. Fortunately, Ling Fong was prepared. Sensing danger, he swiftly drew a heavy sword from his back and severed the vines binding him. Channeling his internal energy, he extended it to the sword, and with a swift motion, unleashed a golden energy blade that shattered a large portion of the vines, creating an opening. An angry roar echoed from the dense vines, and all the vines on the bridge began to thrash violently, twisting towards Ling Fong. "Humph, I knew there was something amiss," Ling Fong snorted, unfazed, as he unsheathed another heavy sword with his left hand. With rapid movements, he wielded both swords, creating a web of glimmering blades. Though the vines were thick and robust, they ultimately proved inadequate against the metallic weapons. Despite the exertion, Ling Fong managed to sever all the advancing vines. "Big brother," Mitsui shouted. Ling Fong turned his head to see that the vines had extended towards the Hummer, attempting to drag the vehicle, and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang desperately reversed the car, but the opposing force was immense. The tires were ensnared, rendering them powerless. "Let me handle this." Realizing that Ling Fong was too occupied to manage the situation, Saeko immediately exited the vehicle, drawing her katana to slice through the entangling vines. However, her efforts were somewhat slow, struggling to keep pace with the advancing vines. "I'll assist as well." Gu Yanyi joined her, stepping out of the vehicle with her own katana. Together, they quickly cleared the vines, ensnaring the Hummer. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang accelerated in reverse, distancing the vehicle from the bridge. The range of the vines was evidently limited. Once they exceeded a certain distance, they could no longer pursue, redirecting their energy solely towards Ling Fong. Ling Fong sensed that he would soon be overwhelmed. Though individual vines were manageable, their sheer volume and relentless assault were exhausting. "Cut it. I refuse to believe you can hide indefinitely." Ling Fong, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, unleashed a powerful swing that cleaved through a cluster of vines before retreating several steps. Employing the sky dance technique, he soared into the air, where the vines could no longer reach him. After catching his breath, Ling Fong sheathed his swords and assumed the classic pose for the Kamehameha wave, gathering a brilliant blue-white light in his palms, forming a potent sphere of energy. Kamehameha! He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a powerful beam that descended upon the bridge's center, exploding with force and incinerating countless vines in its wake. As the brilliance faded, a large section of the bridge lay clear of vines, leaving behind a smoldering crater. Had Ling Fong not exerted his full strength, the entire bridge would likely have been destroyed. Breathing heavily, he remained vigilant, only to witness a sinuous shadow darting from the untouched vines, lunging at him with its gaping maw. The sheer force of its leap was astonishing. Vortex. Though startled, Ling Fong remained composed, extending a finger as an orange-red beam shot forth, piercing through the creature's mouth and exiting its body. The shadow fell lifelessly onto the bridge, prompting astonishment among Saeko and the others as the remaining vines rapidly retreated, dissipating within moments. As Ling Fong landed, he discerned the true nature of the shadow, a 10-meter-long green python. Adorned with patterned scales, so closely resembling the vines that it could easily be mistaken for them if it concealed itself. Upon witnessing the vanishing vines, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang drove the vehicle closer, and the group felt a wave of relief at their decision not to rush in recklessly. Otherwise, they could have fallen victim to an ambush. To be precise, this was merely a green pit viper. Who would have thought it would grow to such a size and possess such abilities after mutation? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang squatted down, observing in astonishment. This damned world has turned even a simple snake into something formidable. How are we to survive in such an environment? It's utterly absurd, Mitsui lamented, naturally voicing his grievances about the cruel world, only to be met with a disdainful gaze for his ill-timed remarks. With the vines no longer obstructing their path, the vehicle crossed the bridge with ease. Just as Mitsui had previously complained about their misfortune, his words proved prophetic once again. Shortly after traversing the bridge, they were besieged by a horde of zombies, forcing them to disembark and engage in battle. Dozens of regular zombies, 2 speedy zombies, 2 strong zombies, and 1 defensive zombie emerged, and if that weren't enough, a fiery zombie with dark red skin that could launch fireballs attacked them unexpectedly, nearly causing Ling Fong to suffer a significant setback. After a fierce battle that drained a considerable amount of energy, they managed to eliminate the zombies and hastily return to the vehicle to escape, lest they be surrounded by wandering undead. Finally, we've shaken those fiends off. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang sighed in relief as she glanced at the retreating shadows of the zombies in the rearview mirror. Ling Fong downed a small bottle of mineral water, tossing the empty bottle aside as he caught his breath. Damn it, that fiery zombie blended in with the others so well at first glance. It's infuriating that the zombies have developed abilities. The negative energy had enhanced the zombies far beyond his expectations, and if this continued, his advantages would soon dissipate. Once he calmed himself, he checked the system. His energy point stood at 4851. My katana has shattered. What a pity. I've used it for quite some time, Saeko lamented, wiping the blade of her katana, which bore 2 small chips. This was the very one she had initially wielded, and she had hoped it would last longer, but it had ultimately succumbed to wear. Fortunately, Saeko had a spare katana, albeit less sharp than the previous one. Still, it was better than having none at all. With the zombies having gained strength, their bones had hardened considerably in future encounters, especially against mutated zombies. She would need to channel some energy into her blade to enhance its sharpness. Otherwise, over time, even this new katana would not withstand the rigors of battle. Ling Fong glanced at the katana in Saeko's hand and spoke. Saeko nodded in understanding, but acknowledged that this would lead to a considerable consumption of energy, necessitating a more frugal use of qi in the future. Let us find a place to rest. We have just fought a battle and our strength has been significantly depleted, Saeko said as she sheathed her katana and turned to Shizuka Jikawa. Shizuka circled the vicinity twice before driving into a somewhat secluded, dilapidated residential complex. The number of wandering zombies inside was sparse and scattered, allowing Ling Fong and his companions to dispatch them with relative ease. They were not particularly picky about their resting place. They initially intended to choose a ground-floor apartment, but to their surprise, it was occupied by survivors, an elderly couple, as suggested by the sounds emanating from within. Well, since there are people on the first floor, let us head to the second, Ling Fong remarked, shaking his head. Although the ground floor was more conveniently located, he could not bring himself to forcibly take someone else's home. After reaching the second floor, they were relieved to find it devoid of any living souls. The door stood wide open, sparing them the trouble of forcing it open. Cautiously stepping inside, they discovered the apartment empty. With no remnants of food in sight, it appeared that the owners had ventured out in search of sustenance after exhausting their supplies, only to vanish without a trace, either becoming part of the zombie horde or meeting a grim fate. Despite the absence of food, they were unconcerned. They retrieved some provisions from their Hummer and commenced cooking in the kitchen. Soon, a table laden with dishes was prepared, and they gathered to eat while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Though I often lament our misfortune, upon reflection, we are remarkably fortunate, especially with Big Brother and Big Sister around. At least we can fill our bellies and won't starve, Mitsui said, savoring the steaming rice. I imagine many are going hungry right now. Compared to them, we are indeed quite blessed, Kaname Yanagasawa concurred, diligently chewing each mouthful of rice to aid digestion and replenish their strength that if all goes well. We should reach the vicinity of your home around noon tomorrow, Ling Fong said, his mouth full, glancing at Kaname and the others. Finish eating before you speak. Honestly, I can barely understand you, Shizuka teased, causing the other girls to chuckle softly. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Instantly, they paused, alert and armed, cautiously approaching the entrance. Could you lend us a hand? Came a frail, weak voice from outside. Surprised, they exchanged glances. Ling Fong opened the door to find the elderly couple from the first floor, their age apparent with their snowy hair and weary demeanor, likely in their 70s or 80s. What can we do for you, elders? Shizuka inquired gently. Young ones, do you have any cold medicine? My granddaughter has a fever that won't subside if she doesn't get medication soon. It could be dire, the frail grandmother pleaded. Her face a map of wrinkles that I'm afraid we do not have any cold medicine. We only carry some pain relievers and bandages, Ling Fong replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. They had overlooked such common medications and failed to collect them, a lapse that now weighed heavily on their conscience. Please, I implore you. Our granddaughter is just 3 months old a few days ago. Her parents went out in search of food and medicine, and they have yet to return. We have only a few morsels left. We can manage without food for a few days, but if she doesn't receive medicine, she may not survive today. Please, we beg of you. The elderly couple knelt, their desperation palpable. Elderly ones, please rise. We truly cannot provide cold medicine, but we can spare some food and water if that would help. Saeko said, her heart softening at the sight of their plight as she helped them to their feet. Sigh, Ling Fong sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. After a lengthy discussion, the elderly couple finally understood that it was not a matter of unwillingness on Ling Feng's part, but rather an unfortunate lack of resources leading them to despair. Here, take this bag of rice and some food, Shizuka generously offered, handing them provisions. Thank you, they exclaimed, trembling hands accepting the gifts, tears brimming in their aged eyes, an image that tugged at their hearts. Would you allow us to see your granddaughter? Ling Fong asked, rubbing his forehead as he hesitated. The elderly couple nodded gratefully, guiding Ling Fong and the others downstairs to their apartment. Inside, a crib held a baby girl, no more than a few months old, peacefully asleep yet appearing unwell. Ling Fong reached out to touch her forehead, finding it alarmingly hot. Without medication, she will not last much longer, he observed. We have almost exhausted our supplies. We could only offer her some porridge that we have no idea what to do. The grandmother wept, wiping her tears. Shizuka, could you take a look? Ling Fong requested, knowing her experience as a school nurse would be invaluable. Shizuka nodded, gently lifting the infant for a careful examination before laying her back down, confirming Ling Feng's fears. Without medication, the child would likely perish soon. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with sorrow as they gazed at the innocent face of the child. A flicker of pain evident, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Where is the nearest pharmacy or hospital? Ling Fong finally broke the silence, looking at the elderly couple. Brother, Mitsui exclaimed in surprise. Though sympathetic, he was aware of the dangers posed by the nearby zombies. Was it worth risking their safety for strangers? I cannot bear to turn my back on someone in need, especially when it concerns an infant that I might disregard an adult's plight. But a child is another matter entirely. Ling Fong sighed, quietly reflecting on his own humanity. The girls exchanged glances, a warm smile spreading across their faces, clearly in agreement with Ling Feng's resolve. The elderly couple was taken aback, then overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in their eyes, having lived in the area for many years. They quickly provided Ling Fong with detailed directions to nearby pharmacies and hospitals. After discussing among themselves, they decided that Ling Fong, Saeko, and Shizuka would venture out together. Given the various types of cold medicine, some unsuitable for infants, Shizuka's expertise would be crucial to ensure they acquired the right medication. Without further hesitation, they gathered their belongings and departed the complex in their vehicle. The closest pharmacy was just a short drive away, a quick left turn and, with the Hummer's speed, they could reach it in a mere 3 minutes. I hope you don't resent me for meddling. That I truly apologize. If my desire to help puts any of you in danger, I would regret it for the rest of my life, Ling Fong said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he looked at Saeko and Shizuka. Not at all. Quite the opposite. I think you're incredibly admirable, came the enthusiastic response from Saeko. Ju Chuan Jingxiang smiled as she drove and remarked. Zizi nodded gently and replied, "If we were to do nothing today, I would undoubtedly feel remorse. I am delighted that you brought it up." Sighing, Ling Fong reflected, "It all began with the three of us fleeing for our lives. And now, it seems we have returned to our trio once again, haha. Although times have changed and the world is no longer as it once was, certain experiences remain etched in the depths of my heart. Impossible to forget." The Hummer sped along, either colliding with the wandering zombies or deftly evading them. After approximately 3 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a nearby small pharmacy, coming to an abrupt halt without a moment's pause. The trio swiftly flung open the car doors and dashed towards the pharmacy. The few wandering zombies roared and lunged at them, but Ling Fong snorted coldly, unsheathing a heavy sword that he advanced rapidly, dispatching the obstructing zombies with swift, precise strokes before pushing through the glass door and entering. The pharmacy was modest in size, with several shelves conspicuously bare. Numerous medications lay scattered in disarray on the floor, some crushed underfoot, clearly indicating prior visitors had already ransacked the place. "We arrived too late. All the common medicines have already been taken," Zhu Chuan Jingxiang lamented after inspecting the shelves, shaking her head in disappointment. "Let's try another store," Ling Fong decisively replied, showing no hesitation. The three returned to the vehicle, ignited the engine, and swiftly reversed away, heading to the next nearest pharmacy, which was larger and likely to have some supplies left. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a sizable pharmacy, only to find a modified jeep parked outside, where several burly soldiers were busily loading boxes of medication into the vehicle's large trunk. "Who are they?" Ling Feng's Hummer drew the soldiers' attention immediately, and several of them, armed with submachine guns, aimed their weapons at the approaching vehicle, halting their work. "That I'll go have a look. You two stay in the car," Ling Fong instructed Zizi and Jingxiang, frowning as he exited the vehicle. "Put your hands up." Upon seeing the two heavy swords strapped to Ling Feng's back, the soldiers were momentarily taken aback, becoming even more vigilant. Ling Fong cast a cold gaze around and stated flatly, "I need cold medicine for infants. That if you have it, just hand me a box. I am in a hurry to save lives." "How do we know you're telling the truth?" "First, lay down your weapons and state your name and home address," a middle-aged man, resembling a military officer, said suspiciously to Ling Fong. "Lay down my weapons? How absurd. It seems bloodshed is unavoidable." Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he smirked at the man's foolishness to to him. Relinquishing his weapons would mean surrendering his fate to them. Such a foolish act was out of the question that he thought it best to eliminate them swiftly instead of dragging things out. Besides, there were others in the vehicle, so they would all face investigation together. "No tricks. Be quick about it. Lay down all your weapons," the officer barked, pointing at the Hummer, his demeanor revealing he was accustomed to giving orders. Truly, they were courting death. Ling Fong's resolve to eliminate them only intensified upon hearing the officer's command that in these dire times, how dare he issue orders to others. The Hummer remained still, while Ling Fong gripped the two heavy swords on his back, appearing to comply in the eyes of the soldiers. However, in his mind, he was calculating how to defeat these foes swiftly, aware that firearms still posed a significant threat, just as Ling Fong was ready to strike. He heard the sound of a motorcycle engine revving from down the street that a similar military jeep sped towards them, causing the soldiers to instinctively glance over. "Zizi, now?" Ling Fong shouted, seizing the moment, with blinding speed. He hurled the two heavy swords from his back. They reached their targets in an instant, piercing through the bodies of two soldiers before they could react, killing them instantly. "Open fire. Quickly," the middle-aged officer, taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the attack, shouted desperately to the remaining 3 soldiers. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as 2 soldiers were struck down by Zizi, who had emerged from the Hummer, expertly firing her handgun. Meanwhile, Ling Fong dashed forward like lightning, his hands poised like claws, radiating a ferocious energy reminiscent of a hungry wolf. The last soldier aimed his weapon at Ling Fong, pulling the trigger. A barrage of metal bullets flying towards him. But Ling Fong, highly attuned to danger, leaped into the air just as the soldier squeezed the trigger, evading the gunfire. To an outsider, it might have seemed like he possessed extraordinary agility. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but the soldier had no second chance. Zizi's shot found its mark, ending his life in the blink of an eye. Ling Fong reached the middle-aged officer, who wore a look of panic. With a cold smile, Ling Fong swiftly grabbed his neck and twisted it violently. Crack! The officer's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, his neck askew and eyes wide open, a look of disbelief etched across his face. Likely unable to comprehend how he had met his end in such circumstances, the entire sequence unfolded at a breathtaking pace, appearing to take longer than it did. In reality, merely 2 to 3 seconds had elapsed. In that brief span, through their seamless cooperation, Ling Fong and CZ had effortlessly dispatched several soldiers armed with submachine guns, an impressive feat that would leave many ordinary individuals in disbelief. With a screech, the approaching military jeep halted abruptly upon witnessing the scene, and as Ling Fong prepared to finish off the remaining foes alongside CZ, he was astonished to see a familiar figure step out of the vehicle. "Well, it seems we are quite fated to meet again." Sato Ichiro descended from the jeep, his eyes widening in shock at the carnage before him, secretly relieved that previous encounters had not escalated into conflict. These two were truly merciless killing machines that a few soldiers followed suit, weapons in hand, but they seemed to be restrained by Sato Ichiro's gesture to lower their guns. "Indeed, quite the coincidence that you've been active in this area lately." "Haven to you?" Ling Fong remarked with a nod, somewhat surprised. Sato Ichiro replied, "The demand for supplies in the base city has surged, and our outings have increased significantly. We were gathering supplies at another intersection when we heard the gunfire and came to investigate." "Are you intending to apprehend us now?" CZ asked bluntly as several soldiers subtly aimed their weapons at them. Sato Ichiro waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to lower their guns, glancing at the lifeless body of the officer. He chuckled heartily. "Miss CZ, do you truly think I would risk offending you two over a few corpses? We are, after all, somewhat acquainted." Seeing his expression, Ling Fong realized that the middle-aged officer he had killed was undoubtedly from a different faction within the base city. Otherwise, Sato Ichiro would not have reacted so casually. "However, I must say, young man, we seem to have crossed paths numerous times, yet I still do not know your name. Even Miss CZ, I have only had the fortune of seeing her once at a kendo tournament." Sato Ichiro smiled wryly, looking between Ling Fong and CZ. The two were refreshingly straightforward, never intending to introduce themselves. Had Ling Fong not been fortunate enough to recognize CZ, he might have underestimated them. Ling Fong, he replied simply, feeling no need to conceal his identity, yet he had no obligation to volunteer information either. "Xiao Fengchan." CZ, stop the chatter and hurry to get the medicine. It seems that the two individuals had somewhat forgotten the main topic. Inside the vehicle, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang opened the door and leaned out, expressing her dissatisfaction by exclaiming, "In your base city, you can accept refugees, right? I mean the elderly and infants." Ling Fong glanced at Jingxiang, a sudden thought stirring within him as he turned his gaze towards Sato Ichiro and inquired. Although he could indeed save the infant's life by bringing back medicine, it was implausible for them to remain indefinitely to care for one another. Once they departed, the two elderly individuals would find it nearly impossible to raise an infant in this apocalyptic world. Such a scenario would be a tremendous pity, considering he had saved the child. If he could assist them thoroughly, that would undoubtedly be ideal. Previously, he had been troubled, unsure of how to proceed, but upon seeing Sato Ichiro, a solution naturally came to mind. After Ling Fong articulated his thoughts, Sato Ichiro was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a discussion. His gaze instinctively drifted to the slight bulge of Tokita Seiko's abdomen, and in an instant, he mentally chastised himself for his foolishness. Seiko, too, slightly flushed, evidently understanding that the other party had inadvertently misunderstood the context. "The elderly and infants? Of course, we can accommodate them. However, our base city does not support idleness. Even the elderly must possess a degree of labor capability for us to accept them. That said, they would only need to perform relatively light tasks, and only very young children are exempt from work." Although he was unaware of where the other party had procured the elderly and infant, he was indifferent. If this could serve to foster a closer relationship, he would gladly endure a bit of hassle, as his vision was quite long-term. "That's good." Ling Fong nodded, relaying the situation to Sato Ichiro. Subsequently, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang personally exited the vehicle to the pharmacy, where she procured the most suitable cold medicine for the infant. They also gathered some commonly used medications for their own future needs. After securing the medicines, they returned to the vehicle, with Sato Ichiro's jeep closely following. Within 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived back at the dilapidated old community, entering alongside Sato Ichiro and several soldiers. There was no need to knock. Mitsui had already opened the door, surprised to see Sato and the others. However, since they had come with Ling Fong, there was no cause for concern. Did you manage to get the cold medicine? Yan Yi inquired with concern. Certainly. Hurry and give it to the child. Just one pill will suffice, accompanied by plenty of water. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang replied with a smile as she retrieved a box of cold medicine from her bag and handed it to the elderly woman. Upon receiving the medicine, the two elderly individuals expressed their immense gratitude before retreating to their room to administer the medication to the child. I have something to discuss. You may choose as you see fit. Once the two elderly individuals emerged, Ling Fong briefly outlined the situation in the base city, and Sato Ichiro assured them that as long as they engaged in manageable tasks, they could scrape by. Naturally, the elderly individuals were in agreement, kneeling in excitement as they continuously thanked Ling Fong and his companions, tears streaming down their faces. With the child's issue resolved, they felt an immense sense of relief. Staying in the base city was undoubtedly far better than being outside. Sato Ichiro then sought a private conversation with Ling Fong. You are aware of the recent full-scale enhancement of the zombies? I presume, Sato Ichiro stated gravely. Ling Fong nodded, responding, we were awakened by a noise last night. It was quite frightening. Following that, the zombies' strength collectively increased significantly, making them considerably more challenging to deal with than before. What do you think, Brother Ling Fong? Would you consider returning to the base city with me? I believe with your abilities, alongside Miss Seiko's assistance, you could certainly gain a measure of influence there after some time. Out here, it remains perilously unsafe. Sato Ichiro extended another olive branch, his eyes brimming with hope. Although Ling Fong had witnessed the prowess of both him and Tokita Seiko from within the vehicle, he could see clearly how formidable they were. With their collaboration, he could achieve great success within the base city. After all, heroes emerge in chaotic times, and individual strength had become exceedingly vital. Eventually, bullets would run out. And the days ahead were still long. To be candid, we have family members we need to rescue, so it is impossible for us to join you. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Ling Fong replied, shaking his head. Sato Ichiro, undeterred, inquired about their next destination. Ling Fong pondered for a moment, but did not conceal the truth, revealing their intended course. Upon hearing this, Sato Ichiro gasped, his expression tinged with helplessness. Is there truly a formidable threat in that area? Ling Fong surmised from Sato Ichiro's countenance that there was likely something he was unaware of. Indeed, it is far more than just a formidable threat. It is a place of utter peril. Initially, I considered accompanying you, but I genuinely cannot muster the courage to venture there. I have no desire to meet my end, and I strongly advise you to avoid that area as well. Otherwise, it could be a near-fatal endeavor, Sato Ichiro said with a wry smile, a hint of fear evident in his eyes. Seeing his demeanor only piqued Ling Feng's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further about the situation. There are king-level zombies there. All zombies fall under its control, possessing intelligence comparable to that of an average human. The base city originally dispatched a squad to eradicate the zombies in that vicinity. As there are two sizable wholesale markets abundant with supplies, an enticing target. Yet, in the end, only a handful of individuals returned alive. Sato Ichiro recounted gravely. King-level zombies. Are they intelligent zombies? Ling Fong pondered, still unclear about how the base city classified different types of zombies. By the way, could you inform me of how many varieties of mutated zombies and creatures are currently known in the base city? Ling Fong suddenly asked, recognizing the significance of this information for future endeavors. Having forgotten to inquire earlier, Sato Ichiro, not withholding any information since it was no secret in the base city, proceeded to share his knowledge of the various types of mutated zombies and creatures with Ling Fong. The base city had a vast pool of human resources, and the variety of zombies and mutated creatures was indeed considerable. Aside from those he was already aware of, there were others exhibiting abilities akin to elemental powers. Similar to the fiery zombies they had previously encountered, the most troublesome of these were the king-level zombies, also referred to as psychic zombies. Not only could they command other zombies in battle, but their speed was nearly unmatched, and they possessed an insidious psychic attack that made them exceedingly difficult to confront. Fortunately, the number of these elemental zombies was exceedingly rare, far fewer than the average mutated zombies. Otherwise, survival would be out of the question, Sato Ichiro lamented. Ling Fong nodded, contemplating that the creature he had previously encountered was likely one of these so-called king-level zombies. He was grateful to have eliminated it at the time, as such zombies posed a considerable challenge to deal with. Knowing all this, do you still intend to go there? Sato Ichiro fixed his gaze on Ling Fong. Ling Fong smiled lightly, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied. So what if they are king-level zombies? If they obstruct my path, I shall simply eliminate them. His tone was as calm as water, yet it resonated with unwavering determination, with Ling Feng's mind resolute. Sato Ichiro could only sigh in resignation, refraining from further discussion that he boarded the jeep with the two elderly individuals and the sleeping infant. Although the vehicle was a bit crowded, it was still manageable. I do not understand why you are so insistent, Sato Ichiro remarked, pulling down the window before departing, gazing at Ling Fong. Our aspirations differ. Perhaps I will visit the base city someday, but that is merely a possibility. I am not fond of making guarantees. Whether I can persist in life remains uncertain, Ling Fong replied with a gentle smile. Take care of yourselves, Sato Ichiro said, shaking his head. The vehicle soon drove out of the community, disappearing from Ling Fong and the others' line of sight. What's wrong? If you're reluctant, you could always chase after them. There is still time, Ling Fong teased, noticing Mitsui's hesitation, which was evident to him. That is not the case. I am well aware that following my brother is the path to a brighter future. If I go to the base city, I would merely be relegated to a laborer's fate, far removed from the freedom I enjoy out here. I am not foolish enough to make that choice, Mitsui replied. Mitsui hastily waved his hand, letting out a faint sigh within. Ling Fong offered a slight smile, neither affirming nor denying that in the afternoon, Ling Fong and the others departed in their vehicle, continuing along their original route. Along the way, they dispatched a number of zombies and mutated creatures until dusk began to settle, at which point they sought refuge in an uninhabited house by the roadside. As the girls busied themselves with cooking, Ling Fong took a moment to assess the day's bounty, discovering he had accumulated 8,120 energy points. Satisfied, he nodded, although the zombies had grown stronger, making them more challenging to defeat. The rewards had also increased significantly. With a little perseverance, he believed it would not be long before he amassed 30,000 points. After a hearty dinner, under the guidance of Ling Fong, Tokisaki Kurumi, and Jikawa Shizuka, everyone engaged in physical training in the living room. I say, Big brother, our efforts here hardly yield any significant strength gains and waste food as well. Perhaps we ought to reconsider. Mitsui panted after completing several push-ups, gazing at the diligently training Ling Fong with a wry smile. But it was proving to be quite taxing for him, a rather portly fellow, among the other girls. Only Katsuragi Yae persevered in her exercises, while Shizuka and the others could scarcely manage more than 20 or 30 before succumbing to fatigue. After all, their stamina was limited. Your training efficiency is rather lacking. You need not follow our regimen, as conserving your energy would be prudent. Ling Fong observed their labored expressions, pausing briefly before shaking his head. He continued to circulate the energy within his body to invigorate his muscles. After all, he was not a superhuman. It became evident that the difference in training efficiency between those who possessed energy and those who did not was akin to heaven and earth. While Ling Fong and his companions diligently trained to enhance their physical prowess, Mitsui and the girls were unable to achieve the same results. I wish to persist. I desire to grow stronger, so that I may assist you, Ling Fong, Katsuragi Yae declared, her face flushed and glistening with sweat, her breath coming in quick gasps. Ling Fong approached, supporting her as he noted her exhaustion, feeling a pang of compassion. He placed his hand gently on her back, channeling a portion of his energy into her, which circulated within her body, restoring some of her vitality. Yae's complexion brightened, and as she realized she was leaning against Ling Fong, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with a newfound sensation. Without energy, blind training will only greatly harm your body. One must understand their limits, Ling Fong said softly, guiding Yae to a sofa to rest. Energy, you say? Yae murmured, her gaze upon Ling Fong filled with uncertainty and complexity, tinged with shyness. She had heard the term several times and understood its significance. If she possessed energy, she could become as formidable as Saeko, a notion she had long envied. The thought of the prerequisites for acquiring energy made Yae feel somewhat embarrassed. Yae, in truth, Ling Fong leaned closer to her ear, whispering, his arms encircling her waist. Yae felt a jolt run through her, hastily pushing him away slightly, her face a deep shade of red as she replied softly, May I have a little more time to consider? This was the greatest concession she could muster. She knew Ling Fong harbored feelings for her, and she reciprocated to some extent, yet hesitation lingered, compounded by youthful shyness. She was not yet mentally prepared. Very well, Ling Fong responded, a tinge of regret in his voice. Yet he did not press her further. He held a deep affection for Katsuragi Ye and wished not to approach the matter too opportunistically. Matters of the heart should unfold gradually. That he believed that with time, Ye would naturally become his in due course, so there was no need to rush. Mitsui, observing Ling Fong whispering sweet nothings to Katsuragi Ye, felt a pang of envy. Who wouldn't he be captivated by such a beautiful girl? He too was drawn to her, yet he dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts, fully aware that the girls in their group were likely to become Ling Feng's partners, so it was wiser for him to remain modest. To maintain a certain level of combat readiness, Ling Fong and his companions did not train for long. Once they felt fatigued, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest, as did Ye and the others. All weary from a long day, they had initially intended to sleep together in the living room, but the space was ill-suited for rest, and poor sleep would adversely affect their energy the following day. So they ultimately decided to sleep separately, ensuring their weapons remained close at hand. Knock, knock, as Ling Fong sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating the intricacies of his energy, he heard a knock at the door. Checking the time, he noted it was already 10 o'clock at night. There's something you need, Shizuka? He inquired as he opened the door, surprised to see Shizuka standing there, expecting perhaps Saeko or Ye instead. Were you expecting Saeko or Ye? Shizuka replied coolly, stepping inside with a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Ling Fong chuckled awkwardly, but said nothing further. Ling Fong, I wish to be your woman, may I? Shizuka boldly declared as Ling Fong turned around after shutting the door, her words catching him off guard. I am not jesting. I find myself quite fond of you, and I do not wish to prolong this any longer. Shizuka mustered the courage to say, her cheeks flushed. Moreover, I do not want Ye or Shizuka to beat me to it, she added. Then, without giving Ling Fong a moment to ponder, she bit her lip and began to unfasten the bow at her collar. Starting to remove her clothing, Ling Fong stood there, momentarily stunned by Shizuka's actions, unsure how to respond. To refuse her would deeply hurt her feelings, yet accepting felt too sudden. When had their relationship grown so intimate? Hesitation filled him as he remained rooted in place. But by the time he regained his composure, Shizuka had already shed all her garments, standing before him in her natural form, though her figure did not possess the same boldness as Saeko or Shizuka. Her petite physique exuded a unique charm that was undeniably alluring. Faced with such a situation, how could Ling Fong dare to utter a refusal? That would be tantamount to humiliating Shizuka. Resolutely, he strode forward, embracing her and gently caressing her smooth back, reveling in the softness of her skin. Shizuka, feeling a surge of nerves, leaned against Ling Fong, her eyes glazed with a dreamy haze, her heart racing faster. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Was she being too impulsive? Yet, having come this far, retreating now seemed out of the question. As he held Shizuka close, Ling Fong naturally felt a surge of desire. Taking a deep breath, he lifted her gently and laid her upon the bed, swiftly disarming himself of all his gear before her. As she gazed at Ling Feng's physique, Shizuka felt a wave of enchantment wash over her. Since acquiring energy, Ling Fong had been engaged in relentless combat and training, his body transformed from its former self. While he was not excessively muscular, he was undeniably fit, each muscle appearing beautifully proportioned, exuding a potent masculinity that left Shizuka, who had never experienced such intimacy, feeling bashful. I am coming, Shizuka. I will be gentle, Ling Fong whispered softly, gradually pressing forward, tenderly parting Shizuka's slender legs, descending with a gentle motion. With a cry, the world gained another woman, while a girl departed. The harmonious symphony of joy soon echoed through the room, the bed creaking rhythmically beneath them. Afterward, Shizuka lay in Ling Feng's embrace, glistening with a sheen of satisfaction. Her previous innocence now replaced with a blend of allure and maturity, a transformation that was quite evident. How do you feel? Ling Fong inquired softly. Shizuka merely murmured in response, glancing at her small hands, marveling at the warmth coursing through her body, a sensation that felt utterly surreal. As Ling Fong embraced Shizuka, he naturally exchanged foundational energy and energy waves, expending 1,300 points, leaving him with 6,820 points remaining. Who would have thought you harbored such a secret? Why reveal it to me? Would it not have been better to keep it hidden? Do you not think it rather brazen of me to have taken such liberties so quickly? In a moment of complexity, Shinai gazed at Ling Feng, Although I initially harbored doubts about your intentions when Shania willingly entrusted herself to me, witnessing her anguish dispelled any skepticism I might have had. I believe you are not the type of woman to engage in petty tricks. After all, regarding my own woman, I have no reason not to trust you. Do I? Ling Fong gently embraced Shania, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Having watched the animation, he was well aware that Shania was not a wicked girl, so he felt no apprehension. Thank you for believing in me that I merely feel that, given the world is now in ruins. And having developed considerable affection for you, especially after you saved my life, I might as well become your woman that I am doing so. I have finally seized the initiative before Yeni and the world. Shania expressed with a touched nod and a radiant smile, though they had not openly acknowledged it during their time together. As a girl with a keen sensitivity, she had already sensed the subtle atmosphere of ambiguity between herself. Ling Fong and Yeni, the prospect of taking the lead delighted Shania immensely. Let us discuss it tomorrow that I'm tired. Let us sleep. Ling Fong yawned, gently rubbing his eyes that he lay down, pulling the covers over himself while holding Shania's smooth form, and closed his eyes to sleep. Shania nestled comfortably in his embrace, relishing the warmth. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Yeni and the world exchanged bewildered and astonished glances at Shania, who had boldly declared herself as Ling Feng's woman. They shared a knowing look, unintentionally smiling wryly. This Shania was evidently flaunting her new status. Congratulations to my husband. I never expected Shania to make the first move. I thought it would be the world, said Dakudai Saeko, her face alight with a smile. Though she felt a tinge of jealousy at Ling Fong gaining another woman, she was prepared for it and harbored no unpleasant emotions. Hee, little Shania is quite daring, Shizuka teased, causing Shania to blush shyly. It seems I now have another sister-in-law, Mitsui remarked, gazing at Ling Fong with admiration. Haha, let us eat. Ling Fong, overjoyed at gaining Shania, noticed that today's breakfast was notably more sumptuous than usual, courtesy of Saeko's efforts. After finishing a hearty breakfast, they set off again. If no unforeseen events occurred, they would reach Yen's home today. However, Yeni appeared somewhat lost and anxious, pondering the fate of her sister and mother. The world and Shania felt similarly, both having a single mother, and neither knew whether she was alive or dead. Around 10 o'clock, their Hummer bulldozed through a metal fence and came to a halt on a high slope beside a riverbank. According to Yeni, we should be close, Shizuka said, pulling out a map from the vehicle's drawer to examine the nearby river. Yes, once we cross the nearby bridge, my home is just beyond that I used to come here often as a child. So I'm quite familiar with this area. It's the quickest route, Yeni exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at the familiar river, reminiscing about the time spent with her sister. Keishin, is that truly the case? I think we should abandon hope of crossing the bridge, Mitsui suddenly remarked, perched atop the vehicle with binoculars in hand. How could this happen? Yeni murmured, staring at the fractured bridge ahead. She had thought they were close to home, only to discover that the nearest passage had been destroyed. The bridge, approximately 150 meters in length, had been deliberately blown apart in the middle, leaving a significant gap that no vehicle could traverse. While Ling Fong could lift the Hummer with effort, flying across the gap was an insurmountable challenge. He was not capable of such a feat yet. Even with Saeko's assistance, it seems something must have transpired here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this, Dakudai Saeko remarked, observing several dried bloodstains nearby and shaking her head. Let us simply cross the river. It may take a bit longer, Shizuka suggested. Their Hummer had been specially modified to navigate water, so traversing the river was a viable option. Under Shizuka's guidance, the Hummer slowly entered the river, swaying gently but without any major issues, proceeding steadily though not nearly as quickly as it would on land. Miss Shizuka, could you drive a bit more steadily? I feel as though I might topple off at any moment, Mitsui complained, holding tightly to the sunroof as he lay atop the swaying Hummer. Feeling queasy. We've only just started. Mitsui, hold on a little longer and stop whining. The waves are quite normal here, Shizuka replied nonchalantly. Still, it would be better to get across quickly. Who knows what kind of water creature might emerge from this wretched river? We'd be doomed, Mitsui sighed, feeling utterly drained atop the vehicle, genuinely on the verge of vomiting. Before long, Mitsui's complexion grew increasingly pale, and he began to gag. Boss, I can't hold it any longer. Ugh. As Mitsui's stomach churned violently, he instinctively leaned over the side of the vehicle, retching into the river, expelling the breakfast he had consumed that morning. "Shizuka, could you please speed up a bit? The constant swaying is truly uncomfortable," Ling Fong remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate Mitsui and addressing Shizuka. "All right." Shizuka essentially ignored Mitsui's request, but upon hearing Ling Feng's words, she immediately accelerated the vehicle. The Hummer surged forward, racing towards the center of the river. However, at that moment, Ling Fong suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if something predatory was watching them from beneath the surface go full speed. "There are mutated creatures in the water. We're being targeted," Ling Fong shouted without hesitation, prompting alarm among the others who quickly readied their weapons, their expressions shifting to one of grave vigilance. They inwardly cursed Mitsui for his morbid predictions. "He had indeed spoken the truth that I'm going up to the roof," Ling Fong declared, seizing the shotgun beside Shizuka's seat and climbing out through the sunroof to stand next to Mitsui. Scanning the surrounding waters with vigilance, Mitsui also raised his rifle, peering intently at the water's surface, momentarily forgetting his nausea upon hearing Ling Feng's urgent warning. The Hummer, regardless of its considerable fuel consumption, sped across the water, nearing the opposite bank. However, just then, the water ahead began to roil violently, accompanied by a crashing sound, and a massive, dark catfish emerged, its gaping maw wide enough to engulf the Hummer whole, without a moment's hesitation. Both Ling Fong and Mitsui pulled the triggers simultaneously. The metal bullets from the shotgun and rifle struck the creature's enormous mouth, creating several bloody wounds that momentarily halted the mutated catfish's advance. Inflicting pain but not enough to deliver a fatal blow, the catfish writhed in agony, churning the surrounding waters, rendering the vehicle immobile. "This one do, brother. Its skin is too tough," Mitsui exclaimed in desperation. Having fired several shots that had failed to incapacitate the creature, the mutated catfish vigorously thrashed its whiskers, unleashing a powerful jet of water that crashed against the Hummer. Even the robust vehicle could not withstand the force of the water, causing it to rock violently and slide back several feet, almost toppling over, drenching Ling Fong and Mitsui in the process. Seeing this, the mutated catfish launched another torrent of water, but this time, Ling Fong was prepared. Drawing the heavy sword from his back, he unleashed a brilliant golden blade that sliced through the water jet, cleaving into the catfish's side and tearing away a portion of its flesh. After sustaining a grievous injury, the catfish instantaneously plunged into a frenzy, thrashing its robust tail and charging straight ahead, seemingly intent on ramming the Humvee beneath the water. Ling Fong let out a cold snort and unleashed a golden key blast with a swift motion. The explosion reverberated against the massive catfish, creating a gaping wound from which flesh and blood splattered. Observing the efficacy of the key blast, Ling Fong felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he swiftly fired 3 more key blasts with one hand, striking the enormous catfish repeatedly, the final blast even penetrating its mouth. Under the relentless barrage of the 3 key blasts, the colossal mutated catfish was utterly obliterated, its body reduced to countless morsels, staining the surrounding waters crimson with blood. The remnants of flesh and blood soon attracted other aquatic creatures from the depths, as various mutated fish, both large and small, surged to the surface, ravenously feasting upon the carcass of the mutated catfish. Simultaneously, some of them turned their attention towards the Humvee, and in an instant, Ling Fong and his companions found themselves encircled by a swarm of underwater mutated beings. All the fish were capable of employing various water-based attacks, and amidst the frenzied onslaught, even the specially designed glass of the Humvee began to show signs of strain, developing several tiny cracks while the vehicle shook violently, rendering it unable to proceed normally. On the tumultuous surface of the water, Mizuki lamented his misfortune, his rifle never ceasing its fire as he continued to shoot at the nearby mutated fish attempting to charge. Meanwhile, Ling Fong relentlessly utilized key blasts and piercing waves to annihilate the most threatening mutated fish, but the sheer number of adversaries, compounded by their obstruction of the Humvee's path, left them momentarily trapped. "How can there be so many mutated fish? We must break free from this encirclement immediately. The vehicle won't hold out for long." Saeko climbed up from the window, her expression grave as she surveyed the densely packed mutated fish, and with a swift motion, unleashed a sharp golden keyblade that shattered several smaller mutated fish. "Let me assist as well," Shauna exclaimed as she clambered up to the sunroof, employing her newly acquired key blast to target some of the smaller mutated fish, thereby alleviating some of the burden. Upon witnessing Shauna's use of ki blasts, Kanade and Sekai exchanged glances, a flicker of envy crossing their faces. Regrettably, they lacked the ability, otherwise they too could have contributed. As the number of mutated fish surrounding them continued to swell, Ling Fong, resigned to the situation, assumed the stance for the Turtle School's Kamehameha, channeling approximately 1/5 of his ki, gathering energy momentarily before unleashing a blue-white beam that instantaneously obliterated all the fish before him. Shizuka seized the opportunity to accelerate forward, while Ling Fong utilized aerial maneuvering to soar to the rear of the Humvee, extending his hands to support it as it pushed onward, after a concerted effort. The Humvee finally reached the riverbank, averting the crisis. Shizuka parked the vehicle atop a high embankment, declaring that everyone needed a moment to recuperate. Ling Fong took the opportunity to eat and drink, striving to restore his expended energy. According to Kanade and Ichiro Sato, formidable mutated creatures and king-level zombies likely awaited them ahead. Thus, it was imperative that they fully recover before proceeding. During his respite, Ling Fong also examined the energy points accrued from vanquishing the mutated fish. Currently, his energy points totaled 13,873. It appeared that these mutated fish possessed considerable value. Contemplating this energy total, Ling Fong nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. "What are you pondering so seriously?" Sekai inquired, gently nudging Ling Fong with curiosity. "I am considering whether we should linger here for a while. I intend to eliminate some of the mutated fish within the river." Ling Fong responded instinctively. "Are you serious, brother? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Do you harbor such animosity towards these fish? While we may have sustained a couple of hits, we have also dispatched quite a number of them. It would be more prudent to be magnanimous. Why waste our strength unnecessarily?" Mizuki exclaimed incredulously, casting a disbelieving glance at Ling Fong. Kanade and Sekai furrowed their brows, perplexed by Ling Feng's intentions, while only Saeko and a few others understood his reasoning. "I concur. It would be prudent to eliminate some of the mutated fish." Saeko was the first to nod in agreement, followed closely by Shizuka and Shauna, both expressing their support. The sight left Kanade and Sekai dumbfounded. Had they all lost their minds? Was this not plainly seeking trouble? Observing the expressions of Kanade and her companions, Ling Fong realized he needed to clarify his intentions. After a moment of thought, he explained, "Eliminating mutated creatures or zombies is beneficial for me. Otherwise, I would not be so eager." Mizuki's eyes lit up at this revelation, excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "Wait, brother, are you telling me you can level up by defeating monsters?" "It's not quite as you imagine, but there are indeed some similarities," Ling Fong replied, his explanation trailing off.